Chapter 721 City Defense Brigade. The mercenaries of the trading company's armed group were still surrounding the 5 four-wheeled wagons filled with goods. Serdek walked to the four-wheeled wagons and looked at one of the carriages filled with barrels of black wine that exuded a strange smell. There were almost 50 or 60 barrels of kerosene in the nearly 6-meter-long carriage, and the oak barrels were covered with a thick rainproof tarpaulin. Serdek walked over and uncovered the rainproof tarpaulin. The oak barrel was also covered with the seal of the City Defense Brigade. He turned to stare at Captain Hans behind him and asked, "Captain Hans, prepare these black fires. Where did the oil go? Do you know that if you misappropriate war supplies without authorization, you will be investigated by the Bena Provincial Military Court-Martial?" Then he walked to the second four-wheeled truck and pulled open a corner of the tarpaulin. Inside was a heavy wooden box. Serdek took out the blood-red crescent and slashed the corner of the wooden box with his sword. After being cut off, the fine steel ruler inside was still long, and the heavy crossbow arrowhead made of fine steel dripped down with a clatter. Captain Hans covered his forehead with his hand, hurriedly ran behind Serdek, and said guiltily, "Commander Serdek, please listen to my explanation. These supplies are not owned by the City Defense Brigade. These supplies..." Captain Hans looked at Mayor Marco. His Adam's apple twitched, and his eyes were full of pleading. Mayor Marco took 2 steps forward, coughed, and said, "These combat readiness supplies were originally purchased by Doden Town for the City Defense Brigade. Since Commander Serdek has taken over as the commander of the City Defense Brigade, regarding the battle preparation materials for the City Defense Brigade, do you also need to prepare them?" Serdek stood next to the four-wheeled truck, stared at Mayor Marco and said, "Mayor Marco is really good at calculating. You originally applied to Doden Town to purchase a batch of war preparation materials, but you did not pay the money for the goods to the trading group. Now you want to transport this batch of war preparation materials away. Could it be that you want to transport them away? We need to pay this batch of materials to the trading company before the beast tide approaches, so as to wipe out the previous debt." "Right." When the surrounding town residents heard what Serdek said, all their eyes stayed on Mayor Marco. "We are not fools. If we really wanted to use materials to pay off the debts of the trading company, the mercenaries of the trading company's armed group probably would not block the door of the City Defense Brigade and impound these 5 four-wheel trucks." It was clear that Mayor Marco wanted to transfer the supplies out. The trading company was worried that the debt would become a dead debt, so they blocked the 5 four-wheeled carriages in front of the City Defense Brigade. Ahem! Mayor Marco didn't know how to explain it for a while. Standing in front of the gate with red ears, Anthony, the head of the trading house, winked at the mercenary captain of the armed group. "You guys get out of the carriage quickly." The mercenary captain understood and ordered the mercenaries of the armed group on the carriage. The mercenaries who climbed onto the carriage jumped off the carriage one after another. With a straight face, Serdek ordered the coachman driving the carriage, "You transport these war preparation materials back to the warehouse. We need to recheck the account list of the warehouse. Since it is war preparation materials, the Doden Town Hall has no right to transfer them at will." Serdek first glanced at Mayor Marco, and then said to the person in charge of the trading firm, "Anthony, I think the trading house won't mind the payment being delayed for a few more days." "Right. Of course. The trading house still has this patience." Anthony, the head of the trading house, said with a smile. Several coachmen raised their whips, turned the four-wheeled truck around, and drove back to the City Defense Brigade. Only then did Serdek say to Mayor Marco, "Mayor Marco, I hope there are no problems in this account details. I will submit an application to review the accounts to the Wilk City Military Logistics Department. Now, these materials cannot be transported out of the City Defense Brigade." Several retinues around Mayor Marco stood up and tried to stop the four-wheeled carriage in front. Before the retinue running in the front could reach the front of the carriage, he was kicked away by Andrew, who rushed up diagonally. "Commander Serdek, what are you doing?" Mayor Marco asked Serdek. Serdek stared at Mayor Marco and said coldly to him, "I hope you can sort out the recent accounts of the town." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the courtyard of the City Defense Brigade. Mayor Marco's face turned pale and red, but he did not have the confidence to follow Serdek into the City Defense Brigade. He just snorted and angrily returned to Doden Town with a group of followers, not even wanting to take a closer look at Anthony, the head of the trading house. Anthony, the head of the trading house, glanced around and said calmly to the mercenaries of the armed group, "Let's go!" Most of the group of people surrounding the city defense team dispersed in an instant. Only Hans stood at the door sweating profusely, watching Mayor Marco lead the people away with a grimace. and could only bite the bullet and return to the yard of the City Defense Brigade. Nearly 300 city defense guards stood in the yard. When they saw Sulfur walking in, they quickly moved out of the way. This group of guards wearing light armor are basically young people in Doden town. Most of the guards are aborigines in the town. They stare at Sulfur with fear on their faces. Sulfur is among these guards. He stopped in front of him, his eyes raking across each guard's face like a knife. Sulfur stood in front of the crowd and said loudly, "Looking at your faces, you are young and full of vitality. You shoulder the important task of guarding the town of Doden. Your family and friends live in the town. This wall is important to Wilk City. It is said that it is only the first barrier to resist the beast tide. But for Doden town, those monsters will rush into the town after climbing over the wall. I don't want you to be cowardly, selfish and bloodless warriors." After saying these words, some guards raised their heads consciously, puffed out their chests, and their eyes became firm. "Just like today, when people block the door and spit in your face. Why don't you fight them out?" Sulfur scolded. "As a city defense guard, we were blocked by a group of local armed groups. If you cross the gate, I will embarrass you." These city defense guards were all young people, and their faces turned red after being scolded by Sulfur. Sulfur shouted, "If this happens again in the future, I hope that either you will defeat all those mercenaries before I arrive, or that you will be defeated by all those mercenaries even after trying your best. If it's the former, I will personally award you with rewards. And if all of you are knocked down by mercenaries, I will get the situation back for you, instead of the cowardly look you are now. Except for the personnel on duty on the city wall tonight. Everyone must run in circles around the yard for me, and are not allowed to stop before dark." After Sulfur finished speaking, the squadron leaders of the city defense actually gave out commands and lined up to run on the playground. Captain Hans followed Sulfur cautiously, and Sulfur ignored him. Still holding the parchment account book in his hand, he walked directly towards the warehouse under the city wall. 5 four-wheeled trucks, it was still parked at the door of the warehouse, and the goods had not been unloaded. There are a total of 10 warehouses renovated from city wall holes under the north city wall. The doors of these warehouses are all 4-meter-high iron gates, and the iron locks hanging outside weigh dozens of kilograms. A fat man wearing leather armor quickly ran over from the warehouse and stood in front of Sulfur, with a guilty look on his face, and kept glancing at Captain Hans behind him. Sulfur asked him, "Are you the warehouse manager of the guard brigade?" The fat man in leather armor nodded repeatedly and said, "Warehouse manager Jeremy has met the commander." Sulfur ordered, "Go and open the warehouse." "Oh." Jeremy, the administrator, ran back quickly. As a rumble sounded, a man pushed open a 4-meter-high iron door. As the big iron door was pushed open by the administrator, Sulfur saw the sliding rails hanging on the lintel. No wonder such a heavy iron door could be opened by him so easily. Administrator Jeremy stood at the door of the warehouse. Sulfur and Andrew walked over and looked inside. The entire warehouse was empty, except for a mouse that slipped away along the corner. Andrew and Sulfur looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Sulfur said coldly to the warehouse manager Jeremy, "Go and open all the doors of other warehouses." Rumble. Rumble. As the irons were pushed away one after another, the 10 warehouses were all empty. Sulfur's scalp was numb. On the city wall, he saw stacks of heavy crossbow arrow shafts in the yard of the city defense brigade. The wooden racks beside the wall were filled with rolling stones and other supplies. He thought that the city defense brigade had too much supplies in the warehouse, unable to put them down. These 3-meter-long heavy crossbow arrow shafts were piled in the yard. No matter what. I never expected that Mayor Marco and Captain Hans would be so courageous. As the beast tide was approaching, there was no reserve material in the warehouse, and they also transferred the last batch of reserve materials out of the warehouse. "Where are the standing supplies in these warehouses?" Sulfur walked into the empty warehouse, turned around and asked Captain Hans standing at the door, "Are they only the ones in the trucks?" His voice echoed in the empty warehouse. Captain Hans followed behind, lowered his head, and said to Sulfur, "Oh, even the supplies on the truck outside belong to Doden town. Ever since I became the captain of the city defense brigade, I have not provided any supplies to the city defense. The guard brigade gave me a copper plate." Sulfur asked Captain Hans, "The city defense brigade has been using the tax revenue from Doden town to maintain daily expenses and material reserves?" "That's more or less it. The tax revenue of Doden town has not been very good in recent years. The nobles in the town do not need to pay taxes to the town. The aborigines are so poor that they can't even wear pants. The largest commercial tax is the town's. They go to a trading house, but they always trade in private, and tax evasion is the norm. Captain Hans complained to Soldak. Seeing Soldak standing silent in the warehouse, Captain Hans added, Mayor Marco also has his difficulties, but if you want to take charge of the City Defense Brigade, we still fully support it. Soldak walked up to Captain Hans, patted his shoulder, and said in a gentle voice, Before I came to the Belan Plain, I had been serving in the guard camp of Helensa City. Do you think I don't understand city defense? The team's operating system? Captain Hans looked aside and said, I am just the captain of the city defense team of a small town. I don't have much experience. I only know that the garrison of the Langdon army gave up the military power of the city defense team because of this. You should have your own choice, Soldak said. The military requires each town to withhold a certain amount of tax revenue every year to support the local defense garrison. This is done no matter which town you go to, regardless of daily expenses or reserve supplies. There is a minimum depreciation supplement every year. Now that Doden town has been evading this expense for so many years, this lawsuit has been brought to the House of Representatives in Wilk City. It is estimated that Mayor Marco's noble baron title will not be able to protect him. Serdek walked out of the warehouse, looked at Captain Hans with a pity look, and said, You can speak so confidently in front of me. It seems that you really have no knowledge and know nothing. When Captain Hans heard what Soldek said, he felt his legs were a little weak. After a pause, Serdek asked him again, Are you married? Captain Hans shook his head and said, Not yet. Serdek smiled slightly and said, That's okay. At least your child won't be implicated in this. Captain Hans sat down on the ground. Chapter 722 Takeover. Seeing Captain Hans walk out of the City Defense Brigade in despair, the warehouse manager Jeremy could only bite the bullet and ask Soldek, Commander Serdek, what should I do with these goods? Serdek looked at the 5 four-wheel trucks parked at the entrance of the warehouse, waved casually, and said, Go and call a few people to move all these supplies into the warehouse. Jeremy nodded repeatedly, and ran towards the playground with a shy belly. He was considered a person with some weight in the City Defense Brigade, and he negotiated a few words with the guard captain, who was running circles around the playground, successfully brought back more than a dozen guard soldiers, and everyone moved the black fire oil barrels back to the warehouse in a hurry. Even if all the goods on the 5 four-wheel trucks were moved back to the warehouse, it would still not fill one warehouse. Warehouse manager Jeremy moved these materials back into the warehouse, quickly compiled a new account list, and handed it to Soldak with an anxious look on his face. At this time, the guards who were changing defenses came down from the city wall and looked at the guards running in circles on the playground with blank expressions. Some people ran over curiously and asked what was going on. Only then did they know that the cavalry battalion garrisoned in the town had taken over the City Defense Brigade. There is an independent single-story building in the courtyard of the City Defense Brigade, which is the office of each captain and the lounge and dining hall for the City Defense Guards. These guard soldiers coming down from the city wall will have dinner in the dining hall. Andrew saw 5 four-wheel trucks slowly driving out of the City Defense Brigade, and said with some emotion, The people here are really brave. They dare to steal and sell military supplies at this time. Aren't they afraid of being sent to the House of Representatives for trial? Soldak stood under the military flagpole on the playground and said, After all, this is a remote border town. The military department probably hasn't visited here for a long time. In the past few years, the town has been managing the City Defense Brigade. It can be said that everything is rotten from top to bottom. The beast tied in the Warcraft Forest is ready to move. They dare to move all the supplies out of the warehouse at this time. It is estimated that the supplies shipped from Wilk City are already halfway there. As long as this operation is done properly, all the losses can be replenished before the beast tide. When the beast tide passes, who knows how much supplies will be consumed to resist the beast tide? If we make the accounts more beautiful, probably no one will find out. He rubbed his stiff face, and the indifferent smile of Anthony, the manager of the trading house, appeared in his mind. He gently tapped his forehead and said, It seems that we may have been tricked by the trading house today. Seeing Andrew's confused face, Soldek explained to him. The trade group and Mayor Marco were completely at odds with this looting incident outside the town. It is estimated that the trade group identified it as Mayor Marco's. The people intercepted and killed their adventure group composed of exiled criminals in the forest outside the town. In the morning, the City Defense Brigade inspected the trading company's convoy leaving the city. The two sides are already at odds. Soldek smiled helplessly and said, The business group dared to send an armed group to block the door of the city defense brigade at this time. They also saw the opportunity when Marco was preparing to transport the last batch of supplies out of the city defense brigade. They were forced us to come forward. He pointed at the 2 city defense guards, who were running circles with everyone in the team on the playground, and said, "We might as well check the 2 city defense guards, who gave us the information tomorrow. I guess those 2 guards are not Marco sent." Andrew nodded. Soldak ordered him again. "You go to Samira later and ask her to keep an eye on Marco tonight. If he dares to evacuate the city defense brigade at this time, he has probably already paved his way out." I didn't expect that I would encounter such a mess when I first arrived in Doden town. "Does he want to leave Doden town at this time?" Andrew asked in surprise. Soldak sighed and said, "If he can make the town like this, there is nothing he dares not do." Andrew nodded and said, counting the time, "Samira and the others should be back." "Okay, I'll go right away." Andrew left the City Defense Guard Brigade on horseback, and Soldak began to convene a meeting with officers above the captain level of the City Defense Guard. The 300-man City Defense Brigade has 5 squadron captains and 50 squad captains. 4 squadron captains are Beta people, and 1 squadron captain is a local aborigine. Among the 50 squad captains, more than half are aborigines. 20 squad captains led their team's guard soldiers to keep vigil on the north wall. Only 29 squad captains participated in this meeting. There is only 1 chair on a high platform in this room, and below it are rows of benches, where the captains sit and chat in low voices. Serdek sat on the chair and looked at the captains in the room without saying a word. For a moment, the voices in the conference room slowly became quieter, until finally there was silence, and everyone focused on Serdek. Serdek looked around and then said, "I think everyone here already knows that Mayor Marco officially handed over the military power of the City Defense Guard to me this afternoon. Let me introduce myself first. I am Serdek, the commander of the Independent Cavalry Battalion of the Luther Legion, and I have been ordered to garrison the city, Dan Town. Before completing this garrison mission, I will manage the city defense force together with everyone." A group of captains in the room all stood up and saluted Serdek. Serdek asked everyone to sit down again and continued. "Everyone probably knows that the adventure groups in the town are leaving one after another. The reason is that the number of monsters in the Invercargill Monster Forest in the northern part of the town suddenly increased. The tide of beasts is approaching, and the adventure groups can no longer continue hunting there. So they have withdrawn one after another. Leave Doden town. The next period of time may be our most difficult moment, before the Wilkes Army and the Luther Army send reinforcements. The City Defense Guards and the Independent Cavalry Battalion will jointly resist this beast tide. Here I want to investigate. Who among you here experienced the last beast wave?" A squadron leader stood up and said, "Report, Commander Serdek. The last beast wave was 10 years ago, and the group of people who resisted the beast wave have already completed their military service and retired." Serdek nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he said, "Starting from tomorrow, except for the guards, who need to be on duty on the North City Wall, all personnel will be fully armed and go out for morning exercises, bringing your full set of weapons. I need to have a comprehensive understanding of your abilities. Chapter 1-1 is physical fitness, martial arts, military formation, and then the operation of the ordnance on the city wall, including bed crossbows, rolling stones, kerosene, fire scale bullets, and standard military crossbows." His voice rose slightly. A faint coercion emanated from him. His eyes swept across everyone's faces again, and he said, "During this period, all guards are not allowed to take leave without excuse." All the captains in the conference room stood up and shouted in unison, "Yes!" Chapter 723 Supplies. At night, Serdek returned to the Red Dragon's secret chamber through Aphrodite's summoning door. Israel was still lying in the secret room, eagerly waiting for Serdek to bring the red crystal to feed her. And she also had to learn the language of runes. Today, Isser can already speak a few simple words in Imperial language. In addition to Serdek's name, the Red Dragon Isser has completely mastered simple words such as "eat hungry" and "you are here." You can briefly exchange a few words with Serdek, but it is currently impossible to describe the specific situation of the plane where it is located. Soldak guessed that the Red Dragon Isser must be in another dimension, and the relief stone wall in the Red Dragon's treasure is a portal that the Red Dragon can travel through at will. And it seems that only the Red Dragon can shuttle freely. Serdek tried it, but to him, the relief stone wall was still cold and hard. Just a stone wall. One night passed in the blink of an eye for Surdek and Israel. However, Surdek had just arrived in Doden town, and the situation there had not yet fully opened up. In particular, he was worried that Mayor Marco had absconded in fear of crime last night. So he said goodbye to Israel early and left the Red Dragon's secret room. At the Sulfur mine, all the Cobalt slaves have gone to the upper reaches of the lava river to mine sulfur and continue to provide sulfur to the firearms workshop in Constantinople. This time when I came to the sulfur mine, I happened to meet Luke. The village of Wur has started spring plowing during the dry season with sufficient water in the reservoir. The bandit group in the desert has not returned to the deserted land in recent times. Luke and the Cobalt Slave Road construction team have laid volcanic ash cement roads to the southern cliff of the Grand Canyon and built roads at many intersections. Some sentry posts. Charlie's construction team also received orders from the nobles in Helensa City and took a group of bricklayers to the outskirts of Helensa City to build villas. However, due to the population surge in Wall Village, the old village chief, Uncle Bright, is expanding according to Soldak's plan. In addition to the townhouses in the village, 2 rows of row houses have also been built at the entrance of the village. A market was circled at the entrance of the village. The village is developing very fast, and with a population of more than 1,000 people, it seems more like a small town in a deserted land. Hurrying back to Doden town, Surdek walked out of the small building. There was a noise in the yard of the military camp. Nearly 20 four-wheel trucks were parked in the yard. The cavalry were unloading the supplies in the cargo compartments. The boxes of supplies seemed extremely heavy. In addition to some military supplies, there were full bags of wheat flour and marching rations. There is no special secretary in the cavalry battalion. Selena is wearing a cashmere dress, holding a parchment account book in her hand, and is counting supplies with a quartermaster. "Ah, you're back. So many supplies suddenly arrived this morning. Andrew said you were out and asked me to count these supplies. This quartermaster who came from Wilk City is the head of the transportation team," Selena said to Soldak, who was standing at the door of the small building. She put on a little lipstick, and she looked as charming as a red rose that had just bloomed. The quartermaster, dressed in military uniform, saluted Soldak solemnly and said, "Handel, the clerk at the Wilkes Logistics and Munitions office, has met the Baron." Surdek came down the steps and said, "I am Soldak, the commander of the Lutheran Legion's Independent Cavalry Battalion. Handel, can you briefly introduce these supplies to me?" Handel nodded, walked in front, pointed to a 4-wheel truck closest to the small building and said, "Commander Surdek, there are only 70 boxes of heavy crossbow arrows and 30 boxes of fire-scale bombs in this batch of supplies. In addition, there are 200 boxes of fine steel arrow clusters in these 2 trucks. This truck contains 500 armor standard 5-shot military crossbow and 10 boxes of armor pieces." 20 4-wheel trucks were almost filled with combat supplies. And even if all the cavalry of the Surdek Cavalry Battalion were transferred to the city wall, these supplies would not be used up. "How come there are so many supplies this time?" Surdek asked Handel. Handel said, "Of course, in order to cope with the coming beast tide, Deputy Commander of the Chester Army is mobilizing some troops from other towns to reinforce the 5 past towns that will bear the brunt of the beast tide. And Doden town is one of them. And these supplies are only the first batch. And supplies will be delivered one after another. In the next period of time, nearly 1,000 heavy armored infantry and 200 archers will arrive in Doden town one after another. Your place will become even more lively than it is now." Soldek saw the messy supplies piled up in the whole yard. Selena couldn't handle it by herself, so he asked her, "Where's Andrew?" Selena stopped the charcoal in her hand and replied, "He went to the City Defense Brigade, and supplies were delivered there." Soldek tapped his forehead, thinking that Mayor Marco was rushing to clear out the supplies from the City Defense Brigade warehouse yesterday. It seemed that he knew that these supplies were about to arrive. If the people from the trading house's armed group hadn't stopped those trucks yesterday and asked Mayor Marco to transport the supplies, he wouldn't have known about it. So once these supplies shipped from Wilk City today are sent to the warehouse of the City Defense Brigade, the accounts in the warehouse of the City Defense Brigade will really be ruined. "Isn't Doden town responsible for the daily expenses and reserve supplies of the City Defense Brigade?" Surdek asked Quartermaster Handel. Quartermaster Handel patted the wooden box hard, rearranged the gaps exposed by the tarpaulin on the wooden box, and then said, "This is generally the case. But the beast tide that occurs once in 10 years in the Invercargill Monster Forest cannot be resisted by the strength accumulated by Doden town alone. He looked at Soldak with comforting eyes and said, "So during the time when the beast tide breaks out, there will be a steady supply of supplies being shipped from Wilk City. You don't need to worry about this." Quartermaster Handel felt that the topic should be changed. So he asked Soldak, "By the way, how about the material reserves here in Doden town? I think after 10 years of accumulation, a large amount of material should be saved." Soldak rubbed his nose and said somewhat depressedly, "In fact, the material storage situation here in Doden town is not optimistic." Quartermaster Handel flipped through the notebook in his hand and said, "The mayor of Doden town should be Baron Marco. He has been in charge of Doden town for about 15 years. I believe he must be very experienced in this beast tide. When we go to the City Defense Brigade and take a look, you will probably know that the war reserves here are actually a bit poor." Soldak said this, and then turned to Selena and asked, "Tamira is back?" "No." Selena didn't even raise her head. She counted the supplies and said, "Not yet." Soldak told the cavalry squadron leader, who was moving boxes with his men, "Aflant, you are responsible for today's patrol mission. Call Ghoul item before setting off. And pay attention to safety." The squadron leader quickly agreed. "Okay, my lord." The military camp was a bit noisy, with supplies piled everywhere. Captain Aflant led a group of cavalry and ogres, led their horses and left the military camp, heading towards the gate of the northern city wall, in front of the warehouse gate of the City Defense Brigade. Quartermaster Handel and his deputy looked at the empty warehouse solemnly and said to Soldak, "The situation here is really more serious than imagined. I will truthfully report the situation here to the governor of Wilk City and the Speaker of the House of Representatives." Seeing Soldak standing in front of the warehouse without saying a word, Quartermaster Handel also knew that the cavalry battalion commander of the Luther Legion would not bear any responsibility because he had just changed defense to Doden town. Quartermaster Handel expressed relief and said, "But don't worry. Our logistics and military supplies department has prepared a large amount of supplies in Wilk City and will continue to send them over in the coming period. The geographical location of Doden town is too important. Doden, although the canyon is only a short dozen kilometers long, it is one of the 5 passes in the Sorable Mountains. In order to ensure that Doden town will not fall, reinforcements will be mobilized. This time we will have to rely on the main force of the Luther Legion to resist the tide of monsters in the Invercargill Warcraft Forest." Soldak shook his head and said, "A rebellion broke out in the Terrapagan area of Bina province. The Marquis led the main force of the Swordsman regiment to stabilize the situation in the Terrapagan area. Until the situation there is stabilized, there will be no more reinforcements." Quartermaster Handel said, "Deputy Commander Chester will dispatch some troops from other towns in the Belan Plain for reinforcements." Soldak said to Andrew, "Let's go to the top of the city wall and have a look." Soldak, Andrew, and Handel climbed up the city wall along the long zigzag steps. 2 squadrons and about 120 city defense guards on the north wall of nearly 400 meters. The guards' armors and weapons were still complete, and the nooses on the rolling stone wooden frame on the city head were still coated with a layer of anti-rust grease. A row of bed crossbows on the city wall are covered with tarpaulin, and these bed crossbows are fixed on the bosses of the city wall. Soldak pulled open the tarpaulin and saw that although the bed crossbow inside was a little old, it was still intact. This kind of bed crossbow has a free rotation angle of about 60 degrees, a pitch angle of about 30 degrees. The range of the giant crossbow is about 800 meters, and the radiation area is in the canyon area between 500 and 800 meters. Once the beast tide rushes through this area, it will be out of the range of the bed crossbow and enter the area covered by the longbow archer's projectile arrows. Quartermaster Handel breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the armaments on the city wall were very complete. Soldak opened the safety bolt of the winch on the bed crossbow and ordered Andrew behind him. "Routine maintenance will be done on these bed crossbows on the city wall recently." Then he asked the 2 squadron captains of the city defense team who were on duty on the city wall, "Who in your guard team is usually responsible for maintaining these bed crossbows?" "The reporting commander is Latu, the captain of the 7th team," one of the squadron leaders replied. "He is over there. Latu, come over here." The squadron leader waved to a city defense guard, who was leaning against the wall and looking outside. A young aborigine with strong skills, wearing a set of light armor, made a squeaking friction sound when he ran. However, the young man didn't care. He ran like a tireless donkey, taking a few steps. "Go to the squadron leader." "Are you Latu?" Soldak looked at the young aborigine and asked him. Soldak saw Latu's broad forehead and slender eyes, and immediately remembered that this young man was beside San in the town square. And their faces were very similar. And they were preparing to be tortured together. Now he looks quite energetic. Yes, Commander, Latu said to Serdak with a less than standard military salute. Serdak asked Latu, I heard that you have been doing maintenance on these bed crossbows? Latu also said cheerfully, when I joined the city defense army, our captain was the craftsman responsible for maintaining the crossbows on the north city wall. He taught me this craft before he retired. Serdak walked over, patted Latu on the shoulder, and asked him, I want you to ensure that these bed crossbows can be used normally when the beast tide comes. Can you do it? Latu stood up straight and answered very confidently. Even though they are a bit old, they can still be used as long as they are equipped with bowstrings. Looking at the green grass on the gentle slope at the foot of the mountain outside the north city wall, Suldak felt a little more relaxed. He held his hands on the wall stacks of the city wall and looked through the Doden Canyon, looking at Inverka in the distance. Gil Monster Forest. Jeremy, the warehouse manager of the city defense brigade, was sweating profusely and running back and forth between the two warehouses. 10 four-wheel trucks unloaded 2 warehouses of supplies. After loading these supplies into the warehouse, the supply warehouse of the city defense brigade finally became more beautiful. Captain Hans did not show up from last night to noon today, so Jeremy Xion felt a little uneasy. Mayor Marco and Captain Hans have gradually emptied the warehouses of the city defense brigade in recent years. When they were there, Jeremy didn't think anything would go wrong. The entire town of Doden was not Marco. Does the mayor have the final say? These supplies were also purchased with funds allocated by the town. As long as Captain Hans doesn't raise any doubts, it doesn't actually matter whether there are these materials in the warehouse. The commander of the Langdon Legion Cavalry Battalion never asked about the city defense brigade. He felt that this matter was not that serious. At most, the town would replenish the military supplies in time. So what else could go wrong? Yesterday, the armed team of the trading company actually stopped the 4-wheeled carriage filled with military supplies. Mayor Marco was unable to scare away the mercenaries. Captain Hans finally left the city defense team in embarrassment. This made the warehouse manager Jeremy felt a little panicked. He was holding a parchment book and carefully recording the supplies in the warehouse when he saw the town clerk running in from outside panting. He and this clerk happened to be neighbors, and the two of them often got together, drinking, but he rarely comes to the city defense brigade. The clerk saw Jeremy, the warehouse manager, running over to him with his hands on his waist and breathing heavily, and asked him, Brother Jeremy, is Commander Serdak here? Jeremy pointed to the north city wall and said to the clerk, On the city wall. What do you want to see the commander for? The clerk wiped the sweat from his face and said to Jeremy, I have an emergency to report to the commander. Mayor Marco secretly left Doden town with his whole family last night. Warehouse manager Jeremy's hand shook slightly, and the sheepskin account book slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a clack. Chapter 724 Bad Finances. The northern city wall is made of a large amount of shale containing iron ore. In order to build this 12-story city wall, it is said that Duke Newman invited 3 great magicians from the Magic Guild of Bena Province. With the explosive flame technique detonated 2 towering stone thorns buried in the middle of the mountains on both sides. It was these 200-meter-long stone thorns that collapsed and blocked the Doden Canyon. The craftsmen of Bena City built this nearly 400-meter road with a large number of iron-containing shale strips. The meter-wide city wall reaches the mountain walls on both sides of the canyon and blends into the mountain. The rough surface of the shale has now been made into wall stacks by masons. The city wall is also very wide. Even if there are many bed crossbows placed on it, there is still a lot of space behind it to store various supplies. Serdak and Quartermaster Handel inspected the defense facilities on the city wall. Fortunately, the ordnance on the city wall was well preserved. It is estimated that Mayor Marco had no excuse to touch the ordnance on the city wall, so these ordnance could be preserved. I will truthfully report the situation here to the military department. The specific decision will be made by the military department and the Wilk City House of Representatives. After all, Mayor Marco is a noble baron and is under the orders of the Green Empire's nobles. Protection. Even if he goes too far, we have no right to interfere. Quartermaster Handel touched the cold rocks on the wall and looked at the lush woods at the foot of the mountains on both sides of the canyon, and said slowly. He turned to look at Serdak and said with a smile, No matter what happens to a noble who is willing to go to a remote border town in the plain, when he was young, he was at least a group of people who were willing to devote their youth to the empire. Even if the military takes a tough stance, It is estimated that the House of Representatives will come forward to protect them. Serdek also knew that the Green Empire nobles themselves were a powerful class, and even the pores on their bodies were meticulously protected by the Imperial Code, as long as it was not heinous crimes such as treason, murder, nobles, and heresy. The Imperial Code, the death penalty, is rarely used. In fact, Serdek never thought that Mayor Marco would be guillotined by the military. The most he could do was to pay a fine, and then be sent to a more barren and remote place, such as an isolated island prison, to serve as the warden. Class drudgery, Handel added. They probably made a plan. The material supply convoy from the Logistics and Military Supplies Department will arrive in Doden town in the next few days. They took the opportunity to make a fortune. They probably offended others too much. It became what it is now. Serdek told Quartermaster Handel that the slave trading group secretly controlled by Mayor Marco was plundered by an adventurous group composed of exiled criminals controlled by the trading group. Later, these exiled criminals were also in the woods outside the town. Handel suddenly realized it, patted his thigh and said, "Let me just say, something must have gone wrong. It turned out to be because of this matter. Generally speaking, the local business group would not dare to offend the local governor too much. But I have also heard about the boss behind the trading house here. He can be so bold. It seems that the conflicts between the two did not accumulate in a day or two." Serdek took an alloy bow from the guard soldier nearby. He wrapped a circle of linen thread around the handle of the bow's back. It felt very good to hold. The bow's back was also polished due to frequent wiping. Bright. Serdek used to be a shield warrior, but later learned riding skills and became a one-turn knight with an aura of power. His archery skills were indeed not very good. However, he did not pick up the alloy bow to show off his archery skills, but to fully draw the alloy bow and throw it high into the sky. Because we were standing on a 40-meter-high city wall, the steel arrow flew to the highest point and then fell in a parabola shape. It landed on the grass 200 meters below the city wall, still full of force. About 2/3 of the entire arrow was inserted into the soil. Quartermaster Handel knew that Serdek had something to say, so he turned back and stared at him. "Even if the alloy bow can only project 200 meters, can the Wilk City military headquarters support a few catapults?" Serdek asked Quartermaster Handel. Handel only felt that his feet were a little weak, and said to Serdek with a slumped face, "Commander Serdek, you really dare to think. You probably don't know about the stone throwing at the Bena City Ordnance Workshop. The output of the catapult is less than 100 units per month. Not only because the main support of the catapult requires adult ironwood, but also because the magic rune plate inlaid on each catapult is simply unavailable. It is said that the Inscription Masters Union wants to ensure the magic pattern structure. Due to the installation period, orders for other magic rune plates for other catapults have been suspended." Serdek once participated in the Battle of Moyun Ridge. At that time, the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment attacked the Evil Ghost Legion on Moyun Ridge. 2 catapult regiments were mobilized to participate in the battle. He had never thought about the catapults. It is so popular in Bena province. Handel saw Serdek pondering, and then continued, "These dozens of catapults were only produced by Duke Newman's own handwriting, and the Ordnance Workshop was able to produce them. According to the requirements of Charles the Great, all provinces were required to produce them every month. 40% of the catapults produced must be handed over to support plain wars in other provinces of the Empire. The Plain of the Lords of Bena province is currently not attacked by the Dark Legion, so the situation is relatively good among the many provinces in the Empire. However, even if there is no direct impact from the Dark Army, the main army in the Bena province is now Handanar County, which is trapped in the Warsaw Plain. Moreover, various strategic materials within Bena province must be allocated certain quotas to support other provinces of the Empire." Handel complained to Serdek. "The remaining catapults have to support the Bena army in the Warsaw Plain. The remaining catapults are distributed as needed throughout the province. Strategic ordnance such as catapults cannot be rotated anyway. Come to Lin's Plain." As an old quartermaster with more than 20 years of service, Handel knew these things very clearly. Finally, he held Serdek's hand and said to him earnestly, "The fire-scale bombs shipped this time have been accumulated for a long time. When the beast tide attacks the city, we may save as much as possible. Besides, the beasts killed by the fire-scale bombs are basically useless. The value is far less than shooting it to death with a bow and arrow. Even if there is a hole in the fur, you can still sell it." "I know. When you said that, I remembered something. I will ask you to bring more salt next time." Serdek patted his forehead and said, "Salt?" Handel couldn't understand. Serdek smiled and said, When the beast tide comes, there will be so many beast corpses to eat, and we can't finish them. I plan to pickle them all and make bacon. If I can't finish them all, I can put them in the storage room and keep them for as many years as I want. It won't be bad. Handel looked confused, but there was no shortage of salt in Wilk City. So he just said, "Bacon? Okay. I will send you a cart of salt next time." Then he thought of something and reminded Serdek. "Commander Serdek, what you have to do now is to make a list based on the real needs here as much as possible before I leave, and send it to you next time. The supplies may not be as comprehensive as this time, but supplies will definitely be replenished in a targeted manner." Seeing that the military headquarters in Wilk City still attached great importance to this beast wave, Soldak felt a little relieved and said, "Okay. The list will be handed over to you tomorrow morning." The three of them walked along the rough stone steps to the bottom of the city wall, and saw a clerk from the town hall running up from below. Perhaps it was because he had neglected to exercise. He only climbed more than 100 stone steps, using both hands and feet. He looked panicked and stuck his tongue out of his mouth like a dead dog. Seeing Soldak, the secretary was sitting on the steps in a state of collapse. He breathed for a long time and then said, "Commander Serdek, Mayor Marco took away all the property in the town hall vault last night and secretly left Doden town with his family. Soldak sent Samira to monitor Marco last night, having a hunch that he might escape with his money. Now that I heard that Mayor Marco really ran away, I wasn't too surprised. But in front of everyone, he still had to pretend." Frowning and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you reporting now?" The clerk's face turned pale, and he complained softly to Soldak, "Those of us who are subordinates, how dare we spy on the mayor? But now someone discovered that the tax collector was tied up in the vault, and we rescued the tax collector. Only then did I realize that it was the mayor who took away the treasury property." Soldak looked at Handel, who looked shocked, and said, "Let's go to the town hall right now." Handel also didn't expect that Mayor Marco of Doden town would be so out of control that he even absconded with the money. At this time, I could only bite the bullet and say, "I guess I can't run very far. How about sending some cavalry to chase me along the way?" A group of people walked down the city wall. Soldak learned some information from the clerk named Erp, and then said, "Mayor Marco and his family should have left Doden town last night. It's about a day's journey now. Andrew, find a few local guides in the town and send a team of cavalry to all possible roads. We must find Mayor Marco back." "Yes." Andrew gave a military salute and leapt on horseback. Quartermaster Handel glanced at Soldak with some sympathy, and secretly lamented that he was unlucky. Among the 5 past towns, he chose Doden town. Since arriving in Doden town in the morning, he has not been able to do it until now. After having a good meal, I also encountered such a nasty thing as the mayor absconding with money. He had just followed Serdek to climb the city wall, but he had exhausted his last strength. Now he didn't even have the strength to ride a horse. So he called his deputy and asked him to call his magic-covered carriage. He saw the coachman holding a plate. He put the last bit of peas into his mouth and wiped his greasy mouth with his sleeve. Feeling even hungrier, Mrs. Luna sat at her desk with a haggard expression, her usually meticulously combed hair a little loose. She was holding a quill in her hand and writing absent-mindedly on a piece of parchment. She didn't even know what she was writing. She just felt that her life, which was still passable, seemed to have suddenly turned upside down. Although she has been looked down upon and spurned by the people in the town in the past few years. After all, the person behind her is Mayor Marco, the most conscientious governor in the town. Those who spurned her will still look fawning in front of her. It seemed that she also pretended not to know the gossip these people were talking about her behind her back. As long as her life is decent, what does it matter if she is Mayor Marco's mistress? Anyway, in this small town, she is not the only mistress of Mayor Marco. And how many women are still envious of her? She knew that in the past 2 years, she had gotten a little older. When she reached middle age, she had a few shallow wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Even Mayor Marco rarely stayed overnight at her place recently. She knew that Marco after finding 2 more young sisters in the town. My life is no longer as comfortable as before. But after all, he was still his secretary, and he at least needed to help him with some official duties. But now, she was completely panicked, without Mayor Marco behind her, holding up an umbrella to protect her from the wind and rain. She didn't know what her life would be like in the future. Mrs. Luna is married, and her husband's family is also a prominent family in the town. Now Marco ran away like a lost dog, without even taking him with him. Mrs. Luna covered her face. She simply didn't dare to think about her future life. A magic caravan parked outside the town hall. Mrs. Luna quickly calmed down, rubbed her stiff face, and stood up to greet the people who came to clean up the mess. Sulfur walked into the town hall. The receptionist standing at the front desk immediately stood up, and the other officials standing in the lobby on the first floor, who were talking about each other, also gathered around him. Seeing Mrs. Luna coming down the stairs, Sulfur asked seriously, "How is the tax collector?" Mrs. Luna stretched out her hand to tuck her long golden hair behind her ears, pretended to be calm, and smiled at Sulfur, and said, "Still in the lounge, tied with a rope all night. My legs were so swollen that I couldn't walk." Sulfur frowned and said with some displeasure, when he saw so many people surrounding the reception hall of the town hall, "Take me to see it." Mrs. Luna led the way. She did not go up to the second floor, but walked straight along the corridor on the side of the reception hall. Sulfur followed and asked, "Have the town's losses been calculated?" Mrs. Luna stopped. She didn't see the young commander's furious appearance, and thought he was a very rational person. She handed the prepared account book to Sulfur, hoping that he would know more about Doden. Town accounts. Sulfur didn't reach out to pick it up. As the local garrison commander, Sulfur had no intention of taking over Doden town. Mrs. Luna hugged the account book back to her chest, pursed her lips and said, "All the 1,357 gold coins in the safe in the treasury were taken away by the mayor." Sulfur asked with some astonishment, "The treasury in Doden town only has more than 1,300 gold coins?" Mrs. Luna frowned slightly. These more than 1,300 gold coins were almost accumulated from the tax revenue of Doden town this whole year. But what she read in Sulfur's eyes was, "Only a little money?" Chapter 725 passed. In fact, it's not to blame Sulfur for feeling that the town's accounts are somewhat false. The preparation of this cavalry battalion made him realize how rich some seemingly ordinary nobles in the city really were. In the horse market, an ancient Bolai horse is worth 20 gold coins. At best, these more than 1,000 gold coins are only enough to buy more than 60 war horses. Think of the Goss family ranch in Killen town. It is said that there are 7 or 8 horses grazing in the ranch. Each horse group must have at least several hundred Gubwa horses. Calculated in this way, it is a private property of at least tens of thousands of gold coins. It is estimated that there should be some nobles with such financial resources in Doden town. Although I knew that the territory in the plain was a typical one where the people were rich and the country was weak, I didn't expect that the town hall of Doden town would be in such financial embarrassment. Mrs. Luna curled her lips secretly, hugged the account book and complained, "Everyone's salary has not been paid this month. So we have this money." She glanced at Sulfur secretly, and seeing that he still looked incomprehensible, she explained, "The town's usual taxation has never been very good. Large transactions are done by trading houses, but they rarely file taxes. The town's income basically relies on the business tax of the stores. This tax is basically brought by the adventure group. In addition, there are population taxes and land transaction taxes for the town's residents. But who is willing to come to this enclosure these days? At this time, the adventure groups are gradually leaving Doden town, and the tax revenue is even less than 1/3 of the usual level. In the past 2 months, the town's income cannot even sustain daily expenses." Just as he was talking, everyone had arrived in a lounge. The room was not big, and there was a small bed inside. A fat man with a tired face was lying on the narrow small bed. He was only wearing white linen underwear and wearing a white shirt. Her 2 carrot-like thighs were now a purple color, and she was groaning in pain on the bed. 2 women and several young men and women gathered around the window. They seemed to be the tax officer's family. Their clothes were all made of silk. Although the tax officer was not an aristocrat, he should be among the common people. Wealthy family. A maid was rubbing the tax official's legs, but the situation didn't look promising. His legs were covered with purple bruises, which was a bit scary to think about. Sulfur came forward. When the tax collector's wives saw Sulfur, they didn't know who he was, but they recognized the noble badge on his chest. They stood up quickly, their eyes full of grievances, and they almost grabbed Sulfur and cried, "It's time to make decisions for the people." Mrs. Luna pointed to the tax officer lying on the bed and introduced Sulfur. "This is Butra, the tax officer of our town," she whispered to the Butra tax collector. "This is the new commander of the cavalry battalion, Baron Sulfur." Tax collector Butra closed his eyes tightly and refused to say a word. Someone wisely moved a chair for Sulfur, and Sulfur sat down next to Butra tax collector and said to him calmly, "I came to see you, and I didn't want to ask any questions from you. You don't need to be so nervous about Marco's whereabouts. But the rope that binds you is a little tight. If you don't receive treatment, the muscles in your legs will slowly die. Only by sawing them off can you save your life." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture at the base of Tax Officer Buttra's thigh. The tax collector Buttra was so frightened that he suddenly opened his goldfish eyes and stared straight at Surdek, trying to see some flaws in Surdek's eyes. The family members of the Buttra tax collector standing aside were frightened when they heard what Surdek said. Surdek said calmly, "I don't think you want to die that much. I happen to be in a position where I can help you." Tax collector Buttra lay silent on his cot. Surdek did not continue to ask, and waited for a moment. The room was so dull that it seemed as if time had stopped. Only Buttra's two wives were sobbing softly. The older children gathered around their mother, and the younger children were so frightened that their eyes were closed. Staring wide, he kept trying to hold his brother's hand. Just when Surdek stood up and was about to leave, Tax Officer Buttra's eyes dimmed and his voice was hoarse and weak, and he said, "You all please go out and wait for a while. I have something to say to Commander Surdek." When Tax Officer Buttra said this, Mrs. Luna scanned the room with her eyes again, and everyone in the room walked out, closing the door at the same time. "Commander, what do you want to ask me?" Tax Officer Buttra tried to force out a smile, but his smile turned out to be uglier than crying. Surdek looked at him without saying anything, and just kept staring at him until he felt a little guilty. Tax Collector Buttra asked tentatively, "Can you really heal my leg?" "Of course." Surdek glanced at him and replied. He opened his palm, and a ball of light was beating like a burning flame. Tax Collector Buttra hesitated for a moment. He looked at his legs that had become numb and asked tentatively, "What do you want to know?" Surdek was just a little curious and had no specific questions. He dropped a ball of holy light on Buttra's tax collector's legs. The swollen legs actually continued to swell and fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon Tax Officer Buttra felt as if countless steel needles were piercing the skin of his legs. He cried out in pain. "Be patient. If you want fresh blood to flow through the dry blood vessels again, you need to bear the pain." Surdek stared intently at the white light in the palm of his hand and continued to inject it into Buttra's tax collector's leg. Tax Collector Buttra took a deep breath and covered his mouth with his hand, trying not to scream. His face was red from holding back, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Surdek discovered that the therapeutic effect of the holy light technique on reducing swelling and eliminating congestion was more significant than that of sword wounds. Even if his legs looked like they were about to die, they could be healed quickly by the holy light technique. After a while, Tax Officer Buttra felt that his legs had really regained consciousness, and he lay on the bed as if he was soaked. He was so weak that it was difficult to speak, but he always stared at Surdek. Surdek sat down on the chair again and said, "I think all you have access to is the tax revenue of Doden town. What I want to know is only the real tax revenue of Doden town. I have to find out who swallowed up the armament funds and warehouses of the City Defense Brigade. Where are the supplies in there?" Tax Collector Buttra shook his head slightly and whispered, "There wasn't much military supplies in the warehouse to begin with, and they've all been taken out little by little over the years." After saying that, he smiled bitterly and said, "The last thing left is to deal with the last appearance of the Director of Munitions. You are here, ready to take over the City Defense Brigade. They say you have a good background. Marco plans to transfer the last military supplies belonging to the town. After taking over the City Defense Brigade for so many years, he may have forgotten that the warehouse there was nothing, but he couldn't take out the things stored in the warehouse. So he did exactly that, and was caught by the mercenaries of the trading company. I originally wanted to use the supplies recently supplied by the munitions department to fill this hole, but there was no time to do anything at this time." The mayor was worried that all the wealth he had worked so hard to accumulate over the years would be thrown out, so he took the money and ran away. Surdek felt that even if the current annual income of Wall Village should not be more than 1,000 gold coins, let alone a border town close to the World of Warcraft forest, he asked, "Would Doden town only have 1,000 gold coins every year? More than 1,000 gold coins in taxes, right?" Tax Officer Buttra shook his head again and said, "The actual number may be a little more than this, but it is not as much as you think. The trading company is only willing to pay 1/10 of the tax payable. Many adventure groups are used to selling Warcraft materials to trading houses. Marco didn't want to take you with him?" Surdek asked curiously. Buttra glanced outside the door, with a trace of reluctance in his eyes, and said with a sad face, "Are you leaving? Where can I go? Besides, my home is still here. Besides, although I knew it, I didn't reach out. I'm just a little tax collector. Surdak came out of the hut. Tax collector Buttress family members rushed into the hut impatiently. And soon there was a muffled cry in the house. Soldak said to Mrs. Luna, "These days when the mayor is away, you will be responsible for handling the daily chores in the town. I think you will handle it well." "Right. Of course I will." Mrs. Luna stood in the reception hall of the town hall and assured Soldak. For Ong San, the town of Doden is undergoing earth-shaking changes every day these days, which makes him overwhelmed. He walked into the cavalry battalion, and the guard at the door just nodded to him, indicating that he should hurry in, and warned him in a low voice, "Don't mess around when you go in. The commander is waiting for you at the door of the small building." The military camp was not too big, and the small building was also very eye-catching. Ong San saw Soldak sitting on the steps in front of the small building at a glance. A ray of setting sun shone on his face, casting a golden light on his handsome face. Although Ong San hesitated in his steps, he finally stepped forward firmly. "Commander, are you looking for me?" Ong San bowed to Surdak. Surdak seemed to wake up from his meditation, turned to Ong San and said gently, "Well, take me to Invercargill Monster Forest tomorrow." Ong San said cheerfully, "Oh, okay." There were two people in front of the small building, one sitting on the steps and the other standing respectfully. Surdak seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Today I saw a young man named Latu in the City Defense Brigade, who looks a bit like you." "That's my brother," Ong San admitted. Surdak nodded, thinking that Latu had the skills to repair crossbows, and said, "The young man is not bad. Let him work hard. If there is a chance, I will let him stay in the guard brigade." When Surdak said this, it meant that he wanted to promote Latu, because in the City Defense Brigade, only squadron leaders and above are considered to have official positions. The other city defense guards, including squad leaders, are all young people serving in the military. Ong San glanced at Surdak and said hesitantly, "He can't be a squadron leader." Surdak was noncommittal, withdrew his gaze, looked at Ong San and asked, "Are you familiar with Mayor Marco? I want to know something about him, both good and bad." Ong San scratched his head in embarrassment and explained with a wry smile, "He is the mayor of Doden Town. Aboriginal people like me cannot get in touch with him, but I know who knows him best. He is willing to tell me." Surdak asked with a smile. He didn't want to force others to tell him about Mayor Marco. He was just a little curious about what kind of person Mayor Marco was. "I should be willing. After all, he is also your subordinate." Ong San smiled a little proudly and said directly, "He is Jeremy, the warehouse manager of the City Defense Brigade. He and Mayor Marco have known each other for a long time. They are both the immigrant who came from Bena City is said to be from the same hometown. And he even helped Mayor Marco back then." Soldak thought of the fat man running back and forth in the City Defense Brigade, and said, "Okay, I'll send someone to find him." Administrator Jeremy was shocked when he received the news that Commander Soldak wanted to see him, even if he had any evidence of his crime. There was no reason to invite him over so politely. I rushed to the garrison camp anxiously, and saw Surdak sitting in front of the small building. He stood far away, and gave Surdak a military salute. However, his fat belly made his body look out of shape, and he didn't move at all. "So standard." Soldak looked up at him, and simply said, "Tell me about Mayor Marco." Jeremy leaned forward and looked at Soldak with some confusion, not knowing what to say for a moment. Soldak waved to Jeremy, so that he could sit down and talk, and said, "Just tell me about Marco's past. I'm a little curious about how he got to where he is now." Jeremy sat down at the bottom of the steps, and Soldak handed him a glass of ale. Jeremy, the warehouse manager, hesitated for a moment, then took it, drank a big gulp of wine, and took a break from drinking. His face suddenly became much redder, and his eyes became brighter. Perhaps it was the alcohol that emboldened him. He sighed and recounted Mayor Marco's previous life. "He and I were pretty much the same immigrants who came here. Of course, at that time we didn't come here simply to dedicate our youth to the Empire. Everyone came to this border town for different reasons. He is a down-and-out nobleman in Bena City. He has neither meritorious service nor territory. As a third-class baron, if he doesn't do something, his son will become a knight when he gets married and has children in the future. But as long as he is in Bai Lin's position, after managing a border town for about 10 years, he may be rotated to find a position in any neighborhood in Bena City, and his title of third-class baron can also be retained. People will always change, especially after they have power. When he first managed Doden Town, He was still a very diligent person, and he had many ideas. He initially wanted to make Doden town rich. He also opened a ranch in the Doden Canyon in the north of the city, and also supported the adventure group's entry into World of Warcraft. For forest hunting, Doden town was pretty good at that time. Later, he reached out to taxation. Unfortunately, Doden town's tax revenue was not much at all. Most of the tax revenue was concealed by trading companies, and a fixed amount of money was spent every month to maintain the city defense brigade. He has been arguing with the trading houses in the town for so many years just to get more tax money back. Many people have advised him to give up fighting for these things. The trading group in the town has a background, and there are some things that cannot be fought for. But he can't look away. Behind him is Congressman Campo, and the congressman is always pressing down on him. What can he do to the trading company? What happened in the end? Not only did I get nothing back, but I also offended everyone. Although that senator from Campo does not have the right to recommend job rotation, it is not difficult to veto him from the list. In the end, we will continue to live in this border town. Human, there is no end to desires. When I came to Doden town alone, I was so simple. I had no place to live, so I lived in the town hall. Later I got some rights and built a house behind the town hall. I slept with other girls in the town. Later, after he got married and his wife gave birth to a child, he felt that his wife was not beautiful, so he married 2 more. After having children, his expenses increased. He sent his eldest son to the Knights Academy in Wilk City. The town's taxes were not enough, so he shipped some ordnance reserves from the city defense brigade and sold them. He stretched out his hand once and never again. Can't quit. Actually, when the town has money, it will replenish the warehouse to some extent. No one cares about the people coming in and out. He has the final say in the whole town. So who cares? Maybe I got used to it later, thinking that as long as I can balance the accounts, there won't be any problems. But why are the accounts so easy to balance? It's just that I didn't expect that he would take his whole family and abscond in search of money. He is a noble. It's not like he has committed a capital crime. There is no need for this. Chapter 726 Capture. Andrew mobilized 3 cavalry squadrons in the cavalry battalion this time. Following the guidance of the local Aboriginal guide, we followed the main road to the town of Jylland due south, to the town of Nantu, which is also a border town to the west-southwest, and to the town of Plentos on the edge of the southeastern canyon, chasing Mayor Marco and his party. In fact, Andrew didn't need a local guide to lead the way. Samira was secretly watching Mayor Marco and had made some marks along the way. As long as Andrew followed the marks along the way, he would be able to catch Mayor Marco, who was absconding with his family. The remaining 2 teams of cavalry followed in the other 2 directions, and Andrew asked them to chase them until after sunset before returning to the town of Doden. He was even a little worried that if he were next to a certain mark and needed to make some judgments that obviously went against normal thinking, the local guide would see some clues. After Andrew led the cavalry squadron out of the town, he pointed in the direction of Kieran town and said to the 2nd squadron very casually, "You chase along this road." Then he ordered the 7th squadron to pass through the southeastern canyon and pursue them along the road leading to Plentos town. He looked at the mountains to the southwest, pretending he didn't see the half-broken arrow shaft stuck in the soil on the side of the road, pointing straight in that direction, and said to the guide beside him, "Let's go to Nanta town and have a look." The guide was riding a horse, squinting at the winding dirt road on the hilly grassland, and said to Andrew, "Captain Andrew, if we ride on horseback day and night, we will probably arrive at Nanta town tomorrow morning." Andrew raised his whip and whipped the horse on the buttocks. The horse neighed and shot out like an arrow. A group of cavalry followed closely behind and rushed out from the grassland at the entrance of the town. There are large pastures in the occupation area of the Belan Plain, and the endless glass grass undulates with the wind, like a blue lake. He rode his horse and whipped his whip, galloping on the grass to his heart's content. He chased her all afternoon without even seeing a soul. If he hadn't found a few broken arrow shafts along the way, Andrew would have thought he had chosen the wrong direction. As dusk approached, Andrew finally discovered a line of clear ruts along the road, and also found some fresh horse manure on the road. The local guide even scooped up the horse manure and felt how wet it was. He half-crouched on the side of the road and said happily to Andrew, "Captain Andrew, we may have chosen the right direction. They should be right in front." Andrew pointed at the end of the road with his riding crop and shouted, "Let's keep chasing." When night falls, the last ray of light from the sky will fall into the mountains. The surrounding light gradually dimmed, and stars appeared in the sky. Andrew was considering whether to take a rest on the spot, because after running around all afternoon, these war horses only rested once. And now they were out of breath from running. The horse sweat all over their bodies was like steaming heat. The physical strength of these war horses had reached the limit. He raised his hand to signal the team to stop. The cavalrymen jumped off their horses. But it was the guide who used the last ray of light before nightfall to look at the hillside in the distance. He pointed to the hillside and said to Soldak, "Captain, look over there." Andrew followed the direction pointed by the guide. And there were actually several vague figures on the hill. Andrew stopped the cavalry from remounting and ordered, "Everyone rest where you are. You two will touch it and take a look first. If you find the target, leave one person there to keep an eye on it. The remaining one will come back and inform us. This time I will take it." Catch them all in one fell swoop. The two experienced veterans gave up their horses, hunkered down, hid their bodies in the grass as much as possible, and headed towards the temporary camp. Not long after, a veteran emerged from the bushes and reported to Andrew, "Captain, we found them. They are Mayor Marco and the others. But they seem to be in trouble. It seems that the main shaft of a magic caravan is broken. They are already making preparations for camping." Andrew poured the last mouthful of marching rations into his mouth, picked up the water bag, raised his head, and filled his stomach with cold water, then wiped his mouth and asked, "How many are there?" The veteran smiled and said, "Including Captain Hans, there are about 20 people. There will be no more than 10 guards wearing metal armor and equipped with weapons." Andrew thought for a while, then called all the cavalry together and said, "Let's go up to them and surround them. This time, no one can be let go." Yes. In order to reduce the burden on these war horses, these cavalry did not wear heavy armor when chasing Mayor Marco. The cavalrymen did not ride their horses when they climbed the slope under the cover of night. After all the cavalry were in place, Andrew saw Mayor Marco standing in front of a magic caravan, spinning around anxiously. On the side, two coachmen were removing an axle from the bottom of the car. It seemed that the axle was broken. Several followers sat next to the magic caravan and drank together. If it weren't for the faint smell of wine wafting out, Andrew wouldn't have believed that they would be drinking on the way to escape. Looking at their sitting postures, they looked nothing like the retinues around Mayor Marco. They sit a bit unrestrainedly and seem not to care much about Mayor Marco's feelings. They are more like a group of unruly members of the adventure group. Andrew heard that Marco, the mayor, had a group of slave traders under his command. But most of the slave traders were killed in the woods outside the northern city wall by an adventure group secretly supported by trading houses. Andrew didn't see Samira around, but he knew Samira must be nearby. He didn't delay any further. He only waited until the cavalry formed an encirclement and then jumped out of the grass first. When Captain Hans saw the pursuers of the cavalry battalion suddenly emerging from the surroundings, his spirit completely collapsed. He cried to the pale-faced Mayor Marco, I said, we can't run away. We can't run away. They are a group of cavalry. There are so many horses. We can't escape at all. You want to gotta try. Shut up." Mayor Marco yelled at Hans, his voice shrill and hysterical. The slave traders, who were drinking, also got up from the grass. They did not lift their weapons at the first time and prepared to resist. Instead, they put their fingers into their mouths and whistled loudly. The horses scattered on the grass in the distance heard the whistle and ran towards them. The 8 slave traders were very skilled and mounted their horses one after another. They didn't even say H, low, and just rode out in different directions. Their equestrian skills were very good, and they pressed their bodies tightly against the horse's back. These war horses are also very obedient. They know that if they run faster, they will probably be told to stay here. The sudden burst of speed is like a gust of wind at night. Holding the butcher's battle axe in his hand, Andrew faced the 2 oncoming horses, with a pair of glaring eyes appearing behind him. This is his power. It is also his berserker soul. A ball of flame burst out from Andrew's whole body, instantly lighting up the dark night. He bent his knees slightly, and the next moment he jumped high, raised his axe holding hands above his head, and with a dark red light on his body, he suddenly headed towards. Then he chopped down the 2 slave traders. The flames made a fierce sound in the wind. The 2 slave traders looked at each other quickly, took out 2 large copper shields from the sides of the saddles, and at the same time rode on the horse and raised the shields to face Andrew. If they choose to avoid fighting at this time, and one person goes to the left and the other to the right to escape separately, there may be a chance. but they chose to work together to hold off Andrew's gorgeous chop. The butcher's battle axe split the overlapping copper bucklers without any hindrance, and the 2 slave traders also fell off their horses. The cavalry that surrounded them from other directions also took action decisively, trying to stop the other 6 slave traders. A slave trader who fell behind managed to escape from the siege after being stabbed by a cavalryman. Through the night, it quickly disappeared into the darkness. But before the rapid sound of horse hooves faded away, a sound of awe was heard in the dark night. Then, there was another click sound, which was the sound of a heavy object falling down. This group of veterans may not be very good at fighting when riding on horseback, but once they dismount and become infantry, they immediately become very strong. The knight's sword in his hand either cut off the horse's leg, or simply left the slave trader behind. You idiots! How are you worth killing 2 horses if you keep so few people? What's even more outrageous is that you let one of them go. In the dark night, Andrew's angry curses could be heard. Mayor Marco and Captain Hans stood blankly next to the magic caravan, looking desperately at the slave trader who chose to escape for the first time, and decisively gave up the last struggle. Inside the carriage of the magic caravan, the women and children stared with wide eyes at the battle that was about to break out and ended in just a few breaths. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Then, cavalrymen lit torches from all around, and Andrew walked directly in front of Mayor Marco, carrying a big axe dripping with blood. A group of soldiers tied up the 4 guards and dragged them in front of Mayor Marco. There were 4 corpses that had slowly become cold, also placed in front of him. Andrew said to Mayor Marco with a half smile, "Mayor Marco, I have been ordered to take you back to Doden town." In his sleep, Soldak was awakened by a series of footsteps in the small building and heard someone entering the small building. Soldak rolled out of bed alertly and quickly grabbed the blood-red crescent on the table in his hands. Hearing the footsteps in the living room, which were very light but not deliberately concealed, he breathed a sigh of relief, put on his pajamas and walked out, seeing Samira sitting at the dining table with a tired look on her face, an apple in front of her, and a pot of water boiling on the stove. He asked her, "Why did you come back so late?" Samira raised her head, glanced at Soldak with her light red eyes, and said casually, "If I hadn't done some tricks on the axle, I'm afraid Andrew would have led a group of cavalry to chase him to Nanta town." Soldak did not expect that Mayor Marco would actually run so far away with his family. He could only cough and said, "It was already noon when I received the news that Marco had escaped with money. Andrew and the others are behind. I'll come back first. There's nothing else to do. I'm going to rest first." The half-elf archer grabbed the apple on the table, took off the sizzling kettle, poured himself a cup of hot tea, took off the fire-gathering magic scroll on the stove, rolled it up, and put it in his arms. Holding a cup of hot tea, he climbed up to the 2nd floor gracefully and moved into the empty attic on his 2 long legs tightly wrapped in salamander leather armor. After being woken up by Samira, Soldak couldn't sleep. He simply stayed in the study room where a map of Doden town hung, lit the magic desk lamp, held the lamp in front of the map, and carefully looked at the trend of the mountains around Doden town. This map is only a very detailed description of the Imperial occupation area. It also includes a large area extending northward from the Doden Canyon, outside the northern city wall. However, when it reaches the Invercargill Warcraft forest north of the border, many places become blank and unknown. Area. A sound of horse hooves came from outside the camp, which woke Soldak out of his thoughts. He looked away from the map on the wall and placed the magic lamp in his hand on the table, pushing open the study window. I happened to watch Andrew leading a group of cavalry back from outside the military camp. At this time, although the sky has not brightened yet, it is the last moment before dawn. Seeing Soldak standing in front of the window, Andrew and the others jumped off their horses and stood next to the horse to salute Soldak. Mayor Marco and Captain Hans were also in the horse team, and their hands and feet were not even tied with ropes. Both of them were a little listless and their faces were sallow, as if they were coated with grease. Mayor Marco stared at Soldak with a gloomy expression and said nothing. Soldak said to Andrew, "Take all the guests down and let everyone have a good rest. Mayor Marco and I will talk here." "Okay." Head. Andrew led a group of cavalry to escort Mayor Marco's family members to the camp dormitory. There was a wooden prison in the military camp to temporarily hold prisoners, but Andrew did not imprison Mayor Marco's family in the wooden prison, but just let them continue to detain them in the magic caravan. Andrew and the cavalry came back in the middle of the night, so naturally they woke up many people. The aboriginal herdsman climbed out of bed sleepily and ran out to settle the horses. which were almost exhausted. The cavalrymen almost didn't wash up, and went straight into their dormitories to sleep. Instead, Soldak invited Mayor Marco into the living room of the small building and poured him a glass of ale. Mayor Marco reached out with trembling hands, picked up the glass of ale, took a few sips, and then drank the ale in one gulp. Some color returned to his face, and his eyes immediately became fierce. His beard was a little dirty, like one of those homeless people in the city. Fortunately, he was still wearing a noble dress cut from magic pattern cloth, but his pants were cut open by something, revealing his hairy thighs underneath, and there was even a scab and scratch. He sat on the sofa, leaned back, took a few deep breaths with his eyes closed, and then opened his eyes again. He seemed to have regained his former shrewdness, recovering from being on the run and being caught. He grabbed the wine bottle on the table, poured himself another glass of ale, sat in front of Soldak, stared at Soldak with narrowed eyes, and asked him, "Did you already guess that I would escape? So you sent someone to keep an eye on me?" Voices tired and somewhat hoarse. Chapter 727. Ong San was moved. Mayor Marco covered his face with his hands, rubbed his cheeks fiercely, and said, "I know how big the hole is here. I originally wanted to plug it up, but I really can't do anything about it." His voice became smaller and smaller, and then he asked Serdek again, "I gave up Doden town to you. Why do you still want to embarrass me?" He smiled helplessly, leaning on the wooden railing of the steps, and said, "We all came here from the Bena province and want to build a career for ourselves. Why do you bother me?" He stared into Serdak's eyes and said tentatively, "Let me go, and I promise to disappear from the Belan plain and never come back." Soldak took out a stamped letter from his magic pocket and said calmly to Mayor Marco, "This letter is a report against you. It will be placed in the inspection room of Wilk City Hall in a week. I hope it won't cause you too much trouble." Mayor Marco stared at Soldak, his hoarse voice full of hatred. He was trying the last struggle. His voice was hysterical, and he said, "Why do you have to go through the House of Representatives review? You know, these crimes are not that serious to me. As the mayor of a border town, the most they can do is confiscate my property. I don't want to do it in the future. Life will be extremely difficult. Please let me go." There was pleading, threat, anger, and repressed madness in the voice. Serdek was not moved at all, shook his head and said, "There is some money that can be taken, such as the taxes left in the treasury after all the expenses in the town are settled. Of course, there can also be other gray income, even if you are involved as the mayor. It doesn't matter." He paused briefly and then continued, "But to me, many things have a bottom line. Some money should not be taken. As long as you take it, I will not forgive you. For example, misappropriating funds for military supplies and secretly selling military reserve supplies at low prices. What I can't stand the most is the slave trade. You should not condone those slave traders, and you should not leave enough living space for them in Doden town." Serdek stared at Mayor Marco fiercely and said, "According to imperial decree, I will detain you to await the trial of the House of Representatives in Wilkes. Maybe you will be sent to Wilkes City. Maybe you will be tried here." Serdek pointed to his chest and said sincerely, "Like many other garrison commanders, I came here to look for opportunities to expand territory and preferably gain some merit." He looked at the town of Doden before dawn, stood up and spread his arms as if to hug, and said, "So what I need is a stable and sustainable town, not a town that you have made a mess. Since you have slowed down my progress, I don't mind asking you to leave. You can calm down these days and think carefully about what kind of sentence is best for you." Soldak's eyes were a little cold. Mayor Marco looked at Soldak in surprise, the last glimmer of hope disappearing from his eyes. With a look of prayer on his face, he climbed 2 steps forward on the steps, grabbed Soldak's trousers and begged, "I did it. I will admit it. Can you let them go? Please?" Serdek looked condescendingly at Mayor Marco, who looked pitiful, and said cheerfully, "Of course. I have no interest in causing other people's wives to break up." Mayor Marco knew that this was the final agreement between him and Soldak, so he asked, "When will you send me away?" Soldak was well prepared and took out a piece of parchment from his magic belt bag, handed it to Chief Marco along with a pen, and said, "If you are willing to sign this confession, you can leave Doden town with Quartermaster Handel, or you can wait for the House of Representatives to make the final sentence on you after receiving the letter of accusation from here, and wait until the judgment is delivered. Doden town, I will personally send someone to take you back to Wilkes." Marco slumped down on the steps weakly, Using up his last bit of strength, he said, "I am willing to plead guilty. Please let me go to Wilkes with Quartermaster Handel." Soldak walked down the steps, looked back at Mayor Marco, and said, "Well, in the morning you will set off for Wilkes City with Quartermaster Handel. It has been 3 days since Vera left Doden town, and he has not returned yet. It seems that the situation in the Invercargill Warcraft Forest is more complicated than imagined, facing the beast tide that could break out at any time." Soldak decided to go to the Warcraft Forest to find out in person. So he found Onsan, the most experienced collector in Doden town, as his guide and prepared to leave the town early in the morning. In the early morning, Soldak saw off the Quartermaster Handel at the intersection south of the town. He handed a list of supplies to Quartermaster Handel, and handed over a magic caravan filled with Mayor Marco's family, Mayor Marco, and Captain Hans to Quartermaster Handel. Handel did not expect that Soldak would capture Mayor Marco in just one night and ask him to sign a confession. Today, Mayor Marco and Captain Hans are sitting on their horses dejectedly with their hands tied by ropes. The family members in the magic caravan crowded near the window and looked out the window with worried faces. Their eyes were full of fear for tomorrow. Quartermaster Handel escorted these military supplies and brought an escort team. So Mayor Marco and his party went to Wilkes City, and Soldak did not need to send additional escorts. He saw off Quartermaster Handel at the intersection in the south of the town. Quartermaster Handel had no choice but to take Mayor Marco with him, and set off for Wilkes before the morning dew had dissipated. Subsequently, Cerdak took 2 cavalry squadrons, accompanied by the Ogre Gulitum and the half-elf archer Samira. Andrew remained in the town of Doden to run the cavalry battalion. Cerdak's team, led by Onsan, passed through the gate of the northern city wall, followed the green grassy Doden Canyon, passed the border of the occupied area, and entered a vast hilly land, sandwiched between the Invercargill Warcraft Forest and the Doden Gorge. This hilly area is covered with low shrubs and is rich in berries. Onsan was very familiar with the road here. Every time Cerdak felt that there was no road ahead, he led the team around several hills, and suddenly his eyes opened up, making Cerdak feel that he was far away from Invercargill Warcraft. The forest is one step closer. Along the way, Cerdak's team happened to encounter an indigenous tribe migrating south. These natives were full of hostility and wary of Cerdak's cavalry. Amidst a burst of whistles, a group of tribal warriors escorting the tribe's migration, holding wooden spears and bows and arrows in their hands, seized the commanding heights of various terrains and looked at the cavalry squadron with wary faces. The cavalry squadron also dismounted immediately, picked up the weapons in their hands, and made a defensive posture. The veterans in the front row raised their shields. The veterans in the back row held spears, and the recruits in the third row held alloy bows, and put steel arrows on the bow strings to guard against the sudden rush of the indigenous warriors. Aung San's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he would bump into a migrating indigenous tribe on the road he chose. However, it seemed that both sides were relatively restrained and looked at each other warily. The warriors in the tribe saw Aung San in the cavalry team, and secretly signed to him to ask what was going on. Aung San could only make a few quick movements to tell the natives on the opposite side that his group was just passing by accidentally, and did not expect to encounter them in the hilly land. Cerdak was riding on horseback, squinting at these local natives. The Ogre Gulitum and the half-elf archer Samira were waiting for Cerdak to give the order to attack. But Cerdak turned to Aung San and said, "You tell the other side to let them go first. I am not Mayor Marco, and I have no interest in slaves. It's just that this place is destined to become the land of the Green Empire in the future. If they want to come back to live in the future, they need to pay me a certain amount. The population tax, if you don't have the money, can be exchanged for various Warcraft materials, or magic herbs, even the dried cranberries that are all over the mountains and fields here. Can you make it clear to them? We came here to become the rulers here, not to act as butchers." Cerdak added. Aung San did not expect that Cerdak would actually say this. He nodded quickly, spread his hands, walked over with a calm face, and said a few words to the warrior captain of the indigenous tribe. Then, they saw the indigenous tribe leaving quickly and quickly disappearing into the hilly land. As expected, Cerdak's cavalry squadron did not pursue it, but Samira shot and killed 2 ghost leopards that were following the indigenous tribe. The 2 hungry ghost leopards appeared to have been stalking an indigenous tribe for days. They cannot completely disappear in the sun, but their fur has already turned into a color similar to that of trees. They are difficult to spot when hiding in the shadows. They are as elusive as ghosts, so they are called ghost leopards. This is the most difficult to capture among the first-level monsters. They are usually elusive and will flee from any danger. They are the fastest athletes in the jungle. If they want to escape, almost no one can catch them. These two ghost leopards may be greedy. They may have eaten the tribe's natives in the past few days. They have regarded the tribe as a herd of sheep, following them silently, only when they are hungry. They will only come out to hunt when their stomach is full. The warriors of the indigenous tribes had nothing to do with the ghost leopard for a while, so they could only be more careful. They even tie a small wild boar to the big tree outside the campsite every night, hoping that they can have a change of taste. These two ghost leopards did not escape Samira's eyes, and she even took a fancy to the fur on them that was almost integrated with the jungle. If the fur of this ghost leopard was made into a cloak, Samira would be completely hidden in this jungle. Half-elf archers are particularly sensitive to natural scents, so they can easily find their hiding places in the jungle. When hunting, they shoot 2 arrows through their heads. The ogre Goulitum happily picked up the ghost leopard carcass. He was looking forward to the taste of these 2 big cats. Surdak cut off the head neatly, and then peeled off the fur. He gave the leopard meat inside to Goulitum, the fur to Samira, and kept the head for himself, and told Samira, "Next time you hunt this kind of prey, try not to shoot through the head. Shoot on the back of the neck. Shoot on the back of the neck. Shoot on the back of the neck. Only say the important words 3 times. Leave the head to me. It's not convenient to store such bloody things." While Suldak was resting, he whispered to Samira, "Your requirements are getting more and more demanding. I'm not even sure I can hit this ghost leopard with 1 arrow." Samira applied a layer of nitrate salt on the inside of the fur before it dried in the shade. There was no way to dry it completely in the sun, so she could only fold it together and put it in the backpack. The hilly land is full of various wild beasts, with their excellent reproductive ability and a small number of natural enemies. The pine-striped wild boar has numerous groups of large and small. Each group of wild boars has an adult male wild boar that is not afraid of bobcats and jackals. They are sharp. Its fangs can easily penetrate the belly of a lone wolf. Hunters from Doden town often hunt here, but they must also be careful of the large carnivorous beasts here. The most difficult ones are the ghost leopards and man-bears in this area. Every year, hunters die in this hilly land. Ong San gave a very detailed introduction along the way, but apart from eating meat, these wild boars have almost no use and are not valuable. Hunters come here to take risks to hunt pine-grained wild boars. Basically, they are found because they can't open the pot at home. An act of desperation. Compared with these pine-grained wild boars, they prefer elk in deeper forest areas. At least the beautiful antlers can be sold for a few dollars, and the meat is more delicious. Unexpectedly, the products here are quite rich, and groups of prey can be easily found in the hilly areas. The marching rations brought by the cavalry squadron were not needed at all. A pine-striped wild boar hunted along the way was enough for the cavalry squadron to eat 2 meals. Surdak does not advocate grilling game in the wild, especially this kind of forest game that may contain parasites. Barbecuing is a waste of ingredients. It is very likely that a certain piece of meat is not cooked well enough, and the cavalry will be infected after eating it. Certain diseases. Therefore, he required that the wild beasts hunted should be slaughtered, bled and skinned as much as possible, then broken into smaller pieces of meat and carefully cleaned, and then set up a large iron pot to stew the meat. These cavalrymen, who were accustomed to being poor in the desolate land, were also used to hunting one prey, and the whole village gathered together to eat meat and drink soup. Therefore, no one thought there was anything wrong with Surdak's request. It was already a custom in the cavalry battalion for everyone to gather next to the big iron pot and line up to share the meat and drink the soup. Ong San squatted next to the camp, watching the cavalry begin to line up. Just as he was about to take out a piece of dried meat from his bag for his lunch, he saw a cavalry squadron leader throwing a large wooden bowl into his arms. Inside, waving to him and shouting, "Don't stay there in a daze! Hurry up! Those guys won't be merciful, and you won't be able to get good meat later." Ong San was in a daze, pointed to his nose and asked, "Can I eat these too? Otherwise, do you still want to eat and drink at Lord Gillitam's place? Come here quickly." The captain of the cavalry squadron grabbed the spoon from a cavalryman, first fished out a piece of meat for Ong San, poured a layer of thick oil soup on it, stuffed him with an 1/8 piece of scone, and cooked it for him. To demonstrate, break up those scones and dip them into the soup. Chapter 728 Warcraft Forest. Ong San held the big wooden bowl and looked at the baked wheat cakes floating in the oil soup and a large piece of softly cooked wild boar meat. A strong aroma stimulated his taste buds. He has eaten a lot of wild boar in the hills north of Doden Canyon over the years. And it can even be said that he is tired of it. Every time it is nothing more than grilling on a fire. And this way of eating is nothing new for Ong San. The only difference is that the cavalry are more willing to add some spicy spices and salt to the soup pot than they are the collectors. Food with strong salty taste is basically not too unpalatable. The price of salt in Doden town is not cheap. The collectors, who are composed of Aboriginal people, are usually reluctant to eat salt like this. Surdak threw the greasy piece of fat back into the soup pot. These cavalrymen in the deserted land are all country bumpkins. Food is usually very scarce in those villages. And sometimes they can't give meat for months. Probably only they think that the most delicious thing about wild boars is the thick fat on them. In fact, wild boars climb mountains and ridges every day. And a lot of exercise makes the fat layer on the wild boars extremely limited. The cavalry think that fat is the most delicious thing, followed by the fat intestines and internal organs hanging with net oil. The cavalryman at the back would reluctantly fish out Saya's lean meat from the soup pot. Surdak threw his fattest piece of fat into the soup pot, carefully picked out some ribs from the soup pot, and then walked to Gilead's side with a large wooden bowl and looked at him. Roast the 2 skinned ghost leopards. Seeing Ong San swallowing a bowl of broth-based cakes, he invited him to sit here. Going further north, you'll enter the Invercargill monster forest. The forest composed of pine, oak, and oak trees in front of you looks deep and quiet. And there are even howls of wild wolves in the distance. The Invercargill monster forest is a general reference to the forest in the northern part of the White Forest Plain. In fact, it is the collective name for the 400-kilometer-long strip of forest in the northern part of the mountains, starting from Pluntos town in the east and Nanta town in the west. The territory developed by the Green Empire in the White Forest Plain is basically a large area of land radiating out from Wilkes City. Doden town is a border town in the northern part of the occupied area. It is also the northern gateway to the occupied area. Surdak set his sights on a mountain ridge to the north and looked at the Invercargill monster forest in front of him. Only Ong San, the collector, had the most say on how to proceed next. To this day, Surdak still doesn't understand what the beast tide is like. He walked out of the Doden Canyon and saw these beasts in the hilly areas, posing no threat to the northern wall of Doden town. Ong San, are these the only wild beasts in this hilly area? Surdak put down the wooden bowl in his hand and asked Ong San next to him. Ong San pondered for a moment and then said, in addition to the wild boars, the most commonly seen here are some colorful golden doves, snow chickens, gray rex rabbits, hedgehogs and elk, and occasionally some black bears, wolves, lynx and other carnivores. Animals come in, and the indigenous tribes here basically rely on hunting for their livelihood. There are not usually so many wild beasts here, and wild beasts such as ghost leopards and black bears will not easily escape from the Invercargill Warcraft forest unless they are so hungry that they faint. They are very territorial. They know that the hilly areas are the hunting grounds of the indigenous tribes, and that stepping there will be life-threatening. But now, due to the approaching beast tide, the territorial division in the Invercargill monster forest has been completely messed up. More and more animals are coming out of the forest, and those predators are coming out with them. The mountains in front are the territory of the Black-Maned Beast King. That guy is very lazy and has a good appetite. He eats everything. He usually doesn't run out of the territory. He only leads his heron to dig kudzu in the forest. It eats cassava and white-ring canes. And if other wild animals come to its territory, it doesn't mind eating meat. The pine-striped wild boars in this hilly land all have some of that guy's blood in their bodies. When we enter the Invercargill Warcraft forest, we have to pass through the territory of the main Beast King. As long as we walk along the edge of the territory, there is a high probability that we will not meet the guy. He usually doesn't like to patrol his territory. As collectors, few people dare to go to the valley to the east. Ong San climbed up a pine tree, stood on the horizontal branch of the pine tree, pointed to a leafy mountain call to the east, and said, there is a large group of moon-blade fire wolves living there, and the leader is a moon-blade fire wolf king with 4 eyes. It is said that this group of moon-blade fire wolves defeated the Ironback man-bear that had been entrenched in this mountain for a long time, and became the new king of Pianchin Ridge. Moon-blade fire wolf likes to live in groups. This wolf king has a large group of moon-blade fire wolf. Their territory is very large. From that mountain valley, it spreads widely, and the mountains behind are also belongs to them. Surdak asked Ong San curiously, are these main beasts and moon-blade fire wolves the only ones in this world of Warcraft forest? Even if they appear in groups in Doden Canyon, if the number is 10 times greater, there will probably be no more. We can't climb over the northern city wall. The most these monsters can do is give us some supplies. Aung San laughed and said, "You are only talking about these monsters at the edge of the Invercargill Warcraft Forest. There will be some main beasts and moon-blade fire wolves running into the Doden Canyon in the early stage. It is estimated that there will not be any later." Aung San said with a serious face, "The so-called beast tide is actually tens of thousands of iron-armored ghost-patterned red ant colonies deep in the Warcraft Forest. These ant colonies originally thrived in the Darkworm Valley deep in the Invercargill Warcraft Forest. But every 10 years, the queen ants there would give birth to countless ghost-striped red ants. And they would crawl out of the nest almost at the same time. They will eat everything in the forest, and then spread to other parts of the forest. They will not go to the cold north, but will only migrate south. Almost all the animals in the forest are food in their mouths. Apart from fleeing, these animals have almost no resistance in front of the red ant army. At this time, the so-called beast tide is only in its early stages, when some new queens fly out of the ant nest. These ghost-striped red ants will form an army of red ants and spread everywhere in an organized manner. Only at this time will they launch an organized attack on the Doden Canyon. There are so many of them that they will almost fill the entire Doden Canyon." Aung San said solemnly. Cerdak took a breath of cold air, but he did not expect that the real beast tide was the new queen of the ghost-striped red ants expanding their territory. And if they chose to invade forward, they would naturally enter the hinterland of the occupied area from the Doden Canyon. Cerdak asked Aung San again, "Isn't it possible?" Aung San shook his head and said, "Ordinary ghost-striped red worker ants do not have magic cores in their bodies, and the hard carapace on their bodies is useless. So they are of little value. And because they are good at spitting out highly corrosive acid, they are not suitable for employees. The weapons and armor of the soldiers are extremely damaged, and the cost of hunting them is often not worth the loss. Therefore, not many adventure groups and mercenary groups are willing to come here to stop the ghost-striped red ants, unless there is a reward issued by Wilk City. Golden Mission. Only the ghost-striped red soldier ants belong to the category of second-level monsters. It is not easy to hunt them. In addition, except for the magic core, their hard carapace is still useless, and is a completely worthless monster material." Aung San wiped his mouth, his eyes full of memories, and said, "Every time there is a beast wave, some ghost-patterned soldier ants will infiltrate into the occupied area. Wilk City will issue a reward mission and ask the city's mercenary groups to hunt the red ants that invade the territory in the occupied area. The last beast wave, I accepted the employment of an adventure group and received a full 3 gold coins." Aung San talked a lot about the beast tide. According to him, only the second-level ghost-marked soldier ants have some value. It is just that the soldier ants in a group of ghost-marked red ants are the main force in the battle. If you want to kill a ghost-marked red ant, soldier ants are not an easy task. The ghost-patterned red ants will also enslave some low-level insect monsters, together with the ghost-patterned worker ants. This is the so-called beast tide. Once the beast tide formed by the ghost-striped red ants is eliminated, the Invercargill Warcraft Forest will be in a vacuum of Warcraft territory for a period of time, which is the best time for the Imperial Army to expand its territory to the north. At this time, enter Invercargill Warcraft Forest is very easy. But building a fortification in the Invercargill Warcraft Forest to resist the Warcraft in the northern part of the forest has always been the biggest problem for the Bina army. And unless the ghost-striped red ants are completely eliminated, we will never be able to truly occupy the Invercargill Monster Forest. Cerdak's cavalry team rested outside the Invercargill Warcraft Forest before entering the forest under the leadership of Aung San. This mountain range belongs to the territory of the main Beast King. But when the cavalry set foot in this forest, they found that the entire forest area had become messy, and many small beasts in the territory were migrating to the hills and mountains. Some carnivorous beasts have become extremely violent. They don't even kill for food, but purely for killing. There are corpses of carnivorous animals everywhere, and this place has become a paradise for scavengers. Aung San rode a horse at the front, his horse's hooves trampling a white mandible into the soil. He looked around with vigilance. There was a big lynx lurking on the crown of a big tree just in front of him. It was hunched up and ready to pounce. Its 2 different colored pupils, one red and one blue, revealed its location. Samira held a painting of withering in her hand, ready to kill the big lynx with an arrow at any time, probably feeling the murderous aura emanating from Samira's body. Although the big lynx was a bit violent and bloodthirsty, it quickly jumped from the big tree to another tree with its beastly instinct to sense danger. The big lynx was light and agile, and quickly disappeared from the canopy. Ong San looked back at Samira and Gulitem. Although he didn't know their true strength, the beasts in the Invercargill Warcraft forest allowed him to get to know them again. And he could kill the big lynx at a glance. This was the first time Ong San saw the scared archer. I have been to Lion Mountain many times, in order to dig out the magic herbs in the forest in front. Every time I sneak in here, I have to fight wits and courage with the group of main beasts. Only this time, though, he rode through the territory. Although they just slipped past the edge of the main beast's territory. With such a large group of people, it was impossible not to make some noise. He saw that the ogre seemed to be looking forward to meeting the main beasts. And some cold sweat inevitably broke out on his forehead. The ogre Gulitem was walking in the team carrying a bone-crushing club, looking reluctantly to the top of the mountain, his bell-sized eyes full of longing. According to Ong San, the main beast king and his harem are in that dense forest. There will always be some kazoo growing in that dense forest. This kind of magic grass has strong recovery power, and is the most popular among main beasts. One of my favorite foods, and the main material for making primary healing potions. Boss, should we hunt down that main beast king? The ogre wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and asked Surdek. Soldak shook his head and said, Not now. We are going to the depths of the Invercargill Warcraft forest for reconnaissance. Try not to cause conflicts. When we return, if you can seize the opportunity, I will not stop you. The ogre was a little disappointed and whispered to Surdek. Eating its meat can definitely enhance your physical fitness. Surdek also knew that ogres basically relied on eating the flesh and blood of powerful monsters to improve their strength. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Ong San, what level of monster does that main beast king belong to? Ong San said with certainty without even thinking. There are probably 3 levels, and its strength should not be underestimated. I have heard that no less than 15 adventure groups were destroyed in its hands. They always felt that the main beast would not break through the bottleneck of the 2nd level. But the main beast in this mountain has definitely reached the 3rd level. Let's go in first, Surdek said decisively, no longer thinking about hunting. If it is a lone 3rd level monster, this team still has a great chance of hunting it. But they are facing a group of people. Even if they bring all the cavalry in the cavalry battalion, they cannot easily kill this one. The main beast king might even let it escape deep into the forest. It is not a good thing to make enemies with level 3 monsters. They will be full of hatred towards the imperial people. Surdek's cavalry battalion will not be affected. From now on, the gatherers will have an extra pair of ears and eyes in this forest. Unless they are hunted down, their revenge will never stop. Under the leadership of Ong San, Surdek and his party quickly passed through the territory of the Black Main Beast King. Going forward, they could not avoid the territory of the Moon Blade Fire Wolf King. Ong San originally wanted to take a detour, but at the edge of the territory, he happened to see a 3-meter-long glazed beast throwing a Moon Blade Fire Wolf to the ground and instantly biting its throat. There were 5 or 6 Moon Blade Fire Wolves next to it. The corpses seemed to have been bitten to death by the glazed beast. When the glazed beast saw Surdek's cavalry team, it let out a low roar and turned its entire body into a white cannonball, rushing towards Ong San, who was walking at the front of the team. Ding! Ding! With 2 soft sounds, 2 fine steel arrows fell to the ground in no particular order. The glazed beast let out a painful cry, but did not suffer any injuries on its body. After being hit by the arrow, its body was refracted in the air, jumped up a big tree, and slipped away quickly like a fleeting shadow. Chapter 729 Ironback Manbear. Generally speaking, the glazed beasts, which are ranked among the 2nd level monsters, like to stay around day and night and go around alone. Only during the period of estrus, the glazed beast will appear in pairs in the mountain forest. Their biggest feature is their extreme speed and explosive power. As a speed-type 2nd level monster, the glazed beast does not have many natural enemies in the jungle. Even if the opponent is difficult to match, he can still escape with his speed, because the surface of the glazed beast's fur has a luster like colorful gems. It is loved by the nobles of the Green Empire. Therefore, this type of monster has a very high commercial value. The glazed beast is the most interesting to adventurers and demon hunters. One of the prey. They are intelligent and cautious, and rarely reveal their whereabouts during the day. I didn't expect to see a glazed beast here, and it actually killed several Moon Blade Fire Wolves. You must know that these Moon Blade Fire Wolves usually like to appear in groups. The glass beast can easily kill a lone Moon Blade Fire Wolf. But if it is a group of Moon Blade Fire Wolves, the glass beast will usually choose to avoid fighting and run away. This incident is definitely a bit abnormal. The monsters in the Invercargill monster forest have been relatively violent recently. And even the glass beast that usually stands at the top of the food chain actually ran out of the depths of the forest. The cavalry picked up the corpses of several moon-blade fire wolves and brought them back to Doden town. The furs could still be exchanged for money. If they were lucky, they could also find magic cores from their skulls. Ong San used his knife to cut off some vines hanging from the top of the tree to open a passage for the cavalry camp. The Moonblade Fire Wolf King in this territory did not seem to want to provoke the cavalry battalion. Several Moonblade Fire Wolves stood at the commanding heights of the territory, watching coldly as the cavalry squadron slowly passed the Moonblade Fire Wolf King along the edge of the mountain territory. The cavalry squadron continued walking inside, and along the way, they could see some bobcats chasing small forest animals. Some ferocious forest anacondas crawled out of their caves in the trees and slowly crawled southward along the branches on the tree crown. Wherever you pass, a flock of birds will startle from time to time. After entering the Invercargill monster forest, you can feel that all animals are being forced to migrate south. There are always some predators following from behind. The entire Invercargill Warcraft forest was filled with an extremely discordant liveliness, and the bodies of some small beasts could often be seen. The cavalry team went upstream along the creek flowing in the mountains. Because of the rampant monsters here, Ong San would not dare to set foot easily. The cavalry squadron walked in the forest for a full day. At dusk, Ong San found a cliff where they could live, and all the cavalry set up camp here. Hunting can be said to be a kind of fun, as long as you have patience. You can always hunt small beasts that run out of the northern forest. Instead of continuing to eat stew for dinner, the cavalry unexpectedly encountered a group of musk deer. They shot arrows randomly, leaving a dozen musk deer in the forest. They skinned and cut the meat directly on the hot stone slab. The venison was roasted sizzling and sprinkled with some salt. The aroma attracted several carnivorous beasts lurking nearby. No one paid much attention to the other bobcats and hungry wolves, thinking that it would be enough to drive them away after dinner. But when an Ironback man-bear rushed out of the bushes, its huge body weighed nearly 1,000 kilograms, and the ogre Gulatum stood up. This man-bear was covered in dark fur, with only a pattern on its chest. Pure white crescent moon. A deafening roar came out of his mouth, and the whole valley kept echoing. That kind of roar seemed to contain some kind of magic power. The moment it spread, a kind of fear arose in people's hearts. Their legs became weak, and they were a little unable to move forward. When the man-bear's two huge front paws landed on the ground, a powerful wave of air burst out from it and spread out in all directions. The air current blew the surrounding low weeds outwards, and the Ironback man-bear's body would be tightly packed together like a spring at this moment, and then ejected out the next second, its fat body stirring up waves of flesh. With such a leap, it can fly nearly 10 meters away. This Ironback man-bear is definitely a level 2 Warcraft, but it usually lives deeper in the Invercargill Warcraft forest and has no contact with humans. It was not afraid of the cavalry at all, and charged forward as if it were an overlord. Although the target of the Ironback man-bear was not the ancient Bolai war horses, its appearance caused the war horses to panic. If two aboriginal herdsmen had not tried their best to comfort them, they would have exploded and fled in all directions. The man-bear opened its bloody mouth and slapped away a veteran guarding the edge of the temporary camp. The 4 canine teeth in the big mouth were half a foot long. Its eyes showed an almost crazy blood color, and it looked extremely aggressive. The ogre Gulatum stood up immediately, grabbed the bone-crushing stick on the side, and rushed towards the Ironback man-bear without hesitation. The color of the ogre's body is usually like white wax, with a marble sheen. But the moment he stood up, ink-colored totem patterns appeared all over his body. Those magic lines were usually completely hidden under his skin. The moment they surfaced, a vortex of magic quickly gathered on his body. The surface of the skin condenses into rock-like patterns, and the muscles all over the body rise. Taking a step forward, the ogre let out a long howl. A red halo spread out from the ogre's feet. All the cavalry present felt an inexplicable force pouring into their bodies from their feet. Taking the second step out, the ogre's momentum immediately increased a lot, and the shadow of an ogre ancestor appeared behind him. The ogre's third step was to jump out. He jumped up high, holding a bone-crushing stick in both hands, and smashed it over the head of the Ironback man-bear rushing towards the crowd. When they swung the bone-crushing stick, the surrounding cavalry even heard a whine that broke through the air. Ong San was still squatting in front of the fire, completely unresponsive. When he realized that it was an Ironback man-bear, his face turned pale with fear. He stared dumbfounded at the battlefield ahead. Just a moment ago, the ogre, who had drool at the corner of his mouth and couldn't take his eyes off the deer meat on the stone slab, now transformed into a god of war and rushed to the front, barely giving the Ironback man-bear any time to react, and struck hard with the bone-crushing stick. The ground hit the man-bear on the mouth, although the thick fat around the Ironback man-bear's chin offset some of the force. The bone-crushing stick still hit the man-bear's face firmly. This was almost a full blow from the ogre, and the dull sound of bone cracking could be heard very clearly. The Ironback man-bear was knocked to the ground by Gilliam's stick. However, the stick did not knock it unconscious. It even just whimpered. Its huge body rolled around on the ground to offset the force of the bone-crushing stick, and a pair of bare paws rushed towards the ogre. The Ironback man-bear's counterattack was super fast. The two thick bare paws with a shadow of 10 claw blades rushed to the ogre's chest in an instant. Although Gulidum raised the bone-crushing stick, the Ironback man-bear's sharp claws still slapped the bone-crushing stick and slapped the stick on his chest. The ogre was forced to take a step back. The Ironback man-bear relied on his physical advantage, with fat all over his body swaying around, and bit into the ogre's left shoulder with a big, bleeding mouth. The battle was about to break out, with almost no pause on either side, and the cavalry around them could not intervene. Only 2 fine steel arrows turned into white light, shot through the thick fur on the neck of the Ironback man-bear, and stuck in its throat. Its fur was quite tough, and even though the sharp arrow was inserted into the neck of the Ironback man-bear, it could not easily penetrate its cervical vertebra and paralyze its body, as Samira expected. The thick fat on the neck hindered the sharp arrows, but the sharp teeth of the Ironback man-bear still cut open the skin on the ogre's shoulders. Debris flew, and scarlet blood was exposed from the ogre's shoulder. The ogre touched his shoulder, licked the blood on his hand, grabbed the bone-crushing stick with both hands and pressed it against the chin of the Ironback man-bear with all his strength, and fell to the ground hugging each other. The bone-crushing stick pressed so hard that the Ironback man-bear couldn't open its mouth, but its huge body easily knocked the ogre out. When the ogre cannot form an overwhelming advantage over the Ironback man-bear in terms of strength, the ogre's attack methods become very limited. The Ironback man-bear once again rushed towards the ogre like crazy. The phantom of his ancestor once again appeared behind the ogre, without any means of defense. He rounded up the bone-crushing stick and faced the Ironback man-bear. Just a second before the ogre came into contact with the Ironback man-bear, a thick dwarf chain shield slapped the Ironback man-bear on the face. Surdak took a step sideways, and inserted the blood-red crescent moon in his hand into the Ironback man-bear's chest from an oblique angle from the side, until the handle of the blood-red crescent moon was completely submerged into the Ironback man-bear's body. The Ironback bear swung its paw and clawed at Suldek's chest. The ogre Gulidum had no time to withdraw the bone-crushing club, so he decisively gave up the bone-crushing club and punched the bear's paw. 2 sharp swords flew past the ogre's ears, and were nailed head-on to the throat in the center of the Ironback man-bear's open bloody mouth. The sharp arrow tips emerged from the back of the Ironback man-bear's neck. At this time, the surrounding cavalry also came up with spears in hand. The Ironback man-bear was twitching all over at this moment, losing control of his body, and falling down like a mountain of flesh. The ogre also panted and sat down on the Ironback man-bear. Only then did Onsan realize that although the battlefield looked a bit tragic, the battle only lasted less than 3 minutes from the beginning to the end. Such an Ironback man-bear running rampant in the Invercargill Warcraft forest was actually hunted. Usually when collectors like them see this kind of monster, they basically run away as far as they can. Many people can't escape and will basically be killed by the bear's kiss. He walked over with a surprised look on his face, and saw that the body of the Ironback man-bear was still cold. Surdak pulled out the blood-red crescent inserted into the body of the Ironback man-bear, and a stream of blood suddenly spurted out from the wound. Ong San found that none of these people seemed to know the use of bear blood, and just allowed the precious bear blood to flow out at will. He quickly took out the big wooden bowl he had received at noon, squatted next to the Ironback man-bear, and let the blood flow into wooden bowl. He shouted to the cavalry on the side, "Bring the iron pot quickly! This is a good thing! Don't waste it!" Of course, the cavalry in these desolate lands quickly brought the big iron pot, and put all the blood flowing from the chest of the Ironback man-bear into the pot. Ong San quickly pulled out his pocket knife, and laboriously cut open the fur on the belly of the Ironback man-bear. Even though the opening was only as long as a palm, he felt deeply how tough the fur on the Ironback bear was. Ong San put his hand into the belly of the Ironback man-bear, found the dark green gallbladder that was larger than an egg under the liver page, and peeled it off easily. He opened the gallbladder while it was hot, and let the rich bile mix into the bear's blood in the big wooden bowl. Then he brought such a large bowl of fishy and bitter bear's blood to Surdek and said to him, "Lord Baron, you drink it quickly. Once this bowl of blood gets cold, the effect will be gone." Surdek didn't expect that Ong San had been struggling for a long time, just for such a bowl of bear blood that looked so disgusting. However, he also knew that this unknown folk remedy probably belonged to the magic potion formula in the hands of the local aborigines. Although this formula was extremely simple and barbaric, it had an extremely short validity, and had to be prepared on site before the bear's blood was wet. Just drink it cold. Surdek didn't think much. He held the big wooden bowl, and poured a large bowl of bitter and smelly bear blood into his stomach in one breath. After the disgusting bear blood was poured into his stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current, as if a green aura lingered in his body, seeping into his limbs bit by bit. Ong San stood next to Surdek and said, "This bear blood is the source of power of the Ironback bear. When it becomes cold, the source of power contained in it will completely dissipate. Everyone can drink some, but the effect of this kind of bear blood can only be felt after the first drink." Even if Ong San didn't say so, the ogre was ready to drink some. When Ong San said this, such a large pot of bear blood was immediately divided by the cavalry. "The indigenous tribes here actually still have such customs?" Surdek wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rinsed his mouth carefully to get rid of the bitter taste in his mouth, and said to Ong San. Ong San said, "If a young man from the indigenous tribe of Invercargill's Warcraft Forest wants to become a tribal warrior captain, he needs to kill an Ironback bear alone and drink the bear's blood mixed with the gall on the spot. It is a ritual that only the indigenous tribes here have. These are handed down from the tribe, and the warriors in our tribe will drink it." Surdek wiped the blood-red crescent clean and asked Ong San, "Are there any indigenous people living here?" Ong San looked at the surrounding mountains and forests and replied, "There are indeed some, but life is very difficult. Here they are both hunters and prey. There is abundant food here, but there are often some monsters rushing into the tribe. Here, some powerful beasts broke into the tribe and could easily eat everyone in the tribe." After a pause, Ong San added, "They have little contact with the outside world. They regard themselves as wild beasts and have long been accustomed to the cruel lifestyle here. They are different from the indigenous tribes in the hilly areas. Their lives are more complicated." "Closed? Are you in contact with them?" Surdek asked calmly. Ong San hesitated before confessing, "Occasionally there are some. I know the elders of several surrounding tribes, and they are willing to trust me. I will provide them with some iron tools and salt they need every 6 months." Chapter 730 Dakuni Tribe. Standing on the top of the cliff, looking into the distance, a gray cloud suddenly rose over the northern forest. This gray cloud instantly dissipated in the dusk sky like blue smoke. Ong San said that it was a flock of bloodthirsty hummingbirds. Although each hummingbird was extremely weak, the population was extremely large, flying like a puff of smoke. Surdek thought about his life at the forest farm in Handanar County. The largest herd there was the red-eyed hyena. The tall fir trees soared into the sky. It was very different from Invercargill in the White Forest Plain. In comparison, there are more monsters here. For some reason, Surdek remembered a lot of life in the forest camp at this moment. When the second team goes out on patrol, they will camp in the wild like this. Ong San put a nearly chewed deer leg in his hand over the campfire and roasted it. He carefully scraped the last few tendons on it with a knife and put it into his mouth. Like the veterans in the cavalry camp, he also doesn't like to waste food. He can always eat the portion in front of him. His style of doing things is deeply favored by the cavalry in the cavalry camp. There is a deep ravine under the cliff. Ong San said to Surdek, "If we want to continue going north, based on my experience alone, I can no longer guarantee that we can safely lead you through the territory of those gregarious monsters. From here on, we have entered the hinterland of the Invercargill Forest, and the further we go north, you will have a greater chance of encountering high-level monsters, and they will never be as easy to deal with as the Ironback manbear. Can we see the red ants?" Surdek asked Ong San. Ong San said with a wry smile, "If you want to see the ghost-striped red ants at this time, you have to go to the Dark Insect Valley. Then walk north for 2 days to see the huge valley. We need a few experienced people. The Invercargill Monster Forest guides are the only ones who understand this monster forest. Can you take me to visit them?" Surdek asked. Ong San hesitated before saying, "They are very repulsive to outsiders. Many slave traders came to Invercargill before. They not only hunted Warcraft, but also hunted indigenous people. So the indigenous tribes here are very wary. I can try to contact you, but there is no guarantee that this will happen. Then how have they resisted the beast tide all these years? Serdek asked Ong San curiously. Their shelter is on the top of the snowy mountain in Doden Canyon. As long as they climb over the thorns and rocks rising into the sky and enter the snowy mountain at the top, they can avoid the beast tide, Ong San explained bravely. Serdek nodded, looked back at the Doden Canyon in the distance and said, This is really a good choice. The Ironback man bear is a second-level monster, so its fur can be used as a base material for primary magic pattern construction, and can be obtained from a trading house in exchange for money. The magic core in the skull of the bear's head is also very valuable. Gulaitum is a little confused as to why Serdek must put the bear's paw into the magic sealing box. The Northlanders he and Andrew hunted a few days ago, the same goes for the bear, who left his paws behind. If you want to eat meat, wouldn't the tender bear ribs be better? Under the treatment of Serdek's holy light technique, the wound on the ogre's shoulder that was scratched by the Ironback bear's claws has quickly begun to heal. Last time you and Andrew met that man bear on the border, we didn't see you injured. Soldak used water to rinse the wound on the ogre's shoulder. The wound had scabbed quickly and was not ulcerated or inflamed. There was no poison in the man-bear's claws, and the wounds did not cause much laceration. That's different. When we found it, the man-bear was still sleeping in the hole, Gulaitum said vaguely while holding a bare thigh in his hand and chewing it. Let me tell you, don't use your brain when fighting. If a snake lizard scratched you with its claws like this, the poison on the claws would have spread to the entire arm. Samira sat on a branch nearby, holding a piece of linen cloth to wipe the fine steel arrows in the quiver, and said, Gulaitum laughed without hesitation and said, If it were a snake lizard, I wouldn't fight like this. I killed so many salamanders in the lava mines of Pudu Mountain, and I couldn't deal with such a big reptile. I know how experienced I am. Samira has a slender figure and excellent balance. She can lie steadily on the horizontal branches of the big tree. She hung the quiver of arrows and the painting of withering on the twigs of the horizontal branches, supported her chin with one hand, and looked at Serdek, who was treating the ogre's wounds under the tree. Her light red eyes fell on the group on the white holy light. He whispered, If we hadn't been brought out from the Maka Plain, I'm afraid we wouldn't have had the chance to see these great worlds. Serdek didn't know what made Samira feel. He raised his head and glanced at the tree. Samira was lying sideways on a branch of a tree, without a hood on her head. Her beautiful face was particularly fair, with a pointed chin, making her face look very small. Are you homesick? After we complete this garrison mission, I'll see if I can get a portal pass for the Maka Plain. I guess there is no war control there, so the portal pass should be easy to buy. By then, I'll give you a month's leave and let you go back to Wazimra City and have a look, Serdek said, as he used a hemostatic bandage to bandage the ogre's wound. Samira didn't answer. She turned her head and looked at the starry night sky through the gaps between the leaves, with a faint light shining in her light red pupils. The indigenous people of Invercargill built their homes in the middle of the cliffs to protect them from the attacks of many monsters. This group of indigenous people still live in caves and burrows. With iron tools, they can dig ideal caves on hard cliff rocks. The men in the tribe will go out to hunt during the day and return to the tribe with their prey at dusk. Only need to block the only hole at night, and the entire tribe can spend the whole night peacefully. Ong San and the Serdek cavalry squadron rushed to the foot of a rock cliff. Two young natives stood on the crown of a big tree, holding short flying spears in their hands, and shouted to Ong San from a distance. Ong San, have you forgotten your promise to us? Imperials are not welcome here. After the two natives finished speaking, they quickly jumped off the tree and disappeared into the dense forest without waiting for Ong San's reply. Ong San carefully held the horse and continued to move forward. Serdek, Gulaitum, and Samira followed him. The team continued to walk 500 meters and came to a crack in a stone cliff. Several figures suddenly appeared from the crack in the cliff above their heads. 10 bronze-skinned local aborigines. The natives occupied the high point, hiding their bodies in the crevices of the rocks, holding hardwood bows, and pointing arrow points directly at the cavalry. The eyes of these indigenous people are very sharp. Ong San took 2 steps forward and shouted in the local indigenous language to the indigenous tribe warriors above him. They are not those slave traders. They are guests. Don't point your bow and arrow at them. One of the strongest indigenous warriors in the crowd on the opposite side emerged from the cracks in the rocks and stood barefoot on a large rock, pointing at a group of cavalry in front of him. He asked Ong San, Are you living with them? That's why you are speaking for them. Are these Imperial people here just to arrest our people? Surdak could not understand what Ong San was talking about. But he saw Ong San pointing directly north of the Invercargill Warcraft forest, and speaking a string of aboriginal words. The strong indigenous warrior actually jumped down from the boulder. He only had a piece of animal skin around his waist, and his red upper body muscles were bulging. His chest, shoulders, neck, and face were all covered with totem patterns. You could tell at a glance that he was in the tribe. Very prestigious here. But the look he looked at Suldak was full of distrust. Surdak spread his hands to indicate that he meant no harm. Ong San exchanged a few more words with the indigenous warrior. And then, the indigenous warrior turned around angrily, and got into the cracks in the rocks. The other indigenous warriors were still holding hardwood bows, and pointing arrows at the cavalry in the forest. Ong San said to Surdak, "That man was the #1 warrior of the Dakuni tribe. He didn't want to believe what I said. I asked him to inform the chief elder of the tribe that we could give them some help, and wanted their people to take us into Inverka. Let's take a look inside the Darkworm Valley in the Gill Forest. I guess we'll have to wait here for a while." Surdak sighed and said, "It seems there is still a long way to go before we can reverse the bad impression these indigenous people have on us." There are many young indigenous people standing on the stone cliff above their heads. These indigenous people are both male and female. Everyone is strong and strong. Almost all of them are wearing animal skins. There are also some raw or SHL ornaments hanging on the ropes. Their faces are very similar to those of the Empire. The people are obviously different, with amber eyes under their reddish-brown skin. Their foreheads are very broad, and their long brown hair is woven together with some white and red feathers. In a bush under the rock wall, a low and dense bush suddenly shook slightly, and no one paid much attention to it at first. Surdak thought there was a timid hedgehog hidden inside, and it wouldn't be surprising if there was a venomous snake hidden in the bushes. But the branches and leaves of the bush were always swaying. Samira walked over with light steps, pushed aside the branches and leaves of the bush, and saw 3 indigenous children who were only a few years old, shaking their heads and looking at her with big watery eyes. The young indigenous warriors on the top of the rock obviously noticed what was going on below. When they saw the indigenous children, there was a commotion above. Several indigenous warriors were a little excited and wanted to call on their companions to push back the cavalry in the forest below and rescue the indigenous children. However, more people were unwilling to act rashly, and a dispute broke out among the indigenous warriors in the crevices of the rocks. Samira ignored the young aborigines at all, and just took out a few apples from her pocket and handed them to the aboriginal children. The aboriginal children stared at Samira with wide eyes, and did not reach out to take the apples. Surdak took out a baked wheat cake from a bag on the back of a cavalryman and threw it to Samira, who looked puzzled. When the indigenous children saw the wheat cakes, their eyes showed some unconcealable envy. Samira quickly tore open the wheat cakes and distributed them to several indigenous children. The indigenous children took the wheat cakes, first put them in front of their noses, and sniffed them vigorously, showing an intoxicated look on their faces. Then, they couldn't wait to take a big bite, chewing hard, and handed over the berries wrapped in banana leaves. Gave it to Samira. There were also aboriginal children, who took out a few green fruits from their arms, and placed them in front of Samira. The transaction was very pleasant, and the several indigenous children then retreated into the dense bushes and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Surdak and his party did not harm the children, the young natives above them whispered to each other for a moment, and then put down the hardwood bows in their hands. Not long after, the indigenous warrior emerged from the crack in the rocks again and continued to exchange a few words with Ong San. Ong San then turned to Surdak and said, "They only allowed us to send 2 people to meet their great elder." Surdak glanced at Samira and said to her, "Samira, come with me." "Oh." The half-elf archer quickly stood up and rearranged his hunting bow and arrow pot. Surdak ordered a cavalry squadron leader behind him. "You guys rest here. Pay attention to vigilance. Try to avoid unnecessary conflicts. And wait for my return." "Yes." The squadron leader replied immediately. The reply was a little loud, but the young indigenous warriors in the crevices were startled. Ong San took Suldak and Samira into the crevices under the stone cliff. The passage in front of them became narrower and narrower. At the narrowest point, Surdak had to lower his head and squeeze through sideways. The passage only extended less than 20 meters inside, and a circular stone chamber appeared in front of him. Surdak thought it was a stone chamber, but when he walked in, he realized that he had guessed wrong. It turned out to be a patio that was narrow at the bottom and wide at the top. There was even light coming directly from overhead. Stone steps were cut out on one side of the patio, extending upward like a ladder to the sky. Surdek raised his head and looked up. A group of indigenous children were on the patio, looking down from the cave. When they saw Surdek raising his head, they immediately seemed to be frightened and dispersed with a hula. The indigenous warrior walked in front, carrying a bundle of wooden poles and spears behind him. He was extremely strong and climbed up the stone steps of the patio, looking back from time to time. Ong San followed him, then Surdek and Samira. As he continued to climb up, Surdek discovered that this vertical patio cave was actually just a foundation. The other caves were completely based on the entire patio and were dug out in circles. The entire indigenous tribe lived in this rock patio. It felt like a reverse circular skyscraper. Surdek passed through layer after layer of caves and saw pairs of eyes. There was curiosity, fear and hatred in those eyes. After climbing 9 floors in a row, we finally arrived at the cave where the great elder of the indigenous tribe lived. 2 indigenous warriors were guarding the entrance of the cave. They saw the indigenous warriors walking up with Ong San and Surdek. One of the indigenous warriors also walked. He came out and stared at Surdek with a wary look on his face for a long time. But then he realized that his fierce gaze could not scare Surdek at all. The indigenous warrior scolded him a few words. And then the indigenous guard walked back to his original position and stared at Surdek angrily. The indigenous warrior led the 3 people into the cave. The corridor seemed very spacious, and the foot was very smooth. There were several oil lamps lit on one side of the stone wall. Under the dim light, there was a dark cave inside. Chapter 731 Aboriginal Elder. Entering a circular stone room. An indigenous old man sat cross-legged on a stone platform. A bonfire was lit in the fire pit in the middle of the room. There was a lot of ashes piled up in the fire pit. The room was only about 30 square meters. Rows of animal meat hung from the top of the circular cave, which had been smoked black by fireworks. There is also a doorway on the stone walls on both sides of the room, which looks like it should be a living room, except for the smell of fireworks. Surdek didn't smell any odor in the room. It was estimated that these indigenous people should have a unified toilet place. The old man was surrounded by thick animal skins. The animal skins had been worn so shiny that it was no longer clear that they were the leather of a magical beast. He wore a hair crown made of colorful feathers on his head, and his face was full of wrinkles. His eyes looked cloudy under the firelight, and his eyes could not hide his wisdom. He also had a cane in his hand. When he saw Surdek, several people walked in and waved to them to sit over. A young indigenous girl was adding firewood to the fire. When she saw Surdek and Samira, she didn't have any panic on her face. She looked at them curiously with a pair of big amber eyes and smiled sweetly. Turn around and leave. His wise eyes fell on Surdek, smiled slightly, and said in somewhat stiff imperial language, "Are you the commander of the empire? Tell me why you are here." Unexpectedly, this indigenous elder could actually speak imperial language. Surdek sat down calmly and said directly, "I am here to ask you to send the most experienced hunter in the tribe to take us to the Darkworm Valley in the north." The elder turned to look at Ong San and asked him a question in Aboriginal language, and Ong San responded quickly and respectfully. The indigenous elder nodded. He turned to look at Samira, smiled at her and said, "I haven't seen an elf in 50 years. Samira looked at him warily and said nothing. "If you want to investigate the Darkworm Valley in the north, not only will I not let my children die, I will also give you words of advice. But if you just want to take a look at the ghost-striped red ant nest from a distance, then it doesn't matter." The elder pondered for a moment and said, he kept staring at Surdek, as if he could look through his eyes and into his heart. Surdek hurriedly said, "I just want to see that red ant nest." He was worried that the indigenous elders would not agree. So he continued, "As a reward for this expedition, I can provide you with some iron and salt for your daily needs." The indigenous elder poked the fire with his cane, and the bonfire immediately burned. In the fierce light of the fire, Surdek's clear face was reflected. He said to Surdek, "No, I need more than just these. We can make a deal. The beast tide is coming soon. We need some warm cotton clothes and quilts, felt tents, grains, and fire stones. I can use your best to use these materials. Favorite magic core exchange. Yes, and I can trade according to the prices in Doden town," Surdek said. The indigenous elder waved his cane and continued, "In addition, I have a small request. Don't disturb the devils there for the time being. We are not ready yet. We want to hide in the mountains and need more food." "That's no problem," Surdek promised. The indigenous elder nodded, and then said in indigenous language to the tribal warrior sitting next to him. Dalekal, go and call Leto and Balmule and ask them to serve as guides for these imperial people. The indigenous warrior glanced at Serdek warily, and then replied in indigenous language. Yes, respected great elder. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the stone room. The indigenous girl, who had just walked out, came in barefoot carrying a wooden plate. The wooden plate was filled with fruits. She placed the wooden plate in front of the Serdek people and sat down obediently beside indigenous elders. This indigenous girl can only be regarded as pretty, with a fairly curvy figure, especially wearing leather armor. The rounded lower half of her chest is exposed. She seems to be exuding youthful vitality, but there are some dark spots on her cheekbones. A pair of his eyes were very flexible, and he looked at Suldek boldly, his eyes full of curiosity. It's been a long time since the Imperials were willing to come over and sit down and talk to us. Those Imperials preferred to aim their sharp arrows at us, like monsters in the forest, to grab my children and take them out of Invercargill, the indigenous elder said with melancholy eyes as he looked at the bonfire in front of him. Suldek had a headache thinking about opening a mine in the Invercargill Warcraft forest, thinking that if he really wanted to open a mine, these indigenous people might be able to help. He said, I am different from them. I am more willing to respect your lives, and also wonder if we can find some opportunities for cooperation without violating each other's wishes. I can see that there is no discrimination that goes deep into your bones and your eyes. The indigenous elder nodded and acknowledged. At this time, the indigenous warrior walked into the stone room with two young people. The two young natives were strong, carrying hardwood bows and spears on their backs, and were wrapped in animal skins. When they entered the stone room, they knelt at the feet of the native elders. The indigenous elder pointed at the two young indigenous people and said to Suldek, They are called Leto and Baramule. They are the best hunters among the younger generation, and they are also the most restless at ordinary times. They are very familiar with the Darkworm Valley area. I will let them take you to take a look at it from a distance. Go striped red ant nest. Serdek quickly smiled kindly at the two indigenous young people. The two young natives had sullen faces and almost no other expressions on their faces. Ong San said a few words to the two natives, and the two young natives answered honestly. Seeing Ong San nodding, Serdek knew that the deal was concluded, so he took out a small wooden box from his magic pocket. The wooden box was only 1 foot square and heavy. When the lid was opened, it was discovered that it was full of polished steel arrowheads. When the three indigenous warriors saw these exquisite steel arrowheads, their eyes immediately became bright. Almost everyone in the tribe has a hardwood bow, but steel arrows are extremely limited. Many arrows are used repeatedly. Every time an arrow is shot, it must be picked up carefully. Dozens of arrows have been passed through the tip of the arrow. It is polished again and again, and then discarded until it is no longer usable. In the Duni tribe, every warrior is destined to have his own knife and a fine hardwood bow. There is no blacksmith in the tribe, and all the iron tools are bought from outside. Ong San used to travel between various tribes in the Warcraft forest, helping them buy some necessary iron tools and salt from Doden town. The tribe would also buy some Warcraft materials and the magic herb to Ong San. Although the indigenous tribes are in the Warcraft forest, they are not often able to hunt Warcraft. Their normal life is to hunt some small forest beasts in this forest. More often than not, these indigenous tribal warriors are actually prey in the eyes of Warcraft. Warcraft including the Ironback bear, Moonblade fire wolf, and ghost leopard will hunt the tribe's natives. Coming out of the Duni tribe, Ong San was followed by two young natives who were fully armed. When they arrived at the cavalry camp in Serdek, they became a little nervous when they saw this group of fully armed cavalry. The young indigenous warrior spoke a series of indigenous languages to Ong San. Ong San said a few words, and one of the young indigenous warriors shook his head. Serdek looked at Ong San with questioning eyes. Ong Sankai said, Baramule is walking into the Warcraft forest. The cavalry team will easily attract the attention of high-level Warcraft. Once targeted by those high-level Warcraft, it is difficult to say whether they can withdraw safely. They want us to we can reduce the number of people heading deep into the forest. Then it will be Samira and I, along with the 3 Gulaitum people. And the rest of the people will stay with the indigenous tribes and stay in place, waiting for us to come back. Serdek made a decisive decision. So, 6 young indigenous warriors, Leto, Balamule, Ong San, Serdek, Samira, and Gulaitum, formed a team and followed the zipline built by the Duni tribe in the valley, crossed a bottomless canyon, and came to the woodland on the opposite side of the cliff. It is said that this rift valley, with a depth of 100 meters, is nearly 100 miles long, with only a few cracks in the middle. Along the way, the eyes of the two young indigenous warriors were a little complicated. They were full of hostility, but they were extremely loyal to the Duni tribe, and were unwilling to go against the will of the tribe's chief elder. They looked at Samira and Gulet. When I was sleeping, I was full of curiosity again, looking at the hunting bow imitating the painting of withering on Samira's back. She was so greedy that her mouth was watering. Two indigenous warriors walked barefoot at the front, turning back to exchange words with Aung San from time to time. The group of people walked not very fast in the forest, and occasionally took detours, but they never encountered ferocious monsters along the way. The most thrilling time was when passing by the river valley. Suldak saw with his own eyes a group of giant swamp crocodiles lying on the riverside basking in the sun. The group of people were less than 100 meters away from the giant swamp crocodiles. He could even feel the eyes of the giant swamp crocodiles falling on them. But fortunately no fight broke out. The Ogre Gulitum also knew that groups of giant swamp crocodiles were not easy to deal with, so he did not act recklessly. Chapter 732 Forest Treasure. The two indigenous warriors were indeed very familiar with this forest of monsters. They chose a route that was close to them, but would not disturb the monsters, and headed north. We walked northward for a whole day without any danger. The group of people climbed over several mountains in succession. These mountains were occupied by some high-level monsters. They were either gregarious monsters, or had good camouflage abilities, making it difficult to find them. South Hiding Place. Gulitum did have the idea of hunting, but there were no good opportunities along the way. Until evening, everyone camped under a tall fir tree. The two natives did not have a simple tent. They just rolled out a roll of leather they carried on their backs, and prepared to sleep under the fir tree. Everyone sat together around a campfire, with an adult porcupine roasting on the fire. Aung San acted as a translator, and the two indigenous warriors talked about their daily life in the Warcraft forest. Only then did Gulitum know that these indigenous people usually go out in groups to hunt some ordinary herds of animals in the forest. There will be some experienced hunters tracking these herds of animals, mastering their living habits, and eating at their water sources, or an ambush circle was set up to surround and kill these beasts. Occasionally, I will hunt first-level monsters, but most first-level monsters like to live in groups, or they run very fast, so it is not easy to catch them. However, there are many materials on the first-level monsters, which are the daily needs of the tribe, so this hunt is organized several times a year. As for the second-level monsters, only the warriors in the tribe have the ability to fight against them. There is currently only one person in the Duni tribe who has the power to fight against the second-level monsters. He is the leader of the Duni tribe. Surdak has actually met him. He is the strong native who came forward to communicate with Aung San from the beginning. Normally, the tribe would not hunt these second-level monsters, unless the second-level monster threatened the lives of the natives in the tribe or seriously affected their daily lives. They would not easily provoke them. Surdak found that these two young indigenous warriors both had very good physical fitness. They were very strong and had a lot of combat experience from the jungle, but they lacked some real combat and fighting skills. With their excellent physical fitness, the strength of the two indigenous warriors is almost equivalent to that of the 9th-level warriors before the first revolution. As long as they can understand their own power, they can break through the shackles and join the ranks of first-level warriors. But few of them seem to be able to understand the potential. Talking about this, the indigenous warrior named Leto said that even if they live and fight according to the laws of this jungle, almost none of the young warriors in the tribe can feel the power of nature. Surdak asked the two young indigenous warriors, "Do you know that mastering the correct fighting skills can make it easier for you to realize that magical power?" The two indigenous warriors shook their heads repeatedly and looked at Surdak with envy. Under the night, Surdak stood up. He walked from under the fir tree to the forest clearing, pulled out the bloody crescent moon from his waist, and said to the two indigenous warriors, "This is a set of basic tactics that all Green Empire soldiers must learn before going to the battlefield. You can also, speaking of combat skills, it involves many aspects, including breathing, force methods, offensive and defensive skills. It may be of some help to you." This set of basic swordsmanship is almost engraved in Surdak's bones. All his movements are as standard as a textbook. He seems to be doing slow motion, but every move is calm and powerful. Although he did not explain it, every movement seems to drive the energy around the body, and he performs this power to the extreme, until the last strike of the sword. It almost brought out a white sword energy. The two faced, Four-armed demonic figure appeared behind him at the last moment. The invisible oppression caused by that power almost made the two indigenous warriors breathless. The two indigenous warriors looked at Serdek in shock, including Ansan, who all benefited a lot from Serdek's basic swordsmanship. These two indigenous warriors themselves had very good talents. They broke two wooden sticks from a nearby tree and tried to copy Suldek's movements. Unexpectedly, in just half a night, the indigenous warrior named Leto, feeling the mysterious power of nature, I have stepped into the ranks of the first-turn warriors. Late at night, the two indigenous warriors lay on the animals' skins with their hands on their pillows. They were so excited that they couldn't sleep for a while. Leto opened his eyes and turned to look at his companions. He was so excited that it was difficult to fall asleep. He wanted to continue to maintain this feeling and let himself realize his own power. His lips are a little thick. His mouth is big. And his smile is a little ugly. Hey, Balmir, I think these Imperial people are not as bad as the rumors say, Leto said. However, his companion remained awake, glanced at him with narrowed eyes, and whispered, Come on! How many Imperial people have you seen? They knew that the three Imperial people could not understand the indigenous language, and they only needed to watch out for Aung San. In fact, they have known Aung San for longer, and Aung San has been secretly providing some help to the surrounding indigenous tribes in private, such as making some mutually beneficial transactions. They have long regarded Aung San as their brother, and they trust Aung San. Otherwise the leader would not take these Imperial people to see the Great Elder. Leto turned over and touched the iron dagger at his waist. This dagger was very blunt, and could not be polished no matter how hard it was. It was fine for cutting cooked meat, but it could not cut through the tough monster leather at all. He secretly glanced at the simple tent over there and whispered, Every one of them seems to have sophisticated weapons, which is really enviable. You won't be envious when they point these weapons at you. Balmuller couldn't help but poured a bucket of cold water on Leto's head. Leto didn't mind at all and argued, Actually, I don't think those in the slave-catching group represent all the people of the Empire. Balmuller grinned. His smile looked sinister and ferocious, and said, But the Imperial people who come into contact with us are hateful slave catchers. I watched Naza being captured by them with my own eyes. One day we will kill all those slave catchers and bring Zana back. Leo stretched out his hand, held Belmul's hand tightly, and said to him, Let's do this together. When we learn our skills, we will find a way to find her in the Green Empire, and at the same time find our enemies. Good. Belmuller did not become sarcastic this time, but said cheerfully, Speaking of which, the Great Elder asked us to perform a mission together this time. Probably just to get in touch with these Imperial people more. Leo stretched his body, yawned and said, And if we want to enter the Green Empire, it is necessary to learn some Imperial language. Balmuller turned over, sat up, and said to Leto, Go to sleep. We will continue our journey tomorrow. I will check the surrounding warning traps. When he woke up in the morning, Leto saw a blue-striped lynx hanging from a pine tree nearby. Its body was already cold. There were two fine steel arrows nailed on its forehead, and a hemp rope hung on one of its hind legs, hanging head down on the tree. The blood in his body seemed to have drained out. Serdek was holding a skinning knife and peeling the lynx's fur. Leto felt that if he had such a sharp dagger, he would be able to peel skin like this smoothly. While peeling off the lynx's fur, Serdek nagged to Samira, This kind of cat meat is the most unpalatable, and there is no magic core in the body, so it is worthless. Next time, just scare them away. Don't kill anymore, unless you need this bobcat fur scarf. Samira sat on the horizontal branch of the pine tree, holding a green fruit in her hand and gnawing on it, not caring what Serdek said. Gulaitam, who was sitting against the fir tree, nodded repeatedly, raised his head and said to Samira, I like venison, but also bear and wild boar meat. At the very least, rabbit or snow chicken. Samira threw the core on the ogre's head, hung it upside down on the branch, looked at Suldek and said, Don't you think there are very few wild animals here? Only then did Suldek stop the skinning knife in his hand, turned to Aung San and asked, That means we are not too far from the ghost-striped red and nest in Aung San. Right? Aung San whispered to the two indigenous warriors, and then said to Suldek, We haven't reached their hunting range yet. In fact, our destination this time is on the northern slope of that mountain. In the morning, a faint mist rose in the woods. As I walked through the woods, the leather armor on my body was wet with dew, and it felt a little cold when it touched my body. There is some musty smell scattered in the forest. Many trees are covered with purple moss. and even the ground under your feet is a little slippery. The further north you go, the more you can intuitively feel that the little beasts in the forest are almost extinct. The whole forest was quiet except for the chirping of some insects. The further north you go, you will see some giant fir trees that are more than 100 meters high, and there are also many larger trees lying in the forest, forming tree holes like natural tunnels. Some tree holes can stretch for hundreds of meters. In addition to moss, many fungi also grow on the surface of these tree holes. It is hard to imagine how spectacular these giant trees, which are more than 20 meters in diameter and hundreds of meters high, must have been standing in the mountains. Surdak stretched out his hand and knocked on the rotten tree trunk. The texture of the trunk was like a hard rock, and it made several crisp sounds one after another. Samira leaned forward curiously, scraped off a layer of sticky moss with a dagger, and carefully identified it before she whispered, "Oh my god, this giant tree that is about to rot is actually an ironwood. This tree, how many years does it take for ironwood to grow to such a tall size?" As the hardest wood, ironwood has always been famous for its preciousness. Whether it is making high-end furniture or making ironwood bows and arrow shafts, it is widely used. Initially, even the main components of catapults and bed crossbows were made of ironwood. However, in recent years, ironwood resources have become increasingly scarce, and many core components have been replaced by magic metal. Unexpectedly, among the mountains deep in the Invercargill Warcraft forest, there is a giant ironwood that has been dead for many years. Although the surface of this ironwood is covered with moss and fungi, its texture is not affected at all. If we can move it back to Bena City, we can probably get at least half of the constructed knights back. Surdak looked up at the arched tree hole that was more than 10 meters high, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Such a giant ironwood is not much worse than a mine. The most important thing is that it is exposed on the surface, making it easier to mine. As long as there is a way to separate such a giant tree, Surdak will have a way to transport it. Go back to Helensa. The only troublesome part is that it is deep in the Invercargill Monster Forest. This place is deeper into the forest than the two mine locations marked by Marquis Luther on the map." Ong San translated Leto's words. "The stone bow made of this material is very good, but everyone in the tribe can cut it." Ong San was also shocked by the huge ironwood in front of him. He knew that ironwood was very valuable, and ironwood bows were also the best hardwood bows. The Aboriginal people in Doden town have always lived an extremely difficult life. He never imagined that it was not actually the barren land in the Belan Plain that made the lives of the Aboriginals like the miserable and downtrodden. It's that huge wealth is clearly right in front of you, but you don't even know it. There is no way to transport these huge ironwoods for the time being, so we can only let them continue to lie in the mountains. Leto and Balemule led everyone to continue walking forward until they climbed over the high mountains ahead, and the two indigenous warriors finally stopped, except for Gulidum, who was waiting under the tree. The other 5 people climbed up a tall fir tree and climbed to the top of the tree crown. Only then did their vision jump out of the forest area. In front of them was an open sea of green forest, with all the tree crowns under their feet, with the rolling hills. The indigenous warrior Balemule pointed at a giant barrier-like peak due north and said something. Ong San held the horizontal branches of the fir tree and said to Surdak, "They say that is the Darkworm Valley. The entire mountain range?" Surdak took a breath and asked. Ong San nodded. "The height of this mountain ridge is also straight into the sky, and there is some white snow piled on the top. It looks like it should be a glacier accumulated for thousands of years. The peak is hidden in the clouds, surrounded by a layer of smoke-like mist, making it impossible to see the true appearance of the mountains. There are no such high peaks around the forest anymore, standing alone in the heart of the Invercargill Monster Forest. Below this mountain ridge is the largest activity range of ghost-striped red ants. When the beast tide comes, they will cross this mountain ridge and go all the way south, overwhelmingly occupying all forests." Ong San stood aside and introduced to Surdak. When Surdak heard what Ong San said, some images of an invasion of ghostly red ants flashed through his mind. He wanted to secretly take a look at the ghost-striped red ants at the foot of the mountain, but was severely rejected by the two indigenous warriors. Chapter 733 Forest Treasure 2. Although I was not able to observe the ghost-marked red ants more closely, this expedition was worthwhile. At least it allowed Surdak to figure out the source of the beast tide. After walking sideways for a while along this ridge, I finally saw a red figure running quickly through the forest at the foot of the ridge. It had a set of crimson mouthparts on its head. The pair of large pincers were about 1 foot long. It is long, and there are some small sharp teeth in the middle of the jaws. Those sharp teeth are constantly interlaced. There is a pair of black compound eyes on the reddish-brown head. 3 pairs of slender red legs protrude from the chest, dragging a spindle-shaped abdomen. It was under a red pine tree. Its entire body was nearly 3 meters long. Its huge head was sniffing the smell of the forest. Its mouthparts kept opening and closing, as if it was looking for the prey. It looked particularly terrifying. They have a very keen sense of smell and can smell smells from far away. We can't stay here for too long. Onsan walked to Surdak and whispered, "Let's go!" Surdak waved his hand. The group turned around and returned along the original path. Arriving at the southern slope of the mountain, the tense nerves of the 2 indigenous warriors relaxed a little, and they were no longer so anxious when walking. When passing through a forest, the indigenous warrior named Leto suddenly stopped, pointed at the seemingly dense forest, and muttered a few words quickly to Onsan. Onsan's face was a little unnatural, and he turned to Soldak and said, "Leto said that a few days ago, an adventure group was killed by ghost-marked red ants in the forest over there. They just broke into the ghost-marked red ants rashly. The red ants' territory was chased here by a group of soldier ants and killed." Surdak walked towards the dense forest, and there were indeed traces of battles in the forest. Apart from a section of trees, there were only some bones and broken leather armor scattered on the ground, fragments of canvas tents, and a bloody boot. I also saw a piece of advanced magic pattern structure that was shattered into pieces along the way, and the traces of the battle in the forest extended to the top of the mountain. It seems that the adventure group went through a very brutal battle here. But unfortunately, this group of people could not escape the pursuit of the ghost-marked red ants in the end. After searching in the woods for a long time, he could not find the badge marking this adventure group. So Soldak had no choice but to give up the search. After walking out of the dense forest between the mountains, Surdak asked Onsan again, "Do these ghost-striped red ants have any natural enemies?" Onsan replied without thinking, "Have." Onsan pointed to the north and said, "They are farther north. It is said that they are a group of big golden birds. They sometimes come here to hunt. Those ghost-striped red ants are no match for them. But I usually don't like them. Dare to go so deep. I've only seen them a few times. Their wingspan is probably 7 or 8 meters. They are covered in golden feathers, and their chirping sound can almost tear through the clouds. The number of those birds is very small. Even if they can eat a few ghost-striped red ants, it will not affect their population." Onsan added, Surdak and his party walked back along the way they came. After climbing over 2 mountains in succession, the indigenous warriors and Onsan gathered together and muttered for a long time. Onsan then walked to Surdak, and this time the 2 indigenous warriors also followed. So the team stopped. Surdak looked at Onsan suspiciously. Onsan said to Soldak, "Leto said they found a hive of yellowtail giant bees near here. They can't defeat those giant bees if we are willing to help. The final harvest of honey and beeswax will be divided equally." Surdak didn't know what kind of strength the yellowtail giant bee had, so he asked Onsan, "What's the strength of that swarm of yellowtail giant bees?" Onsan scratched his head and then said, "I heard that the yellowtail giant wasp is a group of first-level monsters. The poisonous needles at the tail pierce the body, and the toxins are enough to kill a strong warrior. There are at least several hundred in a hive. There is a giant bee, and each hive has a queen bee. The queen bee should belong to the category of second-level monsters. However, when I usually see such monsters, I always actively avoid them. So I don't know about Huangtail, giant bee's true strength. Tell me, what are we going to do?" Surdak asked Onsan. Onsan pointed at the 2 indigenous warriors and said, "They will lure the yellowtail giant bees out, and then ask your sharpshooter to kill them one by one. The weak point of those yellowtail giant bees is in the abdomen, and their essence is steel arrows can penetrate their bodies, and once they are nailed to a tree, they will be unable to break free." Then Onsan said, "The only trouble is that queen bee, which not only flies very fast, but also shoots poisonous stings outwards. But I think you and your men should be able to defeat it." Surdak saw Guladam's eagerness to try, thought for a moment, and then said, "I think we can try it." 2 hours later, just under a towering tree, there are countless corpses of yellowtail giant bees scattered everywhere. Almost all of these yellowtail giant bees were shot through the head by an arrow. Although they still want to flap their wings and fly, they can only be like headless flies, bumping around. 2 indigenous warriors held spears in their hands and stabbed the yellowtail giant bees that could no longer fly with the final sting. Clear magic lines appeared on Samira's right arm, and the arrow pod at her waist had long been completely empty. The blood vessels in the entire arm were bulging, and the arm had turned red, which had obviously reached the core of her body. Limit. Ever since the powerful life magic pattern was implanted in the Great Ape King, Samira's physical strength has never been exhausted like this. There was fine sweat on the tip of the half-elf archer's nose and forehead, and there was a hint of red on his cheeks. Surdak used the blood-red crescent sword to split the head of the yellow-tailed queen. The transparent wings behind the queen slowly stopped vibrating, and her whole body curled up and was still twitching on the ground. Dead yellow-tailed giant wasps were scattered everywhere. These yellow-tailed giant wasps were actually larger than an adult's fist. The ogre Gillidim squatted aside and asked San to help pull out several poisonous thorns stuck in his shoulders. The venom of the yellow-tailed giant wasp is nothing to the strong ogre. It can only make his shoulders swell up with a big bump. But when San helps pull out the stinger of the queen bee, the ogre Mobilizing couldn't wait to pick up the yellow-tailed giant bees from the ground and string them on a fine steel arrow shaft. He also said to Surdak with excitement, "If this thing is grilled, it probably won't taste very good, but I think it can be fried." Surdak split open the yellow-tailed queen's head, and there was indeed a magic core inside. This yellow-tailed queen was almost a late-stage first-level monster, and he was lucky to find such a magic core. However, those yellow-tailed giant wasps are not first-level monsters. They can only be regarded as mutated killer bees. The magic patterns on their bodies are not fully developed. In addition to having a highly toxic poisonous needle, they are at most huge, and its vitality is very strong and extremely aggressive. Two indigenous warriors climbed up the towering tree, tied the hive with a rope, and lifted it to the ground little by little. Peeling off the beeswax on the outside reveals a densely arranged hexagonal honeycomb inside, which even contains many squirming bee pupae the size of eggs. The two indigenous warriors happily split the beehive in two, carefully wrapped their own portion in banana leaves, and then made it into a huge package and carried it on their backs. The honey stuck to their fingers went into their stomachs. There were only magic sealing boxes and ordinary boxes in Surdak's magic pocket. There was a whole box of honey mixed with bee pupae and beeswax. Chapter 730 for the Duni tribe's transaction. "You can always find some magic herbs here, but it's a bit dangerous to come here," San said with some emotion. Surdak and his party took the indigenous tribe's ropeway across the mountain stream and canyon and returned to the south bank of the canyon. Feeling that such a deep valley might be able to block the ghost-striped red ants on the north bank of the canyon for a period of time, Surdak felt that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The cost of disposing of this huge hive was that Samira overused her arms again. Although she had the holy light technique and the divine blessing body, she could not quickly restore her arms to their original state. After returning to the cliff where the indigenous tribe was located, the chief elder of the indigenous tribe met with Surdak again. It was still in the room on the highest floor of the indigenous crypt. The chief elder of the indigenous tribe was sitting in front of the bonfire and saw Leto and Baramule. The honeybees' pupae they brought back were packed in 2 clay pots. These honeys were not the usual desserts of the indigenous people, but a rare medicinal material. It was this joint expedition to the Darkworm Valley that allowed both parties to establish the most basic trust. "Are you saying that you are willing to send someone to follow me back to Doden town to conduct some transactions?" Surdak asked the indigenous elder. He knew that this matter was imminent, but he did not expect that the indigenous elders would be so anxious. The indigenous elder huddled next to the meeting, nodded, his eyes fell on Surdak, and said, "Yes, we are willing to take out some of these crystals and exchange them for some winter supplies from you. This is very important to our Duni tribe." Surdak saw some magical herbs placed on the wooden shelf behind the great indigenous elder. He at least saw silverleaf grass, Ningxian flower and kudzu. These magical herbs he could recognize from the shelves. These herbs were in the magic market and the Green Empire is almost completely sold out. At this time, Surdak certainly would not choose those magic crystals that continued to depreciate. He nodded to the indigenous elder and said, "Of course, but I would rather trade these magic herbs with you than these magic crystals." The indigenous elder was slightly startled and looked down at the magic crystals in the wooden tray. Unexpectedly, the young imperial general had no interest at all, and instead took a fancy to the witchcraft materials. For the warriors in the indigenous tribes, obtaining magic crystals is far more difficult than obtaining these magic herbs. These magic crystals are all taken out from the magic core. Just these magic crystals in the wooden plate are worthless. How many precious magic cores are there? The warriors of the indigenous tribes have to hunt enough magic beasts to find these magic cores. Compared with these magic cores, these magic herbs growing in the World of Warcraft forest are easier to obtain. The indigenous tribes still control the collection areas of some magical herbs. Many herbs cannot be preserved for a long time. Otherwise the magic power will lose their effectiveness. So they will let them grow in the forest. They just go back regularly to check the growth and make some disguises outside. No problem. As long as the price of the herbs meets our expectations. Nothing is off limits. The Aboriginal elder nodded, and then asked the Aboriginal girl next to him to put some bundles of magic herbs on the shelf into a bag. Only in wooden box. Then he pondered for a moment, and then said to Serdek, Ongsan brought you to the Duni tribe, which can fully explain your position on the indigenous tribes and Aboriginal issues in the Belan Plain. I hope you can express your opinions here. During this difficult period, try to restrain the slave catchers in the town as much as possible. Nowadays, the slave trading gang headed by Mayor Marco in Doden town has basically been eliminated. And basically no adventure group is willing to enter the Warcraft forest at this time. Therefore, Serdek immediately patted his chest and promised, I can guarantee that during the period before the beast tide breaks out, no adventure group with a tendency to hunt slaves will be allowed to enter the Warcraft forest through the North City Wall. As a result, the great elder of the Duni tribe and Serdek reached a second deal. Use magical herbs in exchange for tribal winter supplies. Not only that, this time the indigenous elders continued to send Leto and Baramule to take these magic herbs and go with Soldak to Doden town to conduct this transaction of magic herbs. The two indigenous warriors did not know the imperial language, so the indigenous elder asked the young indigenous girl beside him to accompany him. It had been almost 5 days since Soldak left Doden town. He declined the enthusiasm of the indigenous elders to stay, led the cavalry squadron out of the Invercargill Warcraft forest, and finally rushed back to Doden town at dusk on the 6th day. A group of cavalry walked into the Doden Canyon and were discovered by the city guards on the city wall. Not long after, the gate under the northern city wall opened, and Andrew led a group of cavalry and ran out to greet them. Andrew rode on the ancient Bolai horse and complained to Soldak with a wry smile. If you don't come back, I will lead the cavalry into the Warcraft forest to find you. Serdek also knew that he would be in the cavalry camp these days, and would be under some pressure to lead patrols near the border. He smiled and patted his shoulder to comfort him, and said, This time we went a little further, but the harvest was still quite big. Andrew asked curiously, Go into the depths of the Warcraft forest and find the source of the beast tide? Soldak nodded, pulled the reins of the warhorse, and said to Andrew, Well, that's about it. The only regret is that I didn't take a closer look at those ghost-striped red ants. Let's go back to the camp and talk about it. The group of people passed through the city gate in the North City Wall and entered Doden town. This was the first time for 3 young people from the Duni tribe to come to Doden town. They stayed under the northern city wall for a long time. When they passed the northern city wall, they saw so many houses built on the ground in Doden town inside the city wall. The only commercial street in the town even had street lights on. Those colorful lights reflected in the eyes of the 3 indigenous young people, which immediately dazzled them, carrying herb boxes on their backs. They foolishly followed Serdek into the military camp. Everything they saw in the military camp seemed so novel to them. After entering the military camp, Samira handed over the horses to the native herdsman and left on her own, dragging her tired body. Soldak asked Andrew to arrange accommodation for the 3 indigenous young people, and then rode to the town of Doden to see how Selena and Zigna were doing these days. Passing the long street of the town, I saw that at least half of the shops on both sides of the street were open for business, and there was not much panic in the eyes of the residents of the town. When passing by the bakery, Soldak deliberately dismounted and walked into the bakery. The counter of the bakery is filled with long strips of white bread, but more of them are scones. The bread rack is almost full of them. A boss and 2 apprentices are putting the kneaded dough into the bread oven. A maid stood at the door. When she saw Soldak walking in, she quickly came up to receive him. Soldak walked straight to the wheat cake shelf, pointed to the baked wheat cake on the shelf, and asked directly, How much does this baked wheat cake cost? 10 coins apiece, the maid stammered. She was so oppressed by Serdak's aura that she couldn't even speak completely. Serdek casually took out a piece of baked wheat cake from the shelf. This standard wheat cake is about 1 foot in diameter. After adding some yeast, the whole wheat cake looks very thick when baked. In addition to the sweetness of the wheat itself, the taste is slightly sour. Although the price is not too expensive, it is not too cheap either. At least the Aborigines in the town cannot afford it. Serdek asked, Have these baked wheat cakes always been priced at this price? When the bakery owner heard Soldak's question, he quickly came up and explained. It used to be 8 copper coins per wheat cake. Recently, The adventure maps in Doden town have left one after another, and the business group cannot receive the goods. No carriage is willing to come to Doden town. So the price of wheat flour in the town has increased to a certain extent. So the price of baked wheat cakes has also been increased in recent days. Surdek nodded, turned around and walked out of the bakery without saying anything. Don't you want to buy some bread? The white bread in our store is all freshly baked. The bakery owner followed behind Suldak and promoted. Suldak stopped at the door of the bakery. The bakery owner who was following behind wanted to give him a mouth, and secretly complained that his mouth was so mean. Why did he have to say this more? How much does the wheat flour need to drop so that the price of such a large piece of baked wheat cake can be reduced to 2 copper coins? Suldak turned to the bakery owner and asked. Although the bakery owner was a little nervous, he still calculated it carefully and then said, if the price of baked wheat cakes really drops to 2 copper coins apiece, I am afraid that everyone in the town will come to my place to buy baked wheat cakes. Then, the profit from baking wheat cakes can be spread a little thinner. If the cost of wheat flour is included, wheat flour will be profitable at 1 copper coin per pound. But where can you find such cheap wheat flour? Surdek nodded, but did not speak. He walked out of the bakery and rode away alone. Chapter 735, Trading House in a Small Town. Some women's clothes and sheets were hung on the clothesline on the terrace of the small building. A breeze blew, and the sheets swayed on the clothesline. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through a row of street trees, and long shadows cover the entire small courtyard. Surdek was holding the horse and standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He raised his head and happened to see the slim figure standing on the terrace of the small building. Selena put down the wooden basin in her hand, wiped her wet hands, reached out to tuck her hair behind her ears, and stood next to the balcony railing and smiled softly at Surdek. Ah! Duck! You're back! Signa rushed out of the house, hugged one of Suldak's big legs, and hung her hands and feet on his legs, like a koala. Nika stood obediently at the door of the room. She was wearing a clean and fitted long linen skirt. Her light brown hair was combed into a ponytail. She suddenly became much more beautiful. Perhaps she had eaten well in the past few days, and her face had become more beautiful. None of the previous dishes. Selena came down from upstairs and asked Suldak, who was tying the war horse in the yard, why did you go so long this time? Surdek turned around, washed his hands in the basin, wiped his face before saying, the situation in the world of Warcraft Forest is a bit complicated, but at present, at least there is still some time for us to prepare. Nika carried a bucket of water and placed it in front of the war horse, then dragged a wooden trough over in the corner, poured some fodder into it, stood next to the war horse, unbuckled the saddle, took off the saddle seat, and used a piece of wood to start scraping the horse sweat off the war horse. The temperature difference between day and night in the Belan Plain is quite large, and it will get cooler soon after the sun sets. If the horse sweat is not cleaned in time, the war horse will easily get sick. Is there really going to be a beast tide? Selena took the towel from Suldak's hand and followed him and asked. Surdek walked into the small building, took off his salamander skin armor, hung it on the wooden frame at the door, and said, well, it should be a large group of ghost-marked red ants. The entire small building was cleaned up by Selena, and the floors and stairs were polished to a sheen. He grabbed Selena's hand and asked her, how have you been these past few days? Selena blushed slightly. She could feel the heat in Suldak's eyes. Pursing her bright red lips, she carefully looked outside the room and pulled her hand back with embarrassment. She said to Suldak, it's very good. Life in the small town is really good. The people here are very welcoming. Have you had dinner? There are still some fried meatloaf in the kitchen. Surdek touched his stomach and felt his stomach growling. I sat down at the dining table and drank a glass of water, feeling my stomach grow louder. Selena brought the dinner up. It looked like there was no uneaten food left, but more like it was left specially for Suldak. The fried meatloaf was still warm. How did you know I was coming here today? Surdek tore off a piece of toasted wheat cake, put some meatloaf on it, stuffed it into his mouth, and asked vaguely. At this time, Signa also came to the dining table, supported her chin with both hands, and rested her elbows on the table. She stared at Suldak without blinking and said, we prepare dinner for you every day. If you don't come, these will be breakfast tomorrow morning. Selena heated some vegetable soup, placed it on the dining table, and sat down opposite Suldak. While eating, Suldak asked, how is the town going these days? Are there any conflicts between immigrants and indigenous people? Selena held a water glass in both hands and said to Suldak, everything is fine. I didn't expect that Mrs. Luna is also a person with some tricks. She slightly punished a group of immigrants in the town a few days ago, so that they became more honest and not only maintained the security of the town, but also calmed the emotions of many indigenous people in the town. Serdek did not expect that Mrs. Luna actually had some management talents, and said in surprise, "At first, I only thought that she could stabilize the situation in Doden town until the new mayor came to Doden town. I didn't expect that she would actually manage Doden town well. What I need is a relatively stable person. Small town." Then he asked, "How about I ask you to pay attention to the trading house? What have you discovered in the past few days? Wilkes Trading Company almost monopolizes most of the large transactions in the town." Selena paused after speaking, and then asked Serdek, "Isn't it said that nobles can be tax-free?" Serdek finished the food on the plate in front of him in 2 mouthfuls, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said casually, "That is the land tax and population tax in the territory. Large-scale commercial transactions still need to pay taxes. I will see you tomorrow. Meet manager Anthony of the trading house." There was a nice marble bathtub in the bathroom in the small building, and Serdek lay in the bathtub filled with hot water. His head rested on the edge of the bathtub. The warm water rippled slightly. His body relaxed, and he fell asleep without even realizing it. When he woke up again, he found that he was lying on a soft big bed, covered with a dry quilt. Selena next to her was resting on his arm. Her long golden hair spread out, covering her charming face. Her breathing was very light. Her body was curled, and she was holding one of his arms, like a cat. The curtains were drawn in the room, and an owl cooed outside the window. Serdek closed his eyes again and immersed himself in the sea of spiritual consciousness. The magic perception touched the magic elements in the surrounding air. As the perception spread little by little, it seemed that he could clearly feel some of the furnishings in the room. As the perception spreads outward, that wonderful feeling continues to spread. He could even feel that on the empty coffee table in the living room. There was a vase half filled with water, with a golden sunflower in the vase. Signa was lying on the bed in the next room, but she seemed to have not covered herself with a quilt, and one of her lower legs was exposed. Nika lived in the attic. She seemed to be awake. She was sitting on the bed, holding her knees with her hands, looking up at the stars in the night sky through the attic window. He continued to spread his perception outwards, trying to understand the world outside the house, but felt that the mental power in the sea of spiritual consciousness could not sustain the spread of perception. After a while of dizziness, Serdek fell into a deep sleep again. Past. At the moment when he fell asleep, the night was like a gentle hand wrapping around him and Selena. The already depleted mental energy was quickly nourished at this moment. Serdek felt like he had had a long dream, in which he seemed to be in a sea of silence. The sun shines through the sea and turns into beams of light shining into the sea. He had no sense of anything. In this strange environment, he felt no fear at all. By the time Serdek woke up from his dream, it was already completely bright. A beam of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, and the beauty beside him was no longer there. There was a neat pile of clothes on the bed. Serdek grabbed his hair and sat up from the bed energetically. He jumped out of bed with bare feet, looked at his hands, and let the power of holy light condense into 2 rays of light in his hands. He closed his eyes and concentrated so that his perception spread outward. At this moment, although his eyes were closed, it feels like the whole world has become more alive. There is only one trading house in the town, and this trading house basically monopolizes all the Warcraft materials business in the town. This trading house has a very famous name, Wilkes Trading House. Doden town is a border town in the Green Empire-occupied area of the Belan Plain. To the north of the town is the vast Invercargill Warcraft Forest. There were originally several hotels in the town dedicated to hosting adventure groups. The adventure groups that come to the town basically come for the rich resources of Warcraft in the Invercargill Warcraft Forest. As long as they are on the edge of the forest, they may hunt some Warcraft. The adventure group traveled through the plains and came to Doden town with great pains. Of course, they would not just live here for 10.5 days and then leave. They hunted some Warcraft in the world of Warcraft Forest, and kept the precious Warcraft materials with them. Low-level Warcraft materials such as leather will be sold to local trading houses. The trading firm in Doden town purchases these Warcraft materials. In addition to Warcraft materials, magic metal mines and magic herbs are also within their scope of business. It can be said that it is some of the wealth brought by these adventure groups that supports the entire town of Doden. However, when these profits were swallowed up by the only trading house in Doden town, in fact, The financial revenue of Doden town continued to decline. In order to avoid affecting his own interests, Mayor Marco secretly contacted some slave traders, using the power in his hands to support slave traders in doing some slave business. It is said that this trading firm has the support of the Wilkes City Councilman. It seems that the owner of the trading firm is afraid that others will not know about this relationship. From the name of the trading firm, we can clearly understand some of the inside information. Soldak took Andrew and the 2 cavalry squadron captains into the trading house. Now that the beast tide is approaching, the trading house seems a little depressed. There are almost no adventure groups doing transactions in the hall. There are only some locals standing in line in front of the food selling area. Soldak specifically learned from the adventure guild in the morning that there is currently no adventure group in the town. Even a locally formed adventure group left Doden town last week and will go to the Belan Plain of the south, where to look for money-making opportunities. When the waiter at the door saw Soldak walking in, he immediately came up to greet him and asked his companion to inform Anthony, the manager of the firm. The waiter didn't know Soldak, but he saw that he was followed by 2 cavalrymen wearing heavy armor, and there was a construct warrior next to him, wearing a noble badge on his chest. Even if he had never seen Soldak, he would be slightly surprised. If you think about it, you can guess his identity. Good morning, distinguished commander. The waiter looked polite and stood beside Soldak and asked him, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Soldak walked into the trading house and went directly to the area where cloth was sold. The shelves here were filled with bundles of linen cloth, as well as some tarpaulins and felts. High-grade silk and magic pattern cloth were not seen. Soldak said to the waiter, "I need 50 felt tents, 500 quilts, and 500 sets of thick cotton clothes. Please give me the details and price list. Can I get the goods before noon?" Before the waiter could speak, he heard someone greeting Soldak at the top of the stairs. "Commander Soldak, welcome to your visit." With that said, Manager Anthony walked quickly from the stairs, with 2 waiters following behind him, holding account books in their arms, showing a very busy look. The waiter next to him told Manager Anthony about Soldak's needs. Manager Anthony looked stunned. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Soldak with a somewhat gloomy face and asked him, "Sir Commander, I'm afraid these supplies you purchased are not for the garrison soldiers." "Right." Soldak also wanted to get the goods quickly and complete the transaction with 3 young natives of the Duni tribe before noon. Unexpectedly, Manager Anthony did not readily prepare these goods, but asked him with a straight face who he was trading with. Soldak frowned and asked Manager Anthony, "Is there any problem? The firm will not take on the town's business until the balance of the arrears for combat supplies from the City Defense Brigade is settled." Manager Anthony refused without even thinking about it. After saying that, he smiled apologetically at Soldak. It's just that the smile is a little frivolous. "Are you saying this to me?" Soldak asked with a bit of laughter. Only now did he understand that the trading house's code of conduct in Doden town was completely ignored by the military and political chiefs of the town. "What? Didn't you hear clearly? Or did your ears hurt?" Manager Anthony showed a trace of ridicule on his face, and then he asked the waiter next to him, "Did I not speak clearly enough?" The 2 waiters shook their heads vigorously and echoed, "Every word you said is very clear, Manager Anthony." Manager Anthony nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at Soldak without saying a word, as if he wanted to just watch him leave. Feeling that something was about to happen here, some mercenaries from the trading bank's armed group quickly came over and surrounded Manager Anthony. Soldak touched his forehead. He had never expected such a situation. He originally wanted to slowly rectify the trading houses in Doden town, but he did not expect that such a big problem would arise now. His eyes turned cold, and he said to Manager Anthony and the others, "Since you, on behalf of the trading house, told me that you do not want to conduct any transactions with the Doden town garrison until the debt in Doden town is paid off, then I have nothing to say. It can be said, but this debt is owed by Mayor Marco. And it doesn't matter if this lawsuit goes to Wilkes City. It will never be repaid by our garrison." He raised his voice a little higher and said, "But your behavior gives me reason to suspect that you deliberately hoarded supplies before the beast tide came, disrupted the market of Doden town, and destroyed the unity of Doden town. For the sake of Doden town, for the unity of Dan town, I can officially inform you now that from now on, Wilkes Trading House will be sealed indefinitely." Chapter 736, Battle of Commercial Banks. A group of cavalrymen garrisoned in the camp were fully armed and rode ancient bow-lie horses through the busy street. Pedestrians on the street immediately moved to both sides of the street to make way for the cavalry. The metal armor reflected dazzling light under the scorching Sunday. The knight's spear on the saddle carries a chilling air. The residents of the town only saw this group of cavalry stopping in front of the trading house and confronting a group of mercenaries at the entrance of the trading house. These mercenaries are an armed group that has been established by the trading company for many years. They are usually responsible for the security of the trading company. When the trading company's goods are transported to Wilk City, they are also responsible for escorting them. The mercenaries are hired from the mercenary guild by the boss of the trading house. Each mercenary has the strength of a first-class warrior. They are usually very arrogant in Doden town. Almost no one dares to offend the armed group of the trading house. Group of people. More than half of the mercenaries in the armed group have loose pieces of magic pattern constructs. This kind of magic pattern construct can only enhance a specific ability. It is far less balanced than the enhanced attributes of the complete set of magic pattern constructs of the Construct Knight. There is a huge difference in the attributes of each piece of magic pattern construction. And the value also varies greatly from a dozen magic crystals to dozens of magic crystals. The weapons in his hands are even more diverse, including various long-handled weapons, spears, axes, clubs, swords, warhammers, flails, longbows, and daggers. Just like this, a group of mercenaries surrounded the traders and prevented the cavalry from the garrison camp from approaching. Manager Anthony stared at Suldak with a cold face and said, "Do you really need to make this matter so tense?" He pursed his lips with a ridiculous sense of superiority on his face. Standing in the lobby of the trading house with a confident attitude, he looked at Surdak in front of him. 6 mercenaries strode out from behind Manager Anthony, surrounding Suldak and the 2 cavalry squadron captains. Even the entrances of the trading house were guarded by mercenaries. "All irrelevant persons, please leave the trading house," a squadron leader next to Surdak shouted loudly. There were not many customers in the trading house hall to begin with. Seeing the tense situation inside and outside the hall, they quickly stopped trading and rushed to leave this place of right and wrong. For a time, there was chaos in the business house. Manager Anthony saw the customers taking advantage of the chaos to leave the business. And the last smile on his face cooled down. He said with a sullen face, "It's very difficult for me to do this. Originally, our trading house and the commander did not harm each other. But now you are openly challenging the bottom line of our trading group. I would like to ask you what reason you have for closing down the trading house. Didn't I just say enough?" Suldak turned around and glanced outside the door, then walked towards the outside of the trading house. 6 mercenaries wearing half-body magic patterns stopped in front of Surdak, 4 holding swords and shields, and 2 holding spears, blocking the road in front of Surdak. "Please get out of the way of irrelevant people." The cavalry squadron leaders scolded these mercenaries. At this moment, on the street outside the trading house, a cavalry squadron leader shouted, "Everyone dismount." The scraping sound of armor was particularly harsh. The street outside the trading house was filled with heavily armed heavy cavalry. However, they did not ride on horses and hold knights' spears. Instead, they dismounted and lined up quickly, holding knights' swords and knights' light shields. A squadron leader's orders. "The cavalry teams are ready to advance." The sound of uniformed footsteps was like the slow sound of war drums, beating into the hearts of the onlookers one after another. Ouch! All the cavalrymen pulled out their swords and looked very impressive. The expressions on the faces of the mercenaries guarding the door of the trading house also became tense. They stood shoulder to shoulder one by one, pointing their weapons at the slowly approaching cavalry. The makeshift human wall also aimed at the cavalry. They bumped into each other. A faint halo of power lit up at Surdak's feet. Although he was not wearing a magic pattern structure or even any heavy armor, the aura of a knight was already exuding from him. He stared at the mercenaries in front of him. The magic pattern structures on these mercenaries were flashing with magical halo, and the weapons in their hands were pointed directly at Suldak. Surdak glanced down at the noble badge on his chest and walked towards the door of the trading house. A mercenary stopped in front of Suldak, reached out to hold his shoulders, and smiled at him in a joking tone. "Commander, if I were you, I would not leave the trade now." Business house. Before he could finish his words, a sharp sword that had been turning into white light shot in from outside the door. With a pop sound, it was inserted into the mercenary's arm. The tip of the arrow was exposed from the other end of the arm, and the tail feathers of the fine steel arrow were still trembling. The mercenary looked at his arm with disbelief and let out a shrill scream. He stared at the door of the trading house hall, but did not see the archer outside. The other 3 mercenaries also looked towards the door with horrified faces, finding that there was no one behind him. 2 mercenaries held round shields and guarded the direction of the door. Several mercenaries looked at Sulfur again, trying to stop him. The injured mercenary covered his injured arm, strode out of the trading hall, and ran outside to look for the archer who shot his arm through. Sulfur stepped forward. Another mercenary stopped in front of him again. He was a little nervous and reached for the sword at his waist with his right hand. The moment he drew his sword, an arrow flashed through the door again. This arrow seemed to appear out of thin air in front of the mercenary and shot through the wrist where he drew the sword. The 2 mercenaries standing with shields didn't even see where the stainless steel arrows came from. They looked at Sulfur in astonishment, and the expressions on their faces were no longer relaxed. Sulfur moved forward again, but the remaining 4 mercenaries did not dare to step forward to stop him. When he walked out of the trading house, he saw Samira wearing a tight-fitting salamander leather armor, standing on the roof of the shop across the street, holding the hunting bow of the painting of Withering in her hand. And the energy gathered behind her, the momentum is quietly dissipating. The right half of her face was even covered with red bloodshot eyes, and her right eye also changed from light red to blood red. Obviously, in addition to using his own power, he also mobilized the power of the elf blood in his body. So much so that even the recovery power of the blessed body could not suppress the hidden injuries on her body. Manager Anthony watched as Sulfur walked out of the business hall. He was a little afraid of the archer outside, so he hid his body behind the counter and just stuck his head out to look outside. At this time, he couldn't bear it anymore and shouted sharply, "What are you waiting for? Is Mr. High waiting for others to demolish the trading house? Do it!" The mercenaries standing outside the trading house heard someone inside the trading house shouting, "Do it!" These mercenaries were used to being arrogant and domineering in Doden town. Without thinking twice, they all pulled out their weapons and rushed towards the heavily armed cavalry. Come up. They also knew that the full coverage heavy armors on these cavalry were very strong, so they immediately used the magic pattern structures on their bodies. They saw some magic glimmers on the mercenaries one after another, and the power behind them almost at the same time emerged. The weapon in his hand struck with full force in various postures. The strength of these mercenaries is indeed higher than that of the cavalry, and they also have attribute bonuses from the magic pattern components on their bodies. They collided with the heavy cavalry and immediately chopped down the row of heavy cavalry in front of them to the ground. Then they pounced on the heavy cavalry in the back row, and the second row of heavy cavalry could only parry. For a while, the mercenaries and the heavy cavalry were fighting together, and the cavalry were obviously at a disadvantage. However, 2 squadrons came from the cavalry battalion, which had an absolute numerical advantage. These cavalry are also veterans, who have been on the battlefield for a long time. They have faced more powerful evil spirits and Nakma people on the battlefield. They have the ability to protect themselves in front of the evil spirits. Therefore, although they used some force at the beginning of the battle, there was chaos, but the veterans of the cavalry battalion immediately stabilized the situation. With this sturdy heavy armor, several of them could deal with one mercenary. At the same time, Andrew, an indigenous warrior of the Nanai tribe, rushed to the front holding a butcher's axe. Although there are warriors among these mercenaries who are close to the peak strength of the first rank, they do not have the Earth Shield magic pattern structure. Andrew relied on his own berserker soul to trade injuries for injuries on the battlefield. He immediately activated the Earth Shield on the magic pattern structure, which helped him block 3 attacks and cut down the 2 mercenaries in front of him to the ground. The Ogre stood in the crowd, and all the mercenaries and cavalry present were taller than him from the chest down. He was holding a bone-crushing stick. The mercenary on the opposite side aroused the power in his body as soon as he saw Gulaitum. A crusader swordsman holding a big sword appeared behind him. He swung his sword sharply at the ogre. Some simple totem patterns also appeared on the body of the ogre Gulaitum, and the bone-crushing stick in his hand faced the phantom. The bone-crushing stick brought up a fierce wind to block the shadow's sharp sword. The shadow quickly dissipated behind the mercenary. Gulaitum felt a chill in his waist, and saw the mercenary scratching his waist. With one sword strike, his skin was as solid as rock, but a wound was made by the sharp magic sword. Gulaitum was furious and raised his elephant-like thick legs to kick the mercenary. A shield-wielding mercenary from behind quickly took a step forward and raised an iron shield with spikes to meet him. To the ogre. Boom! The ogre's knees pressed against the spiked shield, and the heavy force knocked the spiked shield mercenary backwards and flew several meters away. He and the shield hit the stone wall of the trading house directly. The white-gray surface of the stone wall showed spider web-like cracks. The mercenary leaned against the wall and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Gulaitum's knees were also punctured with several bloody holes by the thorn shield. The ogre, under the severe pain, let out a deafening roar, picked up the bone-crushing stick in his hand, and slashed the one on his waist. The mercenary with a sword stopped him, and swung out the bone-crushing stick. The mercenary avoided it, and hurriedly blocked it with his sword. A sunset sword made of red steel was smashed by a bone-crushing stick and curled up like a piece of scrap iron. The tiger's mouth of the mercenary's sword was also cracked by the huge force, and his body rolled on the spot. And he managed to avoid the ogre's kick. Guillidom's foot stepped heavily on the stone slab, causing the stone slabs under his feet to break into pieces. Serdek walked back to the cavalry, and the aura of night power on his body suddenly took effect, and the combat effectiveness of the entire cavalry squadron increased. The cavalry were not worried about being injured, and there was no psychological pressure like, "Can't afford expensive treatment medicine." Almost every cavalry showed an extremely firm will to fight, although they collided with each other at the beginning and suffered a little loss. The battle situation stabilized immediately. Especially Andrew and Guilidom both showed their power at the same time. In a few steps, he smashed the mercenary blocking the door until he was unable to fight back. The cavalry guarding behind Andrew only needed to hold a shield to block the enemies on both sides of his body, and prepare ropes to tie up the mercenaries who fell to the ground. And the mission was completed. The cavalry battalion has a large number of people. Even if someone is injured, he will be replaced immediately by the cavalry on standby behind. Guilidom rushed to the wall of the trading house and smashed the bone-crushing stick in his hand against the stone wall of the trading house. Boom! A stone wall collapsed inwards, revealing a hole as high as a person's height. The momentum of the cavalry camp increased greatly. The mercenaries guarding outside the trading company saw that the number of people on their side who could fight was getting smaller and smaller. A group of cavalry formed a human wall and pressed towards the trading company. They no longer had the same vigor as before. For a while, birds and beasts scattered one after another. The cavalry picked up some mercenaries who were injured on the ground. Only a few people saw that the situation was not good and fled quickly through the back door of the trading house. At this time, hiding in the trading house, I realized how big a hornet's nest I had stung. I regretted that I should not have peeked into the transactions of the natives of the Warcraft forest, and refused the transaction of cotton clothes, quilts, belts and other items from the commander of the garrison camp. In a panic, he wanted to stop the fleeing mercenaries, but found that the waiters in the business were also running away. The fighting stopped quickly, but the fighting scene was a bit cruel. These mercenaries used weapons when fighting. At least more than 50 cavalry were injured. However, these mercenaries did not get an advantage, and were caught by the cavalry. There were nearly 60 mercenaries living there, and almost all of them were injured. In addition to these mercenaries, there were more than 40 mercenaries who took advantage of the chaos and escaped from behind the trading house, instead of letting the cavalry take the risk to pursue them. Serdek directly emptied the trading house of all the people and sealed several gates. The waiters in the trading house who wanted to resist, together with Anthony, the manager of the trading house, were all arrested by the cavalry. Manager Anthony stood outside the business with his hands tied with hemp rope, watching the business being sealed. The veins on his forehead were raised. His eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and he shouted in a hysterical voice, "Stop! Have you ever considered the consequences of this? The supporter behind our trading company is the congressman of Wilk City." Suldek walked up to Manager Anthony, lowered his head and stared at him and said, "You have to understand that we are the garrison of Doden town. Any armed force that is not registered with the military is a factor of instability in the town. As the military and political officer of Doden town, I have the right to contact your armed group." After saying that, he rode on Guba Lai's horse. Andrew reached out and touched the blood on the armor. He followed Serdek like a ferocious god and shouted at the 3 wounded cavalry squadron captains beside him, "Take them all away!" At this time, Samira across the long street also disappeared on the roof. Chapter 737 Baron Golding. The military camp is very lively tonight. There was a prison in the camp that was little better than a stable, and it was now filled with mercenaries who had returned from detention. Almost all of these mercenaries were injured, although they were all simply bandaged. They were still lying in the prison groaning. Some slightly injured mercenaries leaned against the prison fence and watched the cavalry eating dinner in an orderly manner in the garrison camp. Everyone held dinner plates in their hands and lined up to pass in front of several large iron pots. They seemed to be eating well. The injured cavalry received treatment from Serdek first. These cavalry were fully armed before fighting the mercenaries, so they did not suffer 2 serious fatal injuries. The most serious one was that one cavalry had 7 broken ribs. Surdak was so busy that he didn't even eat dinner. Treating these cavalrymen. Many cavalrymen recovered almost immediately after being treated with the Holy Light technique. Surdak also found that his Holy Light technique seemed to be a little different, and seemed to be more powerful than before. Because of the presence of Surdak, the cavalry in the cavalry battalion were not afraid of being injured at all. So they fought more bravely than the soldiers of other teams. As the priests and war priests of the Temple of Liberty withdrew from the battle order in the Green Empire, the price of healing potions on the Green Empire's magic market increased at least 10 times overnight, and the prices of herbal medicines continued to rise. This resulted in many soldiers dare not be injured in battle. Without any treatment, serious injury equals death. In the garrison camp, the cavalrymen sat neatly at the long table, with wooden dinner plates placed in front of them, and everyone was eating dinner quietly. The cavalry camp stipulates that no noise is allowed during meals. Everyone eats in silence with their heads lowered. After eating, they clean the plates and throw them into a steaming basin. These plates will be cleaned together. There are almost no fruits here in Doden town, but there are large bushes on the hilly side that are rich in cranberries, so the cavalry can still get some fresh berries after their meals. Every night, the cavalry would line up to take a cold shower by the wall of the water tower. In fact, the water in the water tower was still warm in the evening after being exposed to the sun for a day. The cavalry were all covered in smelly sweat after training all day. At this time, everyone is lining up and taking a shower, laughing and joking. This is the most relaxing time of the day. There are many horses in the military camp. Every evening, a large number of horses are driven over by the native herdsmen from outside the town and run into the stables. Under the sunset, watching that kind of scene can easily make people excited. At this time, the mercenaries who were imprisoned in the simple prison realized that they might have underestimated the true strength of this garrison. They seem to be completely different from the cavalry battalion of the Langdon Legion. Whether it is horses, various armaments, the sophistication of armor and weapons, or the high fighting will and optimistic attitude of the cavalry, they are all things that the previous cavalry battalion never had. After treating the cavalry, Surdak did not treat the mercenaries. After washing the blood on his hands, he walked out of the cavalry dormitory. The chief cook in the military camp had already brought a dinner plate full of stew and scones, and was waiting at the door of the dormitory. If he wasn't worried about being scolded by Surdak, he would even bring dinner into the dormitory. Surdak took the plate and felt that he was also hungry. At this time, the guard ran over and reported to him. Mrs. Luna from the town hall, tax collector Butra, tailor shop owner, and bakery owner are all waiting in front of the small building. Surdak quickly put down the dinner plate in his hand and followed the guard towards the small building. Josh, the owner of the trading firm, after receiving the notice that the trading company was closed, Baron Golding did not rush to the trading company immediately, nor did he go to the military camp. Instead, he asked the steward around him about the regiment to which the cavalry battalion belonged and the background of Surdak. He was lying on a lounge chair by the pool of the manor, with 2 blonde beauties standing and massaging his legs. The butler stood aside and said to Baron Golding, "The news we received is that the Luther Legion led by the Marquis of Luther, the main war faction in the Bena province, came to Doden town this time to change defenses. However, the army that came to the Belan Plain was not the main force of the Legion. It was led by the Big Army. The deputy commander of Swordsman Chester is responsible for the defense of the northern area of Belan Plain. Currently, a coup has been launched in the Terrapagan area of Bena province. Marquis Luther went to the north of Tarpaulin to suppress the military coup. He is temporarily unavailable to manage the military and political affairs of the Belan Plain. We have basically no information about Baron Surdak. The only thing we know is that his cavalry battalion should be the latest one to be formed and have a new designation. Therefore, we suspect that he should be a motley crew temporarily transferred to the Luther army. June, I came to the Belan Plain just to earn merit, but I don't know why I came to do it in town." The housekeeper asked Josh in detail. Baron Golding introduced some of the information he had learned. The main reason why Surdak was investigated was that Surdak had driven away Mayor Marco from the town just after he took office, and used extremely tough methods to obtain the military power of the City Defense Brigade. In addition, the trading house also suspected that the adventurous group that robbed the slave traders was collectively wiped out outside the town, which had a lot to do with the cavalry battalion. It's just that during the recent period, the gate of the North City wall has not been opened, and the investigation on the trading bank side has not been carried out for the time being. Josh, Baron Golding put down the exquisite porcelain cup in his hand, sat up from his chair, and looked thoughtfully at the sunset that was about to sink into the mountains in the distance. He suddenly found that he seemed to be ignoring the commander in the garrison camp. What exactly did Anthony do? The trading company's armed group hired nearly 100 mercenaries. Although these mercenaries are not construct warriors, they at least have some magic pattern construct armor, and they all have strength of level 1 or above. Why can't even the ordinary cavalry in the cavalry battalion be defeated? Josh, Baron Golding asked, frowning. The butler coughed slightly before saying, Commander Surdak has 3 very powerful confidants. In addition to a construct warrior, there is also an ogre warrior and an archer. Their identities are unknown, but almost all of them possess high-level strength. Josh, Baron Golding put down the teacup in his hand, pressed his forehead helplessly, and said, It's impossible for just these 3 people to defeat 100 of our mercenaries. He waved his hand and signaled the 2 young maids to leave. He stood up holding the chair and stood by the pool and said, Buckley used to brag to me all day long about how powerful the mercenaries in the mercenary guild were. But it doesn't seem to be that good now. I pay such a large commission every year. Now it looks like they were all thrown into the river. After saying that, he kicked a wicker chair into the pool. There was a big splash in the swimming pool, which startled a group of birds resting on the feeding posts in the garden and flew up. Only the housekeeper stood aside with a calm expression. What's the news from Commander Surdak? Josh, Baron Golding asked again. The housekeeper immediately said, Not yet. President Buckley of the Mercenary Union went to the garrison camp, as if he wanted to get the person back. It seems I have to go there myself. Josh, Baron Golding said with a sigh. Josh, Baron Golding rode a carriage to the entrance of the military camp and was stopped by the guard at the door. The entourage stepped forward and informed Josh. After assuming the identity of Baron Golding, he was still stopped outside the military camp by the guards. After waiting for a while, he was allowed to enter the military camp, but the magic caravan was not allowed to enter. Josh, Baron Golding stepped down from the magic caravan and walked into the military camp. The guards did not stop the 10 followers around him. When I walked into the military camp, I happened to see the cavalry in the military camp finishing their dinner. All the cavalry lined up to put their dinner plates into the hot water basin and threw their knives into another box. The atmosphere in the military camp was a bit serious. All the cavalry when soldiers chat, their voices are kept to a minimum. When passing by the playground, I saw the cavalry training ground plan on the playground. The archery range was very clean. The wooden figures and arrow targets who were practicing were all covered with scars. Josh, Baron Golding's heart sank a little. Although he does not have his own private army, it does not mean that he has no vision. It can be seen that this cavalry battalion also receives a lot of daily training, and the training ground is very formal. Thinking that it was just such a team of cavalry that overturned the armed regiment that they had worked hard to form during the day. Josh, Baron Golding felt a little inexplicably irritable. He guessed that this meeting with Commander Surdak was destined to not be too pleasant. The cavalry guard took him to a small single-story building and signaled his 10 followers to wait outside. Then he knocked on the door of the small building and led Josh, the owner of the trading company. Baron Golding entered the living room of the small building. Josh, Baron Golding walked into the living room of the small building and found some people sitting on the sofa in the living room. He walked to the living room, stood on the soft wool carpet, looked around, nodded slightly to the guests on the sofa, and sat alone on a sofa. The aristocratic temperament about him made him look different. The 2 people sitting in the corner looked like shop owners. They looked at Josh. When looking at Baron Golding, he showed a flattering look. Josh, when Baron Golding greeted them, they all stood up hastily, seeing that no one in particular was sitting in the living room. Josh, Baron Golding felt a little more settled. He took out a pipe, put it to his lips, turned to Mrs. Luna, and said with a smile, Mrs. Luna, I heard that you have recently taken over the daily affairs of the town hall. I haven't had time to congratulate you in the past few days. Although he said this, his eyes still showed no concern. From the bottom of his heart, he did not think highly of this old woman who was no longer young. She could become Mayor Marco's secretary, but she could not let Mayor Marco lie on her bed. Now that Mayor Marco has been detained in Wilk City, she has lost her biggest supporter, and her health has quietly slipped away with her youth a few years ago. Now she is like a piece of sugarcane bagasse that has been drained of its sweet water, without any value. Mrs. Luna quickly put on a smile, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were clearly visible. She hurriedly said, Baron Golding, I made you laugh. I'm just temporarily managing the daily affairs of the Doden Town Hall until the new mayor arrives. Affairs. Josh. Baron Golding just said polite greetings, and then said to Tax Officer Buttra, I heard that you had a little scare a few days ago, but you seem to be recovering well now. I hope the mayor won't be as bad as Marco. He was not even in the mood to be perfunctory with Tax Collector Buttra. He knew that there was a pair of eyes staring at his trading firm in the town hall every moment of every day. But Josh, Baron Golding doesn't think this will have any impact on him. Just stare. Can't eat again. In his eyes, Tax Collector Buttra looked like a green bean fly. If he could slap him to death, he would never be polite. Now he could only endure the nausea in his throat and look at him sitting opposite him. Josh, Baron Golding finally said very cordially to the president of the mercenary union Buckley beside him. Originally, I wanted to invite you to come with me, but I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me. I will find a way to fish out these mercenaries. Come. President Buckley smiled bitterly, nodded slightly and said, I'm really causing trouble for you. I didn't expect them to be so bold and actually confront the local garrison. These people are usually lazy and don't even remember the Empire. According to the law, I think they should be detained in the military camp for a few more days and suffer. At this time, Surdak walked out of the study holding a parchment account book. He was wearing salamander leather armor and sat silently on the main seat in the living room. Then he raised his head and said to President Buckley, Are you Buckley, the president of the Mercenary Union? President Buckley of the Mercenary Union showed an embarrassed smile and said to Soldak, Commander Surdak, those mercenaries in the Union have caused you trouble. I heard that they offended you at the entrance of the trading house in the morning. I think there must be some misunderstanding here. They are a group of reckless men and a group of dead-headed people. Although you have made some contributions to Doden Town, you have always been careless. They must not have recognized your identity. Otherwise, I don't think they will offend you no matter how brave they are. In this regard, I also hope that they can learn some lessons. Our mercenary union has made mistakes in management, and we accept the punishment. Surdak didn't expect that President Buckley of the Mercenary Union would take such a low stance. The words he originally prepared were useless. He pondered for a moment before saying, Each mercenary can take it away after paying 50 silver coins. The military camp will not arrange dinner for them. If this happens again in the future, they will no longer be fined. The town will arrange for them to stay in Doden. If they want to undergo labor reform in the town, you don't have to come to me. If you want their sentences to be shorter, you have to hire someone who is familiar with the laws of the Green Empire to defend them. President Buckley of the Mercenary Union stared at Soldak with wide eyes. Surdak smiled, patted his shoulder and said to him, It doesn't matter if you don't understand it now. Once these systems are established little by little, you will become familiar with them soon. Chapter 738 Taxes. A temporarily transferred orderly came out of the kitchen with a tea tray and clumsily placed the black tea on the coffee table. He was a young man who came from the village of Wall, and he was still serving in the cavalry camp when he came to the cavalry camp. When he first came out of Wall Village, he didn't even know how to ride a horse. Now you can sit upright on horseback and charge at the target with a knight's spear in hand. It's just that riding requires a lot of time to practice in order to become more proficient. A group of young people like them, who came out of Wall Village, had a blind worship of Surdak. Soldak told him, Go and ask Andrew to find someone to count the number of mercenaries in the prison. President Buckley needs to determine the total fine. The young cavalryman quickly stood up straight, saluted Soldak, turned around and walked out of the small building. The wrinkles on President Buckley's face were almost squeezed together, and he said to Soldak with a grimace, I'm going to prepare the fine. President Buckley also stood up and hurriedly followed the young cavalryman out of the small building. The expressions of the people sitting on the sofa in the living room were a little unnatural. Josh, Baron Golding sat there without saying a word, with a very stern expression on his face, suppressing the anger in his heart. He felt that Soldak's failure to greet him immediately was the greatest disrespect to him. Mrs. Luna, who was opposite the sofa, was trying to calm herself down. She crossed her hands and fingers on her knees, lowered her eyelids and looked at the toes of her shoes. Facing Baron Golding, she couldn't even find a topic to talk about. Tax Collector Buttra sat next to Mrs. Luna, occasionally wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Although the room was not very hot, he just felt a little weak in his heart. He looked at the tailor shop and bakery owners in the corner and found that they were not as good as him. So he felt a little calmer. Tax Collector Buttra heard that the resident cavalry had sealed up the trading house at noon today, and he knew something was wrong. Originally, he wanted to hide far away, but unexpectedly, he was invited over by Commander Surdek. Whether it was Baron Suldak or Baron Golding, they were both people he could not afford to offend. He very much hoped that there would be a bottle of invisibility potion for him to drink, so that he could disappear for a while in this tense living room. The tailor shop owner and the bakery owner both looked after Suldak. When the owner of the tailor shop found out that Commander Suldak was really the tenant that day, he regretted not renting the small building directly to the lady for free. Although she made some remedial measures later, it is very likely that she still failed in some aspects. Satisfy this commander. The bakery owner also discovered that the commander in front of him was the person who went to his bakery last night to inquire about the price of wheat cakes. He thought carefully about whether he had said anything wrong last night, and found that the commander only paid attention to the prices of wheat cakes and bread, and said nothing else behind him. He was a little confused as to what the commander wanted him to do. Did he ask him to be responsible for cooking the wheat cakes that the cavalry eat every day? Suldak sat in front of the sofa, still not looking at Baron Golding. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea before saying to Mrs. Luna, "Mrs. Luna, how much money does the City Defense Brigade owe for military supplies?" Lady Luna raised her head and looked at Suldak in surprise. After hesitating for a few seconds, she secretly glanced at Baron Golding, forced a stiff smile on her face, and then said, "If all the payments are accumulated together, it will be approximately close to 1,150 gold coins." Surdek was secretly surprised. He didn't expect Mayor Marco to owe more than 1,000 gold coins. "It seems that the financial hole left by Mayor Marco is quite big. So let's do this. This part of the fine will go into the treasury of the town hall," Suldak said to Mrs. Luna. "In addition, I want to use this money to repay part of the armaments and supplies that the City Defense Brigade owes to the trading company." "Madam Luna, are there any difficulties at the town hall?" Mrs. Luna immediately said. "Commander Surdek, there is no problem." She didn't care about the fine, since Commander Surdek wanted to fill the big hole with the fine. She had no reason to stop him. Suldak nodded and said, "It just so happens that the owner of the trading house, Baron Josh Golding, is also here. I will ask the trading house to issue a receipt later. I really hope that this kind of thing happens more times. In that case, maybe the fine alone will help. We can pay off the military supplies owed by the City Defense Brigade." After saying that, Surdek turned his attention to Baron Golding. "Josh." Baron Golding's nose was almost crooked with anger. President Buckley said that the mercenary union should be responsible for paying the fine. But the employment contract signed by the trading house and the mercenary union clearly stated that all expenses incurred by the mercenaries while fighting for the trading house would be fully borne by the trading house. So in the end, it was the trading house that paid for it. Now this fine must be used to replenish the armaments and supplies funds for the City Defense Brigade. The money was transferred in a big circle, but in the end, the money still fell back into his pocket. Such a deal made Baron Golding feel very unhappy anyway. He was not a good-tempered person either. When he saw Surdek saying this, he immediately said with a cold face, "The total amount of armaments owed by the City Defense Brigade to the trading company actually amounts to 1,153 gold coins." He touched the cane at his side, stared at him sharply and said, "Commander Surdek, you are not usually involved in financial work, so you probably don't know that 50 gold coins are only enough to pay the interest on the supplied loan and maintain the total payment. It won't just increase cumulatively." After finishing speaking, there was still a trace of ridicule in the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Of course, I don't care about interest or anything, but I hope that the town hall can collect the debt and pay it off at once. Baron Golding, if you think so, then I have another plan." Surdek turned the parchment book in his hand to the second page. Both the tailor shop owner and the bakery owner thought they couldn't get in a conversation and wished they could sit in a more private position. Suldak looked up at the bakery owner and asked him, "If the whole town's bread and baked wheat cakes are supplied by the bakery, how much wheat flour do you think can be consumed every day? Do those aborigines count?" The bakery owner asked cautiously. "Of course. I mean everyone," Suldak said. "About 60 bags of wheat flour will be consumed. But Commander, you have to know that the aborigines will not buy my baked wheat cakes. Not every one of the remaining immigrants eats wheat cakes every day. In fact, there are almost only 100 bakeries in the bakery every day. It only consumes 6 bags of wheat flour. But of course, it can be more sometimes," the bakery owner said quickly. Apparently these figures are firmly in the bakery owner's mind. Suldak then asked the bakery owner, If the town hall purchases wheat flour and sells it to the bakery at a price of 1 copper coin per pound, can you make baked wheat cakes cheap enough? I mean you the biggest one in the store. The price should not exceed 2 copper coins? Of course you can, Commander. The bakery owner replied readily, without even thinking about it. Then he asked the tailor shop owner how much ordinary cotton-padded clothes cost for the town residents to survive the winter. When the tailor shop owner gave the data, Surdek nodded slightly. Baron Golding was no longer interested in listening. He was here to unblock the trading house and take back manager Anthony and the company's waiter. Unexpectedly, Surdek ignored him all night, and the few conversations they had were sarcastic and very unpleasant. He clenched his fist, put it to his mouth and coughed twice, ready to speak about it. But I heard Surdek raised his head and said to everyone, I have been thinking about thoroughly rectifying the tax issues in Doden town recently. Since you happen to be here, I would like to inform you in advance that all shops in the town need to pay taxes in full. Tailor shop and bakery owners, who pay the tax every month, don't see anything wrong with the news. But Baron Golding stopped to say this when Surdek said this, and his expression froze slightly. Unexpectedly, Surdek happened to look towards him at this time. With a smile in his eyes and a friendly nod, Surdek turned to Tax Officer Buttra and asked, Take Wilkes Trading House as an example. By the way, Tax Officer Buttra, how much is the annual transaction volume of Wilkes Trading House? How much tax should it pay? Tax Officer Buttra glanced at Baron Golding and said without courtesy, The trading company's annual transaction amount in Doden town is about 1,000 magic crystals, and the tax is paid at a 5% tax rate. If converted into gold coins, it would be 350 gold coins. Baron Golding did not expect that Buttra usually looked submissive, but his estimate of the trading house's annual transaction volume was very accurate. This figure happened to be the trading house's transaction volume last year, because most of them are magic materials with very high added value, and the market for magic materials continued to rise last year. His net profit was almost half of the transaction volume. Surdek went on to say to the Buttra tax collector, Since the City Defense Brigade has owed the trading company for armaments and supplies in recent years, then you can calculate the taxes owed by the trading company in the past 3 years. How much tax did the trading company owe in the past? I won't pursue the mayor's matter too much, but I need the trading company to repay the taxes for the past 3 years in full. I will not charge additional interest to Baron Golding. I will only pay the materials owed by the City Defense Brigade. Just fill it up. He paused and then added, In addition, this year's trading house taxes must be paid in full before the end of the year. Besides, since Wilkes Trading Company wants to do business in Doden town, it must follow my rules. Starting from next year, taxes for trading houses will have to be paid quarterly, and every major business transaction will have to be reported to the Buttra tax collector. 20% of the tax every quarter is converted into whole wheat flour, and the price of this wheat flour is calculated based on the average price of wheat flour in Wilkes City for that month. 10% of the tax every quarter is converted into cotton cloth. This part of the cloth, the price, is also calculated based on the average fabric price in Wilkes City for that month. After Surdek said this, he stared at Baron Golding. Baron Golding's eyes almost popped out of his head. He stood up angrily and said angrily to Surdek, How is this possible? Wilkes Trading Company is not a charity. How can it provide average price grain and cloth to Doden town? Are we not making money? In addition, as a noble of the Green Empire, my property has the right to pay the taxes, and don't expect me to take out a copper coin from these taxes. The tailor shop owner and bakery owner also looked shocked. They didn't expect that Surdek would have such an idea. Surdek said without giving up, Baron Golding, your business is Warcraft materials from the Warcraft forest in Invercargill, not food and cloth. I will do this whether you want it or not. If you don't agree, the seal will remain affixed at the door of the trading house. Baron Golding turned pale with anger. His hands were trembling. He stood up and pointed at Surdek with an angry look and said, I hope you'll still be so strong-willed in half a month. After that, he walked out angrily without even saying goodbye. The president of the mercenary union, Buckley, was just outside the small building. He jumped off the horse with great skill. When he saw Baron Golding walking out angrily, he wasn't too surprised. He just walked up to Baron Golding and asked him in a low voice, Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Seeing Baron Golding turning pale with anger, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He concealed the smile on his lips and said, What? Did you have a falling out with the guy inside? Seeing that Baron Golding ignored him, He took 10 of his followers and hurried towards the gate of the garrison camp. His magic caravan was parked outside the camp. I'll go to you later. When President Buckley saw that Baron Golding was in such a bad mood that he was not even in the mood to say hello, he knew that something wonderful must have happened while he was away. Carrying a money bag, he calmed down the smile on his face before entering the door, and then walked in. Soldak was chatting with the bakery owner and tailor shop owner about the price of scones and cotton-padded clothes. President Buckley was not very interested in these, so he did not listen carefully. On the contrary, Mrs. Luna and Tax Officer Butcher were deep in thought, with mixed expressions on their faces, which was somewhat intriguing. When Soldak saw President Buckley walking in, he felt that he couldn't say too much today, and everyone still needed to digest these things. So he stood up, clapped his hands and said, "Well, I have a preliminary idea about this matter. To implement it, Doden Town's finances must be able to support it, no matter what. We still need to establish a complete tax system before it can be implemented. Then let's talk about this today." Mrs. Luna, the butcher tax collector, the tailor shop owner, and the bakery owner all stood up, said goodbye and left. "Ms. Luna, please wait a moment." Soldak called Madame Luna to stop. Lady Luna had a questioning look on her face. Soldak set his sights on President Buckley. President Buckley did not hesitate. He opened the money bag and neatly stacked the gold coins on the coffee table. A total of 50 gold coins were laid out. Soldak put all the gold coins back into the bag, tightened the mouth of the bag, handed it to Mrs. Luna and said, "This part of the fine still has to be paid to the town. It's too late today. Tomorrow you ask the clerk to issue a receipt to President Buckley." Then he said to President Buckley, "President Buckley, come with me." Chapter 739, Waiting for Freedom. Soldak did not let President Buckley lead the mercenaries away directly. All of these mercenaries were injured, although they were not worthy of his treatment, considering that the residents of Doden Town would have to resist the tide of beasts in the coming days. Many of these mercenaries settled in Doden Town. Their injuries are also a loss to Doden Town. Therefore, Soldak selected the mercenaries with broken tendons and fractures and gave them unified treatment to confirm that they would not be disabled due to the fight, and then asked President Buckley to treat all the mercenaries. Take away. For a time, the prison in the military camp was more than half empty. There was only Manager Anthony, who was crowded in the corner before, and more than 30 waiters from the trading firm. They originally wanted to blend in with the crowd and follow the mercenaries out of the prison, but they did not expect that they were all screened out in front of the prison gate, and those who did not survive were escorted back to the prison. These people didn't even eat lunch, let alone dinner. Seeing that the mercenaries were bailed out, but Baron Golding didn't rescue them, several young waiters collapsed on the spot. They were worried that they would be starved, die in jail. Thinking of the unpleasant rumors they had heard about the prison, the young waiters became even more frightened, fearing that they would be accidentally killed. Manager Anthony shouted, "Hack you! Stop arguing!" It was quiet in the prison. This prison, which was no better than a stable, suddenly became extremely quiet. It seemed that people could even hear their own heartbeats. Everyone was like weak chickens standing in the cold wind and soaked in the rain, sitting next to each other, hugging each other for warmth. Someone asked Manager Anthony, "When will the boss redeem us?" Although Manager Anthony didn't know, he was afraid that he would be beaten for saying this, so he could only wink and pretend to be confident and said, "It will probably wait until tomorrow. The boss also needs time to clear the relationship. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. There is someone above our boss." The cronies around Manager Anthony immediately echoed, "That's right. You see how arrogant Mayor Marco was back then. But in the end there is nothing we can do against our boss. That's right. Our boss is very clever. Apart from being stingy, there seems to be nothing wrong with him. I usually don't see him once a month," someone else said. Then, there was another moment of silence. From time to time someone in the crowd would mutter, "I'm so hungry." "Hack, stop talking. I didn't feel anything at first, but when you said that, I felt it too." Desolate land. Pussy Hill. Pussy Mountain is like a child's temper. It has been spewing thick smoke for nearly half a month recently. The volcanic ash is like flying black snow, continuously falling in the surrounding area of 50 kilometers. In the river of lava where the cobalt slaves mined sulfur mines, the magma surged, mixed with the red-hot rocks, and rolled down. All the lava veins throughout Pussy Mountain turned red. The cobalt slaves had to retreat to the camp at the foot of the mountain, and the mining of sulfur mines has been intermittent in the past 2 days. Aphrodite moved the tent into the lava mine. In addition to a small tent, the wicker chair was also moved in. When Surdek walked out of the summoning circle, he happened to see her squatting in front of a salamander, gently stroking the rough skin of the salamander's hand. From a distance, Surdek thought it was a row of salamander corpses. As I got closer, I realized that these salamanders were not dead, just unconscious. Aphrodite was humming a ballad softly in her mouth. She was speaking in the language of the demons, and Surdek could not understand anything. Although I don't understand the gist of the lyrics, the soothing rhythm of the song can easily make people fall asleep. It should be a lullaby or something like that.
What are you doing?
Surdek walked over, knelt down next to Aphrodite, and asked her in a low voice. Aphrodite glanced at him. Her bright red lips pursed slightly, and then she burst into a bright smile. Her eyes seemed to hide the entire deep starry sky.
They have all been hypnotized, and will not wake up for a while.
Aphrodite adjusted her black dress, turned and walked to the wicker chair next to her. She sat on the wicker chair, showing a lazy look, supporting her chin with one hand, staring at Surdek and said,
"Do you think we can pack these salamanders into big wooden boxes and transport them safely to Bena City?"
Surdek kicked one of the salamanders. The salamander didn't move at all.
"Let's forget it. I don't want such a salamander to suddenly emerge from the magic airship warehouse. If the magic airship sinks, that would be the worst."
Surdek forced him to suppress this. With practical thoughts, he asked Aphrodite,
"Do you think I can afford an airship with my current financial strength?"
This sentence is not only convincing Aphrodite, but also convincing himself. He pulled out a skinning knife from his leg and said casually to Aphrodite,
"Okay, don't delay me from killing these big guys."
Aphrodite changed into a comfortable position on the recliner, and saw that Surdek was about to insert the skinning knife into the back of the salamander's head. She quickly protested to Surdek,
"Keep them away, and don't make this bloody."
Surdek spent a lot of effort to drag these 1,000-pound salamanders into the crystal stone cluster. He then chose a place beside a lava pool to slaughter these salamanders. Killing so many salamanders has never been so easy for him. Just like killing a fish, he stabbed the dagger directly into the salamander's brainstem, causing it to die in its sleep. Then, in order to maintain the deliciousness of the meat, the blood from the salamander's body must be drained. He cut 2 blood vessels at the tail and chest arteries of the salamander, then hung the salamander on its nose with an iron hook. He hung the salamander by the lava pool, and before the blood had completely solidified, he cut off the entire precious picture. Premium leather peels off. Then peel off the internal organs. The heart and poison sac of the salamander are extremely valuable. These must be put separately into the magic sealing box. As a skinner, Surdek can perform these steps expertly on his own. Surdek threw the large pieces of fresh meat into the magic sealing box one after another, and cut off the head of the salamander that he wanted to keep. The remaining skeleton and internal organs would not be thrown away. They were put together into a large wooden basin. And the sulfur mine was the kobold slaves in the camp especially liked to chew the bones of salamanders, and use the offal to make offal soup. The 5 salamanders were processed by Surdek for nearly a whole night, and they were sorted and put into 13 large magic sealing boxes. Surdek hesitated for a moment, then took out the magic sealing box filled with magic herbs from his magic belt bag, and stacked it with the 13 magic sealing boxes. But only this magic sealing box had the address of Luther, the Marquis's residence. A group of kobold slaves were called to transport all the magic sealing boxes and large wooden basins filled with internal organs to the camp at the foot of the mountain. And then, they met Luke, who was waiting there. Surdek wrote a string of addresses on a piece of parchment in the camp shed, handed it to Luke and said to him,
"Luke, you are sending these salamander meat and salamander leather to the Helensa City Airport Terminal this time. I have written the address on it. These are all going to be sent to Bena City. Carl is required to contact the magic airship and the post office. His aristocratic status is somewhat reliable."
Luke took the parchment, folded it properly, put it in his arms, and said,
"Don't worry. Leave it to me." Dark.
Later, Luke directed the kobold slaves to move the 13 large magic sealing boxes to 4-wheeled carriages. He also found a tarpaulin to cover all the magic sealing boxes. These 4-wheeled trucks usually come here. It was to ship sulfur, and occasionally supplies from Wall Village. These ancient bolai horses are used to pulling carts with masks on, but it is a bit troublesome to feed the horses. The air is full of volcanic ash. The only way to remove the masks from the ancient bolai horses' mouths is to build a dust cover. "Come down." Luke then patted his forehead and said to Surdek,
"By the way, Dak, Everything you asked me to prepare last time is already ready. As he spoke, he took Surdak into the warehouse next to the sulfur mine. This open-air stone room was filled with huge oak barrels. Surdak roughly counted them, and there were more than 100. Bucket. Now the top layer of barrels is covered with volcanic ash, and it looks like it has been stacked for a long time. Luke walked over, knocked hard on the barrel, and said with a smile, "Hey, these have been prepared according to Billy's specifications. The oak barrels are specially made and thickened, and can ensure sealing. Even if they are filled with wine, there will be no problem." Surdak used a dagger to pry open the cork on a wooden barrel, put his finger in, and pinched out a handful of black powder the size of a grain of wheat. "How dare you pile those things in the camp? And you're not afraid of them exploding and sending all the kobold slaves flying into the sky?" Surdak leaned into Luke's ear and lowered his voice. Luke smiled and said, "I added some water to the charcoal. It should not ignite easily. It is safer to put it here." Surdak thought about how many magic belts he had to empty in order to carry so much black powder, and he patted his forehead and said, "I know. I'll take them all later." Then he put one hand on Luke's shoulder and warned him, "In the future, you must keep these things away from you. It's not like you don't know its power. Okay, Duck, stop being so long-winded." Luke and Surdak walked out of the warehouse together. "Is there any trouble in Wall Village?" Surdak asked Luke again, took out a honey pot from the magic waste bag and handed it to him, saying, "Bring this to old Sheila for me." Luke straightened his chest, turned around and scolded the 2 kobold slaves who were about to bite each other, and then said, "Everyone is fine. By the way, why can you go back once? In a few days." Looking in the direction of Wall Village, Surdak was thinking about how he could persuade Aphrodite to return to the village. Doden town. The tailor shop owner checked his warehouse overnight and found that there was not that much felt and not that much cotton. But the cotton cloth was enough. He ran to the tannery shop next door and the grocery store on the corner, moved all the felts in their hands, and pieced together the materials for the felt tents, quilts, and cotton-padded clothes that Surdak requested. "We have to rush to produce these cold protection materials overnight, in order to keep the cotton clothes warmer." He even bought a large amount of Rex rabbit skins from the leather shop next door, and sewed them as the lining of the cotton clothes. The tailor shop owner worked in the shop for 5 consecutive days before preparing the first batch of felt tents, cotton clothes, and quilts. When these materials were transported to the military camp in Doden town, Surdak took 3 indigenous people to inspect the goods in the military camp. These 3 indigenous people were not afraid of trouble. They unpacked and inspected almost all the materials before rebundling them. Even more compact bags of baked wheat biscuits were loaded into the truck along with these cold-proof supplies. These baked wheat biscuits were directly made into the same size as the mouth of a cloth bag, and they looked very neat when packed into the bag. The supplies supplied to the Duni tribe from these transactions filled 3 wagons. Surdak personally led a cavalry squadron and sent this batch of supplies to the edge of the Invercargill Warcraft forest. The indigenous warriors of the Duni tribe had been waiting here for several days. When they saw Leto and others bringing back 3 trucks of supplies, they all emerged from the dense forest and cheered loudly around the 3 trucks. Some natives were so excited that they wanted to kill the old horse pulling the cart on the spot. Fortunately, they were stopped in time by Surdak's cavalry. All the supplies were unloaded on the spot, and Surdak returned with a cavalry squadron and 3 carriages along the same route. When he came out this time, Surdak found that the Invercargill Warcraft forest was very different from the previous few days. There were more beasts at the edge of the forest than the previous few days. These beasts should all have escaped from the depths of the forest, and many small beasts have already crawled into the hills. Some territorial-minded Warcraft fought on the edge of the Invercargill Warcraft forest. The forest was severely damaged. Many carnivorous beasts had fallen into a semi-crazy state. Killings in the forest were going on all the time. Nowadays, many small beasts have been driven into Doden Canyon. This is human territory. Jungle beasts rarely come in. Now you can see some small animals everywhere. Before there was enough salt, Surdak was not ready to hunt these small beasts that escaped from the forest. Surdak returned to Doden town with the cavalry squadron. The garrison camp actually received the second batch of military supplies shipped from Wilk City. And most importantly, the salt Surdak needed also came with it. This batch of supplies was transported to Doden town. At this point, Manager Anthony and the servants from the trading house have been detained in the prison at the military camp for 6 days. These people still hold on to the prison fence every day, waiting for Baron Golding to ransom them out. Meanwhile,
The Wilkes City Military Department. A letter of complaint accusing Surdek of acting arbitrarily in Doden town has been placed on the desk of the Great Swordsman of Chester. Chapter 740. Great Swordsman of Chester. The central city of Wilkes in the Belan Plain has a permanent population of nearly 1 million and has a total of 9 districts. Central Temple Area, Noble Area, Garrison Area, Merchant Living Area, Civilian Area, Aboriginal Living Area, Slum Area, Commercial Area, and Industrial Area. Among them, the block with the temple, as the main building occupies the most central area of Wilkes City. The large residences around the temple are owned by clergy. However, as the Statue of Liberty Temple gradually declined, most of the various buildings in this neighborhood were purchased by some nobles and businessmen. Today, the Statue of Liberty Temple here has become new home for the Civic Center and House of Representatives. The aristocratic blocks are basically large manors. The oldest nobles who have entered the Belan Plain live here. The people who can live in this area are some prominent dignitaries. This area covers a large area, but in fact it only has just 27 manors. When the city was first built, the garrison area was once a temporary military camp for the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Later, Wilkes City was established, and it was divided into a military management area. In addition to the military camp, many knights settled in the Belan Plain. They all built some villa-style houses around the military camp, and now the entire garrison area has become an independent neighborhood of Wilkes City. In addition to the above-mentioned neighborhoods where the upper class live, there are also living areas for businessmen, commoners, aborigines, and poor people. Wilkes City shopping streets and workshops are 2 separate blocks. The 9 areas are clearly divided by 4 central main streets. In addition to the most famous Liberty Square in front of the temple, Wilkes City has huge squares at the 4 intersections at the intersection of the 4 main streets. The square is surrounded by many trees were planted, and there were a row of benches on the edge of the grass. A very flat circular area was paved with stone slabs in the middle, and a marble statue stood in the center. The Bena Provincial Military Headquarters is located in the garrison area. The Luther Army Headquarters is a 3-story building. The south side of the building faces the street, and the north is a square. Swordsman Chester's office is located on the 3rd floor of this small building. From the east window, you can just see the temple in the center of the city, which is as grand as a castle and palace. Unfortunately, a large number of clergy in the temple participated in the Holy War 2 years ago, so the temple became empty and deserted, with most of the priests leaving the Belan Plain with the battle priest. The last dozen or so old priests stationed in the temple moved to a hall at the back of the temple. They built all the doors and windows in the hall with bricks and stone and sealed them completely. It is said that they will perform penance inside, and they will not come out of the palace until the glory of the Statue of Liberty shines on all living beings again. Now the gatekeeper delivers grain cakes and water to the vent every day, and only 1 portion of food and 1 portion of water are taken away every week. Nowadays, the temple has become the city hall and House of Representatives of Wilkes City, but the gorgeous palace is still so bright and beautiful. In the past month, Great Swordsman Chester has been extremely busy. He did not expect that Langdon's army was actually in ruins. Commander Langdon actually only traveled between Wilkes City and Bena City in the past 3 years. He was a frequent guest at aristocratic dances, and often invited some noble ladies to spend the night in his manor. For Wilkes, the affairs of the northern defense zone of Sri Lanka are almost indifferent. Fortunately, the situation in the Belan Plain has been very stable in the past few years, and the border town in the northern defense zone seems to have been forgotten by everyone. It is said that after the 5 cavalry battalions of Langdon's corps stationed on the northern border returned to Wilkes City, they went to the city's tavern to get drunk together. When they were drunk, they sat on the street or on the roof and sang loudly or yell and celebrate your success in getting out of danger before it comes. Although the Wilkes City military headquarters had long received early warning of the beast tide, no decent report had been received from the northern defense zone. What's even more ridiculous is that the commander-in-chief of the Langdon Corps didn't know about this at all. He even said to several regimental commanders stationed in border towns at the Langdon Corps garrison celebration reception, with a look of astonishment on his face, "The situation is so critical. Why should we report it to the superior?" After this month of coordination and preparation, the Great Swordsman of Chester had sorted out the defense area distribution of the various battalions of the Luther Legion. He urgently recruited 5,000 new troops from Wilkes City, formed a Legion reserve team, and these new troops were organized into 83 squadrons, and were stationed in small towns around Wilkes City, accepting the unified jurisdiction of the local garrison. The Chester Great Swordsmen then transferred half of their troops from the military camps in these small towns, and gathered in the main camp in Wilkes City, preparing to undergo final reorganization and be temporarily seconded to 5 northern border towns. In this way, each border town can add 1,000 elite cavalry, infantry and archer mixed troops of the Luther Legion. Unfortunately, because the main army of the Bena province is currently trapped in the Warsaw Plain, another coup broke out in the Terrapagan area. The Maka Plain has just ended a race invasion war, and the production and life of the residents there are not yet complete. After recovering, a large amount of materials need to be continuously invested in the Warsaw Plain. And now the Terrapagan area has been added. Catapults, bed crossbows, fire-scale bombs, and other military supplies cannot be supplied to the Belan Plain. The Great Swordsman of Chester has submitted applications 3 times in a row, but unfortunately they were all ruthlessly rejected by the Bena Provincial House of Representatives. Swordsman Chester was holding a cup of coffee, standing by the window and looking at the square not far away, listening to the adjutant's report. When the adjutant mentioned the situation in Doden town, the Great Swordsman Chester suddenly waved his hand and told the adjutant to stop. He turned around and said,
I remember that the garrison in Doden town is Baron Soldak? Yes. Baron Soldak leads an independent cavalry battalion to garrison in Doden town. This cavalry battalion has just been formed. We have no previous record of military exploits and lack of understanding of their specific strength. The adjutant looked through his hands, parchment notebook, raised his head and said, Great Swordsman Chester pondered for a moment, raised his hand and pointed upwards and said, Go and make arrangements. This time, I will go personally to send the mixed troops to Doden town. Yes, sir. The adjutant immediately recorded the words of the Great Swordsman Chester. Great Swordsman Chester called to the adjutant. Oh, one more thing. Deploy 10 catapults and transport them to Doden town. The adjutant was slightly startled and asked the Great Swordsman Chester, Sir, what should the military do? I'm going to say low to Earl Grant. The Great Swordsman of Chester said, waving his hand. As soon as the adjutant walked out of the door, the assistant waiting outside poked his head in and said quickly, Lord Chester, Lord Florian, the Consul of Wilkes, is here. Great Swordsman Chester said, Please come in quickly. Then he raised the coffee cup in his hand and said to his assistant, Prepare another cup of coffee for Mr. Florian. Swordsman Chester walked to the door. A man with neatly trimmed beard and hair walked in. He was wearing an elegant noble suit. When he saw the Great Swordsman Chester, he immediately opened his arms and hugged him, and said very enthusiastically, Chester, how are you doing in Wilkes? The governor of Wilkes City actually looked stronger than the Great Swordsman of Chester. Chester smiled and said, Lord Florian, this place is very nice. The climate is even better than that of Bena City. The two walked to the sofa in the office and sat down. Consul Florian rubbed his hands and said, If you need anything, you can always send someone to see me at the city hall. Thank you for your concern. Great Swordsman Chester said. At this time, Chester's female assistant brought a cup of hot coffee to Consul Florian. Florian looked at the decoration in the office and said casually, I heard that Marquis Luther is in charge of the overall affairs in the Terrapagan area of Bena province. The room is very well lit, with morning sunlight shining in from the window. Swordsman Chester put one hand on his waist and put the other arm on the back of the sofa and said, If it weren't for the Belan Plain that couldn't escape, I would have gone there to support him. Florian took a breath and asked solemnly, Is the situation over there very bad? The Great Swordsman Chester said, It only involves Tarnan. Lord McGinley persuaded more than 20 local noble lords to unite. For the Bena province, it is easy to recover the lands in Tarnan, but they wanted to hide in the Gonbu Plain and establish an independent regime. Lord McGinley has been operating in the Gonbu Plain for nearly 10 years. We only have the plain coordinates in the Empire. It is easy to regain Tanan, but we want to the Gonbu Plain has also been recovered. But it is still very troublesome at the moment. We need the great magicians in the Astrologers Guild to borrow the astrolabe to perform reverse deductions. Consul Florian asked again, When will the Duke come back? There is no clear news yet? The Great Swordsman of Chester shook his head and said, Even if you want to give up Handanar County and shrink the defense line this time, it will not be so easy. Duke Ryan ran to the imperial capital this time. It is said that a woman angered the royal family, and he also angered the magic union of the imperial city, and a large number of magicians evacuated from the Warsaw Plain. The royal constructed knights led by the Prince of Wales also left the Warsaw Plain. and the evil ghost army took the opportunity to occupy the entire Kempado River basin.
Florian leaned on the sofa and glanced at the Belan map on the wall. He said,
"Although the Belan plain is an inconspicuous little plain. Now it seems that being small has its advantages."
Great Swordsman Chester said,
"The development here is also very fast. I believe it won't be long before there will be a second city here."
Florian shook his head slightly and said,
"This kind of thing always requires the support of the Duke. By the way, the report letter from someone accusing your subordinates is placed in my office."
The Great Swordsman Chester raised his head in astonishment, then stood up, picked up a letter from his desk, and said,
"Let me guess. Is it this letter?"
Florian took the envelope, opened the letter inside, read it hastily before saying,
"You actually have one in your hand? Chester, what do you think of this matter?"
Great Swordsman Chester touched his chin and said jokingly,
"If you can leave this report letter in my office without making a sound, the reporter should be yours." "Right."
Florian quickly waved his hand to clarify himself and said,
"How is it possible? If I encounter such a thing, of course I will tell you face to face. I have been an old friend with Marquis Luther for so many years. He sent the Luther army to garrison in the Belan plain to help me survive smoothly. During this beast wave, any conflicts will be brought out and made clear in person."
He was worried that the Great Swordsman of Chester would make random guesses, and then said,
"The person behind this report letter is a local councilman from Wilk City. His family is also considered a prominent family in the Belan plain. The local aristocratic forces in the Belan plain are intertwined. He wants to send this report letter to when it comes to your desk. There will naturally be a solution. However, I want to know how you want to deal with it."
He asked the Great Swordsman Chester again. Swordsman Chester smiled slightly, threw the letter on the table casually, and said,
"Deal with it? What can such a report letter alone prove? The beast tide is coming. According to my idea, the northern border towns should immediately implement military control. Our current task is how to block the beast tide to the north of the Thorny Mountains. Whoever dares to reach out at this time, I will strike with my sword."
Chop off his dog's paws. I don't care how long his hand was stretched out before, but he has to retract it now.
Great Swordsman Chester pointed his swords together and gestured, and the aura of the second-level swordsman was suddenly revealed. Florian was obviously dissatisfied with his remarks, so he leaned over and whispered,
"Don't tell me this either. You know what I want to hear from you."
The Great Swordsman Chester rubbed his brows, and then asked Florian,
"How long has it been since you last seen Hathaway?"
Florian recalled carefully, and a little girl wearing a princess dress vaguely appeared in his mind. He only remembered that Marquis Luther liked to take his daughter with him, but he could no longer remember what the little girl looked like. "Yes," he smiled and said,
"The little princess of the Luther family? It must have been a few years ago. The last time I saw her, she was just attending the Junior Swordsman Academy. Why are you talking about this? This Baron Soldak has just been engaged to Hathaway."
Great Swordsman Chester replied. "His." Florian's hand shook slightly, almost spilling the coffee in the cup. He said with a wry smile,
"This one is really low-key. Shouldn't he stay with you as your deputy? Why was he sent there? Or is it that Marquis Luther is not very satisfied with this person?"
The Great Swordsman of Chester waved his hand and said to Florian,
"Not only that, Baron Soldak was personally selected by the Marquis, and even his title was jointly recommended by the Lord. I know what to do. This time I go to Congressman Golding."
Florian drank the coffee in his cup, stood up and complained to the Great Swordsman Chester.
"I didn't expect that after so long. Marquis Luther still likes his way." Chapter 741. The first change is the most painful. Surdak stood on the North City wall, watching the hordes of beasts pouring into the Doden Canyon from the Invercargill Warcraft Forest, and then realized that this beast tide had already formed. In the early days, only the weakest animals in the Warcraft Forest ran into the Doden Canyon. Some forest wolves, jackals, bobcats, red foxes, and other small predators also followed these small animals and ran into the Doden Canyon. In addition, there are also some giant poisonous spiders that are larger than rabbits that have also entered the Doden Canyon in groups. They have formed a white spider web in the woods at the foot of the mountain. These spider webs almost cover the trees inside. Some hares and lynxes have no intention of, if you accidentally break into the spider web, you will be hunted by these giant poisonous spiders. The sacks made of white silk mesh are hung on the branches of the trees. From a distance, they look like a piece of white fruit.
"Ong San, how did you deal with those poisonous spiders before?"
Serdek asked Ongsan behind him.
There is no need to deal with it now. Just let them stay there until the tide of beasts passes. If they are still there, just set fire to the dead forest and they will leave,
Ongsan said. Groups of elk have already entered the Doden Canyon and are eating the turf on the grassland between the canyons. In addition to elk, there are more wild boars. They are almost everywhere. They can be seen in jungles, grasslands, and bushes. Their appetites are also very good, and they can eat even tree roots and leaf mold. The few remaining pools in the valley have also become their bathing pools. A group of wild boars rushed into the pool at a speed of 70 miles, and after rolling twice, the entire pool turned into a quagmire full of mud. They were hanging on their bodies, covered with a thick layer of mud. I left happily. The remaining group of animals could only gather at the waterhole and drink the smelly muddy water. Vegetation in Doden Canyon disappears at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to Ongsan, if these animals are not hunted down, they will become the food of the ghost-striped red ants when the beast tide comes. Moreover, with the advent of the beast tide, the residents of Doden town have almost no income in the past few months. This time is the best time to hunt, as the gate under the northern city wall was slowly lifted up by the winch. For well-equipped cavalry squadrons walked out of the city gate. They carried 5-shot crossbows, wore full heavy armor, and carried knight swords and shields. Serdek and Ongsan had different views on hunting these beasts in the valley. Ongsan believed that the north city gate should be open to allow hunters in the town to enter the canyon to hunt. But Serdek didn't need those experienced hunters. He only wanted cavalry who obeyed the command. He asked these cavalry to quickly penetrate into the middle of the canyon. More than 200 cavalry lined up in the Doden Canyon, forming a network connecting the east and west of the canyon. As the net slowly moved towards the north wall, the beasts in the canyon were driven by the knights, and all ran towards the north wall. The cavalry rode on horseback and used their crossbows to kill the beasts that tried to break out of their encirclement. The entire canyon is like a huge fish pond, and these knights are a net in the fish pond. As they continue to advance, all the large beasts in the canyon are forced to move towards the north wall, and most of the small beasts they all got into the burrows, and many astute hunters hid in the woods on both sides of the canyon. Groups of elk and wild boars also wanted to get into the woods at the foot of the mountain, but they were shot dead by the cavalry who guarded both sides of the canyon in advance. When the cavalry net finally formed an encirclement under the north city wall, there were actually hundreds of elk and hundreds of wild boars in the net. At this time, there was no need for precise archery skills. All they had to do was to draw the bows and release arrows collectively, and arrows would rain down. These elk and wild boars fell in pieces. All the four-wheeled carriages that the town could muster drove out to load the prey and transport them back to the town. Some greedy small carnivorous beasts also emerged from the woods on both sides of the canyon. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to steal some food in the canyon, but they were shot and killed by real hunters on four-wheeled carriages. This is the first time that Serdek has conducted such a large-scale hunt. It was within the canyon that large numbers of large animals crowded into the Doden Canyon were hunted. The clerks of the tannery shop and the butcher shop were almost guarding the entrance to the north city wall. There were 20 wooden stakes, each with an iron hook on it. The elk unloaded from the wagons were piled together like a hill. The butcher shop clerk dragged the carcasses of the elk and wild boar under the wooden piles, hung them up one after another, peeled off the leather first, then took out the internal organs, put all the intestines and stomachs into large wooden barrels, and transported them to the river on the east side of the town. Perform further cleaning. There was no time to process the liver, lungs, and internal organs, so they were cut into cubes and thrown into a large iron pot to squeeze out the fat. The remaining good meat will be disassembled into 4 hams and 2 ribs, placed on the chopping board, directly coated with a layer of heavy salt, and hung in rows in the wooden shed. Dismemberment and pickling require a lot of manpower. Ongsan is very prestigious among the aborigines of Doden town, and many of these aborigines are half-baked hunters, who have no problem handling these prey. This kind of hunting lasted for 3 days in a row before killing all the hordes of elk and wild boar. Although many animals still poured into the Doden Canyon, large groups of herbivores no longer entered the Doden Canyon, as ferocious beasts such as the northern man bear, the moon blade fire wolf, and the ghost leopard gradually appeared in the canyon. The hunters in Doden town did not dare to run out alone. Only some mercenary groups in the town dared to go hunting. In just 3 days, Soldak's cavalry battalion hunted nearly 1,000 wild boars and more than 600 elk. All the prey was pickled with salt and hung in a shady wooden shed. with 5 or 6 incidents of ghost leopards injuring people in the canyon. The number of people going hunting has significantly decreased. Serdek held his hands on the wall and looked at the beasts in the canyon. At this time, only people like Andrew, Samira, and Guidam dared to go out of the city to hunt. They specifically searched for those monsters in the valley to kill.
How long will it take for the Invercargill Warcraft forest to recover? 3 years? Or 5 years?
Soldek asked Ong San behind him. As an aborigine of Doden town, Ong San experienced 3 beast tides, and his parents died in the second beast tide in his life. Ong San looked into the distance of the canyon and said calmly,
"It won't take so long. After this beast tide passes, there will be bigger and more beasts migrating from the north. Invercargill will recover soon."
His skin looked bronze in the sun, and his broad forehead was particularly shiny. Serdek turned and looked at the slums behind the northern city wall. Many aborigines had hunted some small animals such as Rex rabbits, guinea pigs, etc. outside the city. In front of the rows of wooden houses, there were rows of gray furs drying, and there were rows of after drying the meat sausages. These aboriginal families were also given some animal oil. Almost all the residents in the town had meat at home.
"Do you make money like this before every beast wave?"
Serdek asked Ong San. Ong San shook his head and said,
"Last time there was a beast wave, Doden town issued a hunting license. Only by purchasing a license can you participate in hunting. Trading firms and mercenary unions hunted Warcraft in the Doden Canyon. People like me aboriginal people were not eligible to leave the city in previous years."
Ong San's eyes followed Serdek's and fell on the wooden shed in the slum area of Doden town. He looked at the food drying on the roof and said with emotion,
"But this year is different. We indigenous people can also participate in the hunt."
He repeated,
"Yes, this year is different."
He didn't know that there was more faith in his eyes at this moment. Wilk City is particularly beautiful at dusk, with the burning sun disappearing into the clouds on the horizon. Golding Manor is holding a large-scale dance tonight. The people attending the dance are all nobles from Wilk City. The inner courtyard of the manor is decorated with lights. Many nobles have arrived in advance, and some nobles are gathered in front of the cold dining table, holding wine glasses and chatting, while some other nobles stood by the garden pool, admiring the exquisite gardening and sculptures. This was the daily life of the upper-class nobility in Wilkes, including balls, salons, and occasionally riding horses at the manor outside the city. Magic caravans were constantly parked in the open space in the courtyard in front of the manor. A gorgeous magic caravan drove slowly and stopped at the gate of the manor. The entourage of Florian, the consul of Wilkes City, stepped out of the carriage and whispered a few words to the guard at the door. As the consul of Wilkes City, Count Florian rarely attends such dances to prevent him from being stained with the color of local aristocrats. The count who came to Bena City has greater political ambitions. Wilkes in the Belan Plain is just a small platform in his life. What he needed to attend was a dance held by the higher-level nobles and celebrities in Bena City across the portal. The guard at the gate of the manor saw that the person sitting in the magic caravan was actually Archon Florian, and quickly let him go. A servant guarding the door quickly ran to the manor to notify the owner of the manor, Counselor Golding. As the magic caravan slowly drove into the manor, Counselor Golding, who was entertaining other guests in the courtyard, also received the message from the servant. He quickly led his family out of the villa and stood at the bottom of the steps to greet him. The magic caravan stopped at the bottom of the steps. Consul Florian stepped out of the car wearing a noble dress, stepped on the red carpet that had just been laid, and walked into the villa surrounded by a group of nobles. The scene was very lively, and the nobles gathered around Consul Florian. Consul Florian danced with Senator Golding's wife, then chatted with Senator Golding for a few words, and left in a hurry. After Consul Florian left, Senator Golding's face darkened. He let his wife hang around among the guests, walked into the study alone and wrote an urgent letter, and then asked his trusted followers to leave Wilkes City on fast horses. The military and political commander of Doden Town is a member of the Luther family. Josh Baron Golding was sitting on the sofa, holding the letter with only a few words in his hand, feeling a little absent-minded for a moment. Representative Golding's attendant sat aside and looked at Josh. Baron Golding said,
"What your congressman means is not to have any conflict with Baron Soldak. If you feel that the business in Doden Town cannot continue, you can give up here, and someone from the family will come and take over here.
Everything. But if you want to continue operating here, you must handle your relationship with Baron Soldak. Although we don't need you to make friends with him, we don't want to annoy him,"
the servant said seriously. Then he changed his expression to a relaxed one and said,
"The Viscount said this in his study. Josh, what do you think? Of course I hope to stay here. Doden town is located on the northern border. The resources here are far from comparable to other small towns. However, the profits of the trading house will be cut off a lot in the future. This is really unacceptable.
Ah! Josh! Baron Golding clenched his fist and smashed it into his other hand. The congressman's retinue nodded and said,
You can think of it this way. It seems that Baron Soldak is here for gilding, and he will only stay here for 3 years at most. He cannot be the commander of the garrison every time. The officials are all descendants of nobles. Isn't it just some fines? I'll have them delivered tomorrow.
Josh! Baron Golding lay lazily on the sofa and said somewhat depressedly. The congressman's retinue shook his head and said,
I think it's better for you to go in person. It's best not to be angry at this time.
Josh! Baron Golding glanced at the retinue and saw that his expression was very serious. He could only hum and said,
No.
No one in the town expected that half a month after the Wilkes Trading Company was seized, the trading company would pay all the taxes for the first time. In fact, there was only a receipt for a wiped-out bill for the City Defense Brigade on Madame Luna's desk, and not a single copper was added to the town hall treasury. But even so, Mrs. Luna was relieved, because this was the largest debt in the town hall.
At the same time, the fines paid by manager Anthony and the waiters of the trading house were also placed in front of Mrs. Luna's desk. Mrs. Luna looked at the usually arrogant Baron Golding with some embarrassment and said,
In addition to the fine, you also need to pay 63 silver coins for meals. If you want to save this money in the future, please remember to send someone to deliver meals to them.
If it were normal times, Josh, Baron Golding thought he would grab a handful of silver coins from his pocket and throw them in Lady Luna's face. But now he could only endure his anger and asked the butler beside him to count out another pile of silver coins and put them on the table.
If there are any other fees, please tell me together.
Josh. Baron Golding tried his best to smile. Mrs. Luna stared at Josh with some fear. Baron Golding continued,
No, your employees will be released before noon today. At the same time, the town hall agrees that your trading firm will continue to operate. But in advance, taxes will be paid once every quarter, and a percentage of the taxes will be paid.
20% is cheap whole wheat flour, and 10% is cotton cloth. Business operations of businesses need to be supervised by tax officials.
Josh. Baron Golding turned pale with anger and said bitterly,
I will do as you say.
After that, he turned around and left the mayor's office with the housekeeper. Chapter 742 Trade Again. It has been almost 20 days since Weru left Doden town, and there is still no news. Soldak sent a cavalry squadron to search the edge of the Warcraft forest for a long time, but could not find any trace of him. He suspected that Vera might have crossed the Darkworm Valley and continued to explore to the north. The hunting in Doden Canyon is still going on. The aborigines in the town only dare to move around the northern city wall. Only the mercenary regiment and the cavalry battalion squadron dare to go deep into the middle of the canyon to search for the monsters active in that area. As ghost leopards and moon blade fire wolves continue to pour into the Doden Canyon, they are the first target of hunters, especially the ghost leopard. The fur has a natural jungle camouflage effect. Although it is a first-level monster, it is still popular with leather crafting, followed by masters. This kind of monster is usually difficult to catch in the jungle. On the contrary, it was only after they got into the Doden Canyon that they became traceable. Andrew was lying in the grass, surrounded by waist-high white swordgrass. This season swordgrass has spit out seed spikes, and the furry ones are like small snails rushing into the sky. There are patches of white swordgrass. It looks like a wheat field, which constantly rises and falls when the wind blows, forming waves of wheat. The Nanai indigenous warriors were followed by a cavalry squadron, and everyone lay quietly in the grass. Soldak was in the grass 2 meters in front of Andrew. If it weren't for his red leather armor that could still be seen through the cracks in the grass, Andrew could hardly feel his presence. Andrew was a little impatient to wait. He supported his body with his arms, crawled on the grass, and pushed away the weeds little by little. He crawled to Serdak's side, spit out the half-chewed straw in his mouth, and whispered to Serdak. Dak said,
Could he have run away? Wait a minute. I can feel it there, but I can't see it.
Serdak whispered, staring at a pool under the slope.
It's waiting for us to leave.
Andrew said.
We both go back and try.
Soldak made a gesture to Samira on the other side, and then he and Andrew lay down in the grass, retreating little by little. On the top of the slope, only Samira was left. almost blending in with the surrounding white sword grass. Half-elf archers possess half-elf blood in their bodies. They are born with the ability to be close to nature and are good at hiding in nature. A quarter of an hour later, a ripple suddenly appeared at the edge of the pool. The water halo continued to spread outwards. The head of a ghost leopard appeared next to the pool, and then the front half of its body was exposed. Its body is slender and muscular, and its body is the same gray-white color as the sword grass, and even has grass leaf-like markings on it. He lay down by the pool and licked his beard-covered mouth. He felt a little thirsty after hunting a Rex rabbit in the morning. It found the pool. Just when it walked to the pool, it sensed an extremely dangerous pressure in the distance based on its animal instinct. So it laid down in the grass and did not dare to move. After finally waiting for the oppressive feeling to disappear, it wanted to take the opportunity to escape quickly, but hesitated when it saw the clear water in front of it. Leaned forward slightly and licked the water with its tongue. A ripple appears on the water. The moment it sensed danger, Samira had already loosened the bowstring of the painting of withering, and 2 fine steel arrows flew out one after another against the grass spikes. The sharp arrow blades cut the soft sword-shaped grass blades. As grass clippings flew, 2 arrows flew 50 meters across in an instant. The ghost leopard's body was like a huge spring, bouncing backwards at an incredible angle. But it still couldn't dodge, and was hit in the front leg by an arrow from behind. Andrew stood up from the grass, holding an alloy bow in his hand, and called on the cavalry on the hillside to catch up. A lame ghost leopard couldn't go any faster, not to mention that its legs were still bleeding, and the blood was stained among the grass blades. The most important thing for these cavalrymen, who came out of the desolate land, was endurance, and the ability to adapt to harsh environments. They sprang out from the grass, spread out in a fan shape, and chased the ghost leopard that was desperately escaping. The cavalry in front rushed to the pool under the slope. They failed to catch up with the ghost leopard, even though one of its legs was injured. But the cavalry who followed behind them roared past them on their war horses, and found the ghost leopard in a short bush, just when it was about to jump up and hurt someone. The cavalry in front raised its knight's light shield, and the cavalry behind quickly thrust out its spear. Andrew rode a horse, holding the soft ghost leopard in his hand, and came to Serdek. "It's really a ghost leopard, boss. How did you discover it?" Andrew threw the ghost leopard to Serdek, but Samira stood aside and took it. This was a young ghost leopard, weighing only 80 or 90 pounds. Samira easily carried it in her hand. She pulled out the stainless steel arrow from the ghost leopard's leg, and opened the ghost leopard's closed neck with her hands. Lips. Look at the sharp teeth inside. "It's a very subtle perception, and I can't explain it clearly," Serdek said. He thought of that morning when he was lying on the bed, letting his senses spread to the surroundings. It was a wonderful feeling. The sacred breath in his body and the magical elements in the surrounding air produced a weak vibration. Based on these subtle information feedbacks, the surrounding scenery can be constructed in the sea of spiritual consciousness, just like having another pair of eyes. After taking the ghost leopard handed over by Samira, Serdek was not in a hurry to skin it, but waved his hand to let the rest of the cavalry mount their horses. He stuffed the ghost leopard body directly into his magic waist bag and said to all his men, "Let's go. Don't delay here any longer. I'm afraid the indigenous friends of the Duni tribe are already waiting impatiently on the other side of the canyon." The transaction with the indigenous people was delayed for nearly half a month before the second batch of goods was assembled. However, this time the 4-wheeled carriage could not cross the canyon, so Serdek had no choice but to lead 2 squadrons of cavalry and use horses to carry the goods through the canyon to the Duni tribe waiting at the entrance of the canyon. Samira wore a salamander leather armor that was almost the same style as Serdek's. Her slim body allowed the excellent quality of the salamander leather to be fully reflected. The softness and tension of this leather tightly wrapped her body. It seems that I have never noticed before that the thighs of this half-elf archer are so round and slender. Serdek shook his head vigorously to get rid of the distracting thoughts that suddenly arose in his mind. He felt that he should go back to Wall Village. The indigenous tribes were preparing to hide in the mountains. Only by climbing to the snow-covered peaks of the Thorny Mountains was the restricted area that the ghost-striped red ants did not dare to enter. Doden Canyon belongs to the middle section of the Thorn Mountains. The biggest feature of the mountains here is that starting from the mountainside, there are stone swords like sharp swords erected in the mountains. These stone swords are of different lengths. The longer ones are almost several 10 meters. Some are only a few meters short. They are close together with almost no gaps, completely isolating the peak and the foot of the mountain into 2 worlds. The top of the mountain is covered with snow all year round and is always hidden above the clouds.
Only the elders of the indigenous tribes have the secret path through the middle of the thorny mountain. They can pass through the stone swords and thorns, and hide on the cold mountain top before the beast tide comes. There is a lack of survival supplies there, and you can only climb the mountain if you have prepared food and cold protection supplies, carrying a large amount of supplies. The two cavalry squadrons carefully bypassed the Moonblade Fire Wolves occupying the forest area at the mouth of the canyon, and arrived at the intersection between the canyon and the hills. This is where the deal was agreed upon with the Duni tribe. The original border line of the northern occupied area has been completely reduced, and the cavalry battalion has not left the canyon and patrolled along the border line for half a month. The hilly land in front of us has been completely reduced to a barbaric land. Many poisonous monsters emerged from the monster forest and appeared in groups. They have driven the Moonblade Fire Wolf group into the Doden Canyon. It is obvious that these groups of monsters outside the canyon are more dangerous. It is not that easy to hunt warcraft here. Only powerful warcraft will become lone wolves on this hunting ground. Most of the low-level warcraft appear in groups. These warcraft all possess the ability to control magic. Ability. Once the entire group is angered, they will often face large-scale covering magic attacks. Not far away, there is a group of black-ridged ice-horned rhinoceros. It is said that this is a rare second-level monster. Their traces can only be found in the northern part of the Invercargill Monster Forest. The group of black-ridged ice-horned rhinoceros that appeared in front of Serdak's eyes numbered about 300. They were on the top of a hill, occupying a large area of bushes. It seemed that these bushes should be their favorite food. There was a group of Ironback man-bears gathered at the foot of the mountain, numbering about 70 or 80. The two groups of monsters seemed to have taken a liking to the hills at the same time. Ironback bears rarely gather in groups. One of these giant beasts is running rampant almost unscrupulously on the edge of the Invercargill Warcraft Forest. Now there are actually 7 or 80 of them gathered together, and rushing up the hillside together. The Ironback bears are also very agile when running. But the black-spined ice-horned rhinos are not afraid of them at all. The crystal-like rhinoceros horns on their foreheads light up with magic lines, and then ice arrows fall from the sky. If a single black-ridged ice rhinoceros releases ice arrows, it will have almost no power. But hundreds of black-ridged ice-horned rhinoceros released ice arrows at the same time, causing a blizzard to break out under the hills in an instant. In this blizzard, the Ironback bear's body lit up a semicircular earth shield from time to time. Unfortunately, although the Ironback bear was strong, it still could not withstand the wind and snow. Soon, a thick layer of ice formed on its body, and its movements became sluggish. Originally there was only a distance of less than 200 meters, and it was like a natural chasm blocking them in front of them. A quarter of an hour later, these Ironback bears covered in frost and snow fled collectively. Serdak led his night squadron to hide in a mountain col between hills. Near the mountain col grew some wild radish with a faint odor. Many warcraft did not like the smell of this plant. It was close to the mountain, the forest area at Taniguchi. As soon as the cavalry squadron arrived, a group of indigenous warriors ran out of the woods nearby. This time, the Dakuni indigenous warrior led the team, and Serdak never knew his name. In the middle of the indigenous team, there were 4 indigenous people carrying a stretcher. There was also a tattered chair tied to the stretcher. The great elder of the Dakuni tribe was sitting firmly on it. He was short in stature and his body was curled up. Together, he looked like a thin and small black monkey, holding a polished black and shiny human-shaped cane in his hand. Serdak walked out of the cavalry and stood at the front. The great elder also raised the cane in his hand high, and 4 bare-chested natives walked out quickly carrying chairs. The surrounding native warriors got out of the way. The indigenous elder came to Serdak. A faint smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "Young knight, you are indeed a man of your word. You brought the supplies we need most." The voice of the indigenous elder was not loud, but Serdak heard it very clearly. Serdak waved his hand, and the cavalry behind him came up one after another and piled the supplies on their horses in front of the great elder. Soon it was piled up into a hill, and several indigenous warriors ran out to check it out. Then he handed a tattered backpack to Serdak. Serdak opened the lid of the backpack and took a look inside, and was speechless. A bundle of silverleaf grass and some dried kudzu were packed inside, just like a basket of rotten cabbage. These herbs, which are almost impossible to buy in the Empire's magic stores, seemed to be of little value in the eyes of the indigenous people. Seeing Serdak frowning, as if he was a little dissatisfied, the indigenous elder waved his hand again, and then another native ran out and handed another basket of herbs to Serdak. "Recently, it has become difficult to collect herbs in the forest, so these are the only ones. the indigenous elder said with an embarrassed look.
These magic herbs are enough to exchange for those supplies. Judging from the current value of these herbs, I may still take advantage.
Surdek tried his best not to look too proud. He lowered his voice and gave a very pertinent evaluation.
Then our deal is happily concluded. I hope we can continue to cooperate after this beast tide is over.
The Aboriginal elder seemed relieved and waved his hand, asking the accompanying Aboriginal warriors to carry the supplies in front of him. Afterwards, they would take the natives back to the woods.
Wait a minute. Great Elder. Have you ever thought about your warriors from the Duni tribe accepting my employment?
Just as the natives were about to turn around, Surdek suddenly called out to the great native elder and asked him. The indigenous elder raised the black wooden cane in his hand again, and the team immediately stopped. He turned to look at Surdek with his eyes widened, and that somewhat shining gaze seemed to see into Surdek's heart again, making it impossible for Surdek to hide his thoughts. It feels very uncomfortable to have someone see through your inner thoughts all of a sudden. When Surdek thought of using the spiritual power in the sea of spiritual consciousness to resist, the indigenous elder had already withdrew his gaze.
You want to hire my children to help you fight off the beast tide?
The indigenous elder asked slowly, his expression a little solemn. Chapter 743, The Eve of the Beast Tide.
They may have the idea to get out of this magical forest and see the outside world. However, before the beast tide ends, the tribe's survival situation is worrying.
The indigenous elder frowned, but his voice was unusually calm. He looked like an old magician. He held the black wooden staff tightly in his hand, stood up from the chair, glanced wisely at the young indigenous warrior beside him, and continued to say to Surdek,
We need more warriors to protect the tribe, so I can't promise you.
The indigenous elders did not agree to let the young indigenous people accept Surdek's employment. In fact, he also had other thoughts in his mind. He needed more indigenous warriors to consolidate his power in order to firmly rule the entire indigenous tribe. Every indigenous warrior is his wealth, and he does not dare to let these young people enter the civilized world. Because when he was young, he seemed to have been to Wilk City and seen the prosperity there, as well as the powerful Green Empire, how people expanded their land. In addition, in the past few years, some slave-catching groups have gathered in the town of Doden, and they have hunted and killed local indigenous people in the Invercargill monster forest. Many natives are full of hatred for the imperial people, and this hatred in their hearts will not be eliminated overnight. Surdek just asked casually, and when the indigenous elder directly refused, he said nothing more.
Then continue our previous transaction. If you have any needs, you can come to me in Doden town. I can guarantee the personal safety of the Duni tribe warriors. These magic herbs, magic beast leather, and magic cores can be brought to Doden town, Dan town in exchange for what you need. I will live over there at the military camp,
Surdek said to the indigenous elder. He patted the 2 herb baskets next to him and felt that the leaves on the dried herb roots inside seemed to be falling off constantly. He quickly stopped. Although these herbs are not valuable in the eyes of this group of local indigenous people, they are definitely the most sought-after magical supplies in the Green Empire. The Aboriginal elder sat back on the chair, and the young Aboriginal man lifted him up. He held a black wooden cane in his hand. He said to Surdek,
That's okay. I don't know how long this beast tide will last. A few months or more. We need more supplies. When the magic herbs are harvested, I will let the tribe the warriors will be sent to you to exchange for some more weapons and living supplies.
Surdek held the hilt of the blood-red crescent sword with one hand, flipped onto his horse lightly, knocked his chest with his fist, and said to the indigenous elder,
Okay, it's settled. I wish us a happy cooperation next time.
Seeing the indigenous tribesmen disappearing into the dense forest at the mouth of the Doden Canyon, Surdek took all the cavalry on their way back. The road back was not easy either. There were now several large groups of monsters gathered in the canyon. With the strength of the cavalry squadron, there is currently no ability to hunt these herds. Sammy pulled the horse's reins and came to Surdek's side, whispering in his ear,
How about I follow them and see where the passage that can pass through the thorns and stones is?
Surdek hesitated for a moment before saying,
Forget it. We don't need to hide there. Let them keep some secrets. Otherwise, once they lose their sense of security, they may move elsewhere.
Samira curled her lips in disapproval and said,
Where else could they go?
Surdek looked at the Invercargill Warcraft forest in the distance, followed the cavalry team into the Doden Canyon, turned to stare at Samira, and asked her,
Do you think these indigenous tribes lived in the Warcraft forest before?
Without waiting for Samira to answer, Surdek sighed softly and said,
They only hide in the Invercargill monster forest Because our land continues to expand.
Surdek smiled helplessly and said,
They are neither willing to surrender nor change their original way of life. So their living space can only be continuously compressed by us. Now they are hiding in the world of Warcraft Forest and can barely survive. Although life is a little more difficult, it is not yet desperate.
He pointed to the Warcraft Forest on the other side of the hilly land and said,
We can't even count how many indigenous tribes, like Duni, there are in the Fukadra Warcraft Forest. If they feel that they can no longer survive, the only other way besides continuing to migrate is to fight to the death against us. This is terrible. It's not what we want. Although we have an extremely powerful constructed knights, I think their journey should be to the stars and the sea. So I think that if you want to occupy a plane, you don't need to drive away the indigenous people here, but to assimilate them to the greatest extent. Let them get used to our way of life. Let them understand our civilization. Come into contact with our food, and accept what we believe in and endorse the ideals we strive for.
After saying this, Surdek wanted to ride his horse and rush to the front of the team. Samira whipped the horse's buttocks with a riding crop, followed, and continued to ask,
Like Guatemala City?
Surdek shook his head and said,
Guatemala City is not doing very well in this regard. They need to have a higher sense of identity with the local aborigines.
Samira looked at Surdek with a blank expression. Surdek smiled and continued to explain.
The sense of identity I am talking about is not the usual superior pity and charity to the weak, but equality in the true sense.
Samira used her light red eyes to focus on the knight in front of her, who was riding a horse quickly to the front of the team. She pulled the reins of the horse and stood there in a daze.
I didn't expect him to think that way.
Samira exhaled and felt that the Doden canyon in front of her had become much wider. Andrew caught up from behind, and when passing by Samira, he said,
You have been following him for so long. Haven't you felt that he has been doing this all along?
Looking at Andrew's back, the half-elf archer whispered,
I'm not a native of the Duni tribe. How can I feel like this?
After saying that, she couldn't help but smile, waved the riding crop in her hand, and chased after him. This half-elf girl has a breathtakingly beautiful smile, so much so that she always wears a hood and is unwilling to show her true face. Riding on a horse and galloping, the breeze blows on your face. Unconsciously, she took off the silk hood on her head, revealing her silky blonde hair flying in the wind. The beasts in the Warcraft Forest want to avoid the ghost-striped red ants, with the memories imprinted in their lives. They want to migrate south. However, the Doden Canyon passage is blocked by the Green Empire people with a high wall. All the beasts the group is crowded in the narrow Doden Canyon. Now some groups of monsters are entering the canyon one after another, making the Doden Canyon, which has always been very peaceful, look overcrowded. The residents of the town have two completely different views on this beast tide. Many immigrants from the Empire do not want to continue living here. They were worried that once the wall failed to stop the monsters outside, everyone in the town would become food for the monsters. They come here just to do some small business and make their lives more prosperous. I didn't come here to die. So these days, some shops have closed one after another, and many businessmen have left Doden town. On the contrary, the vast majority of indigenous people choose to continue to live here. In fact, they have nowhere to go. Although they had almost nothing, they at least had a wooden house to protect themselves from the wind and rain, as well as family and friends who were willing to hug each other for warmth. There were half a bag of grains in the kitchen, and when they opened the window, they could still see clothes hanging to dry, a string of Rex rabbits on a rope. The nobles hope that the Wilkes military department can send more troops. They don't want the industry here to be reduced to nothing overnight. In recent days, Andrew led the cavalry battalion to hunt in the Doden Canyon. As more monsters poured into the Doden Canyon, the types of monsters hunted became more abundant. But the area of activity was continuously compressed, gradually only within a few kilometers outside the North City wall. Once they encountered a large group of monsters rushing towards them, they quickly moved closer to the North City wall. As long as they are within the range of the bed crossbow, they will be safe. If the group of monsters rushes up, the bed crossbow on the city wall will kill them without mercy from the longest distance. Of course, the prey thus obtained also belongs to the City Defense Guard Brigade. These bed crossbows are manufactured by the Imperial Capital Ordnance Workshop of the Green Empire. Usually, a bed crossbow cart is roughly divided into three parts: the base, the pitching frame, and the crossbow body. The base is a heavy-duty four-wheeled flatbed truck, mainly used to carry the tilting frame and crossbow body. Generally, craftsmen will inlay magic rune boards such as sturdiness and wind control on the axle at the lower part of the base to make the entire bed crossbow more sturdy and durable, and save effort when towing. The tilting frame is the control system of the bed crossbow. This part has two winches that control left and right rotation, and up and down rotation. The crossbow body is the most important part of a bed crossbow. And the magic crossbow arm is the most valuable component of a bed crossbow. The arrow guide slot in the middle can place giant crossbow arrows up to 3 meters long. A bed crossbow is usually operated jointly by 2 soldiers. And one of the soldiers needs to constantly adjust the shooting angle of the bed crossbow. Another soldier stood on the seat behind the crossbow body, responsible for using the winch to pull the bowstring of the crossbow, and using words to guide the soldiers below to adjust the shooting angle. The soldier performing the targeted shooting also needs to have a good foundation in archery. Recently, the soldiers of the City Defense Brigade have to take turns manipulating the crossbows every day to kill the monsters attracted by the cavalry, so that their accuracy in manipulating the crossbows has been significantly improved. Many warcraft have rudimentary intelligence, and will not rush into the range of the crossbows on the northern city wall. Only some greedy and bloodthirsty moon blade fire wolves will follow the cavalry, and try to bite off a large piece of meat from the cavalry. In the past few days, Suldak, Andrew, Samira and Gulaitum have all taken turns leading the cavalry out of the northern city wall to hunt down the monsters in the canyon. Surdak stood on the city wall. In the distance, a group of cavalry stepped on the grassland in front of the canyon, bringing up a cloud of dust behind them. The vegetation here has been eaten by the herbivores until the lush layer is exposed. A large group of magical beasts are chasing after them from behind, in addition to a large group of moon blade fire wolves and maned beasts. There are also several tall beasts in the herd. A black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros, followed by 3 slow-moving subway-back manbears. There was the sound of a winch turning from the city wall. Soldak held his hands on the wall stacks and said to Andrew next to him, "Why did it attract so many?" Andrew was also a little surprised. He quickly picked up the butcher's battle axe and quickly ran down the city wall, preparing to pick up the cavalry outside the city. On the canyon grassland under the city wall, you can still hear the shouts of Gulaitum, and I don't know how excited he is in his heart. Samira stared at the beasts that were gradually entering the shooting range. When she saw the cavalry running into a safe distance, she ordered, "Shoot!" Suddenly, a row of 35 giant crossbow arrows flew straight out from the top of the city with a buzzing sound. These giant crossbow arrows instantly crossed a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. The huge crossbow arrows killed a row of moon blade fire wolves in front of him, nailed to the ground. The remaining demonic beasts were inspired with ferocity and continued to rush forward past these giant crossbow arrows. The pair of cavalry quickly gathered under the city wall and passed through the narrow doorway of the northern city wall. Gulaitum followed the team at the back, carrying an unconscious cavalryman under his arm. While running, the cavalry's horse accidentally stepped on its front legs into a rabbit nest dug by a Rex rabbit. The horse's leg was broken directly, and the knight was thrown off the horse, fell to the ground and fell unconscious. If Gulaitum hadn't grabbed him from the ground at the critical moment, he would have been torn to pieces by the group of monsters behind him. Now that he was still breathing, Andrew was the last one to run into the city gate. The city defense guard lowered the iron fence almost against Andrew's back. Just like this, several moon blade fire wolves that were biting behind him also took the opportunity to rush in, but blocked other monsters outside the iron fence. A large group of veterans wearing full metal armor held spears in their hands, rushed up from both sides, and cooperated with Gulaitum, who stopped, stabbing the moon blade fire wolves that rushed in one after another to death. There is only so much space in the city gate, and these moon blade fire wolves cannot dodge these spears even if their bodies are flexible. However, the monsters outside the fence sprayed out flaming knives through the iron fence towards the city gate hole. A row of veterans quickly raised their shields to block this wave of magic, and a group of people quickly withdrew from the city gate hole. The city guards on the city wall drew their alloy bows to full capacity, and the cavalry on the city wall held standard crossbows with 5 consecutive shots and fired a hail of arrows. The monsters gathered under the city just left in embarrassment with their tails between their legs. Andrew ran to the city with an angry look on his face, and asked the cavalry squadron leader, who looked like he was going to survive a disaster, "What's going on? Are you dying?" The cavalry squadron captain didn't say anything, and Andrew knew that the trouble was probably caused by the ogre Gulaitum. Gulaitum was also a bachelor and didn't defend himself at all. He just smiled at Andrew with a hee-hee. Chapter 744, Stealing Back to Wall Village. In the nearly 1 week since the monsters poured into Doden Canyon, the early herbivores that escaped in Doden Canyon were almost hunted to extinction. The battles between warcraft are also becoming more and more intense.
Many Warcraft fights occupy a place in the Doden Canyon. When one party loses in the battle for territory, it often happens that they are attacked and killed by other Warcraft. There are also some monsters that think they are invincible. And when they see a group of people more powerful than themselves surrounding them, they will take the initiative to turn around and leave. There are still a large number of monsters pouring into the Doden Canyon every day. And some monsters sneak out and look for other ways to escape. Many monsters stayed in the Doden Canyon, making the canyon more than 10 kilometers long become overcrowded. The food of the Ogre Ghoul item has been very good recently. The day before yesterday, he roasted a whole black-backed ice rhinoceros in the military camp. This was the first time the cavalry in the military camp tasted the fresh meat of the second-level monster. The fresh meat of this kind of monster is very beneficial to the warrior's body, especially when you eat it for the first time. The physical benefits are most obvious. Most of the cavalrymen in the cavalry battalion are veterans from the Barren Land. They have served in the most difficult cannon fodder regiment for 4 years. Those who can return to their hometown in the deserted land alive are veterans with rich combat experience. Their combat effectiveness may not be that strong, but they are excellent in self-protection ability and danger prediction. Outstanding. After so many years of fighting on the battlefield, many veterans have accumulated hidden injuries on their bodies. They first followed Surdak in battles, and every time they were injured, they would receive treatment from the Holy Light Technique. The Holy Light Technique not only healed the wounds, but also more or less repaired the hidden wounds accumulated on the veterans. Now that they have the opportunity to eat some fresh meat from monsters that can enhance their physique, the physiques of many cavalrymen have changed, and combat level promotions occur frequently in the military camp. The benefits of this breakthrough in strength are obvious, rejuvenating the body with new vitality. As a result, the cavalry became more active in hunting out of the city, and many cavalry wanted to go hunting with Ghoul item. Although the Ogre liked to take risks, he also cared about the veterans very much. The cavalry who followed him out for hunting often had the most harvest among all the cavalry teams. And they could also eat fresh monster meat that night. No way. This is the prerogative of the Ogre. Surdak discovered that in just 1 week, the cavalry had returned nearly 700 pieces of Warcraft hides from hunting, and nearly 500 pieces of crossbows had been hunted by others on the city wall. The corresponding harvest was the heads of monsters. He had successively bought more than 100 magic sealing boxes in the trading house. But there were still some first-level monster heads that could not be properly preserved. These days, Surdak could only sacrifice some of the heads of Warcraft that had been sealed for a long time. In addition to enhancing the physical fitness of some injured cavalry, some veterans who were promoted to level 9 were also blessed with the blessed body, allowing them to feel the power of breaking through the shackles of the body. As long as these veterans can feel their own power, they have the conditions to be promoted to first-level warriors. Surdak did not expect such a big harvest in recent days. Among the more than 700 pieces of Warcraft leather, although most of them were the furs of the Moon Blade Fire Wolf, there were also some high-grade furs of the second-level Warcraft. The Moon Blade Fire Wolf is a first-level monster, and its fur cannot be used as a base material for magic pattern construction. The Fire Wolf's fur is relatively hard, and it cannot be made into leather clothing. This dark red fur can be made into a mattress spread on the ground in a marching tent. The wolf skin mattress itself is moisture-proof and moisture-proof. And the Fire Wolf fur can also gather a touch of fire elements. Many local aborigines have a special obsession with the Moon Blade Fire Wolf. They like to make the Moon Blade Fire Wolf into a leather mattress. This kind of leather mattress can automatically gather heat when spread on the ground. Many hunters own a Fire Wolf skin. Mattress will not only be cherished when used daily, but will also be passed down to future generations. This kind of fur should be very popular in extremely cold places. In addition, Surdak also harvested some precious furs of ghost leopards. Although the ghost leopard is a first-level monster, its fur is extremely rare, and its texture is soft and comfortable. Especially this kind of fur has a hiding effect in the dark, so it is very popular among the imperial nobles. Some assassins also like to use the fur of the ghost leopard. Sewing a cape. In the magic market, its price is more expensive than some common second-level Warcraft leather. Of course, the price of ghost leopard skin is still far less than the price of top-level second-level Warcraft skins such as the double-headed basilisk, salamander, petrified lizard, white rock rhinoceros, and scorpion-tail crystal lion. But it is already higher than other first-level World of Warcraft skins. The value of fur is much higher. The Ironback manbear and the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros are second-level monsters unique to the White Forest Plain. Surdak has now harvested 17 bear skins, and the bear's paw has preserved an entire magic box.
I also hunted 23 ice-horned rhinoceros skins, and harvested the same number of rhino horns. In fact, ice-attributed rhino horns are the most precious warcraft material. This kind of rhino horns can be directly used to make weapons. Many forging masters will the outside of the ice-horned rhinoceros is slightly polished and inlaid with a sharp blade to create a unique rhinoceros horned ice blade. The rhinoceros ice sword is an AP-type weapon. During combat, it will occasionally trigger an ice arrow, except for the 3 black-backed ice-horned rhinos that were luxuriously eaten by the ogres. Surdak transported the rest of the ice-horned rhinos and human bear meat back to Pussy Mountain through Aphrodite's summoning circle. Lava mines, together with a large amount of furs, are ready to be transported to Bena City. Surdak wants to transport the fresh meat of the monsters to Bena City and give it to the butcher shop owner Sander for sale. In addition, Soldak promised to support the Goffalo family's leather-making firm, and the leather was to be sent to the Brunei manager of the firm. The herbs harvested from the second trade with the Dakuni natives, Surdak was going to send them to Lance, asking him to make some healing potions for him. Although he couldn't use them, he took them with him wherever he went. It's hard currency. It is said that there are several third-level monsters hidden in the canyon, but they hide all day and night, hiding in the woods at the foot of the mountain. Only 2 mercenary groups have seen traces of them. There are currently more than 10 mercenary groups in Doden town. Recently, these mercenary groups have been hunting outside the city frequently, and they have made a lot of gains. The local aborigines also organized teams to hunt outside the city, but they only brought back a few huge bristle beasts. This kind of monster leather is the best material for making leather boots. In recent days, an aboriginal hunting group was attacked by 5 ghost leopards when they went hunting. A dozen hunters died in the entire group. Although this kind of surprise attack by monsters during hunting happened from time to time, it still completely calmed down the mood of the aborigines, who went out to hunt in the city. Baron Josh Golding believes that the magic leather produced in Doden town will definitely be sold to trading houses. The amount of magic leather is so huge that it is impossible to send it to Wilk City without a transportation team. He thought that Surdak might keep the skins of the second-level monsters, but he didn't expect that Surdak didn't sell a single piece of skin, in addition to the leather hunted by the cavalry battalion, which was not sold. The aboriginal people who were oppressed by the trading houses in the past did not sell the hunted leather to the trading houses. It is said that they dedicated all the leather to Surdak. Nor did they sell the leather hunted by the cavalry battalion. I wonder how a garrison commander handles so much leather. Nowadays, the trading house's business is not as good as before. If those mercenary groups were not willing to do transactions with the trading house, his trading house would have gained almost nothing this month. Not all mercenary groups will sell warcraft materials to trading houses. When they encounter some good materials, they will take them to the leather shop and choose to make themselves a set of high-end leather armor. If they have the opportunity to hire an inscription master in the future, they can also carve high-grade leather armor with magic patterns to become a magic pattern structure. Of course, the cost of hiring an inscriptionist to make a magic pattern structure requires using magic crystals to pay the inscriptionist. If you don't have any wealth in your pocket, don't even think about it. Baron Josh Golding wanted to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Baron Surdak. Now that he knew Baron Surdak's identity, it seemed that it would not be so shameful to admit his mistake. But Commander Surdak has been very busy recently, and Baron Josh Golding began to think that his letter of visit was not sincere enough, and Surdak did not want to see him. But when he ran to the garrison camp in person and found that he couldn't see him after waiting for a long time, he realized that he was really busy. No one is in the garrison camp either. Just when Baron Josh Golding was wondering where Commander Surdak had gone, Surdak had already secretly returned to Wall Village with the help of Aphrodite. Of course, he didn't dare to show up publicly in Wall Village at this time, so he could only hide at home. Rita invited the old village chief, Uncle Bright, to learn about the situation in Wall Village. Surdak stood on the second-floor terrace, looking at a large number of row houses being built one after another at the entrance of the village. The small townhouses in the village were also continuing to be built. The dead tree at the entrance of the village had become the central landmark of the free market. Looking from a distance, there are many vendors gathered there, which makes it look particularly lively. Now Wall Village has gathered all the craftsmen from the entire desolate land, and many residents of the desolate land have moved their families to Wall Village. Even if there is no land here, you can live a comfortable life just by finding a job. For the newly relocated residents, the greatest convenience is that their food, clothing, and housing are all provided in Wall Village. As long as a family has someone working for the village, no matter what they are doing, They can rent a newly built house at the entrance of the village at the best price. In the townhouses, you can also eat free cassava and multi-grain porridge in the village. In this season of drought and famine, the old village chief, Uncle Bright, was worried that some people would starve to death. So he gave the cheapest free meal to those residents who were unable to work. However, as the construction work in the village started again, and roads continued to be built outside the village, manpower was needed everywhere. Now that the villagers had money, no one wanted to drink the cassava porridge that hurt their throats. The leader of Bright Village 3 years ago would never have imagined that Wall Village would become like this one day. The big dead tree outside the village has become the new landmark of Wall Village. The entire village has become larger than it was 3 years ago. It has increased 5 times. And the population of the village has expanded to 1,500 people. The village has a huge reservoir. And everyone lives in Western-style buildings. They don't have to worry about their roofs collapsing in a heavy snowfall. All this is because of the man who owns this house, Baron Soldak. The old village chief climbed to the second floor of the villa. Soldak was waiting at the stairs, and asked the old village chief to sit down in the living room connected to the terrace. Natasha brought a cup of milk tea to the old village chief, then held the dinner plate and left the reception room briskly. Soldak sat opposite the old village chief and greeted him with a smile. Village Chief Bright saw the mysterious woman she had not seen for a long time lying on a wicker chair on the terrace outside. She had a gray complexion and an almost perfect face. The old village chief guessed that she was not from the Empire. She used to live in the police station. Bien usually likes to stand alone on the mountains, and almost never communicates with the villagers. The old village chief, Uncle Bright, was also very unfamiliar with her. Now it seems that he is definitely a close confidant of Soldak. When the old village chief saw the surroundings, he lowered his voice and asked Soldak, "Dak, didn't you go to the plain to garrison? How could you sneak back when you were performing military duties? Is there something going on there? What happened?" Seeing the old village chief looking at him with worry, Soldak felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He smiled slightly and then said, "I can come back once in a while. It doesn't matter. Belan Plain is separated from Bena City by a portal. It's only 1 step away for me." Soldak turned his head and glanced at the village outside the window, and then said to the old village leader, "Uncle Bright, I came back this time just to see the situation in the village. Is there any trouble that I need to deal with?" Chief Bright said quickly, "Everything is fine here in the village. There is nothing for you to worry about. Those young reserve knights at the Public Security Bureau have been really doing their duty recently. I was originally thinking about whether these children from Helensa City can endure the hard life here in the desolate land. After all, they probably haven't suffered much since they were young. But now I realize that I really thought too much. These young knights are not only humble and polite, but also have good intentions. They can also endure hardships and do a decent job of maintaining law and order in a deserted land." The old village chief said with a look of relief, "It seems that these young reserve knights should have gained something from their trip to the desert." Soldak snorted and said, "I have gathered almost all the residents of the desolate land into Wall Village. If they continue to fail to maintain law and order, they should be sent back to the Knight Academy." The old village chief looked at the sparkling 5-level reservoir outside the window, and finally couldn't hold it back any longer and said, "Is the 5-level dam in the village just a few shallow ponds? In fact, we can build it higher and store more water. Wouldn't it be better?" After finishing speaking, he added, "In addition to irrigating wheat fields, we can also open up more tidal flats." How could Soldak let the large swimming pool outside the villa be changed into a dam? He waved his hand and said to the old village chief, "That's not necessary, Uncle Bright. The water storage released by the 4th-level dam can fully cope with the flash floods when the rainy season comes. This area will mainly be a children's water park in the summer. I will dig on the tidal flat in the future. If there is an artificial lake and a waterproof layer is provided, Wall Village will probably not have to worry about water sources in the future." Soldak then changed the subject and asked, "What concerns me most right now is that with so much construction happening all at once, and so many people needing to eat, can the village's finances still be able to support it?" The mayor of Bright Village waited up before saying, "The income from the sulfur mine is currently retained in the village. There is no problem in supporting such a large business." At this time, Luke ran up to the 2nd floor and saw that Mayor Bright was also there, so he quickly came up obediently. Soldak asked Luke to send this batch of furs and monster meat to Helensa City, and once again entrusted Carl to find a magic airship at the airport terminal to transport these materials to Bena City.
He didn't expect that he would get such a big harvest before the beast tide came. It turns out that the World of Warcraft resources outside Doden town are actually so rich. Knight Doden town is not poor, but the wealth is in the hands of nobles and businessmen. The real poor are the lowest aborigines. Luke and Chief Bright left, and Natasha went to call Soldak to take a bath. Aphrodite sat on the roof, looking at the sunset in the distance, thinking about whether to send Surdak back to the Belan Plain when he was at his most passionate. At the same time, the great swordsman of Chester led 1,000 mixed reinforcements and 10 catapults, and finally arrived at the town of Doden in the evening when the sky was filled with red clouds. Chapter 745. The leader is not here. Dinner is a bit late today. Old Sheila, Rita, and young Peter had all been sitting at the table waiting for a while. Natasha just walked out of the bedroom upstairs. The skirt she was wearing was no longer the one she wore during the day. This skirt made of wool is very beautiful. It is slightly tight on the body. It is white and plump but has no fat at all. It has a full arc from the edge of the chest to the armpit. Originally, her long curly chestnut hair was styled into a bun, but now it was hanging down like a waterfall. Her beautiful white face was rosy after drunkenness, and her whole body exuded the charming charm of a mature beauty. She quickly walked to the restaurant's kitchen and helped Rita bring the prepared dinner to the table. The food prepared tonight is slightly different from usual. Soldak brought back some bear ribs from Doden town, in order to strengthen the bones and body of little Peter and old Sheila. The ribs were fried in oil and then cooked in an iron pot. It simmered for several hours, making the bear ribs very tender. Little Peter looked at Natasha expectantly, raised his little face, and stared at the cooking pot in her hand. Natasha walked up to old Sheila first and scooped out a piece of the fattest bear steak for her. Old Sheila lowered her eyelids and said in a soft and low voice, "I am old. If I eat too much meat at night, I will easily accumulate food at night." As he spoke, he held the table knife with trembling hands, and placed the half-cut bear ribs on little Peter's plate. Little Peter let out a low cry. At this time, when he saw Soldak walking into the restaurant, little Peter jumped down from his chair, ran to the door, and threw himself into his arms. Soldak lifted little Peter high and placed him on his shoulders, asked him affectionately, "Have you often practiced the basic sword skills that Uncle Andrew gave you at home recently?" "I practice every day." Little Peter hugged Soldak's neck tightly and said affectionately. Seeing Soldak, little Peter's eyes were full of joy, and he didn't even want to separate from Soldak even while having dinner. Old Sheila's energy was not as good as before. She felt a little sleepy after dinner, and wanted to take little Peter back to the room to sleep. Naturally, little Peter didn't want to go to sleep early and lingered around Soldak, unwilling to leave. Soldak patted his forehead and said to little Peter, "By the way, I almost forgot that I brought you a gift this time." Little Peter had an expectant look on his face when he saw Surdak pulling out a huge ice-horned rhinoceros horn from his magic waist bag. He immediately ran over and touched the rough surface of the horn curiously. Everyone gathered at the table. Not only little Peter was curious, but Natasha and Rita were also very curious about what this big guy was. Surdak explained to Natasha, "This is the rhino horn on the head of an adult ice-horned male rhinoceros. It is very rare. Such a rhino horn can be used to build a rhino horn blade at a high-end blacksmith shop in the city." Old Sheila's eyes were always chasing little Peter, and then her eyes fell on Soldak. She said to Surdak, "You are stationed on the plain. You should pay more attention to safety at ordinary times. If you don't have time, you don't have to come back to see us all the time. Life in Wall Village has changed so much now. We live in a warm house, and every day I can basically eat meat for every meal, wear decent clothes, and when I walk around the village, everyone in the village will compliment me. I have never imagined this kind of life before, and we are living a good life here." Old Sheila looked at Soldak and asked him, "How are you doing over there?" Surdak replied, "That's a border town over there, and further north through a canyon is the World of Warcraft forest. This ice rhinoceros horn was obtained by hunting the Warcraft over there." He spoke eloquently and introduced the Belan Plain to everyone. If old Sheila hadn't asked, probably no one in the family would have talked about these things. Although Natasha and Rita were curious, they both abided by their duties as women and never took the initiative to discuss official matters with Soldak. Surdak continued to sit on the sofa holding the teacup, telling Rita, who was full of curiosity about the plain world, what happened in the Belan Plain. Natasha was next to Surdak, her head resting on his shoulder, listening quietly on the side. From time to time, Rita would ask a question, such as how the sky, earth, mountains, and rivers over there are different from here. Little Peter lay in Rita's arms and soon fell asleep. Rita was about to take little Peter back to his room, and old Sheila also dragged her tired body back to the bedroom. Her bedroom was next to little Peter's. After leaving the restaurant, old Sheila showed a trace of worry on her face. Her eyes fell on little Peter's immature face. In the past, she was always worried that little Peter would grow up too fast because she didn't want to grow old too fast. But now she is looking forward to little Peter growing up quickly, because Wall Village is changing every day. And Soldak is also changing. He has become a baron, has a private army, and is about to marry the daughter of a big shot in the province of Bena. She was a little worried about little Peter's future, although Soldak promised to leave Wall Village to little Peter. The changes here are so fast that it's a bit dizzying. I don't know if little Peter will be able to manage this place well in the future. When the sunset glow reddened half of the sky to the west of the Thorn Mountains, a long line of troops appeared on the road outside Doden town. This army wore exquisite armor, and at the front was a team of 300 cavalry. These cavalry were equipped with knights' lances, swords, shields, and crossbows. They walked on this road in pairs. Behind the team was a group of four-wheeled carriages. There were 30 four-wheeled carriages in total, 17 of which carried 500 heavy armored infantry. Another 7 carriages carried 200 archers, and the remaining for the carriage was slowly loaded with goods, followed by 10 catapults at the end. The great swordsman Chester rode a green-scaled horse at the front of the team. A ridge covered with thorns halfway up the mountainside lay in front of him, and the rift valley between the ridges clearly exposed the gap. The great swordsman of Chester finally saw the small town of Doden to the south of the canyon. In the evening, Doden town was filled with smoke from cooking stoves, but there was no sign of the depression before the beast tide came. As the team got closer, swordsman Chester discovered that rows of wooden racks had been set up on the grassy slope outside the town, and the animal skins dried on them were spread out in sheets. Some aborigines were collecting these cheap furs on wooden racks under the setting sun. In addition to the furs, there are also some dried meats hanging out in the sun. When those people saw great swordsman Chester and his army, they didn't panic much. They just watched quietly as the army slowly walked into the town. No one even ran back to the town in advance to report. The streets of the town look very neat, and you can always see some prey in the hands of pedestrians coming and going on the street. A group of mercenary soldiers were walking and discussing the day's harvest. When they saw the great swordsman Chester and the mixed reinforcement team, they were full of surprise. The indigenous people here didn't seem to be too afraid of the army. When they saw the oncoming army, they stood honestly on the street. A squadron leader looked towards the mercenary soldier. He pulled the reins of the war horse and stopped in front of the mercenary soldier. But before he could ask a question, the mercenary soldier hurriedly got into the door facing the street. In the alley, I didn't want to have any conversation with him at all. The squadron leader sat on the horse, a little dazed, and for a moment he didn't know what was wrong with him. Seeing some aboriginal people watching, he had no choice but to ask an aboriginal person next to him, "Where is the garrison camp in Doden town?" He was worried that the aboriginal could not understand the imperial language, so he deliberately slowed down his speaking speed. The aboriginal pointed towards the end of the long street and answered him in a strange accent. "Just to the north of the town. There is a northern city wall over there, which is very conspicuous." The squadron leader nodded and asked him again, "How is the situation here? I mean outside the North City wall? Are you talking about the beast tide?" The aborigine grinned, revealing his white teeth, and his bronze skin shone in the dusk. He pointed to the eaves on both sides of the street. There were some Rex rabbits hanging under many eaves. He said somewhat proudly, "It's pretty good now. It brings good income to the town. You see, every family now has a lot of prey. In the past few days, no one dares to leave the city. More and more monsters have gathered outside the city. Are your troops here to eliminate those monsters?" The squadron leader found that he could not keep up with the aboriginals' thinking. He hesitated before saying, "Eradicate the monsters? We are a reinforcement team for the local garrison. The garrison's duty is to protect the safety of the town. Isn't hunting monsters what the adventure group and mercenary group should do?" "Of course. You are right." The aboriginal smiled, chased his companions in front, and ignored the squadron leader. When the great swordsman Chester passed by the small town trading house, he happened to see some mercenaries trading some warcraft materials in the trading house. He also heard that the trading house was having an unpleasant quarrel with Serdek, so he looked more here. One glance. A waiter from a merchant's shop happened to look over, and when he saw the great swordsman Chester noticed this,
A smile suddenly froze on his face. Then he immediately realized that he should keep smiling. But he couldn't force any smile out of his face. A group of people came out from the town hall. They seemed to be officials from the town. Although the great swordsman of Chester felt that the garrison camp was a bit too slow, he didn't think much about it. Mrs. Luna, the acting mayor of Doden town, came up with a group of people, walked up to the great swordsman Chester, greeted him eagerly, and asked the secretary behind her to lead the team to the garrison camp. The team brought by the great swordsman Chester has more than 1,000 people. They need to enter the garrison camp tonight. He is not interested in socializing with the local officials. He simply said a few words and asked his adjutant to deal with Mrs. Luna while he was with a large group of people rushing to the garrison camp. The high north city wall across the canyon looks like a high wall with countless grooves when viewed from the north. However, when viewed from the south, several zigzag staircases are built on this north city wall. In addition to the stairs, the city wall there are also hanging platforms for hoisting bed crossbows and other large ordnance on the east and west sides. Although it was still far away from the city wall, great swordsman Chester could see that the city was almost full of guards. Andrew led all the squadron commanders in the garrison camp to stand at the gate of the camp to greet the great swordsman Chester and the reinforcements. After the great swordsman Chester looked around the crowd for a week, he found that Soldak was no longer among the crowd. And he felt a little nervous. He asked strangely, "Where is Baron Soldak?" Andrew quickly stood up straight and replied, "Reporting to the commander of the Legion. Lord Soldak happened to go out for inspection today. As a garrison guard, you actually asked the chief officer to personally run out for inspection. Get out of the way, and deal with you later." The great swordsman of Chester's face darkened, and he glared at Andrew fiercely and said, Andrew also didn't expect that the great swordsman Chester would come early or late. But he rushed over at this time and quickly said with a smile, "Legion Commander, this is arranged by our regiment commander himself." With that said, he quickly led the great swordsman Chester into the garrison camp. The camp was very clean. The playground of the camp is divided into cavalry training grounds suitable for horse racing and a shooting range for archery practice. On the east side of the camp is a neat row of stables. There are more than 1,000 horses in the stables, and a group of aboriginal herdsmen are cutting fodder there. On the west side of the camp is the garrison dormitory, and some cavalrymen stand under the bathing wall to take a bath. The leather and monster heads that were originally piled in front of the small building had been taken away by Surdek, leaving only some huge skeletons of black-backed ice horns in the camp, which looked a little bloody. Just behind these skeletons were several large iron pots, and some skeletons with fresh meat residues were still being cooked in the boiling pots. The thick soup in the big iron pot has been boiled until it is white and full of fat, and a lot of cooked meat is placed on the square plate. But it seemed that the cavalry in the camp had already had dinner, and there were only a dozen cooks busy in the canteen. Andrew saw the soldiers and the reinforcement team being attracted by the aroma wafting from the big iron pot. He quickly thought that they had been marching all day and had not had dinner at this time. So he immediately said, "By the way, Legion Commander, everyone hasn't had dinner yet." Without waiting for the great swordsman of Chester to answer, he called to a squadron leader behind him and gave him instructions. "Neil, go and ask the kitchen to prepare dinner for 1,000 people. Cook meat with pickles, broth and baked wheat cakes. Everyone is probably hungry. Ask the canteen to hurry up." "Yes." The squadron leader quickly ran to the big iron pot, communicated with the cook over there, and immediately ran back. Squadron leader Neil reported to Andrew, "Captain Andrew, the cafeteria said that they can eat immediately. The cafeteria is just preparing breakfast. You can let the brother troops eat first, and then continue the preparations in the cafeteria." "Legion Commander, would you like to let everyone have a hot dinner first? The accommodation here in the camp is not enough for the time being. I will send people to set up marching tents on the playground immediately, and build dormitories tomorrow." Swordsman Chester nodded slightly and walked towards the canteen under the leadership of Andrew. The cavalrymen dismounted one after another, and a group of native grooms ran over and took the horses away familiarly. The infantry soldiers and archers also jumped off the carriages and lined up in the yard of the garrison camp. Following behind the great swordsman of Chester, I saw a few cavalrymen wearing aprons, using butcher knives to cut large pieces of boiled meat on the chopping board, and seeing a neat row of Maine beast heads next to the meat case. Only then did the great swordsman of Chester know what was on the meat case. The pieces of meat are all made from World of Warcraft ingredients. Judging from their skillful cutting skills, it is obvious that they have not only cut one or two. Unexpectedly, before the beast tide came,
Everyone here was already luxurious enough to eat Warcraft meat.
Are the monsters starting to attack the city wall now?
Great Swordsman Chester asked with concern. Andrew happened to take a square plate from the dining shelf and eagerly led the Great Swordsman Chester to the front. He quickly shook his head and said,
Although the canyon is currently crowded with monsters, these monsters have not yet attacked the city wall.
The cavalry squadron captains who followed Andrew began to guide the cavalry and the reinforcement team to receive their meal trays, line up to receive their meals, and enter the dining area in an orderly manner. When Swordsman Chester saw how orderly even the meals were here, he curiously asked Andrew,
Is this how you usually eat?
Andrew quickly answered with a smile.
This is more efficient.
Chapter 746 Guidance. There is a small building built in the garrison camp. It is said that it was built by the commander of the Langdon Corps Cavalry Battalion when he was in Doden town. As the cavalry battalion of the Lutheran army entered the town of Doden, the commander of the cavalry battalion of the Langdon army did not even have the patience to wait until the defense handover was completed. So he packed his luggage and returned to the Bena province early. Now the owner of this small building has become Commander Soldak of the Lutheran Legion Independent Cavalry Battalion. Swordsman Chester led his team to Doden town. Soldak happened to be away, so he arranged to live in a small building as a matter of course. Chester didn't like this small building very much. He was a very conservative person at heart, and he would have a strong rejection in his heart of anything that didn't follow the rules. He would rather set up a marching tent in the military camp yard, and sleeping in it would be much more comfortable than now. Late at night, Great Swordsman Chester sat up from the bed. He rubbed his forehead with his hands and found it difficult to fall asleep. Through the curtains, I could see the dim light inside the camp. From time to time, patrolling guards passed by the small building. They picked up the sword that they never left and pushed the door open and walked out of the small building, walking north along the corridor in the camp. The city wall more than 20 meters high looked majestic and silent in the night. A row of torches was lit on the north wall, and the vague figures of the guards at the head of the city could be seen. Swordsman Chester walked out of the military camp. When the guard at the door saw the golden sword, shield and wheat badge on his chest, he immediately raised his chin high and saluted to Swordsman Chester. After passing the military camp of the City Defense Army, a group of guards happened to come out of the camp and lined up to climb the city wall. The Great Swordsman of Chester also climbed up the city wall with the city defense guards. The top of the city looked very wide. A city defense guard stood not too far away. He saw the magic pattern structure and golden nobles on the body of the Great Swordsman of Chester. The badges immediately saluted the Great Swordsman of Chester.
A city defense guard was lying on a bed crossbow, with two guards holding lanterns beside him to light up the situation. The upper body of the city defense guard was almost lying on the crossbow of the bed crossbow, and he was greasing the central axis of the tilting frame with an oil can in his hand. If this magic bed crossbow can be maintained once a week, its service life can be greatly extended. Great Swordsman Chester stood next to the wall. He first looked outside the city wall. Doden Canyon was silent in the dark night. From time to time, several howls of fire wolves could be heard in the distance, as well as the grunts of owls. The sound of grunting. There is a dark green grassland under the city wall, and a row of torches is lit at the boundary of the 800-meter range. The light of the fire dances violently in the night wind. Many monsters dare not approach the northern city wall. They hide themselves in the darkness outside the torch. But their eyes are like gems, emitting a faint green light at night. Although it was already late at night, a group of cavalry soldiers were still hunting a main beast on this lawn. The main beast was covered with wounds, but its abundant physical strength allowed it to fight back with great force every time. The scene was very dangerous. The monsters in the darkness outside never dared to rush past the torches, making the edge of the city wall look like a coliseum. On the south side were the local guards stationed there, and on the north side were all the monsters looking around. The Great Swordsman of Chester was a little confused as to why the cavalry under the city wall chose to fight at night. So he turned to the city guard on the side and asked, "Why do these cavalry continue to fight at night?" Latu withdrew his big hand covered with grease, smiled, and replied with some envy, "Oh, I heard that those cavalrymen are all 9th level warriors. They all want to advance quickly. I heard that only through fighting can you understand the power. So there are also people hunting under the city wall at night. And there are crossbows on the wall to hold down the formation. You can get dividends by killing a monster. And you can also feel the power. This kind of good thing doesn't happen often." As Latu was talking, a female main beast as majestic as a hill suddenly rushed out of the darkness from the group of monsters. It knocked away two torches stuck on the grass and rushed towards the fighting cavalry. Behind this main beast were several smaller main beasts. There was a soft sound of click, and the bowstring buzzed. A crossbow flew straight out from the top of the city, making a hissing sound in the night sky. The next second, it accurately passed through the main beast that rushed over, and the giant crossbow arrow pierced its body. It fell suddenly, and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the main beasts behind were also hit by arrows, rolling and falling out. The city guards on the city wall let out a low cry. A woman wearing salamander leather armor and a hood stood with one foot on the crossbow chassis. By the flickering light of the torch, you could see that her hand was holding the mechanism of the shooter's position. And two city defense guards lifted. He picked up a giant crossbow arrow and loaded it into the arrow slot of the bed crossbow. Another city defense guard shook the winch desperately and pulled back the bowstring of the bed crossbow. The great swordsman Chester asked Latu,
"Are these cavalrymen abandoning their horses to fight the monsters under the city in order to break through? Otherwise?"
Latu had already walked to the next bed crossbow. When he saw this big man asking himself again, he stopped and said with envy,
"How good it is to take a turn. After one turn, you can get more. What a salary."
The way he spoke had the distinctive intonation of the local aborigines. Great swordsman Chester asked again,
"Aren't they afraid of suffering wounds that cannot be healed at this time?"
Latu looked down at himself, and then at the two companions beside him, and said,
"What are we afraid of? We don't have anything. Everyone doesn't mind taking a gamble. Let alone I heard that our new commander possesses the holy light
cure."
The two guards beside him, who were carrying lanterns and carrying ladders on their shoulders, also nodded repeatedly. The great swordsman Chester saw that Latu had a cheerful and talkative personality, so he asked him, "What's your name?"
Latu quickly stood up straight and said with a serious face,
"My name is Latu."
Swordsman Chester did not continue the conversation, but waved his hand and asked them to continue repairing the bed crossbow. Holding on to the wall stacks, he watched the cavalryman under the city wall thrust several short spears into the main beast's body. Well, the main beast's body has been riddled with punctures, and dozens of blood holes are gushing out from all over its body. Watching the piece of leather turn from complete to broken, and then from broken to a pile of rags, the most valuable thing in the main beast's body has become worthless. As the magic patterns on its body gradually dimmed, the main beast was dying. A cavalryman stepped out from the crowd, took off a battle axe from his waist, raised the axe, and slashed hard on the back of the main beast's neck. It took a lot of effort to kill the rhinoceros. The head of the main beast, which was even larger, was chopped off. Aphrodite, wearing a mithril mask, boarded a carriage. Cerdak stood next to the four-wheeled carriage and told Aphrodite,
"Remember to summon me when you arrive." "All right."
Aphrodite waved her hand impatiently. Cerdak knocked on the shaft of the carriage and said to Aphrodite,
"I know you are tired of this kind of life. I believe that this boring life will change soon. I have already touched the door of dragon language. I will take you to see different worlds together right away, such as the Belan Plain. Are you trying to comfort me?"
Aphrodite sat upright in the carriage and asked with a confused look on her face. Cerdak chuckled and asked her,
"Do you think it is necessary for a human knight to comfort a wingless succubus?"
Aphrodite nodded seriously and said,
"I think it's necessary."
Cerdak stepped out of the summoning circle just before dawn and returned to the study in the small building of the military camp. He saw the note left by Andrew on the table and realized that the great swordsman Chester had arrived in Doden town. This time he came with 1,000 soldiers to reinforce Doden town, including 200 archers who were in urgent need. Another 500 heavy armored infantry were what Cerdak needed most at the moment. In addition, there are 10 catapults, which is an unexpected surprise. I learned from Wilk City's logistics quartermaster Handel that even the Wilk City military headquarters didn't have a few catapults. This time, great swordsman Chester was able to bring over 10 catapults. He probably used his maximum ability. He walked to the window and looked out at the playground, seeing neat rows of marching tents set up on the flat playground. Cerdak realized that the great swordsman of Chester probably lived in this small building. As a second-level great swordsman, Chester should be very sensitive to the magic fluctuations around him. So when he passes through the summoning circle, the mana fluctuations generated are likely to be sensed by the great swordsman of Chester. Thinking of this, he broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly walked out of the study. The living room was quiet, with a ray of light in the room. Cerdak saw that the door of the guest room was open and there was no breath inside. He released his magic perception and confirmed that no one lived in this small building. Not even Samira was in the attic. Serdek pushed open the door of the small building and walked out. The dark blue starry sky above his head was slowly changing color, and the stars were receding. He asked the cavalry patrolling outside for the night.
Have you seen the great swordsman Chester?
The night watch cavalry stopped. A cavalry captain reported to Serdek.
Deputy Commander Chester went out from that direction at night. Probably to the north city wall.
Serdek nodded. He saw the lights in the canteen of the military camp were on, as if breakfast was being prepared. And then he realized that the cooks in the canteen now needed to prepare 1,500 breakfasts. The number of breakfasts was suddenly 3 times more than before. It was estimated that the number of breakfasts in the canteen was the few cooks are simply too busy. When I walked to the door of the canteen, I saw a row of large iron pots for cooking the broth. It seemed that the morning broth should be well prepared. These cooks were frying scones on 3 pans. The already fried scones were neatly prepared, stacked in large baskets. It looks like there is still a lot missing. Serdek walked in, and several cooks in the canteen quickly saluted Serdek.
How much is left to bake the wheat cakes?
Serdek asked. The chief cook in the canteen stood up and said with some embarrassment.
There are still at least 700 sheets left. We can fry another 300 sheets before breakfast, and the rest will be ready soon.
Serdek waved his hand and said,
You just need to prepare broth and boiled beans. Send someone to notify the bakery in the town to prepare 800 baked wheat cakes. There is a shortage of manpower here. And so on. I will redeploy manpower to you during the day. Yes, sir.
The cook didn't expect that the problem that had been bothering him all night would be solved immediately. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the oily sweat on his forehead with a towel on his waist. Serdek climbed up the north city wall, and the east side of Thorn Mountain Ridge just lit up with a touch of fish belly white. Over at the military camp, nearly 1,000 war horses were driven out of the stables by the native herdsmen. They rode the horses and waved their long whips in their hands, shouting, and drove a large group of war horses to the small river outside the town. The cavalrymen had already come out of their dormitories and were getting ready to start morning exercises. Serdek searched a large circle on the city wall, but did not see the figure of the great swordsman Chester. He only saw Samira leaning against a crossbow on the bed, seeming to be fast asleep in the morning light. Just as he was about to ask the guards on the city wall, he discovered the roar of a monster coming from under the city wall. That was clearly the roar of a black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros. He had repeatedly told the cavalrymen in the past few days that when hunting monsters under the city, especially at night, they must seduce those simple-minded and reckless maned beasts. Although they have rough skin and thick flesh, the magic of the earth-petrified skin can only make their bodies as hard as rocks. As long as they are handled carefully, there will not be much danger. But he didn't say that these cavalrymen could offend the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros. This big man could freeze a warrior into a lump of ice by shooting an ice arrow, and then rush up at a speed of 80 miles. The huge ice Jiao is fully capable of breaking the ice lump into ice slag. Serdek was holding onto the wall stacks, and was about to yell at the cavalry under the city wall. You bastards are desperate for your life. I saw a large swordsman wearing a magic pattern structure standing in the crowd under the city wall. He was holding a double-edged sword, and was standing in front of a black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros. He seemed to be introducing the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros, the weakness of the ice-horned rhino, while demonstrating combat skills. His movements were not fast, but with every step he took, he seemed to have predicted the movements of the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros in advance, and avoided the attacks of the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros, especially the ice released by the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros. He didn't use any special power to resist the arrows at all. Instead, whenever the ice arrows were about to fall on him, his body was like a randomly swinging seaweed, dodging with a slight twist. That ice arrow, the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros, was fooled by him under the city, but he didn't use his sword to kill it. Instead, every time he passed by, he would pat the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros' weak spot with the blade of his sword to signal those who were there. The cavalry watching on the side will attack the black-backed ice-horned rhino next time. The black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros was not that stupid. After being teased for a long time, its anger subsided a little, and it immediately realized that the great swordsman of Chester was obviously much stronger than itself. So it immediately turned around and tried to go towards it dejectedly. Escape into the Doden Canyon outside the northern city wall. The meat that reaches the mouth will not be spared. I saw the great swordsman Chester raising the double-edged sword in his hand, and the sword brought up countless after-images. He took a step forward. The next second, the great swordsman of Chester seemed to have crossed more than 20 meters and appeared beside the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros.
His body still maintained balance while running. The afterimage of the sword with both hands seemed to have spanned a long distance. From bottom to top, stabbing the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros at an extremely tricky angle. The black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros had a look of fear on his face, as if he had bumped into the tip of Chester's great swordsman's sword. The giant sword was inserted into the heart of the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros through the gap between the ribs. Then the great swordsman Chester used the power of the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros predecessor to twist his body and pull out the double-edged sword. A huge amount of blood burst out from between the ribs of the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros. The black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros ran forward for more than 20 steps, and then fell down on the trampled grass. Chapter 747 New Troops Join. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the north wall, Samira felt the temperature of the sun and woke up from the control position of the crossbow. Last night, she squatted on the bed and stared at the crossbow control position for most of the night, until Deputy Commander Chester ran under the city wall and taught the cavalry basic combat skills. Samira's tense heartstrings relaxed. With such a second-level great swordsman by his side, those cavalrymen would not be in much trouble no matter how reckless they were. Samira wrapped her body in a cloak and curled up on the chair at the crossbow control position on the bed to sleep for a while. Maybe she was a little tired these past few days, or she felt the intoxicating breeze in the canyon and listened to the roars of the monsters. On the contrary, she felt much more at ease, and she felt like she had had a long dream. When she woke up, she felt the bright sunshine. She stood up from the control chair, pushed hard with one arm, turned over and stood on the crossbow bed, stretched her arms and stretched. The fighting under the North City wall has subsided, and the torches under the North City wall have also been extinguished, with a wisp of smoke rising from some of the torches. The battle last night left a mess under the northern city wall. Many grasslands have been destroyed, and there are more monsters surrounding the northern city wall than yesterday. Some of them are hiding in the grass. Some are looking for a breakthrough around the northern city wall, and some monsters are hiding in the canyons, in the woods at the foot of the mountains on both sides. If this group of monsters wants to pass through Doden Canyon, they must cross the northern city wall. Now that the northern city wall is full of city defense guards, it is impossible to let these monsters rush into the occupied area and threaten the people living here. Samira walked down the city wall and came face to face with a group of city defenders who were preparing to change defenses. When these guards saw Samira approaching, they immediately stood on the edge of the steps and stepped out of the way to let Samira pass first. When they looked at Samira, there was a kind of admiration in their eyes. Samira has been guarding the city in the past few days. She has taught these city guards a lot of archery skills, and asked them to predict the wind speed, the running speed of the monsters, and the trajectory of the arrow during flight. Only these 3 points can be used. Taking this into account, it is possible to shoot the monsters under the city. The guards in the City Defense Brigade are basically on military service, and they have no income. City defense guards, who come from ordinary families, usually have cleaner pockets than their faces. Although these guards stay in the City Defense Brigade for food and accommodation, they occasionally have the opportunity to go to the shopping street of Doden town. When they see the dazzling array of goods on the street, they also have some desire to shop. But most of them just look through the windows. Eyes. Even if you want to buy it, you can't afford it. Among these guards, except for some young people who came here from the Green Empire to serve in the army, they are basically young people from the Aborigines. Everyone is used to living a hard life, so they don't think there is anything wrong with such a life. In recent days, before the beast tide comes, a large number of warcraft gather under the city wall to ensure the safety of the hunters and cavalry who go out to hunt the warcraft. Commander Soldak ordered that when the monsters enter the range of the crossbow, the guards on the city can use the crossbow to kill them. The prey killed will also depend on the situation, but the guards on the city will be more or less everyone can get a little bit. The guards were able to use bed crossbows to kill the monsters in the city, thanks to Samira's on-site guidance. Now these guards almost all made some money. They even had some expectations that it would be best if such days could continue. The respect for Samira turned into worship. People will be heard talking all day long. Captain Samira, in the cavalry camp, hunted 3 moon blade fire wolves yesterday. When the mercenary group under the city wall brought up the wolf heads, no one even looked at them. Samira passed through the blood-stained city gate fence, and the blood of the monster made the ground appear black and purple. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The claws of some monsters had made deep marks on the wall. There were also some traces of fire on the vaulted ceiling. The cavalry were leaning against the wall in the doorway, and sitting in a row.
They were exhausted from a night of fighting, laughing and drinking hot water. On the other side of the doorway of the city wall were piles of corpses of some maned beasts, including a large black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros. The results of these battles would be converted into silver coins and recorded in a book. Some members of the mercenary group slowly walked through the city gate with weapons on their backs. They seemed cautious and did not even dare to make loud noises in the city gate, since they also needed the city defense guards to control the crossbows and deter the monsters under the city wall. These mercenaries' violent tempers were much restrained. Surdak was giving basic treatment to several injured cavalry in the city gate, cleaning the wounds, healing them with holy light, and suturing them with cotton thread. When treating wounded soldiers recently, Surdak likes to use the holy light torch, no matter in any dark place. As long as a trace of sacred breath is injected into the holy light torch, the torch will immediately burn and emit a warm light. Swordsman Chester also sat with these cavalrymen. Seeing Soldak's meticulous treatment of the cavalry's injuries, Swordsman Chester discovered that Marquis Luther's gaze was really accurate. Soldak ran over to greet him, and immediately got into the treatment work. Swordsman Chester was giving some knowledge to a cavalryman who had just been promoted to the first rank. The cavalryman seemed a little excited, and told the great swordsman Chester about his troubled life. He is a veteran who followed Surdak out of the deserted land. He had injured his leg during his military service. He was also considered a very lucky person. His service period had expired at that time, so he retired due to injury, and returned to his hometown in the deserted land. However, after the injury healed, his injured leg has always been a bit difficult to walk. He originally wanted to return to his hometown, marry 2 wives and have 2 children. And your life may be a little poorer, but as long as you can survive, you can live like this until you grow old. He didn't expect that the desolate land could be so barren. When he was alone, he thought it was nothing. But after he married his wife and gave birth to a child, those thoughts were completely different. This time, I joined the cavalry battalion just to make some money. I didn't expect that I would gain so much. Not only did my old injuries heal, but my strength returned to its 9th level peak. Before dawn, watching the battle of the great swordsman of Chester hunting the ice-horned rhinoceros, he actually had some unspeakable feelings in his heart. I just felt that some kind of power rushed out of my body and condensed into the shadow of a black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros behind me. He was like a moth emerging from a cocoon, breaking through some kind of restraint in his body, and he could clearly feel the surging power behind him. Swordsman Chester gave him some pointers. The cavalryman was surrounded by his companions. He was a little incoherent, and casually talked about his truest feelings after breaking through. Samira squatted beside Surdak without saying a word, helping him apply a hemostatic bandage to a cavalryman. Surdak asked about the situation in the canyon, and his expression became solemn when he heard that there were more and more monsters. Seeing Onsan walking from the town carrying a bow and arrows, and a group of aborigines wearing simple leather armor, Surdak waved Onsan over and asked him, "There are so many monsters gathered outside. Why do you still want to run out?" A group of aboriginal people were waiting. Onsan came over with a spear in his hand. Grendon said, "You have to try it." He looked back at the group of companions behind him and said to Soldak, "They think that with the support of the crossbows on the north wall, they should have a chance to hunt some bristle beasts. We can't kill them, but there are many ways to lure them over. We can hunt while we can. Always stock up on extra." Surdak also knew that the aboriginal people were living a difficult life in Doden town. So he asked, "Are you ready to say H, low at the city wall?" Onsan smiled proudly and admitted, "Well, our nephew is on duty at the top of the city." Surdak waved his hand and muttered, "Then pay attention to safety, and don't always gamble with your life." When Onsan saw that Surdak had no intention of blaming him, he immediately straightened his back and said happily, "I understand, Lord Surdak." Then he quickly walked out of the city gate with a group of aboriginal hunters. Swordsman Chester sat aside and heard the conversation between Surdak and a group of aborigines. He was actually worried that the aborigines would be in danger when they went out at this time. The surrounding cavalry also looked unsurprised, looked at Surdak in surprise, and said to him, "You are different from other commanders." Soldak finished the work in his hand, put the hemostatic bandage in his pocket, stood up and looked at the great swordsman Chester. Swordsman Chester said, "You actually care about the local indigenous people." Soldak lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, "The land here became the territory of the Green Empire, and the indigenous people here became the subjects of Emperor Charles the Great and Grand Duke Newman. They live in the small town of Doden. I think it's my responsibility to keep them safe. This is indeed the truth, and the other people you mentioned also understand it." Great swordsman Chester said. He stroked the broad-bladed sword with one hand and continued.
But in the Green Empire, many commanders attach great importance to the blood of the Empire. They are arrogant in their bones. They talk about blood, inheritance, and clan. They reject everything outside the Empire. Facing the Aborigines living in these occupied areas, they cannot treat everyone equally. So in many plain areas, the exploitation of local indigenous people always happens frequently. Many small problems accumulate together and slowly build up into public grievances. In the end, they will always be the trigger for some wars. The resistance war launched by the indigenous people and the local indigenous tribes has always been the main war that we, the Lord Legion, quelled. Now that the Dark Legion has invaded various planes, no one has paid attention to these contradictions. But it does not mean that these contradictions have completely disappeared. When these contradictions accumulate to a certain extent, they will erupt again. This is also when I was fighting the demons in the Walla Valley of the Kinda Plain. I saw many foreign knights in the MO army, as well as a group of dwarf warriors and elf archers. And I got some understanding of the multiracial mixed army.
Great swordsman Chester stood up, put his arm around Soldak's shoulders, and walked with him through the doorway of the city wall towards the military camp. Soldak had rarely heard anything about demons, so he asked curiously,
Great swordsman Chester, have you ever seen a real demon? Yeah.
Great swordsman Chester replied.
What do they look like?
Soldak asked curiously. Great swordsman Chester said with some bitterness.
Those are indeed not good memories. Demons look similar to humans and elves. Demons have strong bodies. Like elves, they are born with the ability to master magic. Just like elves, close to nature. The magicians mastered by the demons are chaos and curse. Every demon has a devil's horn on its head, and that devil's horn is the source of their power. We lost a lot of people in that battle. It was the most tragic battle in recent years. A Grand Duke was seriously injured as a result. But it was those people who allowed us to see what the real Construct Knights are. The group of Construct Knights riding black-scaled horses made me see the ceiling of the Construct Knights. If they dare to stand up and challenge our constructed swordsmen, each of them may not be as good as us constructed swordsmen, but 10 of them together can probably compete with our 10 constructed swordsmen. If 500 people get together, even if we have 1,000 constructed swordsmen, it will probably be difficult to defeat them.
Swordsman Chester and Soldak chatted familiarly, like old friends they had known for a long time. And then, they returned to the military camp together, accompanied by Soldak and a group of squadron captains. The great swordsman Chester had a hearty breakfast. Then, the great swordsman of Chester called over the 17 squadron captains, who were part of the mixed reinforcement team, and said to them in the military camp conference room,
This is Baron Soldak, the garrison commander of Doden town. During the period of resisting the Invercargill Beast Tide, all of you must obey the command of Baron Soldak. Yes, commander of the Chester Corps.
A group of squadron commanders replied in unison, although they were a little unfamiliar with Soldak. There were some rumors about this cavalry battalion commander. Now Soldak was standing in front of them. 17 pairs of eyes fell on Soldak at the same time, carefully looking at Soldak from top to bottom. Soldak stood next to the great swordsman of Chester, feeling a little nervous. He could only bite the bullet and said,
Thank you all for going to Doden town to assist the independent cavalry battalion in resisting the ghost-marked red ants before the beast tide came. Others I don't want to say more. I just hope that if we are stationed here, we can stop those ghost-marked red ants from invading south. Please encourage me.
Chapter 748, Tavern Talk. 800 cavalry, 200 archers, 500 heavy armored infantry, and 300 city defense guards are the total strength that Soldak currently has. It is completely possible to form a corps with complete arms. Only now did great swordsman Chester understand that before he came to Bylin's plain, Marquis Luther entertained great swordsman Chester alone, and why Lady Marian was there to accompany him at that time. And her smile was still so kind. This is probably completely within Marquis Luther's plan, as long as Soldak can build a cavalry battalion, and then use this garrison mission to station him in a border town on the Bylan plain. Then transfer elite warriors from other Legion troops and inject them into Soldak's command. Form a battle group. Even if Soldak was not able to build this cavalry battalion, it is estimated that Marquis Luther would help him build this cavalry battalion privately. In this way, even if everyone knew in their hearts that Marquis Luther wanted to train Soldak, they still couldn't find anything wrong with him. After all, the Bylan plain is about to usher in a once-in-a-decade beast wave, and it is natural to send more troops to border towns. Soldak is the military and political officer here,
And the Luther Legion is the private property of Marquis Luther. Army. It's not him who has the final say on how to dispatch it. Great Swordsman Chester also wanted to help Serdek straighten out the relationship between the various war groups. He stayed in Doden town for 3 days, and found that Serdek had firmly controlled the group. To put it bluntly, it was still a complete management system. Daily meals, training, and outdoor training are all arranged uniformly. Even if he manages, he may not be able to do a better job than Serdek. The dormitories in the garrison camp were set up in just 3 days. The town of Doden is located at the southern entrance of the Doden Canyon in the middle of the Thorny Mountains. There is a large area of broadleaf forest land at the foot of the Thorny Mountains. And there is no shortage of wood here. There was a lumberyard just outside the town. Serdek asked someone to buy 1,800 red pine logs 1 foot in diameter from the lumberyard. And he cut semicircular grooves on both ends of these logs. Timbers were stacked together one by one. And it took only 1 day to build the main frame of the military camp dormitory, followed by the main beams and tripods of the roof. Finally, arm-thick wooden rafters were densely arranged on the tripods of the roof. 20 wooden houses were quickly built in almost 3 days. In particular, the wooden house has a flat pine floor, and the wooden beds inside are single beds with bunk beds, arranged neatly in rows in the wooden house. If the great swordsman of Chester hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe that these wooden houses were actually made by the cavalry battalion of Serdek. Groups of soldiers walked into the wooden houses that smelled of pine wood, and they all looked at the exquisite wooden houses with novel faces. Serdek explained to the great swordsman of Chester, "The land there is barren. During autumn and winter, many people will go to the local lumberyard to work to support their families. They are very familiar with logging." Seeing that 1,000 reinforcements were settled by Serdek so quickly, Great Swordsman Chester decided to visit other border towns to see the situation in those towns. He also recommended 2 outstanding squadron commanders, Adams and Gallatin, to Serdek. These 2 knights were also personally requested by the Great Swordsman of Chester. They were mainly worried that Serdek had little experience in managing an army, and he had urgent matters to deal with. There must be trustworthy and capable people around him to organize the situation. Both squadron leaders are young officers with outstanding performance. Before leaving, the Great Swordsman of Chester, of course, introduced the 2 men to Serdek. Before leaving, Great Swordsman Chester and Serdek drank together in the tavern in Doden town and had a casual chat. The taverns in Doden town only have ale brewed by the tavern owner, since the filtration process is a bit rough. There are even some residues in the ale, but the taste of the ale is very mellow. When Serdek drinks, he is used to eating some dried fruits, fried fish and other foods. There are always some hazel trees in the forest at the foot of the Thorny Mountains. There are only hazelnuts in the tavern. Serdek ordered a small plate, then sat in front of the bar and smashed them open one by one with a dagger, and picked out the nuts inside to eat. The Great Swordsman Chester held a wine glass in one hand and said to Serdek, "You can ignore everything else here in Doden town, but the defense here is above all else. Anyone who dares to hinder local defense can be dealt with first. No matter the civilians. Nobles need to write an explanation of the situation and submit it to Wilk City Military Headquarters. Just let us prepare in advance. The reason I came here this time is to see if this town can still function normally. If possible, I will not send the mayor for the time being to avoid having to run into trouble with you. This beast tide is a big challenge for you, and it is also a rare opportunity. To be honest, no matter which plane you conquer, you will encounter difficulties of one kind or another. The beast tide is definitely not the most terrifying. I hope you can gain something here. Let me see what kind of abilities the candidate chosen by Marquis Luther has." Swordsman Chester raised the beer glass in his hand and clinked it with Serdek. Then the Great Swordsman Chester said, "The situation here should be the best among the 5 passes. But it is a border town after all. It is located in a remote place. This is also a favorite place for wanted criminals and exiles to gather. You must pay attention to safety here. If something beyond your control happens, you will immediately withdraw to Will. Come on, Kes. I'll help you with the follow-up." Serdek nodded and agreed. "Yes." Later, he said, "I will complete the garrison mission." Swordsman Chester came to the town hall, accompanied by Mrs. Luna. The group strolled around Doden town. Great Swordsman Chester discovered that Doden town was fully prepared for this beast wave. The large-scale hunting operation launched on the eve of the animal tide gave the town sufficient meat reserves, and the furs of Rex rabbits and guinea pigs were dried all over the streets. Some residents still have dried snowcocks and grouse hanging in the attics of their homes. Not only that, according to Mrs. Luna, the town also spends 1/5 of the tax revenue to subsidize the town's per capita rations. That is to say, Doden town purchases wheat flour uniformly, and then gives it to the town's bakery to bake wheat cakes and whole wheat bread of uniform sizes. This kind of standard bread has strict requirements on the materials, diameter and thickness. Basically, a white bread requires almost a pound of wheat flour. A whole wheat bread is enough for an adult to eat for a whole day. And such a bread only has a little salt taste. The price of whole wheat bread in the bakery in Doden town is only 2 copper coins. As long as the residents of the town have 60 copper coins, they can have enough to eat within a month. Even the aborigines living at the bottom of society would not starve to death because of lack of food during the most difficult times. When this measure was first introduced, there were long queues at the door of the bakery every day, and the bakery owner had to limit the supply according to the number of people. In the following week, when everyone found that the price of baked wheat cakes had been maintained at such a low price, they stopped buying it. That is, almost everyone in the town goes to the bakery to buy toasted wheat cakes and whole wheat bread. This forced the bakery to build 5 large ovens one after another and hire 20 bakers to meet the entire town's bread supply. Of course, this kind of benefit is only for the existing residents of Doden town. Those outsiders can only enjoy such cheap scones and whole wheat bread if they get a tax certificate stamped by the tax official of Doden town. Although the nobles in the town were dissatisfied with this matter, the taxes in the town would not fall into their pockets, so they did not speak out against it. The great swordsman Chester only stayed in Doden town for 4 nights, and then left Doden town on horseback with 4 followers. The carriages brought by the great swordsman of Chester were hired by some local nobles, carrying the property they had accumulated over the years, and took the opportunity to leave Doden town and rush to Wilk City. Chapter 749. Mrs. Selina in the small town. On the eve of the beast tide, some businessmen took a convoy and ventured from Wilk City to Doden town. They heard that the mercenary group here could hunt some warcraft every day, so they came to buy warcraft materials. These merchants discovered that the canyon outside the North City wall was indeed crowded with warcraft. Every day, groups of mercenaries went out of the city to hunt. They did not have to go far at all. The canyon was full of warcraft. As long as the warcraft hidden in the grass was leading it out is half the battle. But of course, these monsters are not vegetarians. Those that can be called monsters basically have the ability to control magic, except for the main beast, which relies on its thick-skinned body and fangs. Other monsters can release some magic. Ice arrows, fireballs, wind blades, sudden rocks, etc. If you are not careful, if you are hit by these elementary magics, you may suffer some flesh injuries, or your life may be in danger. There is another thing that confuses these foreign businessmen. Although there is an adventure union in Doden town, there is no adventure group. The businessmen inquired about the whereabouts of these adventure groups and learned that these adventure groups had quietly left Doden town. The reason was actually because these adventure groups were involved in the slave trade. The previous mayor of Doden town was fired for secretly supporting the slave trade, sent to the House of Representatives in Wilkes for a public trial. This incident involves most of the adventure groups in Doden town. It is for this reason that before the beast tide came, there was no adventure group in the entire town. There was only a group of mercenaries, who often accepted mercenary tasks. The group went to Doden Canyon to hunt monsters. They are certainly not professional compared to those adventure groups. Even so, these mercenary groups are making a lot of gains every day. It is said that in order to encourage these mercenary groups to hunt monsters, the town actually used the crossbows on the city wall to attack the range of the crossbows and painted under the north wall, create an invisible safe zone. The largest group for hunting World of Warcraft in Doden town is currently the town's garrison camp. Nowadays, a large number of World of Warcraft corpses are brought back from outside the city every day. Although most of them are first-level Warcraft that are not very valuable. The advantage is that they are huge in number. However, the magical beasts hunted in the military camp are never exported, and even the meat is marinated and made into dried meat. Now there are drying sites everywhere on the grass outside the town. The sunny southern slopes are filled with triangular wooden racks. Due to the moonlight, blade fire wolf is not very tasty, so it can only be chopped into minced meat and poured into the intestines to be made into strips of sausage and dried in the sun. As for the furs, fangs, magic cores, etc., they were all digested internally in the military camp. The merchants suspected that the cavalry battalion in the garrison camp had a caravan accompanying the army, but they were usually very low-key and were not noticed at all. The mercenary group in the town has a very close relationship with the trading house. So a large part of the warcraft materials hunted by the mercenaries will flow into the trading house. Only some cheap warcraft materials will be divided up by other foreign merchants. Some large caravans made the choice to leave early because they could not get much benefit from Doden town. There are only some small businessmen who don't care about this. No matter where they go, they are still eating leftovers. At least the competition in Doden town will not be so fierce. Surdak has been a little busy lately. There are now 1,500 soldiers stationed in the garrison camp, and almost half of the troops go out of the city to hunt low-level monsters every day. The 200 longbow archers all accepted the divine blessing of Surdak's divine blessing body, in cooperation with the heavy armored infantry advancing in front, and the cavalry protecting the flanks. They have been attacking in the canyon in the past few days, killing continuously. Several groups of low-level monsters dropped. The monsters that originally gathered in Doden Canyon felt that they might not be able to cross the city wall. So some groups of monsters chose to turn around and leave Doden Canyon. In this kind of large-scale hunting operation, Surdak was worried that the hidden monsters would cause unnecessary casualties. So he had to go with the group recently. The military camp now has to manage more than 1,500 people and more than 1,300 horses, as well as some ordnance. With Andrew's ability, it is impossible to calculate the approximate supplies consumed every day. So Soldak had to let Selena lie as responsible for managing logistics at the military camp, coordinating and managing all supplies, as well as some daily chores. Almost everyone in the town knew that a beautiful woman had come to town. Every morning, she always wore a beautiful long woolen skirt and walked through the main street of the town in the rising sun. She would stay at the bakery for a quarter of an hour, and she would chat with the bakery owner. Usually, she would not buy cheap baked wheat cakes here, but would go to the market in the town. The only market in the town is at the intersection in the center of the street, because this is where the most pedestrians pass. She would ask about the prices of some vegetables, onions, tomatoes, bell peppers, carrots, cabbage, etc. Her behavior was not a purchase at all, but a roundup. The few words she said most to every vegetable vendor were, "How much do onions cost per pound today?" "Well, the price is pretty good. Expensive, if it cannot be sold. 2 copper plates per pound will be sent to the canteen of the military camp." Therefore, these vegetable vendors in the town are not worried about not being able to sell these vegetables at all. They first sell them in the market here for most of the day at a price higher than the purchase price of the military camp. If anyone buys them, they will sell them all. There is really no such thing. When people buy them, they put the vegetables on small carts and transport them to the military camp. Of course, there is another issue that all vendors must pay strict attention to. If the price of a certain vendor's goods is seriously inflated, Selena points it out but fails to lower the price, then we must ask the goddess to protect us and ensure that this kind of product does not become too widespread. Because if it doesn't sell, I'm sorry, the military camp refused to make full disclosure. In addition, you will be watched like a dog by the tax officials in the small town. You must not do any tax evasion. Otherwise you will definitely pay more fines than you earn. Therefore, ordinary vegetable vendors would rather earn less and strictly abide by the prices set by Miss Selena, unless the goods are always in short supply, such as some precious wild mushrooms and herbs. These ingredients will usually end up on the dinner plates of the nobles. Since Selena took charge of the logistics of the garrison camp, she also had the final say on the price of vegetables in the small town market. No matter where she goes, she attracts the attention of many residents. Although she is not a noble, she is treated like a noble by the residents of the town. Wherever she passes, the residents will take the initiative to get out of the way. And no matter which store she comes to, she does not need to queue. Every shopkeeper would personally come out to receive the guests, lest he not serve them well enough and offend the town's price setter. Everyone will look at her with envy and marvel at her grace. Zigna and Nika would occasionally follow her, but after a few times, they would rather hide at home than go out on the streets with Selena, where they would be surrounded by people everywhere they went. The feeling of looking around is actually not pleasant at all. Norman Leder rolled up his cuffs and struggled to lift a bucket of water with his thin arms. The river was rushing, and she squatted on the wooden pier on the shore, holding the hemp rope tightly with her little hands, stepping on the wooden board with her bare feet, and struggled to move backward step by step. The wooden barrel emerged from the river little by little. The morning sun was a bit dazzling. She didn't eat last night, and only drank a little wild vegetable soup. Now her stomach was a little turbulent. She felt a little dizzy, stepped on a pebble on her foot,
lost her balance, stumbled, and fell on the dock. The wooden barrel filled with water plummeted towards the river. When she fell, Normanlida held on to the hemp rope tightly, not daring to let go even if the hemp rope abraded her palms. She didn't dare to lose the most important wooden barrel in the house. The barrel fell into the river, and the hemp rope pulled Normanlida and slid into the river. She lay on the ground and felt that her breasts were about to be flattened. I heard a girl shouting from the side, "Let go of the rope!" Normanlida refused to let go. Just when he slid to the edge of the board and was just one step away from falling into the river, the rope was suddenly pulled from behind and became tight. She quickly took the opportunity to get up, adjust her posture, and pull up a bucket of water. Only then did she have time to look behind her. She originally thought it was an adult helping her, but unexpectedly she turned around and saw a girl about her age standing on the edge of the pier, looking at her with a smile. She is also an aborigine, but her skin is much fairer, and she is wearing a clean and neat skirt, standing quietly on the shore. "Why are you the only one fetching water here? You should find someone to help." The girl's native language is very fluent. She does not have an accent from Doden town. She should be a foreigner. Normanlida thought she was a distant relative in Nika's neighborhood. So she said to Nika, "I want to help my mother wash clothes." Nika saw Normanlida's disheveled face and her steps looking a little weak. He touched her withered belly and heard a gurgling sound in her belly. So he asked her, "Oh, you didn't eat breakfast?" The people living nearby are poor people, and Normanlida didn't have anything to be embarrassed about. Explaining, "I haven't received the wages for washing the clothes yet." Nika asked, "Then your family didn't get any Rex rabbit meat?" Normanlida showed a faint bitter smile and whispered, "Our family didn't contribute to the town's hunting. We only got a little bit, and we used it to make soup." She didn't say that all the broth was used to replenish her mother's health. Nika felt that she might not be able to lift such a bucket of water, so she took the initiative to help. The two carried a large bucket of water to Normanlida's house. Nika saw that the yard of Normanlida's house was quite large, but there was a lot of clothes hanging in the yard. Normanlida's house is a wooden house built with wooden frames. Some of the holes are repaired with felt. Although it is a bit worn, it can at least provide protection from wind and rain. Normanlida's mother was lying on the bed with a sallow face, a blanket wrapped around her body. Her eye sockets were sunken, and she looked a little scary. When she saw a girl brought back by Normanlida, she thought she was a friend of Normanlida. So she lay on the bed and said to her daughter, "Normanlida, if you don't starch these clothes quickly, these clothes will pass the deadline." Normanlida did not tell her about how she almost fell into the river. She just turned slightly to prevent her from seeing her red chest and replied in a low voice, "I know, Mom. It will be washed soon." The woman closed her eyes and muttered, "Be careful with the collar and cuffs, and rub them hard. Those areas are always particularly easy to get dirty. If your washing skills are not good enough, you should be extra careful." Normanlida whispered, "I got it, Mom." After saying that, he walked out of the cabin with his head lowered, and then said to Nika with an apologetic look, "Sorry, I really don't have anything to entertain you at home." Nika patted her thin shoulder, smiled and said, "It's okay." She walked around casually in the yard. Normanlida poured water into the tub, rubbed the clothes inside vigorously, and whispered, "If I don't wash well this time, no one will be willing to hand over the clothes to me for starching. I must be careful." Nika saw a small wooden frame next to the wooden house with two missing pottery bowls on it. One of the pottery bowls also contained a small piece of multigrain cake, and then asked in surprise, "Didn't you go to town to buy bread?" Normanlida looked at Nika in astonishment and said, "Bread shop? No, that one is too expensive. We usually eat multigrain pancakes occasionally." Nika looked at the clothes in the tub and said to Normanlida, "You have to wait until noon to finish washing the clothes. Then come to the bakery and wait for me in the afternoon, and I will teach you how to buy cheap bread." Normanlida squatted beside the wooden basin and wanted to refuse. But when she raised her head, Nika had already reached the entrance of the courtyard. She thought that at noon, she should be able to get a salary for washing clothes, and her mother also needed to eat something good. So she said, "Okay." Normanlida had no luck at all today and encountered a bad-tempered customer. She delivered the washed, dried, and neatly folded clothes to her door. But because a silver button was missing from one piece of clothing, she was scolded by her employer for 2/4 of an hour. She clearly remembered that there was no button in that position, but the employer just said yes. There was indeed a silver button on the other side of the symmetrical dress. She couldn't afford to pay for the silver button. So the employer withdrew all the wages for this order with a wave of his hand. She worked hard for 3 days to wash the clothes. But now she hasn't received a penny for the washed clothes. And she was kicked out by that hateful employer. Walking down the street dejectedly, not daring to go home at this time. She had no way to explain to her mother. Then he thought that he had agreed to meet the girl who saved him by the river at the door of the bakery in the afternoon. But now she didn't even have a copper in her pocket. She had never been to a bakery. But she knew where the bakery was. Every time she passed by the bakery, she could always smell the strong aroma of wheat wafting out of it. She didn't understand the imperial language spoken at the door. When she saw the long queue at the bakery, she didn't dare to go over. She just sat down quietly on the steps opposite the bakery. She just wanted to tell the girl who asked her out, "I won't buy bread today." Waiting at the door of the bakery, I saw people walking out of the bakery carrying bread in their hands. And I suddenly felt hungrier. Normanlita was a little dejected. If he had known this, he would have gone to help the hunters. Although he would not get much wages. At least, he would be able to take home a look at the water. The poor children on the street didn't know what they had done. Everyone was holding a piece of scone in their hands. Their little faces were dirty, and there was a snot hanging from their noses. And they were sniffing as they walked. He sucked and didn't forget to nibble on the scones in his hand. As happy as a group of little sparrows. Chapter 750, The Legend of a Stander.
Hey, what are you thinking about?
Nika walked over from the side, and saw Normanlita burying her head in her arms, and sitting on the stone steps with her body curled up. When Normanlita saw Nika, her face turned slightly red, and she whispered,
"I suddenly don't want to buy bread anymore."
Nika put her arm around Normanlita's shoulders, and said kindly beside her,
"It doesn't matter if you don't want to buy. I just want to teach you how to line up.
How to pay, and how to register your name here."
She seemed not to tolerate rejection at all, and ordered to a group of half-grown children behind her.
"You all go and line up. Line up neatly, and don't make any noise."
The children were very obedient to her words, and queued up to the back of the queue one by one. Nika jumped into the bakery and soon took out an account book and began to register the children one by one and distribute a kind of a card made of rawhide, with a special stamp stamped on one corner of the rawhide. Nika put a rawhide card into Normanlita's hand and said to her, "You have to bring this with you every time you buy bread. Here, this is your name, and this card only belongs to you." Although the queue was long, everyone only needed to take out 2 copper coins to buy toasted wheat cakes. And there was no need to wait, so the transaction went very quickly. The older children standing in front of Normanlita took out 2 coins from their pockets, and then ran away holding a piece of baked wheat cake bigger than their face. When Normanlita stood at the front of the queue, the clerk who had been busy with his head down took the card from Normanlita's hand and asked, "What's your name?" Normanlita whispered, "Normanlita." The clerk pointed to a pile of toasted wheat cakes and whole wheat bread on the table and said, "With 2 copper coins, you can take any portion." Normanlita had never known that baked wheat cakes were so cheap. She repeatedly looked at the piece of whole wheat bread that was 3 times bigger than her face, as if 2 copper coins could not buy such a large piece of multi-grain cake. Normanlita asked quickly, "Can my mother also get this kind of bread?" The clerk nodded, and then said, "But you, mother, have to pick it up yourself." Normanlita said with a grimace, "But my mother is sick, and she can't come by herself." Nika stood aside and raised her hands and said, "I can prove that her mother is lying at home. I can give you the bread, but you always need to prove it. Miss Nika, if it is convenient, you can also send a voucher to her mother. A total of 4 copper coins." The clerk said to the 2 girls. At this time, Normanlita learned that the girl who had been helping him was named Nika. Normanlita didn't care so much. She whispered to the clerk, "I don't have any money now. Can I come and get it in a few days?" "Every day is fine. Remember, you only have 1 chance a day." The clerk nodded and reiterated the key point. After saying that, he turned around and saw the boss's hand gesture by the bakery's oven, and quickly added, "If you don't have money, are you willing to work? You can help me clean these wooden pallets and work here every afternoon. Live, 20 coppers an afternoon." Normanlita didn't expect that she could still earn 20 coppers in 1 afternoon, which was more than she could earn by washing clothes in half a day. She quickly said, "I do." In this way, Normanlita spent the entire afternoon washing dishes in the bakery. Unexpectedly, in 1 afternoon, I not only brought home 2 baked wheat cakes, but also 16 copper coins. Normanlita thought that maybe he should exchange it for the soft whole wheat bread next time. as that one looked bigger. But she plans to go to the gate of the North City Wall early tomorrow to help the hunters process their prey. Although she won't get paid, she will get some meat. The sunset in Doden town is not very beautiful. The thorny mountains on both sides of the canyon are so high that the sun always disappears very early. Nika stood on the high slope outside the town. She looked quietly at the slum area in front of her. The residents here were basically aboriginals. The residents here were engaged in some of the most painful and tiring labor in the town. But they could not make much money. How much does it cost? As the sun sets, everyone calls it a day and goes home. Some aborigines were sitting in front of their homes, holding a bowl of wild vegetable soup in one hand and half a piece of baked wheat cake in the other hand, showing white teeth when they smiled. She didn't know how long it would take, but she knew that she was doing something very meaningful, and that Doden town was quietly changing. Although she didn't quite understand the meaning of improving the living rights of local indigenous people and reducing the privileges of local nobles and imperial people mentioned by Baron Suldak, she knew clearly in her heart that life was changing little by little. Become better. Surdak walked into the Red Dragon's secret room carrying a bag of red crystals, and heard the Red Dragon Iser complaining to him in the secret room. Suldak, why are you late every time? I sleep all the time. I woke up twice before I saw you. It extended its huge head to Surdak. Surdak reached out and patted the scales on its cheek, and said very embarrassedly, Sorry, Israel. There's been a lot going on in by Lynn's plane recently. As he spoke, he opened the pocket in his hand, took out red crystals one by one, like finger biscuits, and stuffed them one by one into the mouth of the Red Dragon Iser. After these days of getting along, Suldak and Iser have become very familiar with each other. Moreover, this dragon's IQ is online. Although it has not learned dragon language yet, it has learned Imperial language first. The place where the Red Dragon Iser is pronounced is not in the throat. That is its igniter. The dragon's breath that is sprayed out will be ignited in the throat. The place where it is pronounced is in the chest and abdomen. Therefore, although Yissel is a female dragon, the sound she makes is extremely rough. The Red Dragon Iser retracted his head a little so that it could stare at Suldak with two eyes. Otherwise it would always look at him with one eye at a time. What should we learn today? Let me tell you. Since I have already learned the Imperial language and there are no other dragons to communicate with me, why do we still need to learn those dragon languages? Every time after eating the red crystal, Red Dragon Iser wants to be lazy. However, the reason it came up with this time was a bit difficult for Surdak to refute. After thinking carefully for a moment, Surdak said, Well, you will always meet other dragons in the future. You can't chat with other dragons. You can't get in a word. If another little female dragon takes the opportunity to belittle you, you won't understand it at all. And you can't refute it. Tell me how depressing that must be. The mane on the neck of the Red Dragon Iser exploded like a sharp sword. But then it realized that what Surdak said was an assumption. And then it lay on the ground meekly and muttered, Learning those rune languages every day makes my head explode. Imperial language is so simple that you can learn it casually. And it's so easy to communicate. Surdak walked to the dragon egg SHL, took out a magic crystal from it, checked the contents, and said, It is your mother's last wish to teach you dragon language. And we are also learning together. There are some pronunciations here that I'm not quite sure about. So since I've made a commitment, let's continue with this matter. Israel discovered that in addition to being tortured, Surdak was also accompanying it. And suddenly, he was no longer so resistant. So he said, If you say so, then fine. Suldak held the magic memory crystal in his hand, raised his head, and asked the Red Dragon Iser, By the way, do you understand the plane you are in? The Red Dragon Iser blinked and thought for a long time before saying, It seems to be called a stander. There are many high-level monsters here. They wander in their territory all day long. After seeing me, they can't chase me. Shit! It makes me afraid to fly out these days. Hearing the complaints from the Red Dragon Iser, Suldak couldn't help but cover his forehead and said a little speechlessly, I say, you are a red dragon. You should have some dignity as a dragon. The Red Dragon Iser was also very aggrieved and complained, What can I do? By the way, Surdak, have you ever seen a strange monster with thousands of eyes on its back? Each eye can emit void rays. Once hit by this ray, the body will be trapped in a void space. And only by breaking that space can one escape. Have you ever been trapped inside? Surdak asked with concern. Speaking of this, the Red Dragon Iser immediately became very active and vividly told the story of his being trapped. It happened a long time ago. I was pretty lucky at the time. I met a star horn in the void space. The beast opened a door to the star realm inside, and we took the opportunity to escape. After saying that, he also said, if I have the chance, I will definitely take you to Istanbul to see it. The scenery here is not bad.
Serdek felt that if he really arrived in Istanbul, he would probably be no better than an ant. He quickly said,
well, I think we should discuss this matter later. I don't think your plane is suitable for me.
Then he felt that he was not even as good as an ant. Speaking of the power of the ghost-marked red ants in the Belan Plain, they almost crushed most of the monsters in Invercargill Forest.
Okay, let's continue learning the language of runes. Next time we meet, we will try to add vocabulary composed of language of runes to the conversation.
Serdek clapped his hands, indicating that he would continue learning. The red dragon Izer's eyes widened and he said,
are you sure? What if we accidentally say the curse?
Serdek slapped his forehead hard, feeling that his IQ might have dropped seriously recently. When asked by the red dragon Izer, he suddenly realized a problem and hurriedly said,
I now feel that the spells we learned before were probably to tell us in advance that when talking in dragon language, we should try not to say those words, such as enigma, infinity, grief, fortitude, spirit, because they are all dragon language spells.
Every time Serdek spoke a word, the red dragon Izer couldn't help but want to avoid the huge dragon head. But it immediately realized that Serdek said these words in imperial language. And then fiercely he breathed a sigh of relief, placed the faucet on the platform, and rolled his eyes in boredom. Serdek once again brought back a large amount of Warcraft leather. Aphrodite casually opened the magic sealing box aside, which was almost full of magic beast leather. I couldn't help but complain to Serdek.
Are you determined to convert that magical beast forest into farmland? So you hunted so many magical beasts?
Serdek moved out one magic sealing box after another. He had emptied almost all the magic sealing boxes in the grocery store in Doden town. Looking at it now, he still couldn't hold the magic beast leathers in the town. He has already spent nearly 2,000 gold coins just to buy the demon sealing box.
What we are facing now is a tide of beasts. Of course, we must try to eliminate these potential threats before the tide of beasts comes,
Serdek said to Aphrodite. Aphrodite ignored Serdek and took out a piece of moon blade fire wolf fur from the demon sealing box, preparing to spread it on her recliner. Serdek moved all the goods out and sat down next to Aphrodite to rest. The entrance to the lava mine is a magma waterfall. It is still very hot inside the cave. Fortunately, the cool breeze blowing from the depths of the cave keeps fresh air in this cave. Serdek asked Aphrodite.
By the way, you said that the reason why you were able to summon me was because you could cast summoning magic. And the magic contract we signed was also the kind of magic contract of equality and symbiosis. We have an equal relationship with each other. Which means that if I learn summoning magic, I can also summon you to my side?
Aphrodite was stunned for a long time, looking at Soldak with a pair of eyes as magnificent as black crystal, and asked with some uncertainty,
did I say that?
Chapter 751 Merit Exchange. Serdek failed to ask the succubus Aphrodite for details about the contract summoning magic circle. There were many things in Doden town that required his personal intervention to continue, so he did not stay in the lava mine for long. He summoned the void gate through Aphrodite and returned to Doden town. In order to resist this beast tide, Doden town not only obtained a large amount of Warcraft leather, but also stored a large amount of Warcraft fresh meat. The fresh meat of level 2 monsters is naturally a hot commodity that merchants are vying to buy. However, due to transportation and storage problems, the meat will not lose magic power unless it is put into a magic sealing box. The magic sealing box is expensive, and level 1 magic beasts' flesh and blood are not very valuable, and no one will put these animal meats into the magic sealing box. Therefore, in the market of Doden town, animal meat has been displayed all over the streets recently. The unsold animal meat is dried to become sausages and bacon, and some is salted to be made into ham. In addition to these, there are boxes of wolf fangs in the town, in addition to being polished into wolf fang arrows. These can also be made into wolf fang necklaces and other handicrafts. Serdek needed the heads of Warcraft as sacrifices, in addition to the heads of Warcraft hunted internally. Selena also purchased some heads of Warcraft at low prices in the market, but the heads of those rare monsters are not so cheap. Merchants bid for the heads of monsters, intending to take them back to Wilk City and find a leatherworker to make them into specimens. Many nobles like to hang wolf heads on the walls of their living rooms. As the cavalry in the garrison camp entered the canyon outside the north wall of Doden town to fight, in just half a month,
The cavalry battalion gave birth to more than 20 cavalrymen who successfully transferred. These cavalry are retired veterans in the desolate land. Many of them are 9th level warriors. They cannot break through due to various reasons. Some are physically limited. Some have old injuries. And more veterans have never been able to understand potential. They have recently been blessed by the blessing of Serdak's divine blessed body. After breaking through the limits of their physical bodies, they naturally have some new insights. Serdak had expected to make successive breakthroughs, but he did not expect so many people to advance. As long as he has time, Serdak will peel the skin himself, since he currently has enough monster head sacrifices stored in his store. In addition to blessing himself with the divine blessing of the blessed body, he also blessed himself with the Eye of Truth. Although the Eye of Truth lasts for less than 2 hours, Serdak is not afraid of consuming those worthless heads of monsters. In the process of skinning the 2nd level magical beast, I obtained 2 magical beast skins with life magic patterns, and a magic pattern spirit bone with life magic patterns. 2 of the leathers with the magic pattern of life were peeled off from the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros, and they were from the same area, on the cheeks and forehead below the rhinoceros horns. However, the magic patterns of life on these 2 pieces of leather were all the same. The ice-enhancing magic pattern has a certain increase in the magic effect of ice magicians. Serdak doesn't think any warrior needs it. Therefore, after knowing the function of this life magic pattern, he put it into the magic sealing box without even looking at it carefully. As for the magic marked spirit bone, it was found on a moon blade fire wolf king. The spirit bone happened to be the forehead part of the wolf king's skull. In order to obtain this spirit bone with the life magic pattern, Serdak only he could bear the pain of destroying a precious 2nd level monster head. But the life magic pattern on this magic spirit bone was worth the money. The added attribute of the life magic pattern was explosive power. Both Samira and Andrew have taken a fancy to this magic pattern of life. It's just that Andrew has a piece of the salamander's life magic pattern implanted in his body, and he has to wear the earth shield magic pattern structure, so his own carrying capacity cannot allow him to have a second piece of magic pattern colonization equipment. However, Samira can colonize it as a half-elf archer. She also needs explosive power. A life magic pattern has been implanted on her right arm. This life magic pattern can only be implanted in the left arm. However, a person's body is limited after all. Once the body is full of magic patterns, the power from the magic pattern clothing will also increase. It's limited. Serdak felt that this moon blade fire wolf king had just advanced to the 2nd level magic beast, and the life magic pattern attributes on the magic beast were also quite limited. So he did not recommend that Samira's 2nd magic pattern breeding equipment be implanted in this beast. Jean life magic pattern. Serdak made this piece of magic skin spirit bone into a magic pattern breeding outfit and put it into the magic sealing box. Among the recently harvested warcraft materials, the most sought after by the soldiers are the horns of the ice rhinoceros, which can be made into magic weapons. Some squadron leaders secretly approached Andrew and asked him to tell Serdak that they were willing to consume some cities. The merit earned during the battle outside can be exchanged for a rhinoceros horn, which will be used to make magic weapons in the future. Serdak thought for a while, and felt that since these magic materials were hunted by everyone, the cavalry also had the right to obtain magic materials such as warcraft leather, rhinoceros horns, and maned beast tusks. They got these magic materials mostly to make magic weapons and leather armor. They simply wanted to take out some ice rhinoceros horns and rhinoceros skins and ask the blacksmiths and leatherworking masters in Helensa city to make such magic weapons and leather armors. Serdak had some friendship with a leatherworking master in the city of Helensa, and several of his sets of salamander leather armors were made by the leatherworking master himself. But he had no contact with a senior blacksmith, so he could only write to his friends Carl and Lance, asking them to find a master forger on their behalf, because ice rhinoceros horns are used to make magic weapons, and Lance should know about this talent. Originally, he just wanted to convert the achievements of these cavalrymen into some gold and silver coins. But now he knows that the cavalrymen have more ideas. The 5 sets of salamander skin armor that Serdak prepared for himself were actually intended to accumulate a sum of magic crystals and ask an inscription master to use the salamander skin armor to make magic pattern structures. These salamander skin armors are all when making the base materials for the magic pattern structure. As for making 5 sets at once, we fully consider the failure of the inscription master to make them. If you have the conditions, you should be fully prepared. Before Serdak could find the inscription master, he had obtained a set of Earth Shield magic pattern structure, and the matter was shelved. Now that Serdak was implanted in the keel, The carrying capacity was not enough to bear the magic pattern construction. Therefore, the need for the magic pattern construction was not so urgent. So he did not look for the inscription master anymore. One of the 5 sets of salamander leather armor was given to Samira, and he usually wore 1 set. So the remaining 3 sets of leather armor were of no use. Surdak was going to take out all 3 sets of salamander leather armor, plus some magic crystals, gold coins and the like, and make a merit exchange list within the military camp. However, the top 3 rewards on the merit redemption list only have magic patterns written on them, and there is not even any annotation behind them. However, the merit required is ridiculously high. It is clearly stated on it that each requires 30,000 merit points to redeem, and 3 sets of as for salamander leather armor. Each set only requires an average of 10,000 merit points. Currently, the options on the merit exchange list are very limited. 700 merit points can be exchanged for 1 magic crystal, and 100 merit points can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. The merit exchange list also indicates that finished war blades made of ice rhinoceros horn will be added in the future, and bearskin armor and ice rhinoceros leather armor will also be added to the list later. Selena, Soldak and Andrew discussed the exchange ratio for half a night before deciding on it. Every monster hunted now has fixed merits for the soldiers in the garrison camp. A first level monster can only get 20 merit points, while a second level monster can get much higher, about 500 points. Even though the merit points assigned to the first level monster seemed very small, there were so many first level monsters that could not stop a hunt. During a large-scale hunt, all the lower level monsters were pulled into Doden town by horse-drawn carriage. On the contrary, the second level monsters seem to give a lot of merit points, but they are almost out of reach of ordinary cavalry. Even if they see them, they basically call Andrew, Gulitem, and Samira over, or simply lure them. Going to the city to kill them actually doesn't yield much. The merit exchange list is written on a piece of magic parchment and hung on the wall at the entrance of the canteen in the garrison camp. As soon as the list was posted, the entire cavalry battalion exploded. The reason was simply that in the past half-month, as long as the ordinary cavalry participated in the battle, each of them had almost 500 to 600 merit points. There are even more low-level officers at the level of squad leader and squadron leader, as well as those cavalrymen who have advanced through night-long battles. Basically, each of them has nearly 1,000 merit points. The person with the most achievements in the garrison camp is neither Andrew nor Gulitem, but Samira, who always sits on the crossbow control position on the bed whenever she has nothing to do. In just half a month, the half-elf archer accumulated nearly 20,000 merit points, far ahead of Andrew by more than 8,000 merit points. In fact, less than half a day after the merit exchange list in the garrison camp was released, the 3 sets of salamander leather armors ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th on the list were replaced by the 1st Squadron, the 3rd Squadron, and the 3rd Squadron of the cavalry camp. The squadron leader of the 4th Squadron redeemed it, but the others were half a step too late and failed to exchange for these 3 sets of top-grade leather armors. Of course, these 3 squadron leaders also understood the potential and successfully advanced to become first-level warriors a few days ago. They themselves have nearly 1,000 merit points, and the remaining merit points that are missing are made up. Captain Crook of the 1st Squadron had a very good relationship with Andrew. He directly borrowed 9,000 merits from Andrew, and also signed an agreement with Andrew. If he could not repay Andrew for these merits, he would give away this set of salamander leather armor. Compensating it to Andrew means that Andrew used 9,000 merit points in exchange for a set of salamander leather armor, which cannot be considered a loss no matter what. The 3rd Squadron and the 4th Squadron thought of crowdfunding at the same time. Almost all the cavalry in their squadrons were from the same village or neighboring villages. Everyone pooled their merit points together and grabbed 2 sets of salamander skins. First, when fighting, with such a set of leather armor for body protection, the defensive power is far beyond that of those full coverage heavy armors, and it has the flexibility and lightness of leather armor. War horses will not be unable to run for a short distance due to overloading. Everyone knows that this set of salamander leather armor is worth far more than 14 magic crystals, so they grab it first and use it immediately. It is nothing more than a matter of dividing the money afterwards. On the contrary, no one exchanged the magic crystals and gold coins. Surdak didn't expect that someone would borrow merit points, and everyone would join together to exchange for a valuable leather armor suit. However, because the soldiers in the camp didn't know what the magic pattern was, and 30,000 merit points seemed like an astronomical figure, no one dared to risk redeeming them for a while.
The reinforcements brought by the great swordsmen of Chester have just arrived in Doden town in the past few days. They have just participated in a few days of hunting operations, and they have not made many achievements. It only took a day to see the 3 sets of salamander leather armor on the merit exchange list. It was exchanged. 17 squadron captains jointly came to Andrew to protest. Everyone wanted good things. The squadron captains thought that after the beast tide, everyone should sit down and bid for it based on merit. Some people also took the opportunity to ask Andrew what the top 3 items on the list were. In order to quell the turmoil over the merit exchange list, Serdek had to return to Wall Village specifically for this matter, allowing Luke to put down everything he was doing and go to Helensa City in person to watch the leatherworking master making high-grade leather. First, you must know that it will take at least 3 days to get from Pudu Mountain to Helensa City, even by horseback, and 6 days for the round trip. Unexpectedly, Luke only took 7 days to bring back 5 magic swords made of ice rhinoceros horns, 3 sets of ice rhinoceros leather armors, and 2 Paglio long swords from the city of Helensa. The spear and 5 arcane swords are back. To be able to get these in one go, Serdek's young magician friend Lance put in a lot of effort and accompanied Luke almost the whole time. He first visited the leatherworking master and casting master in the city, and then ran to Highland. From the newly opened trading house in Saw City, 2 Paglio spears and 5 arcane swords were purchased. In addition, Lance also handed Luke 5 bottles of secondary healing potions. The magic herb that Suldek sent to Lance was mixed into a healing potion by the magic pharmacist on the day he received it. This incident almost made Lance the most popular figure in the magic guild in Helensa City. In the following days, the number of nobles who visited Lance and wanted to buy healing potions from him was 3 times the number of healing potions in his hands. Lance had nothing to do. There were only so many magic herbs sent by Suldek. The magic pharmacist tried his best to prepare these healing potions. However, due to the scarcity of magic herbs, everyone was grabbing the healing potions. Luke came to Helensa City and found Lance for help. Lance naturally had to do his best. In the final analysis, Lance felt that he owed Suldek too much this time. Luke handed these magic weapons and leather armor to Serdek, and his heart hanging in his throat fell back to its original place. On the way back from Helensa City to Pussy Mountain, he didn't dare to sleep at all. Basically, he just changed horses without changing people, and traveled day and night back to Pudu Mountain. Such a large amount of money was really going to be hijacked along the way, and I probably wouldn't be able to pay it back in 10 lifetimes. Serdek took this batch of magic supplies back to the military camp in Doden town, and added these exchange items to the list. The military camp became lively again, and everyone realized that Commander Serdek was not only generous, but also had good things in his hands. There are also endless things, as if there is no end to them. The other 2 captains in the military camp, Adams and Gallatin, were not surprised by this. They learned some inside information from the great swordsman Chester, and knew that Suldek was the person chosen by Marquis Luther. Therefore, it was determined that Marquis Luther secretly supported Serdek's ability to produce so many good things at once. A marquis with outstanding military exploits. His warehouse should be filled with these magic weapons and leather armors. Chapter 752 Goodbye Viru. Viru was covered with injuries, and took an indigenous girl through the Doden Canyon full of monsters, and returned to the town of Doden. Suldek guessed that Viru had been injured in the Warcraft forest for so long, but he didn't expect that he would be so seriously injured. The bandages all over his body were almost stained red with blood, and his face was as pale as paper. Likewise, even walking requires the support of the young indigenous girl. When he walked, his body still carried a certain tension, like a hunting bow. When passing through the North City Gate, the innocent eyes of the indigenous girl were full of vigilance and panic. She was wearing some animal skins around her body. Her feet were bare. She wore animal tooth pendants on her ankles and wrists, and her brown skin was painted with a light green oil paint with amber pupils, like a pair of cat eyes. She has a pair of long legs, and she is cautious every step she takes in a strange place. The girl's face is full of the wildness of the jungle, and her rhombus-shaped lips are slightly raised, making her cute and playful. The body is as light and nimble as a raccoon cat. Vera hung half of his body on the aboriginal girl and hooked one arm on her toned shoulder. The aboriginal girl put her hands around Vera's waist without any concern and dragged him forward. Viru and the indigenous girl were stopped by the city guards at the entrance to the North City wall. The guards found a stretcher, placed Viru on it, and carried him towards the military camp. Viru! Viru! The indigenous girl softly called Viru's name.
She wanted to turn around and leave. Her eyes filled with panic. However, one small hand was tightly grasped by Vera, and she stayed with Vera with a panicked look on her face. She kept calling Vera's name and followed him into the military camp. Surdek happened to be peeling the leather of Warcraft in the kitchen of the military camp building, and his skills were very skillful, as the second spiritual bone with the magic mark of life was discovered by Surdek. Surdek finally put down the skinning knife in his hand, took the hip bone with a little flesh and blood in his hand, and looked at it. The entangled magic patterns, took a long breath, washed their hands by the pool, and prepared to store this piece of magic pattern spirit bone that was constantly dissipating magic power into the magic sealing box. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a knock on the door. Surdek pushed open the wooden door of the small building and asked Andrew, who was standing at the door, "What's up?" There have been a lot of trivial matters in the military camp recently. Although Selena is in charge of the logistics of the military camp, some troubles still come one after another, which makes him a little impatient. Andrew stood at the door and whispered, "Head, Weru was sent back and suffered some injuries." Surdek felt a little complicated in his heart, as if he was relieved, but also a little worried, and asked hurriedly, "Where is the person?" Andrew replied, "Just outside," thinking that he was already a tyrannical second-level expert, and the tyrannical fighting spirit in his body should give him the power to protect himself. Surdek quickly ordered, "Bring it in quickly." 2 city defense guards came in carrying a stretcher, and their big leather boots made a thumping sound on the wooden board. When Surdek saw Vera's blank face, he knew that the matter was much worse than he thought. Seeing that Vera's eyes seemed to be a little blurry, Surdek quickly asked someone to carry him to the bed in the guest room without caring. He was covered in blood, and a ball of blazing holy breath condensed in his palm, and he forcibly poured this ball of holy breath into Welu's body. "How could he be hurt so badly?" Surdek asked. Andrew shook his head and said, "He was like this when I found him at the gate of the northern city wall." The indigenous girl refused to let go of Vera's hand. She squatted by the window and looked at Surdek in fear. She refused to say a word and refused to leave the room with Andrew. Surdek had no choice but to let her stay. Surdek set up the sacrificial altar, as the blue flames lit up one by one from the pottery bowl. Surdek recited a series of prayers. A 2-faced and 4-armed demon statue appeared among the 4 in the center of the pottery bowl. The crown of the demon statue almost reaches the ceiling. After sacrificing a monster head, the blessing of the blessed body fell on Weru. A faint glow emanated from Vera's body. The indigenous girl squatting by the window looked up at the statue of the devil with a horrified expression. She was so scared that she knelt on the floor and did not dare to move. The fear seemed to be a tremor at the soul level. Surdek had no time to pay attention to the indigenous girl. He once again sacrificed a monster head in his possession to gain the power of the Eye of Truth. Vilu has never taken off the bandages on his body. With his Eye of Truth, Surdek doesn't need to take off the bandages on his body. He just finds the wounds on his body through the bandages, cuts the bandages and repairs the wounds. Meticulous handling. The wounds on his body were all lacerations and bites, and there seemed to be a layer of highly corrosive acid near the wounds, which almost corroded the flesh on his body, and the wounds were as deep as the bones. As the blessed body and holy light technique continued to forcibly heal the wounds, the acid continued to corrode the healed parts into thick blood. Surdek was determined and sacrificed a huge head of a black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros. A beam of light fell on Velu. The high-level god's blessing of Overlord body immediately gave Vera a strong recovery power, and the flesh and blood of the wound seemed to have life, constantly gathering together. The acid was still eating away at the wound. Surdek found a sharp bone-picking knife from the kitchen chopping board, burned it on the blue flame on the clay pot, and used the light green traces seen by the Eye of Truth to cut Velu's wound. Cut off a layer of flesh and blood, repairing his wounds bit by bit. After sacrificing 4 Warcraft heads in succession to maintain the Eye of Truth on his body, all of Vera's wounds were treated. As Villa fell into a deep sleep, Surdek stopped, walked out of the guest room, and had someone prepare a dinner for the indigenous girl. When Surdek opened the wooden door of the guest room and walked in the next morning, he found that Vilu had woken up and was wrapped in bloody bandages. He put one hand on the head of the indigenous girl and looked at her with gentle eyes. In his memory, Surdek had never seen Viru with such a gentle look in his eyes. The indigenous girl curled up and slept soundly beside the bed. Surdek sat on the other side of Viru and examined his wounds without saying a word, although the bandages on Vera's body were not untied. Under the eyes of reality, Vera's body was no longer a secret to Surdek. The layer of fine scales on his skin seemed to come from some kind of lizard blood.
but one arm has completely lost its scales. Serdek never thought that Vera would have the blood of a foreign lizard man.
Are you a little surprised that the friend you used to get along with day and night is actually a lizard?
Vera grinned, with an intriguing smile on his face, and said to Soldek. Soldek snorted with a nasal tone and said without mercy,
I'm surprised that you can still walk out of the Invercargill forest alive. I really don't know whether you are unlucky or lucky.
Weru lay on the bed, watching a wound on his arm heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and said weakly,
I didn't expect to escape. After all, I was lucky. I always thought I was dead. But I didn't expect that I survived this journey. She saved you?
Serdek glanced at the indigenous girl beside the bed and asked. Weru nodded, probably because the wound was involved, and grinned and said,
To be precise, she and her tribe should have saved me.
Vera began to tell how he was injured. He said,
That day, after leaving the Doden Gorge and climbing over the hilly areas, I entered the Invercargill forest alone. I kept avoiding those monsters and headed north.
Soldek said.
We also went to Invercargill to look for you and walked to the edge of the Darkworm Valley. But we didn't meet you. You know it's very dangerous there, and we can't stay for a long time.
Vilu did not expect that Serdek would actually bring the entire cavalry squadron into the Invercargill forest. After hearing that Serdek said that the cavalry squadron would be left in the Dakuni tribe, he said,
Fortunately, you didn't stay there. At that time, I had already sneaked into the Darkworm Valley. Originally, I planned to see what it was like inside. I successfully hid the ghost-striped red ants in the periphery. It was only after I entered the Darkworm Valley that I discovered there is no place to hide in Worm Valley, because apart from the wormholes, there are incubators one after another. The red ants guarding these incubators are also hierarchical, unless they are disguised as food. It is difficult to get in.
Hearing what Vera said, Serdek knew that Vera might have boldly pretended to be dead and was dragged back to the ant nest by the ghost-striped red ants. Vera continued,
I was discovered when I was dragged into the incubation room by the ghost-striped worker ants, and the red guard ants tried to spit acid on me. The acid is very corrosive and very harmful to the skin. It will cause more damage to the wound. You will never imagine how terrifying that face is. As soon as I ran away, a large group of ghost-marked red ants caught up with me. I originally thought that escaping the ant nest with my own strength would not be a problem. Even if I was slightly injured, it wouldn't matter. But I didn't expect that the Darkworm Valley would be so big. The ant nest inside is like a huge maze. I'm here it goes through tunnels and enters one ant nest incubation room after another. The layers of incubation rooms seem to have no end at all. The different eggs in the incubation rooms have begun to struggle and squirm, indicating that the larvae inside are about to hatch. Forming. I mean, all the fraternal eggs of the red ant with ghost stripes were shuttled from one incubation room to another. I didn't know how many worker ants with the ghost stripes I shot. There was no end. And then there was a kind of feeling in my heart. Despair.
Weru lay on the bed and said,
Ghost-striped worker ants are not scary, but they are better in numbers. The scary thing is those ghost-patterned soldier ants. Although their number is not large, the strength of the ghost-patterned soldier ants is infinitely close to that of the second-level warriors. I can deal with each one independently, but two ghost-patterned red ants join forces. I was a little reluctant to deal with it, and most of the injuries on my body were caused by ghost-striped soldier ants. Swarms of ghost-striped soldier ants are chasing and blocking the ant nest. It's hard for me to even escape the maze-like ant nest. I didn't know how to walk at all. In a panic, I ran into a very strange incubation room. The fraternal eggs there were much larger than those in other incubation rooms. The ghost-striped soldier ants were a little timid when entering the incubation room, as if they were afraid that the estranged eggs would be injured. So I dealt with the ghost-striped soldier ants in that incubation room. It's just that there is some acid on my body, and the flesh and blood are about to rot away. I even want to choose a grave for myself in the anthill. Unexpectedly, I met a group of indigenous people who dug a hole in the ground and dragged me directly into the hole. We relied on this secret passage to escape from the ant nest. We avoided the ghost-striped red ants with difficulty and ran straight into the darkness. On the north side of the Worm Valley, after those ghost-striped soldier ants emerged from the ground, they were still chasing us. It was not until they saw some giant birds circling on the cliff mountains in the north of the Darkworm Valley that they fled in a panic. I have lived in an indigenous tribe for more than 10 days. The shamans of the indigenous tribe have used all kinds of treatments on me. Unfortunately, they cannot deal with the poison of the ghost-striped red ants. Their tribe has to leave Invercargill Forest before the beast tide breaks out. So I followed out of the forest. I came back to Doden town just to tell you that those ghost-striped red ants are really scary. There are countless hatching rooms in the Darkworm Valley, and the ghost-striped red ants that are about to hatch out of their eggs are hatched in them. There is not so much food in the Darkworm Valley. When those ghost-striped red ants hatch out, it is estimated that when the beast tide breaks out, they will rush out of the ant nest in large numbers. And according to the witches of their tribe, there will be a lot of food in the Darkworm Valley.
Many new queens will be born, and countless young ghost-striped red ants will follow the flight path of the queen and leave the Darkworm Valley. Apparently, the northern wall of Doden Canyon blocks their way.
Surdak was still treating Vera and seemed unmoved by Vera's words.
This epidemic is very dangerous. More dangerous than any other time. Because more new queens will be born.
Vera said seriously to Surdak.
But it is my mission to stay here. And we have persisted in the past. Now I can't escape. There are 1,500 garrison troops behind me. I can't irresponsibly keep him here. And I can't take them away. So get ready for battle.
Surdak said firmly. The indigenous girl has woken up. There was a vigilant look in her eyes. But when she looked at Vera, she calmed down and squinted her eyes with a sweet smile. Vera stretched out his hand to rub the messy hair on her head. When the indigenous girl saw that Vera could actually move, she rushed forward with a face of surprise, straddling his body with her legs, and sniffed him vigorously with her petite nose. Vera pushed her and signaled the indigenous girl to help him up. Although Surdak has treated Vera's wounds, in his current state, he will have to lie in bed for at least half a month before he can fully recover. Seeing Vera about to walk towards the door, Surdak stopped him and said,
The injury is so serious. You need to rest for at least a week. If you stay, you will have to wait a few days if you want to leave.
Vera put one hand on Suldak's shoulder and said with some difficulty,
You have so little confidence in your holy light technique? I can feel the vitality in my body. I am aware of my injuries. They save me.
If they leave me,
I will also take them to find a safe shelter.
As he said that, Vera glanced at the indigenous girl who was supporting him and showing an expectant look on her face. Chapter 753 Goodbye, Vera. Push open the simple carved wood door of the small building. Squeak. The door shaft turned and made a soft sound. Only then did Vera find that Andrew, Samira, and the cavalry who came out of the deserted land were waiting outside the small building. Seeing their concerned eyes, Vera felt something indescribable in his heart at this moment. Move. Only the indigenous girl stared at the surrounding crowd with a wary expression. Vera forced himself to stand up straight. His face was a little pale, and he smiled at Andrew and said,
It seems that everyone is doing well recently.
Surdak followed and walked out of the small building. He rubbed his forehead with his hands, stood behind Vilu and said,
Vera, can you wait a moment? It only takes half a day.
Vera was a little surprised and turned to look at Suldak.
If you can wait for half a day, I can probably help you increase your combat power.
Surdak stood at the door, holding the door frame with one hand, and said to Vilu. Vera glanced at the indigenous girl next to him and whispered a native language to her. The indigenous girl also replied briefly. Vera didn't even ask how Surdak was going to do it. He just said,
Okay.
Suldak told Andrew,
Send our breakfast here, and the rest of the people should do whatever they want. Don't you all have to do anything today?
Andrew quickly turned around and blasted away the cavalry who crowded at the door of the small building. He ran to the cafeteria and brought over 3 breakfasts. Recently, he had hunted a large number of monsters. The 5 large iron pots in the cafeteria were cooking the meat cubes and stick bones of the main beasts all day long. In addition to the broth, there was also I cooked a lot of very soft meat, which has almost become a staple food in the military camp in the past 2 weeks. Under Suldak's guidance, the cooks in the canteen finally learned how to mix wheat flour with flour and then roll it into noodles. A small amount of noodles is poured with fragrant broth, and a large piece of cut meat and a piece of slightly bitter white radish are placed on top. Being able to have a bowl of braised pork noodles in the morning is the most satisfying thing about the camp canteen. Vilu was stabbed with several bloody holes on his body by ghost-striped red ants, one of which injured his ribs on the left side and punched a hole in his stomach. He won't be able to eat much until the stomach wall heals. Therefore, only Surdak and the indigenous girl were eating breakfast at the table. The indigenous girl was holding a spoon in her hand. She had been thinking about how to put the noodles into her mouth. She was a little anxious. She picked up the spoon in her hand and put it down again. She probably couldn't wait to use her hands. Grasp. Surdak on the other side of the dining table placed 2 pieces of magic pattern leather and 2 pieces of magic pattern spirit bones on the table. A faint magic power emanated from the magic pattern leather and magic pattern spirit bones, which was keenly felt by Vilu. His eyes fell on the magic pattern spirit bones, reached out to touch the spirit bones, closed his eyes, and felt it carefully, and said,
"They actually have some kind of strange power. But it seems that this power is slowly disappearing. You can choose one of them,"
Surdak said to Vilu. He reached out and touched the magic pattern leather, and then introduced,
"These are obtained from Warcraft. This is a natural, complete and independent magic pattern. I can colonize it into your body, and give you the power of the magic pattern on the leather. I think it may be of some help to you. Are you serious?"
Vera looked at Suldak. He didn't even know that Surdak actually had such skills. Magic patterns have always been regarded as knowledge about magic, and only the magicians in the ivory tower are good at this. Suldak nodded and said,
"I am telling you very seriously."
Weru looked at the 2 magic pattern spirit bones again, thinking about whether that bone in his body could be replaced. He asked with some uncertainty,
"Have you done something similar before?" Both Andrew and Samira accepted the magic pattern colonization clothing.
Suldak put down the fork in his hand, turned to the Nanai indigenous warrior beside him and asked,
"Andrew, would you mind letting Villa take a look at you?"
"The magic pattern?"
Of course Andrew wouldn't mind. He took off the magic pattern breastplate he wore, and showed off his strong chest. As expected, there was a piece of fiery red skin on his chest, and the flame-shaped magic patterns on it were also quite gorgeous.
"Isn't this a magic pattern structure?"
Weru asked. Suldak shook his head and said,
"Actually, it's not. This piece of magic pattern leather obtained from the salamander was implanted in Andrew's body." "What are the side effects?"
Weru asked. Surdak shrugged his shoulders and said,
"Except for consuming some carrying capacity. There is nothing else. Just like the magic pattern structure. But once the magic pattern skin is implanted, you will regret it in the future and want to if it is peeled off from the body. The original skin will be damaged, and I am afraid that the inscription master will not be able to draw magic patterns on it in the future. Those inscription masters in the Green Empire? It's better to believe them than to believe you. These are all natural magic patterns. Why didn't we say this before?"
Weru asked curiously. Surdak lowered his voice and said,
"It can also be called the magic pattern of life. I just said that if possible, I would like to."
Weru's eyes lit up, and he said quickly. Surdak shook his head and said,
"The level of magic beasts I can currently hunt is limited, and the magic patterns I harvest are all low-level life magic patterns. When I find higher-level life magic patterns in the future, I will consider the second choice." "John,"
Weru said mockingly,
"do you think I have a future? Of course. You will get better soon. And since you have escaped from the Dark Worm Valley, how can you not have a future?"
After Suldak finished speaking, he pointed at the magic pattern leather and spirit bones in front of him and introduced,
"I currently only have 3 kinds of magic patterns in my hand. This is a leg bone found from a main beast. It has a complete magic pattern of life. The ability of the magic pattern array is to increase recovery power. This piece of magic pattern leather peeled off from the black-backed ice horn rhinoceros has life magic patterns on it that increase ice damage. This piece of forehead bone peeled off from the moon blade fire wolf king's forehead has life magic patterns on it that enhance explosive power."
Viru asked Surdak,
"I can choose whatever I want." "Yeah."
Suldak nodded. Weru pointed to the leather of the black-backed ice horned rhinoceros in the middle and said,
"Then let's take this one."
Surdak was a little surprised. He looked at the moon blade fire wolf king's forehead and said,
"I thought you would choose explosive power."
Weru curled his lips, shook his head and said,
"If I could choose the second one, I wouldn't choose it. I would choose the spiritual bone of resilience." "Okay. Just make sure it works for you."
Surdak kept the magic-patterned leather of the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros, and quickly put the rest into the magic sealing box. In the guest room, an indigenous girl squatted in the corner of the room. No matter what, she didn't want Viru to leave her sight. Surdak began to make final preparations for the implantation of the magic skin. In fact, there was not much to prepare. Viru currently had the blessing of the blessed body from the gods. He only needed to follow the sacrificial ritual completely. Just follow the steps for implanting the magic skin above. He pulled out the skinning knife and rubbed it twice on a whetstone, causing some sparks to burst out. Surdak took out a magic engraving pen and a bottle of ink, preparing to draw the skin grafting area on Vera's body later. But what he has to do now is to cut the magic pattern leather as much as possible and carefully peel off the life magic pattern on the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros skin. Although this is a little troublesome, it can achieve the smallest range of skin grafting. Otherwise, he covered the entire magic pattern skin on Vera's body, so only the skin on Vera's back was big enough.
Actually, you can let them come to Doden town,
Serdek said to Vilo, while scratching the leather with a skinning knife.
Forget it. They won't come. They are completely different from us.
Vera sat on the edge of the bed and said to Soldek,
Dak, listen. You have to prepare for the worst. The scale of the beast tide is much larger than before. I know. I will be more careful,
Soldek said casually. He felt that Doden was well prepared and was not worried at all. Velu lay back on the bed. Serdek took out a piece of magic skin that was reduced to a palm, measured Vera's right arm, and said,
This life magic pattern leather is obtained from the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros. If it is implanted into your body, how about just selecting the arm?
The right arm is currently the only part of Veru that is not bandaged.
Okay,
Weru agreed simply. The entire process of implanting the magic skin is like an operation performed under a sacrificial ceremony. The only difference is that a sacrifice needs to be sacrificed before the operation so that Vera can receive the blessing of the devil, so that Vera's body can be integrated with the magic skin. Serdek did it very carefully, fearing that he might accidentally fail the ceremony. At the beginning, the natives of Handanar County did not have enough carrying capacity, and did not have suitable life magic patterns. The great wizard Inoyatila only forcibly extracted the power from the leather of the monsters, and forcibly gave it to the indigenous hunters in the tribe. This makes them unable to carry those powers, and they will eventually explode and die. The magic skin that Serdek obtained was the magic pattern of life found on countless monsters, and the carrying capacity of the carrier is sufficient. As long as the magic pattern skin and Vera's body are completely integrated, Vera will gain the power of the life magic pattern. When the small piece of magic skin covered Vera's shoulder, Vera felt a cold breath penetrate into his body at this moment, and quickly integrated into his body, merging with the breath in his body. Vera could feel the cold breath, but couldn't catch it. After the sacrifice ceremony is completed, the implantation of the magic pattern breeding equipment is over. Vera sat up from the bed and lay on the bed for a long time. The strong recovery power contained in his body allowed the wounds on his body to heal very well. He felt that he had now recovered at least 70% of his usual strength, and he could not wait to hold the hunting bow in his hand. His red scorching bow was gone, and now he was holding an ordinary forest hardwood bow. It seems that this time when he explored the ant nest in the Darkworm Valley, he not only put on a set of magic patterned leather armor, but also an exquisite scorching bow. Where he strode to the window, couldn't wait to pull open the curtains, and push the window open. The indigenous girl saw Vera jumping out of bed in high spirits, and came to the window, immediately stood up in the corner of the room, and jumped to him with a look of joy on his face. Vera pulled out a fine steel arrow, and put it on the hardwood bow. The moment he pulled the bow, he saw white cyclone surge up from Vera's arm, gathering on the arrow. A ray of white light flew out, and directly hit a wooden stake next to the playground. Boom! There was a crackling sound of ice cubes, and the entire wooden pile exploded, and a thick layer of frost condensed on the wood chips flying around.
It's really like that.
Wary touched his right arm and exclaimed. A group of cavalry and heavy armored infantry training on the playground looked blankly at the exploding wooden piles on the sidelines, not knowing what happened for a moment. Serdek did not expect that the life magic pattern of the black-backed ice-horned rhinoceros would be so powerful that it would actually cause the arrows shot by Viru to have a freezing effect. A group of cavalry quickly gathered around the stake. The cavalry group dispersed only after they saw Suldek sticking his head out from the window of the small building and waving to the playground. Take care. Outside the north wall of Doden town. Serdek patted Vilo on the shoulder and said. The midday sun made the temperature in the canyon very hot, and many monsters went into the woods on both sides of the canyon to cool off. As many merchants gathered in the town, those mercenary groups who were unwilling to risk hunting appeared again in the Doden Canyon. Some nobles in the town also privately organized hunting teams to hunt monsters in the canyon. It is said to be related to the merit exchange list in the military camp.
Hey, Veru, take it!
Serdek took out a magic belt from his arms and threw it to Weru. This magic belt bag contained some necessary supplies in the wild, in addition to the fire-gathering scroll, the water-gathering magic rune board, marching rations and arrows. There is also a marching tent. Welu rode on an ancient Bolin horse and pulled the indigenous girl onto the horse's back, and the two hugged each other affectionately. Afterwards, Velu made a gesture to Serdek that he often made in the Windrunner adventure group. With a whip on the horse's buttocks, the ancient Bolai horse took Viru and bolted towards the north exit of Doden Canyon. It is estimated that with Viru's eagle eyes, they should easily avoid the large group of monsters, watching them gradually disappear at the end of the grass in the middle of the canyon. Serdek sighed softly, turn around and go through the city gate hole, preparing to continue skinning some monster beasts in the afternoon. When he thought that the life magic patterns on these monsters were actually quite powerful, Suldak was filled with energy. The mercenary group in the town hunted level 2 warcraft one after another. The merchants in Doden town finally paid off their hardships and acquired some valuable warcraft materials. I don't know who passed the inside information about the merit exchange list in the camp to the town, and the whole town was boiling. The rewards on the merit exchange list are simply too generous. Not to mention the second level warcraft leather armor sets. The 5 bottles of secondary healing potions alone are enough to make everyone excited. Everyone knows that magic herbs are scarce in the market, resulting in healing potions being expensive and unavailable. These secondary healing medicines were something that couldn't be bought with money at the time, but now they could be redeemed in the military camp with just some merit points. In the military camp, 100 merit points on the merit exchange list can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. The nobles and businessmen in Doden town privately purchase merit points from the garrison. The price is about 70 merit points for 1 gold coin. Of course, merchants need to purchase 3,000 merit points at one time, because this is the exchange price for secondary healing potions. As long as you are a rich person, everyone will want to buy a bottle of healing potion. Carrying a bottle of healing potion with you is equivalent to extra protection of life. As long as you are not fatally injured, a bottle of healing potion may save your life. Man is brought back from death. However, they did not have this opportunity. The 4 brigades in the garrison camp and the city defense brigade immediately divided up the 5 bottles of secondary healing potion. Chapter 754 Magic Pattern. It was the 3rd day that Vera left Doden town. The hunt for monsters in Doden town was interrupted when a large number of monsters poured into the valley. In the past few days, more crazy monsters have rushed into the Doden Canyon. Many of the monsters gathered under the northern city wall are rare species deep in the forest. There are more than 200 city guards armed with crossbows at the top of the city. They are targeting those who want to. The monsters that climbed up the 40-meter-high city wall were mercilessly shot. 35 bed crossbows aimed at the large second-level monsters in the group of monsters under the city wall to kill them. A large number of monsters crowded under the city wall. The gate of the north city wall was surrounded by a group of moon-blade fire wolves. Fireballs kept exploding at the gate opening. Some fireballs adhered to the city wall and burned continuously. Thick smoke filled the city gate opening. The northern end of the city gate opening extended more than 10 meters into the city gate. A fire is burning. All the ropes on the iron fence of the city gate hole have been burned. The iron fence, which weighs several thousand pounds, is stuck in the city gate hole, with blazing flames burning around it, completely blocking the only passage from the city wall to the North Canyon. The garrison in Doden town was unable to leave the city to fight. The city defenders could only retreat to the city head. Almost half of the monsters shot on the city walls were ruthlessly torn into pieces as the group of monsters stormed the city wall. The infantrymen stood at the top of the city, holding some anchor hooks and constantly throwing them at the beasts. However, these infantrymen could only throw them a few tens of meters away. It would be difficult to anchor the monsters further away, and they could only watch helplessly. The blood food of the monster group. The situation in Doden town became more and more difficult, and Serdek finally saw a large number of magical beasts gathering under the city. The corpses of monsters are constantly being pulled up to the city by anchor hooks. The corpses of some low-level monsters are piled up on the city, and will be transported to the military camp by the auxiliary soldiers at the city. Seeing that the monsters could not climb over the northern city wall, some monsters tried to rush up the Thorn Mountain, but they could not pass through the mountainside covered with stone thorns. Some monsters got stuck in the gaps between the stone thorns, and some monsters accidentally fell from the cliff. Screams echoed throughout the valley. Serdek discovered that the merchants and nobles in the town were focusing on the rewards on the merit exchange list, and immediately ordered the logistics department of the garrison camp to prohibit the outflow of these materials. These high-end leather armors and magic weapons in the military camp were not leaked outside. There are already squadron leader-level warriors holding ice rhinoceros horned war blades in their hands, standing particularly eye-catching among the ranks. Maybe the monsters won't notice it during such a siege. Or maybe there's still the aura of the ice-horned rhinoceros on it, so some weak monsters don't want to get close. but when fighting other legions in the future. These warriors holding ice-horned rhinoceros blades will definitely be the focus of the archers' attention. The 1,000 reinforcements brought by the deputy commander of the Chester army finally caught up with the last sip of soup. Although they did not accumulate too many merits individually, they still had a large number of people. After everyone put it together, they were still on the merit exchange list. Exchange 2 sets of ice-horned rhinoceros leather armors. Since Serta's restraint stipulates that every 100 points of merit can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. Merit points can be circulated in the military camp almost without hindrance. The high-grade leather armor and healing potions that Soldak listed on the merit exchange list, which could be used as base materials for magic pattern construction, were sold out immediately. On the other hand, although some people want those magic weapons, they are not so enthusiastic. After all, such weapons can be found everywhere in the magic weapons shops in Venice City. Among the beasts under the North City wall, traces of the spiny-tailed crystal lion and the 2-headed basilisk have appeared. The strength of these 2 monsters is at the peak of the 2nd level, and their leather is also very popular in the magic market. The city guards even expected them to attack the northern city wall together like other monsters. Serdek asked the 4 captains in the military camp to take turns stationed on the city wall. The 4 captains in the military camp are Captain Andrew, who is in charge of the direct cavalry battalion coming from the deserted land. Captain Samira, who is in charge of the reinforcements of 200 archers and the city defense brigade. And Captain Adams, who is in charge of the reinforcements of the cavalry. Captain and Captain Gallatin, who commanded the reinforcements of the heavy armored infantry regiment. Among these captains, Andrew, an indigenous warrior of the Nanai tribe, has the highest reputation. Everyone in the military camp knew that Andrew was Commander Soldak's most powerful confidant. Andrew stepped on the gap between the walls of the city wall with 1 foot and looked down at the bottom of the city wall. There are still a large number of magical beasts gathered under the city. From time to time, ice arrows and wind blades will fly up to the top of the city, hit the wall stacks, and explode into ice powder all over the sky. The city defense guards had just fired a round of crossbow arrows, killing most of the lizards that were about to climb up the city wall. The infantry hiding behind these city defense guards could fly over at any time with magic, quickly throwing out anchor hooks, trying to catch those grab as many of the lizard corpses as possible before they are overwhelmed by the beasts rushing up from behind. A wind blade flew past Andrew's face. He seemed to have calculated the spiral flight path of the wind blade, and he didn't even bother to tilt his head to avoid it. Taking advantage of the pause when the warcraft stopped at this moment, Andrew and a cavalry squadron captain beside him sat down against the city wall. A siege of this scale would form a wave every once in a while. The city defense guards should also take appropriate rest according to the rhythm of the monsters attacking the city. The squadron leader took out a piece of sauce meat from his arms and handed it to Andrew. He also took out a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowed it in 3 mouthfuls, wiped his mouth and drank 2 mouthfuls of water. Andrew took the sauce meat and saw that it was a hard and sour piece of fire wolf meat. He grinned and took a hard bite. He complained to the squadron leader next to him. "You wouldn't choose a better piece of meat and eat this sour fire wolf meat all day long." "Hey! I didn't expect that when I followed Mr. Serdek here. I would vomit after eating meat," the squadron leader, who was wearing a heavy full coverage heavy armor, said with emotion. "When we were starving in the deserted land, I wish I could dig out all the grass roots in the soil and boil water to drink." Andrew patted the squadron leader on the shoulder and said, "I heard from the boss that row houses are being built in Wall Village now. It is estimated that your family has been placed in the row houses. Don't worry. We are the first batch." The animal skins have been transported back to Bena province, and it won't be long before these skins will be converted into gold coins and sent to the city of Aranza. With our continuous material support here, no one in the family will go hungry anymore. The squadron leader lifted up the mask on his helmet and suddenly felt that his breathing was much easier. He looked up at the blue sky and asked Andrew, "Captain Andrew, you have been following the commander for so long, and you have accumulated so many achievements. Even if it is not 30,000, it should be about the same. Have you never thought about redeeming the magic pattern that ranks first in merit?" Andrew smiled and said, "Me? The boss said these magic patterns are not suitable for me." Hearing Andrew say this, the squadron leader's eyes lit up, and he immediately approached and asked, "Do you know what this thing is?" Andrew acted matter-of-factly and said, "Of course. Doesn't it say Zongmaon on it?" The squadron leader complained to Andrew with a grimace. "We just don't understand what the magic pattern is, and it requires such high merit." Andrew lowered his head and looked at the magic pattern armor on his body.
If he took off the armor on top of the city, Surdak would know that he would be scolded. So he could only take off his helmet, tilt his neck, and try his best to pulling the breastplate down a little, revealing a little bit of the magic pattern on the chest. He said, "It's probably this kind of magic pattern. As far as I know. One of the magic patterns on the merit list is to enhance one's own recovery power. The other is to increase ice attribute magic power. And the other is to enhance explosive power. In short, they are all rare. It's a good thing to ask for. And these magic patterns are only for first-level warriors. So your carrying capacity should be enough." The squadron leader finally realized what those magic patterns were and asked quickly, "Captain Andrew, do you think those magic patterns are suitable for me?" Andrew nodded, patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Of course. But you must have enough merit." Thinking that the merit list stated that it takes 30,000 merits to exchange for a magic pattern. The squadron leader, who came out of the desert, took a deep breath and said, "Now 30,000 merits are equivalent to 300,000 merits. 100 gold coins. Captain, how much do you think that magic pattern is worth?" "It's worth it," Andrew said without hesitation. Adams was born in a noble family in Venice City. His father was a third-class viscount. Although he did nothing in his life, he ran a blacksmith workshop in Venice City, which allowed his family to live a decent life in Venice City. Adams's great-grandfather was a noble lord who once owned the territory of 5 mountains in Collins City. Later, when the family declined, he moved to Venice City to settle. Like other aristocratic young people, after 4 years of studying at the Junior War College, Adams chose to continue his studies at the Bina Advanced Knights College. He graduated from the Knights College with honors and smoothly joined the Lutheran Legion and became Luther, the squadron leader of a light cavalry unit of the Sergio Regiment. In the past few years, he has been traveling with the Legion to various places, and he has become a prominent figure among the young generals of the Luther Legion. If he hadn't been outstanding enough, Deputy Commander Chester wouldn't have specially introduced him to Soldak. Adams has the most well-proportioned figure of a typical Bena man. He is sitting in the wooden house in the camp, with a set of ice-horned rhinoceros leather armor placed on the wooden table in front of him. He exchanged this set of ice-horned rhinoceros leather armor with 2,000 merit points. After deducting the 300 merit points he had accumulated so hard, he bought the rest of the merits from his cavalry with gold coins. The cavalry names also know that your own achievements may not be redeemable for the materials on the list, since Captain Adams wanted to pay for their achievements with gold coins out of his own pocket. Almost no one would refuse. So a set of ice-horned rhinoceros leather armor that could be used as a base material for magic pattern construction was actually obtained for only 17 gold coins. Adams was somewhat glad that he had agreed to come to Doden town as deputy commander of the Chester army. His hand kept rubbing the noble badge on his chest, and he squinted his eyes. The gaze in his light blue eyes was introverted. Every time he thought seriously, they are all used to touching the badge on their chest with their hands. Gallatin was Adams's old friend for many years. The two had experienced life and death together on the battlefield, and their relationship was unusual. He sat opposite Adams and looked at this set of leather armor with some envy. Although this kind of leather armor is not difficult to buy in the magic market, there is absolutely no such low-priced high-end leather armor. Such a set of high-end leather armor is definitely not available. The real value of a must be at least 50 gold coins. Have you ever found out what the magic pattern marked on the merit exchange list is? Adams came back from his thoughts and asked his friend Gallatin. Gallatin leaned back comfortably in his chair and said to Adams, "I heard it is a magic pattern. Well, it is said that this kind of magic pattern can be imprinted on the body of a first-turn warrior, just like the magic pattern structure drawn by the inscriptionist on the body. Isn't that kind of magic pattern structure drawn on the body only seen on the second-level strong men?" Adams sat up straight and asked Gallatin with a look of astonishment on his face. Gallatin spread his hands in confusion and said, "That's why I say this kind of magic pattern is a little different." Adams lowered his head and touched the money bag at his waist. There were still more than 20 magic crystals and dozens of gold coins in it. After careful calculation, he still had some things he had with him that he could sell, and he should be able to make up 300 gold coin. He raised his head and looked at his friend Gallatin and asked casually, "Gallatin, do you have any ideas to get a magic pattern?" Gallatin shook his head without hesitation and said, "If all those achievements were converted into gold coins, it would cost 300 gold coins. I am not as rich as your pocket." Adams wiped the badge on his chest with his hand and said only, "I usually ask you to pay attention to your expenses and don't throw all that money into women's bellies. You don't want to listen. Do you regret it now?
Gallatin did not feel any regret at all. He rolled his eyes and said,
What's the use of regret? Let's accumulate it slowly.
Chapter 755 Adam's Demon Pattern Clothing. After pouring out all the magic crystals and gold coins in the money bag, Adams counted them carefully. 27 magic crystals can currently be exchanged for about 190 gold coins in the Belland Plain. Adding the 67 gold coins in his wallet, Adams calculated that he currently has 257 gold coins. A gold coin. The gap is probably between more than 100 gold coins. There are also 3 high-grade Warcraft leathers in the magic waste bag. Regarding these high-grade leathers, Adams originally planned to find a well-known leather-making master to make several sets of high-grade leather armors. When you save enough money later, you can use these leather armor-based materials to make magic pattern structures. Now, in order to obtain the magic patterns on the merit exchange list, Adams decided to sell these 3 high-grade leathers to a trading house, which could probably exchange them for 100 gold. Although I was a bit reluctant to part with these 3 high-grade leathers, there was no bank in Doden town, so I couldn't mortgage them in exchange for gold coins. So I had no choice but to sell the leathers. Subsequently, Adams wrote another letter to his family, explaining his decision in the letter, hoping to get his father's support. He sent the written letter to the post office in the town. I went to the trading house and sold 3 pieces of high-grade leather in my hand to collect enough money to buy merit. The battle against the monsters on the northern wall continues. Soldiers continue to transport the corpses of monsters from the top of the city, and merchants gathered at the bottom of the city, all wanting to get some soup from them. However, the monsters hunted by the garrison rarely left the country. After the merit exchange list was established, every monster hunted by the garrison, the completeness is clearly recorded, and there is no leakage of Warcraft materials. Wearing a tight-fitting leather armor, Samira taught archery skills to the city defense guards on the archery range of the military camp. These city defense guards were equipped with 5-shot hand crossbows. This hand crossbow is easy to operate and accurate. The only drawback is that after shooting a round, it is a little troublesome to load arrows into the arrow slot. Samira wore a hood and a black veil around her face, revealing only a pair of light red eyes. Her face had not been exposed to the sun for too long, and her originally wheat-colored skin had become as white as suet. Adams came back from outside the military camp, stopped by the fence of the shooting range, and greeted Samira cordially. He was the captain of the 2nd Cavalry Battalion and was very prestigious in the cavalry battalion. No matter how reluctant Samira was, she had to respond out of basic courtesy. It's just that she has never had a good impression of the nobles of the Green Empire. When she was a child, life was very difficult in the orphanage of Guatemala City. Every time the old nuns in the orphanage applied for funding from the city hall, the fat-bellied nobles would treat the old nanny. Ma was sarcastic and sometimes couldn't even get funding from the city hall. Adams looks very knightly, with a strong and straight figure, a high-nosed bridge and deep eye sockets, and a 3-dimensional face. He wears armor plated with mithril patterns, and a cloak of thick silk fabric hangs down behind him. He looks very dashing when walking.
Captain Samira, I want to use gold coins to buy your achievements.
Adams stood next to Samira and said to her when she opened her hunting bow. Samira squinted her eyes and aimed at the archery target 50 meters away. After the hunting bow was fully drawn, the magic pattern on her right arm lit up with a faint light. 2 sharp arrows moved forward and backward at a speed that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Came out.
Not for sale,
Samira said. The 2 arrows hit the bullseye. Samira changed the target, and Adams caught up from the other side and said directly,
1 gold coin is exchanged for 80 merit points, and 375 gold coins are exchanged for your 30,000 merit points.
Samira then put down the hunting bow in her hand, turned to stare at Adams, and asked him in surprise,
Are you going to redeem the magic pattern?
She stared at Adams, her light red eyes extremely clear. Adams couldn't understand the hostility in Samira's eyes, so he could only bite the bullet and say,
Yes.
Samira was silent for a moment, but said unexpectedly,
Okay, let's go see Commander Surdek. This kind of thing requires his permission.
Surdek had no intention of leaving these 3 life magic patterns to Andrew and Samira. He hoped that the second life magic pattern implanted by them would be of higher quality. So Adams came to the small building and explained to him the purpose of his visit. He wanted to exchange 30,000 merits from Samira. Surdek asked Samira,
I want to know what you think.
Samira held the back of the sofa with her hands, stood there and glanced at Surdek casually, and said,
What can I have in mind? If I can't redeem these magic patterns, these achievements are of no use to me. I guess they will be useless in the end.
It's not about exchanging gold coins. Surdek has been skinning monsters in the kitchen recently. And even the living room is filled with a strong smell of blood. The curtains block the sunlight outside, giving the living room a dark smell. Surdek opened the curtains and pushed open the window to let in the wind from outside. Then he poured another glass of water for Adams and said,
"Then I have no objection. In principle, I will not object to your exchange of merits."
In fact, he also has many considerations. There is currently nothing that Samira needs on the merit list. She already has the power magic pattern of the Great Demon Ape and is wearing salamander leather armor. She does not need secondary healing potions to stay with him. Finally, there is a high probability that these achievements will still be exchanged for gold coins. If Adams hadn't taken over, he would have had to pay the money out of his own pocket. Now taking out a magic pattern, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Adams looked happy and was about to discuss the price of merit with Samira when Surdek tapped his finger on the table and said,
"But I must explain that I currently only have 3 kinds of magic patterns in my hand. It is also clearly written in the notes on the merit exchange list. They have 3 different abilities. These 3 magic patterns are from the main beast. The black, the function of what is obtained from the ice-backed rhinoceros, and the Moonblade Fire Wolf King is to be implanted into the body to enhance one's own strength. The shortcomings are also very obvious. The levels of these 3 monsters are a bit low. And once this kind of magic pattern is implanted, after the second turn, the magic pattern structure cannot be repainted on the same part."
Surdek smoothly pulled out the magic sealing box and placed it on the table. However, he has not opened the magic sealing box for the time being. This kind of life magic pattern is installed in the magic sealing box, which can slow down the dissipation of magic power. However, after taking it out, if there is no protection method, the magic breath on it will quickly dissipate. Finally, it turned into a piece of ordinary Warcraft leather.
"Do these magic patterns have the same magical effect as the magic patterns drawn by the inscriptionist on the body of the second-level powerhouse?"
Adams immediately caught the key point from Surdek's words. Surdek nodded and explained,
"Although they are similar in theory, the quality of these magic patterns is not high, and I don't know much about that kind of magic pattern construction. It may be far inferior to the magic patterns drawn by those inscription masters."
Adams didn't even hear the last half of the sentence clearly. He only heard Surdek say,
"The theory is almost the same."
It felt like he was hit hard by a heavy hammer in his mind. He quickly asked,
"Commander Surdek, the second-level warriors only have fighting spirit to activate the magic patterns on their body. We haven't understood fighting spirit yet. Can we also activate these magic patterns during battle?"
Surdek nodded again and said,
"Okay."
Adams looked at Surdek in shock, and was so excited that he was speechless. Surdek asked with some confusion,
"What? Is there something wrong?"
When he implanted the magic pattern of life into Andrew and Samira, he didn't see them being so excited.
"Your magic pattern is suitable for a first-time warrior."
Adams clenched his fists tightly. He felt that he might have made a lot of money this time. Adams continued,
"Under normal circumstances, a warrior who becomes a warrior cannot draw any magic patterns on his body at all. Even if he draws them, it will be impossible to activate those magic patterns because he cannot have attributeless fighting spirit, and it will occupy the burden of the warrior force. First-class warriors like us can usually only wear some armor-style magic pattern structures, because this kind of magic pattern structure has a gem base, and the magic power required to run the magic patterns comes from the magic pattern on the gem base. Spar."
His speaking speed was a bit fast, and Surdek had some difficulty listening.
"I have never heard of a warrior possessing magic patterns on their body as soon as they turn around,"
Adams said.
"Of course, except for those who are skilled in magic and martial arts."
Surdek had not thought of this before. He only thought that using the magic pattern of life as magic pattern colonization equipment could enhance the strength of the warriors in advance. Now that Adams was explaining it, Surdek realized that this magic pattern clothing seemed to be really good. He, Andrew, and Samira were all ignorant bumpkins, and none of them had realized how precious the magic pattern breeding clothes was. He coughed to hide his surprise, and then said,
"So I don't plan to announce this secret, and I haven't explained the specific function of the magic pattern. If you need to exchange it for a magic pattern, you must also make a magic contract, and you cannot tell the secret."
Adams immediately raised a hand and said on the spot,
"I am willing to make a magical contract."
Surdek found Selena, who was counting the number of monsters in the Logistics squadron, and asked her to completely clear Samira's achievements in the merit account. Selena has been busy almost all day long recently. She has to get up early in the morning and go to the market to understand the market conditions and set prices. Then she goes to the military camp to check the entry status of World of Warcraft corpses and counts the fresh meat, leather, heads, and other items of World of Warcraft. Other Warcraft materials were busy until dark. If Serdek hadn't been blessing the veterans with the blessed body recently, who were about to understand the potential and prepare to make a breakthrough, it is estimated that these Warcraft heads would have been sold out long ago. Selena crossed out Samira's achievements and hurriedly left holding the merit account book, followed by 3 clerks, who reported some information to her. But seeing her exuding the confidence and charm of a mature beauty when she walked with her chest held high, Soldak felt that she seemed to enjoy this kind of life. Adams was about to collect 375 gold coins, but Soldak stopped him and said,
"Let's follow the exchange ratio on the merit exchange list."
He thought that once this premium was started, money would come first in merit exchange in the future, which would defeat the original purpose of setting up the merit exchange list. As a result, Samira's property was suddenly reduced by 75 gold coins. She was so angry that she wanted to bite Soldak on the shoulder to let him feel the pain. However, after being able to get 300 gold coins and holding a heavy bag of gold coins in her hands, Samira's mood instantly became beautiful again. Samala suddenly had such a large amount of wealth and planned to mail it all to the orphanage in Wazamala City. The races in Wazimara City are extremely complex. Many nobles are used to raising slaves in the manors. Some children secretly born by slaves and wanderers will be abandoned, although there is a risk of starving to death on the streets. The benefits are able to escape from the lowly status of slaves and vagabonds after birth. Poor mixed-race orphans can be seen everywhere in Walmart City. With such a large sum of money, the orphanage will probably be able to buy the yard next door and expand some dormitories to take in more homeless orphans. Adams was lying on the bed in the guest room and felt nervous when he saw Soldak holding a quill pen and dipping it in ink to draw a palm-sized area on his left chest. He had heard of many cases where inscription masters failed to draw magic patterns on the bodies of level 2 powerhouses. He regretted letting Serdek draw the magic pattern on his chest, mainly because he was worried that if he failed, it would leave messy scars on his chest, and how he would be able to show off his toned figure in front of his lover. But now that he had made his choice, he refused to change it at will. Seeing a trace of hesitation on Adams's face, Soldak thought he was a little entangled in the choice of magic patterns. So he said,
"It's not too late to regret now."
Adams chose the main beast to obtain the magic patterns on the leg bones, which can enhance its own recovery power. As a knight, Adams felt that a strong body was the source of all combat power.
"This is it. It won't change."
Adams saw that Soldak had already painted a lot on his chest, so he didn't want to look elsewhere. In addition, it is painted near the chest because it is closest to the heart. Implanting the magic pattern here can better protect the heart. Seeing Adams make a decision, Soldak nodded and comforted Adams.
"It will be done soon. Don't be too nervous. I have some experience in this kind of thing."
Hearing Soldak say this, Adams became even more nervous. He was worried that his teeth would chatter when he spoke, so he snorted heavily. The entire magic pattern implantation process was actually carried out under the sacrificial ceremony. It's just that Serdek probably made the sacrificial ceremony very obscure. He just placed 4 pottery bowls burning with blue flames at the 4 corners of the bed, and then completed the sacrifice. Then put the main beast. The life magic pattern peeled off from the leg bone was implanted into the skin of Adam's chest. Serdek even felt that the divine blessing of the blessed body was unnecessary. With the life magic pattern of the main beast, Adams already had strong recovery power, but he was worried that Adams would not recover well, so he still consumed a head sacrifice. After completing the magic pattern implantation, Adams sat up from the bed. A stream of energy and blood surged through Adam's body. Chapter 756 Fierce Battle Outside the City. As the third batch of supplies arrived in Doden town, the group of monsters in the Doden Canyon had completely gone crazy. A large number of monsters attacked the city wall every day. The low-level monsters' ice arrows, fireballs, wind blades, and rocks were temporarily unable to impact the 40-meter-high city head. But some monsters climbed up under the city wall along the stone wall. When they climbed to the middle of the city wall, these elementary magics can affect the city defense guards at the top of the city. In addition to using repeating crossbows, the city defense guards have begun to use some rolling stones stored on the city top. However, if these rolling stones fall under the city wall, they still need to be cleaned up in time. Otherwise, if they accumulate, the actual height of the city wall will be greatly reduced. Every cleaning job is done at noon. At this time, the Warcraft offensive was at its weakest. The heavy armored infantry soldiers seized the city gate opening, repaired the noose at the iron fence of the city gate opening, and raised the iron fence of the city gate opening. 200 long archers stood neatly at the top of the city, standing together with the city guards, and fired 10 rounds of arrow rain at the bottom of the city wall, using the dense rain of arrows to push back the monsters gathered under the city wall. A group of heavily armored cavalry rushed out of the city and cleared a battlefield under the city wall with the strong armor they wore. The heavy armored infantry regiment followed closely behind. Their main task when leaving the city was to clear the battlefield under the city wall. They would collect arrows on the cleared battlefield and push the rolling stones that had fallen under the city onto the carriage. If you pull them back to the city, you will also snatch back the corpses of monsters that are piled up under the city. Every time there was such a large-scale clearing of the battlefield, Suldak, Andrew, Gillitam, Adams and Gallatin would all go out to fight. Andrew and the Ogre Gullitam always stayed by Surdak's side. The three formed a solid iron triangle, standing at the forefront of the cavalry team. Behind Surdak were 500 heavy cavalry. The width of the canyon near the north wall was less than 400. Even if only 500 heavy cavalry were dispatched, there would still be 2 rows packed into the canyon. Seeing the continuous impact of the city gate finally opened. The monster, which was forced back by the continuous arrows fired from the city, rushed out of the grassland and made a comeback.
Charge with a gun!
The heavy cavalry had already launched a charge formation under the city wall. Andrew shouted loudly. The Ogre Gullitam stood beside Surdak, puffing out his chest, taking a lunge, and roared with his head towards the sky. A black totem tattoo like a vine lit up on his neck, and an invisible sound wave spread out from the ogre's feet to all directions. War roar. The warriors felt a wave of heat rising from the soles of their feet, and a strong emotion accumulated in their hearts, making them want to shout along with the ogre. As the oxhorn trombone blew the long attack blast, the first group of cavalrymen held knight spears and drove their horses forward to charge forward. The cavalry didn't start very fast, like adults jogging. By the time he rushed 10 meters away, his speed had picked up, like an adult running with all his strength. The cavalry raised their speed completely, and a cloud of dust was rising behind the cavalry. The sound of horse hooves was densely connected, like the rolling waves of a sea tide, rolling towards the group of monsters. The depth of the battlefield, which is more than 100 meters, can only just allow the war horses to increase their speed. There is a row of knight spears about 5 meters long, with the spear tips slightly tilted downwards. The moment the moon blade fire wolf in the front row of the Warcraft group leaped high into the air, its spear thrust out almost at the same time, and a wailing sound immediately sounded on the battlefield. Those fire wolves didn't even have time to release their magic before the spears in the knights' hands penetrated their bodies firmly, and were firmly nailed to the battlefield. The knights in the front row paid no attention to the wailing and struggling monsters. They let go of the heavy knight spears in their hands, picked up the flails and knight-light shields on the hooks, and crashed into the group of monsters along with their horses. The war horse is covered in heavy metal armor, and its forelimbs have steel spikes that are more than a foot long. The heavy cavalry crashed into the group of monsters, like a row of meat grinders smashing into the small monsters until their flesh and blood flew everywhere. The knights in the back row continued to charge forward, piercing the monsters on the battlefield with the same uniform movements. Then he picked up the flail, swung it round, and hit the charging monster on the head. No matter how hard the monster's head is, it was smashed to pieces at this moment. These monsters are not vegetarians. They use their light and agile bodies to dodge attacks and jump on the horse. With the impact of their bodies, they throw the heavy cavalry off the horse, bite the hard heavy armor with their sharp teeth, and plan to drag it to the back of the battlefield. The heavy cavalry collided with a large monster. In addition to giving it a knight's spear, the whole person might be blown away by the huge impact. The butcher's axe in Andrew's hand was burning with flames, and the earth shield magic pattern structure on his body rolled the earth stone shield. The fire wolf rushed up to bite it. The stone shield blocked the sharp blow of the monster, and Andrew casually used it while braving the billowing flames. The giant axe knocked him to the ground, and the animal blood spurted out and splashed on Andrew's face. A fire wolf took the opportunity to pounce from behind, put its claws on the back of the horse, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Andrew's arm. Andrew raised his arm and lifted the fire wolf into the air. The fire wolf only bit Andrew's wrist guard and refused to let go. It was cut off in half by the axe in Andrew's other hand. He felt the scorching breath coming from the front, and hurriedly leaned over the horse's back. A fireball flew past his back and smashed open behind him. The ogre ghoul picked up the bone-crushing stick and struck it with all his strength, knocking the main beast to the ground with a stick. The skull of this main beast was also extremely hard, and was hit by the bone-crushing club, hitting with all his strength. The forehead bone was only cracked, and he fainted. Ghoul stepped on the main beast and swept out the bone-crushing club in his hand, smashing away several fire wolves around him who were about to pounce. Serdak's feet next to him had a halo of power shining on them. Even Gallatin, who was more than 10 meters away, could clearly feel the power injected into his body by the halo. Ghoul absolutely suppressed the fire wolf in terms of strength. A group of fire wolves rushed up from behind and did not dare to approach the ogre. Seeing him standing in front, they quickly moved to both sides to avoid it. However, the Ironback manbear following behind rushed forward ferociously. Ghoul inspired his bloody spirit and ran sideways towards the Ironback manbear. A piece of rock surged out from under the ogre's feet. Unexpectedly, the clumsy ogre actually stepped on the rock. The second part of his body jumped up high, raised the bone-crushing stick in his hand, and smashed it hard on the shoulders of the manbear. The black fur of the human bear was covered with hard pine oil, making it slippery and resistant to any force. Therefore, although the manbear received a blow from Ghoul, he was not seriously injured. Serdak held a blood-red crescent with a curved and narrow blade in his hand, slashing at the Ironback manbear from the side. This Ironback manbear stands more than 3 meters tall, almost as tall as Serdak on horseback. The manbear received a blow from the ogre and was unable to avoid the blood-red crescent struck by Serdak. He could only hold his head with a pair of fleshy forelimbs. Every time before he swings his sword, the light of the magic pattern will light up in front of Serdak. This seemingly careless sword can reach an extreme level of power. The first strike of the sword had already cut off the left forelimb of the Ironback manbear, and made a 2-foot wound on the hairy crescent-shaped chest. The strong visual gap made Gallatin, who secretly noticed the battlefield here from a distance, feel extremely unreal. An ordinary magic sword was suddenly used by Serdak to feel like an epic weapon. It wasn't until the blood-red crescent sword in Serdak's hand pierced the chest of the blackback manbear and opened its chest that Gallatin woke up from his stupor. He was able to climb to the position of captain of the heavy armored infantry regiment and was appreciated by the deputy commander of Chester. Of course, he was not an ordinary person. When he saw the magic pattern emerging from Serdak's chest, which looked very similar to the knight's seal, but was different from all the seals he knew, he realized that Serdak would be noticed by Marquis Luther. It's not a matter of luck. He was a little distracted and didn't notice the 2 wind blades flying towards him. By the time he discovered it, it was already too late to escape. Gallatin was so frightened that the hairs all over his body stood up. He was wearing an exquisite full-coverage heavy armor and let go of the weak points of the armor, allowing the wind blade to sweep behind him. On the back, the wind blade scraped against the armor, making a piercing scream. Gallatin's body tilted forward due to the inertia, and the 2 fire wolves that rushed towards him took the opportunity to bite his neck. Although Gallatin had experienced hundreds of battles, he was still a little panicked at this moment. He touched the shield hanging on the side of the saddle, and threw it at the fire wolf in front. The knight's sword in the other hand pierced the fire on the left side. Wolf body. A ghost leopard took the opportunity to pounce out from the shadows, passed through the exposed empty door of Gallatin, and bit his throat fiercely. Although the neck is protected by armor, the scale-like armor is the weakest part of the body. The moment Gallatin was jumped by a black ghost leopard, Gallatin's mind went blank. He could even smell the fishy smell coming out of the ghost leopard's bloody mouth, and its half-foot-long fangs were touching the piercing pain caused by the nails on his throat, made him feel that he was dead this time. The moment a sharp sound broke through the air, there was a sound of a sharp hard object piercing the leather. Gallatin even felt the 2 arrows grazing his faceplate, causing a series of sparks. The side of the ghost leopard's face was shot through by 2 sharp arrows at the same time, and its body was carried away by the inertia of the sharp arrows. It began to twitch violently in midair, and when it landed on the ground, it lost its breath. Gallatin felt like he was standing under the death scythe and being pulled back. He opened his eyes, touched his neck where blood was pouring out, and looked at the motionless ghost leopard on the ground. The strong impact caused by the aftermath of the disaster made his own power appear behind him. A huge knight. The shadow of the sword hung behind him. The knight's sword in Adam's hand also emitted powerful sword energy, and he killed the fire wolf, who wanted to sneak attack. The heavy cavalry around them also filled the vacancy around Gallatin, eliminating the crisis around Gallatin. Gallatin aimed towards the direction where the arrow was flying, and the half-elf archer who had never found a chance to see the true face of the Black Veil, flashed past in the distance. She was still ranked first on the merit list yesterday. Gallatin had never understood why the merit exchange list was slaughtered by a weak-looking female archer. Now he has a deep understanding of how powerful the longbow in her hand is. He is so incredibly strong that he can actually save people in a melee. Gallatin raised his knight's light shield and blocked a fireball. The shadow of the knight's sword behind him completely disappeared. He saw that Adam's performance on the battlefield was also extremely brave. He actually changed his usual cautious style and opened and closed the long sword in his hand without any concern for minor injuries. Ever since Adam spent all his savings to buy a magic pattern, he was like a god of war, rushing to the front without fear of danger. Every time he walked off the battlefield, he was always bruised, but usually as long as he took a shower and slept for a night, those minor wounds would heal without leaving any trace. To the amazement of Gallatin, Gallatin once asked Adams privately what the magic pattern was, but Adams laughed and said nothing, saying that he was asked to keep it secret, and that it was very strong anyway. Although Gallatin was a little tempted, he was not as rich as Adams. He couldn't spend so much money in exchange for merit, so he could only slowly accumulate it through formal channels. Gallatin also secretly asked Adams if he had accumulated enough achievements. Could he still obtain his kind of magic mark? Adams' answer also made him a little discouraged. There is only one magic pattern, but there are others, which is not bad. Every time he fought desperately on the battlefield, Adams had another gain recently. He finally broke through the bottleneck and advanced to level 16. I saw Adams' strong and fearless aura. Gallatin knew that if the two were duel in the arena now, Adams would definitely defeat him. And all of this was brought about by the magic pattern on his chest. It's really worth the money, Gallatin couldn't help but think. Every time they go out to fight in the city, it is a time for the garrison to gain merit. Everyone will not give up such a good opportunity. After all, 100 points of merit can be exchanged for a golden gold coin. This kind of opportunity does not come often. However, such combat heavy cavalry are destined to suffer huge casualties. The heavy cavalry participating in this battle were all brought by Serdek from the deserted land to the Belan plain. These veterans followed him and already knew exactly how to fight with Serdek. That is, no matter what kind of dangerous situation you are in, you should try your best to ensure that you can still breathe. Therefore, in this battle to snatch resources outside the city, all the cavalry showed fearless courage. They were almost braver than any other cavalry, and they almost defeated the group of monsters in 2 rounds of charge. When the heavy armored infantry regiment caught up behind them, the dominance of the battle fell into the hands of the Doden town garrison. The biggest loss in this battle was the horses of the cavalry battalion, when a large number of ancient bow-lie horses rushed into the enemy formation and collided with the monsters. The physique and bone strength of many of the horses could not withstand such an impact. Many war horses suffered broken bones and tendons on the spot, and some heavy cavalry also fell off their horses. The battle soon came to an end. The infantry cleared away all the rolling stones and arrows, and the heavy cavalry withdrew from the battlefield one after another. Finally, the heavy armored infantry stepped back to cover the retreat, and returned to the military camp through the gate opening of the North City Wall. Chapter 757 Letter from Bena City. The battle during the day calmed down the monsters in Doden Canyon and garrisoned them in the camp. Some people from the small town gathered around the camp. They were not only watching the infantry carrying the corpses of the monsters, but also some small town residents took the initiative to help push the rolling stones to the side of the hanging tower. After all, these rolling stones still need to be transported to the 40-meter high tower on top of the city wall. A simple hanging tower with a wooden structure was built on one side of the city wall. The businessmen in the small town also gathered around the military camp, looking at the carloads of monster corpses being transported into the military camp, and kept shouting slogans such as, "Buy leather, teeth, and magic core at high prices." They wanted to stop the carriage and snatch a few monster beast corpses from it. The infantry were unmoved by this. Once a businessman tried to approach, they would be warned by the cavalry nearby. The corpses of the monsters that were brought into the military camp were skinned and fleshed, but not even the bones were taken out. Now a large number of monsters are surrounded by the north wall. No mercenary group can go out of the city to hunt under such circumstances. Mercenaries who want to hunt monsters can only temporarily register as defense personnel in Doden town at the military camp. Only then can they take turns to climb the city wall. The number of defense personnel who can climb the city wall every day is limited to 20. And they are not allowed to leave Doden town during the beast tide. Otherwise they will be deprived of their volunteer qualifications. On the city wall,
It is impossible to hunt monsters without excellent archery skills. The mercenaries can only carry a few monsters down the city on their backs every day. Such a quantity simply cannot satisfy the merchants in Doden town. So some businessmen found Selena, preparing to explain the situation to her, and hoped that she could open a trade channel from the military camp to allow the businessmen in the town to participate. There are so many Warcraft materials, and everyone wants a piece of the pie. Selena and Serdek also talked a lot about this. Serdek felt that these businessmen were speculators, and they would not help the development of the town. Moreover, once the beast tide passed in the future, they did not know what would happen. No matter where they go, this kind of speculators really have nothing to work with. Selena hopes to establish some contact with these merchants, mainly about the price of these Warcraft materials. Now the seller has the right to speak, and the price of Warcraft materials should naturally be determined by the military camp. When the merchants saw that the military camp was finally willing to trade some of the Warcraft materials with local merchants, they all came together at once. Serdek knew that he could not peel off so much leather, so he decided to take out some monsters and sell them whole. Nowadays, this kind of moon blade fire wolf is only at the first level, and its valuable parts are very limited. So the price of a moon blade fire wolf is also very transparent. After deducting the transaction tax that needs to be paid, Serdek left only 15% of the profits to these merchants. If these fire wolf leathers were transported to Wilk City, they could make more. Although profits have been reduced a lot, it is better than nothing. After every battle, Serdek would become extremely busy. A large number of wounded people needed to be treated by Serdek himself, and he had to skin as many of the monsters as possible while the magic power on them was still there. Only then could it be possible to harvest the magic mark of life. After the injured soldiers were removed from the battlefield, the wounds were simply treated by the rescue team organized by the town hall. When Serdek returns from the battlefield, he only needs to use holy light to rehabilitate the wound. So this treatment process is relatively simplified, saving Serdek a lot of precious time. Only some of the unlucky ones with serious injuries still need Serdek to start the sacrificial ceremony and exchange the sacrifices for the blessings of the divine body to help them survive the most dangerous period. Serdek has converted the first floor guest room of the small building where he lives into his temporary diagnosis and treatment room. The kitchen next door was where he skinned the monsters, and there was only a wall between the two rooms. Serdek dragged his tired body and asked his cavalry to carry out a seriously injured man, then stood at the door of the small building and shouted listlessly, "Next one, Commander. The one just now is the last one." The cavalry guard guarding the door of the small building whispered to Serdek, "Is it gone? Then you should go and have a good rest." Serdek looked up at the night sky. Unknowingly, it was midnight, and he ordered the cavalry guards around him. The night sky is filled with stars. In Doden town, the starry sky that can be seen is like a long river flowing slowly from south to north. Only by walking out of Doden town and running into the vast grassland can you see the complete starry sky. The wooden dormitory in the military camp was still lit with lights. A group of soldiers gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, looking at the merit exchange list and calculating the day's gains. The merit exchange list at the entrance of the canteen has mobilized the enthusiasm of many soldiers. Although the daily battles are very dangerous, many soldiers hope to fight on the front line. The soldiers in the military camp were in high spirits, and Serdek breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Serdek looked in the direction of the stables, he saw more than 20 indigenous herdsmen dealing with a group of injured horses. The dead horses were also placed outside the empty field. Now there were a large number of hunting monsters, and there were many monsters in the military camp. There was no shortage of meat, so the horses would be buried with dignity. In the daytime battle, at least 200 horses were lost. This was Serdek's biggest loss. There is no way. Using Gubo Lima as a heavy cavalry mount is a bit reluctant. Countless armored horses collided with Warcraft on the battlefield, so that the horses were also severely damaged. This is what gives Serdek the biggest headache. Place. Quartermaster Handel delivered the third batch of supplies. In addition, 2 letters from Bena City were also sent. In order to express his gratitude, Serdek took the time to meet with him and took him to a breakfast together in the canteen of the military camp. Breakfast is toasted wheat cakes and broth, with shredded onions and tomatoes in the broth, and it really tastes better. But these vegetable ingredients alone cannot hide the sour taste of these fire wolf meats. While eating, Serdek asked Handel about the adventure group. The adventure group in Doden town seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, suddenly becoming without a trace. He was a little strange. The beast tide was coming.
What else could these adventure groups do after leaving the border town?
I heard that after the beast tide comes, there will always be some monsters that climb over the thorny mountains and enter the occupied areas of the Green Empire. Other places in the occupied areas of the Belan Plain will also be attacked by monsters. These adventure groups are scattered to various small towns in the occupied areas. Taking the opportunity to hunt those lone monsters is not only safer, but sometimes you can also get rewards from the town or nobles.
Quartermaster Handel said to Surdak.
I heard that the situation in Nanta Town and Pluntos Town is much more serious than yours. So the next supplies will be given priority to those two towns.
Surdak asked curiously.
What happened?
Quartermaster Handel said in a low voice.
I heard that a group of monsters successfully climbed over the city wall and rushed into the town. It seems that many people died. Ah! How could this happen?
Surdak said in surprise. After all, the beast tide hasn't come yet. This time, Quartermaster Handel took advantage of the convenience of transporting military supplies and delivered the items sent by Hathaway and Beatrice to Soldak as soon as possible. Surdak was quite sympathetic to this. He asked Handel Quartermaster to pick from a pile of Moonblade Fire Wolf corpses. Take whichever one he liked, and then give it to him as a gift that symbolized friendship. This is not a bribe. This is friendship. The first letter was written by Beatrice herself. My dear, at this moment, I really want to stand in front of you and kiss you. Hathaway and I work at the Foreign Affairs Bureau. Due to the unstable situation recently, prices in Bena City have risen a lot. Please don't think that I am a Philistine woman. But the leathers you sent have indeed brought great changes to our family. The shop has almost become an important economic pillar for the Goffaro family. Thank you for continuously providing these leather goods. The Goffaro family has finally seen a turn for the better. At least some laughter can be heard occasionally in the house that makes people feel chilled to the bone. In the morning, my father specially sent someone to tell me that I should go home and see him when I have time. You must not know how long I have been waiting for this sentence. I can't wait to cross the portal and run to Belan's Plain to see you right away. But now the Belan Plain portal is under martial law, and the date of our pass is 2 months from now. Please take good care of yourself before I arrive at the Belan Plain to see you. Love you, Beatrice Goffaro. Hathaway's letter reads. Hi. How are you doing in Belan? I heard that there may be a tide of monsters over there, and you will hunt monsters every day. Is that so? Is life in Belan very fulfilling and busy? Now, the situation in Bena province is not very good. Tarapagan has become a battlefield. It has involved all the noble lords in Bena province. The army is pressing down on the border. Many civilians in Tarapagan have taken refuge in Bena. In the city, there are still some civilians who are eager to leave here. Beatrice and I have to deal with a lot of letter paper at the Foreign Affairs Bureau here every day, as well as those applying for immigration. The lords of other provinces wanted to come to Bena province to get a share of the pie. I also heard that Duke Newman is also planning to evacuate from the Warsaw Plain recently. And I heard that the main force of the Bena Legion is coming home soon. Beatrice and I have joined the temporary planning team. And recently we have to discuss with the Ryan family a series of issues that will arise after the withdrawal, including the ownership of Handanar County, and how to transport the obtained resources through the portal. Iverson City now only has the problem of resource conversion in Handanar County. It is estimated that the Duke may have to lose some money on this expedition. When he came back, he must have felt even worse when he saw that some of the land in the north of the tower had almost turned into scorched earth. My vacation with Beatrice has been postponed for 2 months, and I am looking forward to that day. Then leave the work here and go see Belan. Hathaway Luther wrote on April 17, 2587 foot. Chapter 758 Beast Tide. The sun is warm. It was very quiet in Invercarville's Warcraft forest, except for the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves. A caterpillar crawled on the back of the leaf, devouring the plump cherry leaves vigorously. It had red and black stripes on its body, and some furry stingers containing toxins protruded from the body. Not even a bird could see it recently, which made it live a very comfortable life. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, making its entire body warm. A gust of wind blew, and the leaves shook hard twice. The caterpillar's abdomen and legs tightly grasped the leaf, and it actually lay motionless behind the leaf. This place is not too far from the Darkworm Valley, and a violent tremor came, as if the earth was shaking, accompanied by waves of roars. After a while, a red tide surged out of the entire Darkworm Valley. Only at a close distance could you see that those rolling around like a sea tide were countless large ghost-striped red ants. They rushed out of the ant nest, and quickly rushed into every corner of Invercargill Forest. Each ghost-striped red and is almost more than 1 meter long. The hard LS on some red ants have not yet been completely formed. They are all newcomers that have just emerged from the eggs. After breaking out of the fraternal eggs, they receive the first instruction is to leave the insect valley and follow the new queen to open up a new kingdom of red ants. Every hole in the worm valley is crowded with ghost-marked red ants that are pouring out crazily. The red ants that rush out of the insect valley eat almost anything. They swallow some fresh leaves into their stomachs. Since there are thousands of these red ants, wherever they go, there are basically even the fresher twigs were swallowed into the stomach. Shrubs, weeds, mushrooms and some insects hiding in tree holes in the forest glade are almost all food for the red ants. They have great appetites and will eat almost anything. Moreover, after being trapped in the fraternal egg for several months, the last bit of nutrients in the fraternal egg has been consumed. Their identification of food is very simple. As long as it is not of the same type and contains the breath of life, it is food in their eyes. Over the dark insect valley, groups of newly born queen ants flew out of the ant nest, like a black cloud, completely covering the sky above the insect valley. They are more than 3 meters long and have 3 pairs of gorgeous transparent wings. When they flap their wings and fly, the magic patterns on their wings stir up countless to tiny whirlwinds outwards. These queen ants were hovering and flying over the bug valley, seemingly learning about the world quickly. A faint sweet and sour smell emanates from them, causing the ghost-striped red ants below the insect valley to fall into a state of frenzy. Several clear cries came from the horizon due north. A great cloud came over from the high cliffs and mountains due north. It was a large group of rocks with golden stripes all over their bodies. Each bird spread its wings almost 20 meters. They flew extremely fast. During the flight, an electric snake would occasionally shoot out of the sky, and then it would fly. It fell into the forest below. A group of rocks came over with lightning speed and rushed into the black cloud formed by the new queen ants above the insect valley. The new queen ants felt the threat of the northern rhinoceros in advance. They did not dare to fly north at all, and flapped their wings desperately in 3 directions, east, west, and south. However, their clumsy bodies had fat abdomens, and they were unable to fly quickly at all. The mournful cries of the birds resounded across the sky. One after another, the rocks chased the newborn queen, clasped their golden claws into the queen's body, pierced her head with a sharp beak, swallowed the newly condensed magic core inside, and carried it with her. The body of the queen ant spread its wings and flew up, quickly returning to the high cliff among the mountains in the north. An air battle quickly began over the Invercargill Warcraft forest, and the pung birds took the initiative on the battlefield with an absolute advantage. The new ant queen can only spit out some acid, even with 3 pairs of transparent wings. It is very clumsy when flying. It is no match for the rocks. The whirlwind emitted from its wings does not pose any threat to the rocks. One by one, they were captured by the rocks and taken to the eagle's nest on the high mountain cliffs in the north. Seeing the fighting in the sky above the forest, the last group of monsters left in the forest felt the oppression of death, and finally made up their minds to escape. The forest was a mess. Some small beasts that can hide underground are shivering in caves. The ghost-striped red ants on the ground were like a drop of thick ink dripping into a basin, quickly spreading outward. The Invercargill forest killing feast begins. A large number of ghost-striped red ants continue to emerge from the dark worm valley, and they can feel that tens of thousands of ant queens in the sky are being slaughtered by the rocks. They climb to the tops of mountains and tree canopies in an attempt to help the new queen fight off the flying birds in the sky. But unfortunately, they are unable to help at all. The violent ghost-striped red ants are piled up into a tower at the highest point of the mountain. Countless ghost-striped red ants form a mountain giant. A group of huge soldier ants stand on top of the giant, trying to block the flying birds. But those rock birds didn't seem to be interested in the ordinary ghost-striped red ants at all. They just flew around chasing the queen ants in the sky. After the queen ants dispersed, they quickly lowered their flight altitude. They planned to join up with the ghost-striped red ants on the ground to jointly defend against the rock birds in the sky. It's just that at this time, there are not many new queens left who have successfully escaped the rock's prey. Even if they fly at low altitude, they can't escape the rock's hunting. Invercargill Forest is like being hit by the Lich King's blight curse. An invisible line appeared in the forest. Wherever the ghost-striped red ants passed, patches of forest were rapidly withering. After the red ants passed by, the forest quickly entered winter, and the dry branches were full of gnawing marks. Dead trees with their leaves gnawed away. Some white bones with acid rot scattered in the territory. And even insect pupae and snake lizards hidden in the shallow soil were dug out and eaten. And those ghost-striped red ants that have devoured a large number of plants and animals are also growing rapidly. The carapace patterns on their bodies gradually deepened, and some sharp bone spurs began to evolve at the joints of their bodies. The mouth parts and pincers on their heads also developed some dark patterns and became sharper. The ghost-striped red ants on the ground followed the new queen that had successfully escaped from the Dark Worm Valley, forming an army of red ants. The new queen flew close to the forest, alert to the rock birds in the sky. The ghost-striped red ants follow the new queen closely, and wherever they appear, they quickly turn into a dead place. The ghost-striped red ants quickly spread throughout the Invercargill forest, and soon the vanguard of the ghost-striped red ants crossed the rolling hills and arrived at the foot of Thorny Mountain. The new queens are afraid to fly high into the sky and climb over the thorny mountains. When the ghost-striped red ants climbed to the middle of the mountain, they finally encountered an obstacle for the first time. They encountered pieces of stone thorns crowded together. These stone thorns grew upward, and each one was almost several meters to several meters long. They vary from 10 meters to another, but these stone thorns are densely packed together. The ghost-marked red ants tried to climb up the stone thorns, but some of the stone thorns could not withstand the weight of the ghost-marked red ants. So the ghost-marked red ants fell from the mountainside one after another. Some ghost-marked red ants were squeezed between the stone thorns, so stuck that they couldn't move at all. When the stone thorn forest in the middle part of the mountain was filled with carcasses of ghost-marked red ants, and the stone thorns were covered with the acid spitted by ghost-marked red ants. These ghost-marked red ants finally gave up climbing over the Spine Mountain. A large number of ghost-marked red ants circling along the thorny mountains. Some ghost-marked red ants also found the canyons between the thorny mountains and swarmed in crazily. At this point, the beast tide in the Invercargill Warcraft forest in the northern part of the Belland Plain broke out in full force. On the roof of a wooden house in the slum area of Doden town, an indigenous boy stood on the highest ridge of the roof. He stepped on the beam with some dog urine and moss with his bare feet, held onto the chimney with one hand, stretched his neck, and looked towards the north. He looked beyond the North City wall, pointed further north along the Doden Gorge, and asked Ong San in the yard, "Abba, what are those?" In the yard, Ong San was chopping a piece of wood. He was preparing to fill the woodshed. When he heard his son calling him, he put down the axe in his hand. He straightened up and looked into the distance, only to see a group of big birds appearing in the north, because they were too far away. Those big birds were like mosquitoes and flies flying in the sky. But Ong San, who often collected magic herbs in the Invercargill forest, knew that those were not mosquitoes and flies, but the rock birds, the overlord of the northern Warcraft forest in the Warcraft forest. Ong San's eyes became extremely solemn. He climbed up the wooden ladder to the roof, stood with his son, and said slowly, "The beast tide, the real beast tide is coming." At this time, there were waves of commotion on the street, and it was obvious that alert people had discovered the changes in the north. Some people ran home quickly, some knocked on the door from door to door, and some shouted on the street, "Ring the bell! Ring the bell quickly! They are coming!" The city guards guarding the northern city wall saw the herds in the canyon starting to riot on a large scale. The high-level monsters began to attack the low-level monsters around them. The high-level monsters hidden in the herd were revealed one after another. They desperately urged the beasts to attack the northern city wall. When the beasts entered the city wall, they were covered by a large rain of arrows. Pieces of sharp arrows were shot down, and a large number of low-level monsters fell on the grass. The group of monsters became even more frightened. They discovered that the northern city wall in front of them was an insurmountable chasm. No matter how much their king urged them, they were unwilling to take another step forward. Some monsters have given up their last struggle, knowing that there is a dead end in front of them, but they will hit the north wall without hesitation. The city was filled with corpses of monsters. Some monsters continued to attack the northern city wall. They had sharp claws, and were good at climbing over rock walls and rushing up the steep walls. But he was pierced into a hedgehog by the crossbow arrows of the even archer. There were also some monsters that gave up on attacking the city wall. They were ready to find another way. So they rushed into the dense forests on both sides of the canyon and fled towards the mountains. The city defense guards excitedly counted the corpses of monsters under the city. They squatted behind the wall stacks and added arrows to the company's archer's crossbow while discussing the harvest. Andrew and Ghoul-Item looked at the north in astonishment. The two big men stood on the city wall and saw the blurry figures flying in the sky. They looked at each other and Ghoul-Item said, "Is that the beast tide?" Andrew nodded, and then said solemnly, "I didn't expect those ghost-striped red ants to fly. So why build this wall?
That's the queen ant. Only their king can fly. Serdak's voice came from behind. Suldak added, although ghost-striped red ants cannot fly, they are good at climbing walls. Please notify us quickly and ask the logistics team to prepare more rolling stones. Gulitum also stood beside Suldak and murmured, there is actually a queen ant, and I don't know how it tastes. Andrew carried a butcher's battle axe and hacked to death a monster that had climbed up to the top of the city through the rain of arrows and rolling stones. Sirdak told him, knock them down and we'll prepare the cavalry. This may be the last crop of wheat. Traces of ghost-marked red ants have appeared in Doden Canyon, and some ghost-marked red ants have begun to hunt the monsters in the canyon. But these monsters were unwilling to be slaughtered by the ghost-marked red ants, and the two sides started fighting in the canyon. Even the first-level monsters are much stronger than the ghost-patterned worker ants. Under their deadly counterattack, the ghost-patterned worker ants were blocked at the entrance of the canyon. But soon a large number of ghost-patterned worker ants gathered at the entrance of the canyon. The rot and giant pincers used their numerical superiority at the entrance of the canyon to suppress the monsters at the mouth of the canyon. Some more advanced ghost-patterned soldier ants also appeared in the ant colony. These ghost-patterned soldier ants are more than 2 meters long, and the patterns on their bodies are much more complicated than the ghost-patterned worker ants. They have harder armor and are extremely powerful. On the battlefield, it is simply the nemesis of those first-level monsters. Soon, the swarm of monsters guarding the entrance of the valley could not stop the ant colony's attack. A large number of ant colonies ignored the monsters at the entrance of the valley, and while their companions were fighting, they stepped on their bodies and poured into the Doden Canyon. Ghost-patterned red ants swarmed into the Doden Canyon like a tide, and immediately started ruthlessly killing the monsters in the canyon. In the melee, the ant colony with a huge numerical advantage quickly established a combat advantage. They stepped on the corpses of their companions and monsters, and continued to rush forward. As a large number of Warcraft corpses were transported into Doden town, the merchants in the town became excited again. Standing on the city wall, Samira looked solemnly to the north. Traces of ghost-marked red ants had been seen in the middle of the canyon a few kilometers away from the north city wall. They were engaged in a killing battle with the monsters in the canyon. At first, the monsters were still able to persist, but the ghost-striped red ants sprayed out a large amount of acid. The monsters simply could not resist the corrosive effects of the acid on their bodies. The subsequent battle situation formed a one-sided trend, with endless ghost-patterned red ants swarming towards the north wall of the canyon. Samira finally knew what the warehouse was filled with kerosene for. This wall alone could not stop those ghostly red ants. Only by building a fire wall with kerosene could Doden town be defended. A signal to retreat has been sent out on the city wall, allowing the regiments under the city to clean up the corpses of the monsters to quickly return to Doden town. By the time Soldak took Andrew back to the top of the city, a large number of ghost-marked red ants had already invaded the middle of the canyon. Some of the vanguard of the red ants rushed to the city and were torn to pieces by the monsters below. I saw the monsters in the canyon being driven by the ant colony and swarming towards the north wall. Some powerful monsters used all their strength to release magic. The ghost-patterned red ants advanced against the sky full of ice arrows, fireballs, and wind blades. There were also large groups of ghost-patterned red ants that fell in the Doden Canyon. However, as several huge ghost-patterned red ants appeared, they rushed into the group of second-level monsters. The monsters gathered under the north wall were finally unable to stop them. Chapter 759 Battle in the Canyon. Look! Those monsters can't hold on anymore! A squadron leader shouted from the top of the city. The city defense guards on the city wall were also very nervous. While resisting the monsters that attacked the city wall, they pushed a large number of rolling stones in front of the stone trough. There are already city guards piling barrels of kerosene at the oil trough at the top of the city. This oil trough is carved on the outside of the city wall. When it rains heavily, it serves as a drainage channel above the city wall. When the war started, there were oil tanks that led directly to the city. Matching these oil tanks were the fire canals under the city. This channel usually has no function. It looks like a trench built with stones across the city. But as long as the kerosene flows in, it will concentrate in the fire channel and ignite the kerosene in the fire channel. A fire wall will be formed. The catapults in the city have been prepared. The range of these catapults is about 1,500 meters. The prepared stone bullets are flints wrapped with oil ropes. Before throwing, these huge stones must be ignited before they can be thrown. If you're lucky, it will land on flat and hard ground and roll 20 or 30 meters away, basically crushing countless ghost-striped worker ants along the way. Of course, there are more times when you are unlucky.
Sometimes the flint hits the soft soil, and even misses nothing. Sometimes the flint hits the hard boulder, and breaks into pieces on the spot, with no stones flying out. What lethality! Everyone is now standing on the city wall, watching the melee in the canyon, and can only wait for the swarm of monsters to be wiped out by the ant colony. Seeing the group of monsters under the city being slaughtered by ghost-marked red ants, Andrew sighed in his heart and said to Soldek,
I was just thinking, if we hadn't built a wall here, these monsters would still be alive.
Serdek also sighed softly and said,
They want to survive, but we blocked their way of survival.
Samira, who was standing aside, said calmly,
Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. We can't put them into the occupied area, and even if they come in, they won't be able to survive. At most, more civilians will die. In the end, it has been cleaned up by the adventure group and the local garrison. Why should we bother with this?
While several people were talking, several ghost-striped worker ants rushing ahead had already climbed up the city wall. Their 6 legs could firmly hook onto the stone cracks of the city wall. This kind of climbing was nothing to them. Gulidum looked towards the bottom of the city. A group of ghost-marked red ants had gathered below the city. Although the monsters in the canyon were still fighting to the death with the ghost-marked worker ants, the ghost-marked red ants continued to invade. He said angrily,
These red ants come so fast!
A shift squadron leader standing at the top of the city looked at the red ocean in the distance of the canyon. His face turned a little pale, and asked Soldek in a low voice,
Commander, do you think we can stop them? Of course. It must be possible.
Serdek patted the squadron leader's shoulder and glanced at Samira. Samira understood and immediately took out the painting of withering hunting bow, opened the bow and knocked an arrow, aimed at the ghost-marked red ants that had just climbed to the top of the city, and shot out an arrow. What everyone didn't expect was that the red armor on the head of the ghost-striped worker ant was much weaker than expected. Just one arrow shot through the head of the ghost-striped red ant, and the second arrow simply passed through the arrow hole. He passed through it and disappeared without a trace. The ghost-patterned worker ant, whose head was shot through by an arrow, fell from the top of the city to the corner of the city wall. His body twitched twice and died unexpectedly. Seeing that these ghost-patterned worker ants were even weaker than the first-level monsters, the morale of the city defense guards was immediately shaken. These ghost-patterned worker ants are far inferior to the first-level monsters. The monsters can at least release some long-range magic. They don't even know how to learn the lesson from the previous ghost-patterned red ants that were shot. They just climb up the city wall. The guards on the city were all holding crossbows and aiming at the ghost-marked worker ants. As long as one arrow penetrated the head, the ghost-marked worker ants would fall off the city wall. Soldek specifically asked the guard to let a ghost-striped worker ant climb up the city. Andrew rushed up and chopped off the ghost-striped worker ant's head with an axe. He examined the heads of ghost-patterned worker ants and found that the heads of ghost-patterned worker ants were not even the lowest level sacrifices. As they continued to hunt the ghost-striped worker ants with repeating crossbows, these ghost-striped worker ants swarmed up in overwhelming numbers, and there was a tendency to kill more and more. The entire canyon turned into a sea of red. A large number of ghost-marked worker ants gathered under the city wall, and more ghost-marked red ants stepped on the corpses of their companions and swarmed up. The city defense guards at the top of the city have begun to shoot mechanically, since the continuous shooter crossbow has a great suppressive force on the ghost-striped worker ants. The guard captain even asked his guards to move closer to them before shooting them. This way, the power of the crossbow arrows will be greater, even bigger. It often results in a series of 2s and a series of 3s. In addition, due to this kind of taking turns to kill the ghost-striped worker ants, the crossbow arrows stored in the warehouse seem to be a bit overwhelming, and the crossbow arrows are consumed too quickly. As the crossbow arrows were fired one after another, so many ghost-marked red ants gathered under the city wall that it was impossible to rush out and pick up these crossbow arrows. Besides, the gate hole under the city was filled with the corpses of ghost-striped worker ants, and the iron fence couldn't be opened at all. The corpses of ghost-striped worker ants gathered under the city wall very quickly. By evening, the corpses of ghost-striped red ants were piled up to a height of 7 or 8 meters under the city wall. The corpses of the ghost-striped red ants formed a huge gentle slope under the city wall, and the rest of the ghost-striped worker ants stepped on the corpses of the same kind and rushed upward. The group of monsters in the canyon has been divided into 5 areas by the ghost-striped red ants. The battle circle in almost every area is shrinking rapidly. Some monsters have escaped into the woods on both sides of the mountain, which is probably of no use. Under the setting sun, The entire canyon was filled with dark red figures that were constantly moving. If the ghost-striped red ants continued to maintain this offensive rhythm, in less than a week, these ghost-striped worker ants will be able to use the same kind of corpses to build a gentle slope outside the city wall for siege. By then, the advantage of the northern city wall will be gone. In just one afternoon, it was already the 7th time to replenish crossbow arrows on the city wall. Seeing the bundles of crossbow arrows being consumed, the city defense warehouse manager showed a worried look on his face. Although he didn't say anything, Surdak could guess that the crossbows stored in the warehouse could not withstand such intense consumption. However, even if they were suppressed to this level by archer crossbows, many ghost-patterned worker ants would still climb up and be stabbed to death by the spears of the heavy armored infantry guarding the city. The ghost-striped red ants that crawled to the top of the city would also spit out acid, which was extremely corrosive. Dozens of heavy armored infantry soldiers had been injured, and their armor had been corroded by the acid with obvious black marks. Surdak ordered, "Prepare kerosene!" Andrew nodded, ran to the kerosene barrel himself, and ordered the guards guarding there to pour the barrels of kerosene down the oil tank. The city walls are covered with a layer of climbing red ants with ghost stripes, and the city walls are covered with corpses of red ants with ghost stripes. The oil tanks and fire channels have been completely covered, and the barrels of kerosene poured out cannot be seen at all. After pouring more than 20 oak barrels of kerosene, Andrew looked at the outside of the city with some worry. He still couldn't see anything except the corpses of red ants with ghost patterns on the ground. The sky has darkened. Andrew hesitated a little, and Suldak walked over and said to Andrew, "Continue." A large amount of fire oil flowed to the bottom of the city, and 40 barrels were poured out before Surdak called Samira. Samira stood on the high archery tower, stretched out her slender body, held a hunting bow in her hand, put an arrow wrapped in kerosene on the bow, aimed it at the kerosene tank in the middle of the city wall, and shot out. A line of fire stood out in the dim light of evening. There were also ghost-striped worker ants that continued to rush towards the north wall, but this rocket seemed to have eyes, avoiding all the ghost-striped red ants, and delicately shot into the oil tank in the middle of the city wall, briefly falling into darkness. 2 seconds later, call. Flames suddenly burst out from the oil tank and quickly spread up and down the city wall. At this time, everyone discovered that it didn't have to be so troublesome at all. As long as the kerosene was ignited at the oil filling port, the flame would spread downwards along the oil tank. The ghost-striped red ants that died near the oil tank were more or less stained with kerosene. It is not easy to ignite this kind of kerosene directly, but once it ignites, it is extremely difficult to extinguish it, especially because it has strong adhesion. The fire spread in a cone shape toward the city, since it was ignited by the kerosene under the pile of ghost-striped red ant corpses. The 40 barrels of kerosene contained the kerosene in the ghost-striped red ant corpses near the fire canal. The fire burned quickly, and quickly became uncontrollable. The corpses of these ghost-marked red ants burned with a shishi sound under the raging fire. The carapace of some red ants was ignited, and the oil in their bodies was continuously refined, and then burned violently again. At the beginning, the fire was only burning near the oil tank at the foot of the city wall. These ghost-marked red ants are also quite afraid of fire. A large number of ghost-marked red ants chose to avoid the flames and continued to rush towards the city wall. But as all the fire oil in the fire-gathering channel under the city wall was ignited, the flames formed a wall of fire under the city wall, and almost all the ghost-marked red ant corpses under the city wall were caught in the sea of fire. A large amount of heat surged up from the foot of the city wall, and it was almost impossible to stand in front of the city wall. The wall of fire under the city wall finally contained the attack of the ghost-striped red ants, and the smell of burnt barbecue filled the entire canyon. The city defense guards only need to pay attention to the ghost-striped red ants swarming up from the mountains on both sides of the city wall. Adams was on duty at night. He led a team of heavy armored infantry on duty to the top of the city. When he saw the sea of fire at the foot of the city wall, he was surprised and speechless for a while.
Pay attention to people to keep an eye on the movements of these red ants in the canyon. Once the situation is out of control, send people to the garrison camp in advance to call people.
Amid the heat, Suldak ordered Adams. Adams walked to the city wall to look at the situation outside. But before he could reach the wall stacks, he was forced back by the rolling heat wave. He had no choice but to grin and reply to Surdak.
Yes, Commander.
Chapter 760. Soldier ants come to the door. Adams stayed at the top of the city all night. The fire under the city wall also burned all night. The corpses of the ghost-striped red ants were reduced to ashes in the flames, leaving only a shallow layer of ash under the city wall. The rocks under the city wall melted under the flames and became like uneven glass. But it was full of impurities. At dawn, the corner of the city wall was still full of smoke, and the heat wave could be felt from 10 meters away. The ghost-striped red ants on both sides of the mountain wall stopped their offensive. The heavy armored infantry at the top of the city fought all night, and finally were able to take a breath at dawn. At this moment, all the monsters in the canyon were devoured by the ghost-marked red ants, except for some bones and rocks exposed in the ghost-marked red ant colony. Even the barren grassland and the woods at the foot of the mountain completely disappeared in this night. The only thing that remained intact was the north city wall. The ghost-patterned red ants that gathered under the wall retreated 50 meters away from the city wall. Densely packed red ants with ghost stripes crowded together, facing the heat wave under the city wall. Not daring to take a step forward, Gallatin climbed the city wall in the morning, and he came close to Adams. He saw that half of the short golden hair on his head was burned by the fire, and his handsome face had become pitch black, making him look very embarrassed. Just when he was about to make fun of Adams, he saw a commotion among the ants surrounding the city. The ghost-striped worker ants moved to both sides, and one by one the huge ghost-striped red ants emerged from the ant colony. These red ants with darker patterns have huge pincers on their heads, and each leg is covered with sharp tips. The giant ghost-striped red ants are at least 3 times larger than ordinary ghost-striped worker ants. Gallatin's eyes were somewhat straightened, and he pointed at the large red ants under the city and asked, "Adams, what are those?" Adams had never seen it either, and standing with Gallatin, he didn't know what to say. "Ghost-patterned soldier ants. They are the real warriors in the ant colony." Soldak walked over and said to the two of them. He endured the heat wave coming up from below the city, and stood by the city wall to check the extent of damage to the city wall below. It seemed that the situation was not bad. He turned around and said to one of the several squadron leaders behind him, "Go and get those catapults under the city wall started. The whole canyon is now crowded with ghost-marked red ants. If you throw out a flint, it will be able to smash it. If dozens of them die, don't be reluctant to part with the stones." "Yes." The squadron leader followed and climbed up the city wall. Just waiting for these words, he ran down to the city with a bang. But he didn't dare to complain at all. The catapult is like a long lever supported on a huge wooden frame. One end is a spoon-shaped throwing groove, and the other end is connected to a huge and strong iron basket box filled with weighted boulders. The iron basket containing counterweight stones weighs several tons and is hoisted to a 2-meter-high platform using a pulley block. As long as the wrench on the platform is pulled, the flaps of the platform will automatically open and the entire iron basket will fall down instantly. While falling, pull the lever of the catapult to throw out the flint in the spoon-shaped groove at the other end. Before throwing this kind of catapult, the throwing angle usually needs to be calibrated. This has been debugged a few days ago. Now it only needs to be loaded with ignited flints, and it can be started. The soldier responsible for operating the catapult has climbed onto the high wooden frame, and the flint has been loaded into the spoon-shaped groove. Surdak stood at the top of the city and ordered a secretary. "Tell Selena and ask her to notify the town's quarry to process flint, and the blacksmith shop to make a large number of arrows. Now mobilize the whole town to sharpen arrow shafts, and make sure to increase the inventory of crossbow arrows to 5,000. Bow. Tell the merchants in the town that warcraft materials are now only exchanged for military supplies. We need more kerosene, twine, and arrowheads. And tell the merchants who come to trade with gold coins and magic crystals to get out of here." Soldak paused, turned around and saw Adams still standing there, widened his eyes and yelled at him. "Adams, why are you still here?" Adams was startled and was about to explain. Surdak drove him off the city wall and said, "Hurry down and rest. The beast tide has just begun. We don't even know how long we have to defend. We must be prepared for a protracted war." The ghost-striped red ants still dare not pass through the scorching wall of fire. The flints were thrown out from the catapults and exploded among the ghost-marked red ants, causing quite a commotion. Those linen cloths soaked in fire oil were wrapped around the rocks, ignited and thrown out, rolling down among the ant colonies. They could plow a deep trench almost 20 meters long, and finally exploded into a piece of flaming fragments. A row of ghost-striped soldier ants that rushed to the front of the ant colony finally found a breakthrough from both sides of the city wall. They climbed to the rock wall with a group of ghost-striped worker ants, bypassed the fire wall, and rushed to the side of the city wall. There were tall buildings built on both sides of the north city wall. The archers on the arrow tower suppressed the ghost-patterned red ants pouring from the rock wall. On the other hand,
The ghost-patterned soldier ants that rushed forward were hit by several arrows. The fine steel arrows fired from the alloy bow could not penetrate the ghost-patterned soldier ant's armor. For a time, emergency signals were sent out on both sides of the city wall. Andrew will be on duty at night. If there is no emergency during the day, he will rest in the military camp. Samira and the Ogre Gulatum followed Surdak to the top of the city. The Ogre Gulatum followed Gallatin and rushed to the cliff on the west side of the city wall to support. Surdak and Samira rushed to the east side of the north city wall and saw a huge ghost-patterned soldier ant about to climb over the wall. Samira was still running. He immediately stopped and took out the painting of withering hunting bow on his back. And the shadow of a great elf appeared behind him. Samira was half crouching to draw the bow. There seemed to be rays of light that were converging around the arrow tip. At the moment when it opened its bow and fired its arrow, the ghost-patterned soldier ant looked toward Samira with a pair of huge oval eyes. It opened its huge pincers and wanted to pounce on Samira. The arrow turned into a white light and hit one of the eyes of the ghostly-patterned soldier ant at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. And the arrow was deeply embedded in it. Surdak stepped on the aura of power and rushed to the ghost-marked soldier ant. The blood-red crescent in his hand stabbed the soldier ant without hesitation. At the moment of stabbing, Surdak read a short runic language in his throat. Tirel. A magic pattern then lit up in front of him. And the blood-red crescent's blade lit up with patterns. When the blade cut into the ghost-patterned soldier ant's pliers, it was like cutting into a piece of soft cheese. In an instant, the head of the 3-meter-long ghost-patterned soldier ant was beheaded by Surdak. A group of worker ants hiding behind this ghost-striped soldier ant were also shot dead by the archers on the arrow tower. Samira has climbed onto the crossbow on one side of the bed, preparing to use a giant crossbow to shoot down the ghost-patterned soldier ants on the cliff in the distance. At this time, Surdak ordered Samira from the side. Put in another one and let it climb up. This one should be the most brainless among the second-level monsters. As Surdak said, he threw the head of the ghost-patterned soldier ant in the corner of the city wall. The body of the ghost-patterned soldier ant was also dragged up the city wall by 2 heavy armored infantry, and then thrown into the inner city wall. Underneath the city wall, there are also workers at the leather shop who are busy skinning the monsters they hunted yesterday. Samira sat on the console of the bed crossbow, staring at the ghost marked red and swarming up from the distant stone wall. She resisted not pulling the trigger in her hand, and let the front one crawl closer and closer.